International Incident Number 1. Jack Packard, from whatever corner of the world you may be in at the moment, you're hereby being summoned to London in a matter of the gravest expediency. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. I love adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. Tonight's incident is entitled The China Coast Incident. That's the message I received at the American Consul's office in Port Said at 7 o'clock yesterday morning. Jack Packard, from whatever corner of the world you may be in at the moment, you're hereby being summoned to London in a matter of the gravest expediency. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. There it was. Here I am on the last lap of my journey up from Liverpool to London. I could have flown right into Croydon Field and been there by this time, except for one of those grisly, greasy black fogs of London. However, I'll be there in good time, even so. And now, who are the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park? Who are they? I've never seen any mention of them in the papers. They certainly have had no rumor value in official circles, no conversational value in social circles, no scandal value in high places. And yet, when I gave some slight indication of putting the radiogram down as a practical joke from either Doc Long or Reggie York, wherever they might be in the world today, suddenly there was pressure all about me. A gentle hint from this quarter, a subtle warning from that quarter, an over-eagerness to help me get on my way to London. Nobody ever came out and said, I know the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park, and you'd be wise to obey them. Nobody even mentioned the 21 old men. But it took me less than an hour after I got this message to get the idea and bestir myself. And here I am, plunging through the dripping, grimy tunnel of fog, only minutes from Piccadilly Station. I wish Doc Long and Reggie York were waiting at the end of this trip. I even wish I had the faintest notion where they are. We broke up the A1 detective agency out in Hollywood when Pearl Harbor came along. Reggie made a beeline for the Royal Air Force back in England. I'd get cheerful messages by way of returning American ferrying pilots, and then I lost him. Doc Long got himself a job with the Flying Tigers over in China. Then he became a P-38 fighter pilot in the last phase of the war. Then he just fell out of sight. I'd always meant to get over that way one of these days, put a tracer on Doc, but up to now I've been chivied about by American intelligence until I haven't been able to call my soul my own. The fact that I've been completely released from all intelligence work to meet the 21 old men in itself is one of the marvels of modern times. Well, I get my luggage. The train's slowing down.
Major Jack Packard?
Uh-oh, here it is.
Major Jack Packard? Major Jack?
Yeah, what is it?
You're Major Jack Packard?
That's right.
Very good, Major. We're entering the station. I shall have the pleasure of conducting you to your destination.
Was that necessary?
Oh, watch yourself, sir. Come along, sir. There's no time for conversation. Headed straight for the Lion's Den at once, sir. This way, please.
Did I hear you correctly? Did you say Lion's Den?
That you did. The Lion's Den, alias 10 Gramercy Park. This is as far as I go, sir.
Oh?
Go right in, sir. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, walk right into the Lion's Den, huh?
It's all right, sir. Walk right in. Bye, sir.
Amazing. A regular cathedral of a room. 2, 3 stories to the ceiling, dimly lit by the tall, leaded dome-like windows in which the color and pageantry of the ages have been done by some exquisite artist. Tapestries on the wall, period furniture, in richness and luxury known only to a fabulous Oriental monarch someplace down the corridors of history. What's this? Suddenly before my eyes, a great tapestry which covers the whole of one end of the room is rolling back. And there before my eyes is the greatest mirror I've ever seen. 40 feet across, 60 feet to the ceiling. A flawless mirror reflecting every item of color and beauty all over again. And there I am, repeating myself in the glass. Hello, a voice.
To you, the west wall is a mirror. To the 21 old men seated in the room behind it, the west wall is a window through which we not only enjoy the great beauty of the room you stand in, but can examine you with infinite care, so that we may know you from this time on, but without you knowing anything of us.
Are you able to hear me?
We hear you.
Why am I here?
You are needed.
Who are you?
That you will never know.
Then I want to get out of here.
Wait.
There's no use. For all I know, you may be a criminal gang. You may be the instigators of war. You could be anything. With as much money and power at your disposal as this setup indicates you have.
Yes, we have money and power.
Only official government should be allowed to...
You have been a citizen of the world for a great many years. In your young manhood, you studied to be a physician.
Well, here
Oh, yes. We know that. We know why you were never able to complete your medical education.
Now, just a minute.
That is not meant as a threat nor a warning, because when we complete this interview, you are free to go as though you'd never been called in. We simply want you to understand that we know everything there is to know about you. You were a freebooter in South America. You and your later companions, Doc Long and Reggie York, were members of the Chinese National Army when the first Japanese incident took place years ago. You had a detective agency in Hollywood.
That's right.
During the war, you had been with United States intelligence. We know your work there, and it is because of your wide knowledge, not only of formal negotiation, but of rough and tumble undercover fighting, that you have been assigned to us at our request.
By U.S. intelligence?
Yes.
Now, that should be good enough, but I want to know more.
You know that in this world of chaos, which is our heritage out of World War II, there is banditry and piracy and madness abroad in every land.
Yeah?
You know that much of it is too delicate, too touchy for the official government of any nation to handle. A formal government could plunge its country into new wars overnight, if it even looked in certain directions today. But much can be done undercover, beneath the surface. Much can be done by 21 old men, each representing the country of his nativity. We are men who would do for the people of the world what their own governments know should be done, but cannot do, because their hands are tied.
Well, in that case, count me in.
That is well. Sir James, will you give Major Packard his first assignment?
There is a man somewhere in French Indochina, in the area of Saigon, who is a great man, a fine scientist. He is either a prisoner of international gangsters, or he is a man in hiding. He has the knowledge of a destructive force, which placed in the hands of the wrong people would mean murder and slaughter for half the world. He is a friend of democratic people. We want him, and we want his scientific knowledge. We cannot have it. It must not fall into the wrong hands at any cost.
The man's name?
Dr. Alfred Wentz.
When can I leave?
A plane takes off for the Orient in exactly 1 hour. You will be aboard it.
In this pea-soup fog?
London's pea-soup fog will be one of the very minor obstacles of this assignment. Step outside. There is a batman waiting to deliver you to your mission.
The refugee liner Viking, out of Saigon, with its load of frightened, nondescript humanity, gleam from the chaotic whirlpool of Indochina hate and strife is in the China Sea, 300 miles off the island of Hong Kong. On this last lap of my assignment, after 7 hectic and nerve-shattering days in the back alleys of Saigon and 4 days at sea, I was on the promenade deck, consoling a good-looking Scandinavian girl.
Oh, no.
Take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Oh, but Mr. Packer.
Listen, Frida, anything can happen on this screwball ferry boat.
Oh, but there was a shot.
Chinese firecracker. Somebody let off a pop gun. Let the bridge worry about it.
That piece of paper I handed you tonight at dinner. You got it?
Yeah, one word. Pirates.
Yes. One of the evil ones is aboard the ship. One of their cleverest and brightest. I noticed him the second day out.
And so you think he's after someone on this tub, huh?
I do not think Mr. Jack Packard. I know.
Who?
Me.
And how does a good-looking young woman know so much about piracy in the China Sea?
Because I have escaped from them just in time. If I had not escaped when I did, I would be on their secret island hideout now.
Well, that sounds fine. So my favorite gang is trailing you, the girl who was the toast of the Malay Peninsula. You know so much. Just what does this monkey look like?
He is tall, heavy set with gray hair, and a scar on his left cheek. I tell you, Mr. Packard, he is after me. I'm afraid to go out of my cabin after I've seen him.
You know his name?
Yes. Houseman.
Yeah, you're cooking. I almost believe you. Poor guy whose papers he's traveling on is dead in a Saigon alley. But Frida, take it from me, they're not trailing you. They're after bigger stuff.
So? Then what I hear is true. Dr. Wentz is on this ship.
You think so?
Yes. All Indochina boiled with the news of his escape from the enemy's clutches, and everybody knows you helped him escape.
Okay, why did I help him?
You ask me, Mr. Packer. All Saigon knew that also. Dr. Wentz is the inventor of the most important formula developed since the war. His formula is the most deadly force yet conceived. Wentzite.
Go to the head of the class, baby. Now, do you think these pirate roughnecks are chasing you?
I think first Dr. Wentz, then you, then me. We are all in this together.
Maybe you got something there. Maybe you are on our team.
Believe me, Mr. Packard, I am. I am.
If you're right about this enemy agent prowling around here, we got no time to waste. You're to come with me.
Where?
To my cabin. But if it should happen that you're on the wrong team, I can be very mean to little girls, especially little dames from the Saigon underworld. Just a second while I turn on the light.
Yes.
Get in here, quick. Lock the door.
Oh, monsieur, look at this cabin.
Yeah, somebody was looking for something and really wrecked the joint. Dr. Wentz? Hey, doctor, open the door.
Oh, it is true, Dr. Wentz is with you.
You wouldn't know about that, would you? If I thought you were holding me up there on deck while this mug was working
Oh,
on
no, I swear it, no.
I'll figure that one myself. Stand back so I can crash down this door. Charlie.
Oh, no.
Doctor, they really mussed you up.
Oh, the poor man.
Water and towels, quick.
This is wicked, so wicked.
Doctor, can you hear me? Doctor. Hey, it's me, Packard. Can you hear me?
Look at his feet and his fingers.
Sure, he's been tortured. Must have thought they killed him and then ripped up the cabin looking for the formula.
Packard. Breathe easy.
Take it easy, Doctor. Take it easy. Just give me a token and answer to my question. Just nod or shake your head, can you? Okay.
What a poor man. Here, I'll soothe his burn.
Doctor, how many of them were there? One? Was that all? Did they find your formula? No? Well, couldn't you have found it when you were unconscious?
He is shaking his head.
Hey, careful there, you hurt.
I am being as gentle as I can.
Okay, Doctor. Then where is it? Can you tell me? They sure worked you over, didn't they? I'll take care of that Jolly Roger for you. Don't worry.
You want your gun?
You don't want my gun, Doc. Doctor. There's a good guy gone. Must have hurt plenty right there. You see him try to grab for my gun.
It's great Dr. Wentz to die like that. It is too terrible.
You better get out of here and go back to your own cabin. If that butcher didn't find what he was after, he'll be coming back.
Oh, but I cannot go alone.
Okay. I'll take you to the cabin. But stay parked there, please. I got to get back here and find that formula.
Yes, Mr. Packard. Anything to help.
Call me Jack, will you, sweetheart? That Mr. Stuff gets me down. I guess I'm licked. Why didn't the doctor tell me where the formula was hidden when I asked him to so many times? One thing I can do, I'll put a dragnet around this tub when we reach Hong Kong that these parts will never get through. Well, I guess this recipe for the super explosive just isn't in here. Maybe it's in my little joint next door.
Sorry to interrupt your little soliloquy, my Hamlet-minded friend.
Why, you...
Keep your hand away from that gun. I don't want to shoot you yet. Later, yes, but not yet.
How'd you get in here, Houseman?
That charming mademoiselle, when she told you my name.
That's right.
Behind that wardrobe is a door into the next cabin. I arranged most carefully to get that cabin. The poor fellow who had it found it quite impossible to leave Saigon.
Well, that's one right guess I made.
Just so you won't be tempted to reach for that gun, Packer. Unbuckle the shoulder holster without touching the gun. Drop it to your feet. Now, kick it with your foot. Splendid, splendid. Now you may sit down if you wish.
Thanks. Do I take off my shoes and socks so you can give me the regulation hot foot, or do you go for the splinters under the fingernail routine?
No. I have a better argument to use with you.
I'm listening, but I don't hear so well.
Well, it would be most unfortunate if you do not hear, for you and a lot of other people. I believe you can find that formula if you want to, badly enough. And I think I can make it very important for you to find it.
If I didn't know you were a bunch of waterfront scum and wharf rats, I'd think you were drunk. So I say no and you shoot me. Is that right?
You say no and I shoot you. You say yes and find the formula.
Yeah, and I get to join you and become Captain Kidd himself.
No. I still shoot you. But if you don't find that formula, the 1,100 passengers on the ship will die tonight.
That's ridiculous.
You think so? Once I get my hands on the formula, you don't think for 1 minute I will continue on the ship into Hong Kong, do you?
You're to be taken off by another ship?
Submarine.
You say pirates have a submarine?
Is that so amazing?
Brother, I gotta hand it to you, toughies. You play rough.
Well, what is your decision, Herr Packer?
Well, looks like it's heads you win, tails I lose, I guess, if there's 1,100 people to think about. 1,100 people on a refugee ship as hostages. Your kind is always making a sort of specialty of hostages, aren't you?
We have found them useful, thank you.
No, that's one word for it, but skip it. Tell me this. Suppose I make an honest effort and don't find the formula. Why should all these people die tonight?
Because the formula is on this ship somewhere, probably in these 2 rooms. If the Vance formula cannot be found, the ship must be destroyed. You see, we do not intend that the organized free countries shall have it.
Organized free countries?
Yes. We are against all people who live under a formal government. We are at war with all of you, although you may not realize it yet.
You don't say.
Well, what's it to be?
Well, if it were a question of my skin alone, I'd tell you where to go.
Yes, I'm sure of that.
But you know I can't let 1,100 men, women, and children burn and drown.
Then you agree?
Yes, I agree, but I'm humiliated. I thought I was good, but you outfigured and outmaneuvered me into an impossible situation.
Packer, you don't know the perfection of our planning. Everything is provided.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this submarine business.
Precisely. A rendezvous at 12 o'clock tonight. There will be a moon.
You even thought of that. Wonderful. Joshua made the sun stand still, and your boss makes the moon shine.
Do not speak lightly of our leader.
Forget it. If everything goes well, you get the formula, the sub takes you off, and this boat gets the green light.
That is the plan. But if I arrive at the sub without the formula, the ship will be sunk without a trace or a survivor.
Yes, but suppose something happened to you, so you couldn't signal the sub.
Then their orders are to sink the ship without warning.
How about that? You think of everything.
Yes. Now, you have only a little more than an hour and a half to find the formula. I can tell you something that might help you.
What's that?
I have already searched this cabin, but it may be in a very tiny space. He learned that Vance had reduced his papers to microfilm. The man who did it for him confessed. They had him shot, of course.
Thanks a lot. Every little bit helps. Now, let's see. A roll of microfilm could go in almost any...
Stop! What's that?
Jack!
Gotta take a gander at a pretty dame. Maybe that'll teach you super gangsters to keep your minds on your work, eh? It's okay, Frida, come in.
Oh, are you all right, Jack? Oh, you killed him?
No, I'm saving him for hanging. Hand me the straps off the suitcases, will you?
Yes, Mr. All right, Jack.
Go see the captain, Frida, and no one else. Tell him to send a couple of husky sailors down here to watch this rat. As soon as they get here, I'll go up on the bridge and give them the payoff. And say nothing of what's going on down here except to him.
All right, Jack. I go.
There. Yeah, that ought to hold you. I won't gag you because I can hardly wait to hear what you say when you open those big baby blue eyes. Here you come, out of the nowhere into the here.
You fool. Now all of us will have to die on account of you.
Relax, sweetheart, relax. The unexpected certainly throws you supermen, doesn't it? Well, that's the story, Captain. It's 10:30 now. How far from Hong Kong are we?
250 miles out.
About 80 minutes flight by plane. It's going to be close, Skipper.
Oh, here's the radio operator.
Okay, Sparks, here's a message. Get it out to the Royal Naval Air Station at Kowloon and hurry.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to suggest, Skipper, that you hold general quarters and lifeboat drill at 11:45. Those planes don't get here, we're in for it. No use telling the passengers until we have to.
Right. Mr. Vogel, you see that's done? Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Captain?
Signal the engine room to reduce speed to 6 knots.
Aye, sir. Just a second. Hold it, Anderson. Yes, sir.
Well, what is it, Packard?
Skipper, I think you ought to maintain speed and course as it is.
Why should I risk my ship and passengers to keep a date with a submarine?
I don't think the sub is waiting for us, Skipper. I think she's been trailing us. Any change in speed or course without a signal from their agent aboard would really gum the works.
Yeah, you have something there. Mr. Anderson, maintain speed and course.
Aye, sir. Well, here comes the moon, just as Captain Kidd ordered. Nothing to do now but wait and hope those planes get here in time. 11 o'clock. Plenty of clouds now. Our human sharks are going to be awful sore about that.
Here's radio. What is it?
Message, sir.
Royal Naval Air Station. Planes away 2242. Good luck.
22:42. That's 18 minutes before 11. Only hope they got plenty of tailwind.
Mr. Mate, what is it?
What's going on here?
Lifeboat drill, madam. Wear your life vest, please.
Oh, it's ridiculous waking us up at 11:30 for a lifeboat drill.
It's outrageous. Might as well stay up for the rest of the night.
It wouldn't be so bad if they'd open the bar.
Where's number 3 lifeboat, officer?
Port side forward, madam.
Oh, which is port side, right or left?
Left side, going forward.
Oh, why don't sailors speak English?
Almost the 0 hour.
Yeah, you got a sailor who speaks German, Captain.
Yes, why?
I want him to relieve the 2 men guarding Houseman.
I don't get it.
I want him to say something to Houseman in German and then let nature take its course.
Mr. Anderson, tell Keller to step out here on the bridge.
Yes, sir.
I still don't understand.
You will in a minute.
Here's Keller, sir.
Say, Keller, I want you to relieve 2 men who are guarding a prisoner in my cabin. Mr. Anderson will show you where it is.
Yes, sir.
When you're alone with him, say something to him in German, like, something like, if I turn you loose, will you take me with you? If he agrees, and believe me, brother, he will, then unstrap him and let him scram.
What's the matter, Packard? Are you insane?
No, Skipper. It's 11:45. If that sub surfaces and doesn't get a signal and code from Houseman, it'll torpedo us without warning, and we don't have the code.
I get you.
And if I know my pirate history, they'll be nervous. They'll want their signal at exactly 12 o'clock, or they'll start shooting. Our planes might be late. The sub will send a boat to take Houseman off, and I want that extra time.
Yes. Keller, carry out Mr. Packard's instructions.
Yes, sir.
Almost 12 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm positive that Houseman would try to save his own hide.
Here comes Keller.
I did what you said, sir. He ducked into the next cabin, grabbed the flashlight, and ran out into the corridor.
Good.
Before he ran out, he gave me this for myself, sir.
Well, you keep it. You deserve it.
I don't think I do, sir.
What is it?
An American $1 bill with a swastika stamped on it. He said to show it in the Hong Kong Bazaar, and I will be given safe conduct to their headquarters.
How about that? O'clock, Captain.
There's the signal off the starboard beam.
Yeah, now watch for the answer.
There it is. Forward on B deck.
Let's get a couple of men on B deck. Don't grab Houseman, but don't let him get out of sight. There's their searchlight. And they got their deck gun manned.
They're firing across our bow. Signal the engine room to stop the engine, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir. He knows us all right.
You will heave to. I am sending a boat aboard. Any resistance, and you will be sunk.
Well, where are those planes?
They're putting a rubber boat off the sub-starboard.
Yeah, talk about piracy on the high seas. Here comes the boarding party. It won't be long now. Hey, listen.
I don't hear anything.
Me either. It was a nice thought, Skipper.
Quiet.
Planes. Yeah, planes. The pirates hear them, too. There goes their searchlight.
Yeah, where are you going?
Down to B deck. There's one shark I want to take care of personally. Hey, where is he, Keller?
Over there, climbing over the rail.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
He jumped. Did you get him?
I don't know. That last shot missed fire.
Something's dropping.
Oh, look, where?
There it is. It's as bright as day. The boat.
You'll never make it.
The sub's going to crash dive.
Too late. Here comes the first step, John.
That's got her, I think.
Yes, they got her. Yes, they got the rubber boat, too.
Straight down.
Here we are, nearly at the Royal Naval Station, Jack.
What's that?
I say we are nearly at Kowloon.
Yeah, so we are, and I hate to check in. Poor old Dr. Wentz. I sure fluffed this one.
Oh, everybody fails once, Jack.
Yeah, even this gat of mine misfired on me once. Hey, wait a minute.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Why didn't I think of that before? Dr. Wentz wasn't the kind of man to kill himself. When he reached for my gun, he was trying to tell me. Here it is. A little cartridge that didn't go off. And the bullet comes out. And there it is. The microfilm and the formula for Wentz sight.
Kowloon. Kowloon, next stop.
Jack, this night in Hong Kong may well be something for you to remember.
Is that a promise?
Perhaps.
This Oriental sing-song palace isn't a bad starting place. How about another one of those little green drinks with shaved
Jack,
eyes?
that man, the little Chinese in uniform over there, he's looking at you. He's coming to our table.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, my pardon. You Major Jacob Parker?
Check.
Radiogram for you. Please sign here.
Thanks. Yeah.
No, monsieur. Thank you. Excuse me.
It is important.
The London-Bombay Air Express will be robbed in midair on Sunday next. Report to London immediately. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
But not tonight. Just this one night.
How about that? Not even one night in Hong Kong with the girlfriend. And how do you rob a mail plane in midair? Will you tell me that?
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Ruffetto as Jack Packer. Next week, The Great Airmail Robbery, an epic adventure 23,000 feet in the stratosphere. Rita was played by Gene Bates. Houseman was played by John McIntyre. The spokesman by Everett Glass. The captain by Russell Thorson. Others in the cast included Tom Collins, Earl Lee, Janet Logan, and Harry Lang. The China Sea Incident was written by Carlton E. Morse with John Paul Schofield. Organ by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Now, a listening reminder. For an unusual story, one you'll never forget, don't miss The Clock. The Clock will be heard at its new time starting tonight over this same ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
International Incident Number 2.
Jack Packard. Returned to London immediately for urgent assignment over Saudi Arabia. Signed the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
I Love Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident is entitled The Great Airmail Robbery.
All out, please. Piccadilly Station. All out, please.
Cab, mister? Cab, lady?
All right, cabby.
Cab? All right, yes. Take your luggage.
Thanks.
Right inside of you. You carry a heavy bit of luggage, sir.
Yeah, my extra suit of heavy underwear.
You tell. There.
10 Gramercy Park.
10 Gramercy Park it is. Here we are, mister. A bit of an old heap of ancient history, if you ask me.
You're familiar with 10 Gramercy Park, are you?
Who ain't? It's been standing there since the beginning of time. All through the war, the Nazi Huns dropped their explosives like a bloody snowstorm, and people's houses was a-popping and a-busting like paper bags. But not one of them stingers ever come near 10 Gramercy Park.
Had the good luck sign on it, huh?
Yeah, more than that, if you want my opinion. Oh, thank you, mister.
Well, all right. Keep the change.
You're a scholar and a gent. Shall I rustle your luggage up the steps?
No, I'll take it, thanks.
Good going, mister.
Oh, hello.
Major Jack Packard?
That's right.
Right into the great reception hall, if you will, please. Right ahead, sir.
I was here before.
Very good, sir.
Again, the awesome beauty of this cathedral-like room gives me a feeling of standing in the midst of solemn, reverent things. The ceiling lost in the upper gloom, 3 stories above. Great leaded windows showing the color and pageantry of the Crusades, King Arthur's court, Charlemagne, the signing of the Magna Carta, all the history of the civilized world. And there on the giant tapestries are woven still more of the biography of human life. And the fabulous carpets on the floor, and the period furniture. This reception room, this waiting room at 10 Gramercy Park was certainly designed to give interviewers the greatest respect for the 21 old men. The tapestry across the west wall is still drawn, hiding the great mirror. Hello. I'm to have company, apparently. Reggie! Reggie York!
I say, who? Why, Jack Packard! Why, I say, of all the jolly meetings. Well, but where did you drop from?
I might ask you the same thing.
Oh, look here, this is the best ever.
Begging your pardon, but will you go inside and close the door?
Sorry, old boy. John, what is this? A bit of a monastery, what?
Well, never mind this room for now. Tell me about yourself. Where have you been since the war? What have you been doing?
My sales tap is the A1 detective agency still running out in Hollywood, California.
Yeah, the A1 detective agency is dead history. Will you answer...
Well, what about Doc Long? Look here, isn't Doc with you?
I don't know where Doc is. He disappeared out in the Orient after the war.
Missing in action?
No, just dropped out of sight. Same way you did, you no-account English renegade. What do you mean by it, anyway?
Oh, look here, isn't this a bit of the best? Well, we only had Doc with us.
Look here, will you calm down and answer some questions before the Inquisition?
Inquisition?
Yeah, you see that great tapestry on the west wall?
I do.
Presently, that'll be drawn back to reveal the largest mirror you ever saw. Covers that complete wall, at least 40 by 60 feet.
But what's it all about?
Well, it's only a mirror on this side. Behind the glass is a room where the 21 old men sit to interview us.
I say, there really are 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
I guarantee it.
From their side, the glass wall is a window.
Uh-huh. So they look at us and we're a couple of blind mice, is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I'll say this. You know more about it, what we're up against, than I do.
Just what do you know?
Hardly anything. I got this wireless out in the midst of the Gobi Desert.
What in blazes are you doing in the Gobi Desert?
Keeping off the desert tribes who thirsted for infidel blood while an old chappie with long whiskers looked for dinosaur eggs. Here, look at the radio message. Read it.
Sergeant Reginald York, you are herewith summoned to London in the name of peace and goodwill for the purpose of combating those who would pilfer and murder in the midst of today's utter chaos. Signed, 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
A bit like being called to arms, what? Matter of fact, I felt a bit like Sir Lancelot, riding out to save beauty and goodness and perhaps recover the Holy Grail.
Surprised you took a message like this seriously.
I showed it to the old professor with the whiskers. Asked him how balmy a man could get. I thought it was a bit of a joke.
Yeah?
But the old man knew something. He grabbed me by the arm and hustled me into his tent and paid me off in full. Called the camel boy, had me on the way to the nearest airport some 200 miles away before I knew which end was up.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. I went... Uh-oh.
Jove. They're pulling the tapestry back. Can they hear us?
Yeah. We'll be able to talk back and forth. This is my second assignment.
If only Doc were here. He'd love this.
Major Jack Packard and Sergeant Reginald York, it gives the 21 old men extreme pleasure to bring two such old friends together again.
Yeah, now if you'll only dig up Doc Long for us, we'll be complete.
Yes, we know about your Texas friend. We have been looking into the matter. However, leaving friendship apart, we have summoned Sergeant York to work with you on the next assignment, because beyond a doubt it's a two-man operation. Dr. Paktan from India will give you your assignment.
Twice within the last 6 months, the London-Bombay 100-passenger airliner has been robbed in midair.
Sure.
As you are aware, this giant air cruiser not only carries 30 cabin passengers and 70 second and third class passengers, but delivers the bulk of mail and first class freight between the English Commonwealth and my country. On the two occasions of these villainous attacks in midair, the aircraft was carrying riches of unnamed value.
What do you mean, robbed in midair?
A plane appeared out of nowhere. A shot was fired across the airliner's nose, and radio communications ordered the craft to be slowed to minimum cruising speed. A top escape hatch was ordered opened, and all passengers and crew members were ordered to remain in their cabins or seats or at their posts on pain of having the craft blown to bits in midair.
This was done?
On both occasions, this was done. A rope ladder was lowered from the pirate plane. Two men dressed in black, leather jackets, and trousers with leather hoods and goggles came down the ladder into the liner, robbed the mail sacks, and then stripped the passengers of money and jewelry.
Sure. And then escaped back up through the hatch to their own plane, huh?
That is true. Your assignment is to take tonight's trip out on the London-Bombay plane, which is again carrying a sensationally rich cargo.
I say, bit of all right.
You will capture the two men who descend from the enemy plane. You will don their attire and return to the pirate ship in their stead.
Wouldn't you like it just as well if we mounted a cannon on the airliner and blew them out of the sky?
No, we must have that plane. It is of an unknown design, and it is our opinion that it is from some base or headquarters of far greater concern to the world than simply air piracy. We want the plane whole, the men alive, and such papers as they have aboard carefully preserved.
Well, we'll do what we can.
You will do better than that. This malignancy must be dealt with at its very source.
I say, Jack, talk about your luxury liner. If I didn't know differently, I'd think our quarters were a drawing room on the Super Chief out of Hollywood.
Yeah, not bad.
Regular 3-quarter beds and plumbing facilities right out of tomorrow. Oh, Jove, here's a button I haven't pressed yet.
Hey, Reggie.
Nothing seems to be... Oh, I say. Will you listen to that?
You turned on the radio.
Horace Heights dance of the Blue Danube at 23,000 feet in the air over Saudi Arabia. Well, if only Doc could be here with all his Texas boy amazements.
Well, we're riding first class. This is the cabin deck.
Don't worry about the steerage passengers, old boy. I was down there an hour ago checking with the co-pilot.
Steerage passengers doing all right, huh?
Millionaires have been traveling back and forth across the United States by air for the past 10 years with less.
Well, if you're ready.
Hello. Who's that?
I'll see.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, hello. You lost?
Not in the least. May I come into your cabin,
I
please?
say, do that.
Just a minute.
I was just saying to Jack, we have everything a man might ask for here in this cabin but a beautiful girl. May I take your wrap?
You're a forward young man, Mr. York.
I am.
You are. Making like a wolf. And I doubt if you even know my name.
But I say, you asked to come in, you know.
You know who I am, don't you, Mr. Packard?
Yeah. Miss Judy Roberts. You won a British beauty contest, and this trip on the London-Bombay Air Express is part of your reward.
Oh, of course. You're the special guest of the pilot of this belly dreadnought. I saw you at his table at lunch.
Good. Then it's worked. Even you two gents have been fooled.
Oh, now, look here.
Will you say that again?
The 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park didn't give even you a tip-off.
21. Then you're one of us?
That's right.
A little thing your size, a little dame as pretty.
Oh.
Here. Where did that gun come from?
All right. So I'm a pretty little dame, so I'm pint-sized. I'll still come in pretty handy with a stinger of this sort in case of a tie, don't you think?
Yes. Ruddy gun woman.
Put it away, Judy. We believe you. We just don't understand the need for reinforcement.
I'm your secondary defense in case of surprise tactics. The 21 old men decided on me at the last minute, just in case there might happen to be someone connected with the enemy who rides the ship as a passenger.
In other words, Reggie and I will be able to cope with the two pirates who come down the ladder from the attacking ship. But we might need help if there are members of the gang planted in the passenger list.
Quite right.
The girl at our back guarding against the assassin's knife.
Furthermore, if there are agents on the passenger list, they are to be taken also.
But why a girl?
A girl's just right. If there are gangsters on board, they're going to be on watch for government undercover men. They'll examine every male passenger with suspicion, but who's going to give a second thought to anything as dainty and feminine as Judy here?
You can take me to the cocktail lounge and buy me a cold, pink drink with bubbly beads on top for those kind words.
Shut off the radio, Reggie.
Righto.
Oh, before we go out, there's one thing.
Yeah?
You've made all the necessary arrangements with the pilot.
All set.
And I guess there's nothing else.
After making so bloomin' many arrangements, the Jolly Roger of the Stratosphere will probably shun us like false teeth in a soup plate.
He's not supposed to know a trap's been laid.
He'll strike this time if he ever intends to strike again. We got a payload that'd come close to breaking the Bank of England if it were to be lost.
Really? I didn't know that.
But why? I mean to say there are other ways of shipping precious cargo?
Done on purpose to tempt our pirates. Make the bait so alluring it can't be resisted. Well, shall we go to the cocktail lounge?
Oh, yes, please.
How far are we from the place we should expect to take?
Hey, Reggie. Keep your voice down in the corridor. You got the key?
Quite.
Okay, lead off, Judy.
They don't waste much space on corridors in these airplanes.
Who spends any time in corridors? Here we go up forward to the lounge.
Live music this afternoon in the cocktail lounge.
Well-filled lounge.
But they're so quiet.
Overawed at sitting in a modern lounge and sipping a cocktail at 23,000 feet.
Perhaps it's the pressurized cabin that makes them so restrained, huh?
Oh, and it is good music.
Oh, it is at that.
Mademoiselle, monsieur, please to come this way if you will.
Thank you. Come along, Judy.
This will be convenient?
Good.
May I
Oh, thank you, Mr. York.
Your order, s'il vous plaît.
Miss Roberts?
A pink lady, please.
Oui.
A martini, very dry. 4-1.
This is our formula, monsieur.
Good. Reggie?
A glass of milk.
I beg monsieur's pardon.
A glass of milk, old boy. Don't give me that glassy stare.
With perhaps an egg and a jigger of sherry?
1 glass of milk just as it came out of the cow. No doctoring.
The patron of the cow. One meets the strangest people in the stratosphere.
You don't suppose I've offended the poor fellow, do you?
Ah.
Hello. Our entertainer is a versatile fellow. First the piano, now the electric organ.
Those things can be awful.
Oh, like a cat screeching on the back fence.
And then I have heard it played as sweet as milk and honey. I wonder which... Ah, listen to this.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, waiter.
Oui, mademoiselle. The drinks will be here in just a few moments.
No, please. Where is the powder room?
Powder room to the back of the lounge. First door to the left.
Thank you. Will you gentlemen excuse me? Oh, no, don't get up.
Pleasure.
Thank you. I'll be back before the drinks get here.
Jack, what are your manners?
Sit down, Reggie.
Joe, you usually get up when a lady leaves the table.
Who said Judy Roberts was the lady?
Why, sir.
Don't stand there with your mouth open. Sit down.
The man lost his wits.
Listen to me, Reggie. I think I know who the enemy agents are aboard this ship.
You do?
Are you blind?
Apparently I am.
You didn't see the expression on the piano player's face when Judy came in with us?
Sorry, I don't use my eyes half so well in the first. Oh, look here. Use it yesterday.
Never mind. She's coming back.
I say there is something between those two.
You saw something?
Oh, didn't you see a right hand?
Never mind now.
What, no drink yet? Oh, thank you, Mr. York.
Pleasure. Say, we're slowing down. Shove down the brakes faster. Hey, listen. That's supposed to be it. Can't see another plane from here.
Don't get up, Reggie.
I say, hadn't we ought to go forward, Jack? Contact the pilot.
It's all arranged. The pilot's going to open the hatch directly over the cocktail lounge.
What do you want me to do?
Turn around. Turn facing the full length of the lounge.
That will put my back to you, Mr. York.
Exactly.
If you wish.
Reggie, you know where to keep your eyes.
That piano player.
Reggie, that man at the third table, he's got a revolver out. Point it in this direction.
Piano player, shot him.
Of course, you idiot. The piano player and I are on your team. Look out!
Well, you got that second one, Jack. You laid him out for good.
We certainly scared the patrons.
Boy, everybody making himself as small as possible.
All right, all you people. Stay right where you are. Not a sound out of you. This is an airmail robbery. Somebody take care of that woman. Shut her up.
Listen. You can hear the pirate plane.
They're coming in to drop their men for the robbery.
Yes. You can see them out the window. 2 men swinging on the ladder below their plane.
Sure. Such acrobatics.
That's what we'll be doing in 10 minutes from now if everything clicks.
Oh, they're out of sight. They're coming directly over.
The pilots released the hatch door right overhead. All they got to do is push it back and drop down in.
You think they'll come in until they're sure it's safe?
Can't tell. Listen.
Oh, they've landed.
They've been landed. Now the plane's circling the liner.
I want to go back to London. Let me out of here.
Keep that woman quiet.
We're doing our best.
Listen. 2 desperate men are going to drop in from the hatch in the roof in a minute. Everybody keep still and out of the way. Reggie, you and I'll jump them the minute they hit the floor.
With pleasure. I'll take the first one, you take the second.
The hatch is open.
Listen.
What is the situation in the cabin?
Now what do we say?
They're being cagey.
Let me answer.
I am talking for Honoré and Pascal. They say, come down quick.
Who are you?
I am girlfriend of Honoré and Pascal. They have 2 government undercover men trapped in private cabin. They tell me for you to come quick. It is safe.
You'd better be telling the truth.
Good girl.
2 men have been killed. Hurry! Hurry!
We are coming down.
Get set, Reggie. But don't grab the first one till the second one swings down so I can get him, too.
Right.
Here he comes.
Hurry! Hurry, do not wait!
We are coming!
Hold it. Now get them both.
Well, I got my man. How about you, Dick?
One more, sir.
Get back, everybody. Get back.
That takes care of that.
With true artistry.
Judy, you and your piano player police this room while Reggie and I strip these babies of their black leather uniforms and paraphernalia.
You're going to put them on?
We're going to let that pirate plane pick us up.
Oh, it's insane.
If they can do acrobatics on a rope ladder from a plane, why can't we?
Oh, please, it's murder.
Not at all. I always wondered how I'd look hanging from a rope.
All right, everything's checked. Go over them again, Judy.
Safety belts,
Check.
parachutes,
Check.
2 diplomatic pouches stuffed with the alleged mail robbery loot,
Alleged is good.
Yeah, we each have a pouch.
holsters, ammunition, shoulder gun.
Until I feel like a belly arsenal.
Well, that's how they came, so that's how we got to go back.
If they spot you on the ladder...
How can they? We're dressed exactly like their 2 men. Our pressure mask will protect our faces until we're hauled up.
I say, come on, Jack. Heave me up through the hatch, huh?
Our timing's perfect, according to the prisoner with a battered nose. All right, step in my hand.
Up you go. Right up. Hold myself up through. There.
All right, one of you men step over and give me a heave up. You waiter with the accent. Give me a hand.
Oh, but oui, monsieur.
Thanks.
Here.
Easy.
There you go.
Now then.
There you are.
Got you. Come on up, Jack. Well, I gave the pirate ship a wave. They're coming around.
Close the hatch.
Goodbye, boys. I love you 2 guys. Goodbye.
Well, didn't take the enemy plane long to get into position behind us.
Watch it, Jack. Here she comes.
We're both going to have to grab the rope ladder at the same time, so grab as high as you can.
Right.
And hang on for dear life.
Here she comes.
Hey, you got hold all right?
Right. Got my feet on the lowest rung. How about you?
I got a hold with my hands all right, but I can't seem to get a foothold.
Here. Does that help?
Thanks.
I say, we're flapping out here like a shirt tail in a high wind.
Breezy, all right.
Well, if either of us gets thrown off this contraption, remember, we've got plenty of space under us and a couple of parachutes.
We're not going to get thrown off. We got a job topside.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start climbing up to it.
Right up. Here we go. Every time you take a foot off the rung, the blasted rope vanishes out in midair.
We're making progress. Not much farther now.
Well, we're coming up under... We've got the Bombay door open to receive us now.
Yeah, I noticed. We're going to have to act fast. Start knocking heads together the minute we set foot on solid flooring.
Oh, Joe, do I love action.
You're going to get it. If anyone's too far away to slug, shoot him. But not to kill.
Yeah, unless he gets nasty and starts shooting back.
They want prisoners, not corpses.
Okay.
Hey, there's 4 heads peering down at us. All right. Here we go up under and inside. No more conversation now.
All right, you men. What took you so long? Come up through the hatch. Did you get away with it? You did, eh? All right. Boys, heave them up. Get a good take, did you? Heave them up and close the Bombay and let's get out of here. There you are, boys.
Get him, Reggie.
Right There, we got him, Jack. We met the belly brutes in their Oz.
Never mind the historical speeches. Tie these birds up while I go and make friends with the pilot.
Oh, Joe, I forgot about him.
And then get on that radio and let them know in bomb day.
Yeah, what shall I say? Anything special?
Tell them on schedule, on the beam. Passengers under the weather, but will recover in plenty of time to be hanged.
I say, Jack, old boy, pick up that telephone, will you?
Are you ever going to get out of that bathtub?
I am out. Hey, there's a jolly good hotel they have here in Bombay.
Hello. Oh, hello, Judy. I wondered if I'd lost you for good at the airport. Huh? Yeah, come right up.
Oh, I say, old boy, I don't have on a stitch.
Yeah, Reggie's still in the bathroom, but we'll just lock the door.
Not at all. I refuse to stay in the bathroom.
Right away. Good.
I say, is she coming?
Right away.
Now what are you up to?
Hello. Room service? 2 pink ladies, some ice, and a bottle of seltzer. Yeah.
And a pitcher of milk, old boy.
Oh, yeah, and a pitcher of milk. Yeah, milk. You don't want the baby to go hungry, do you? Yeah. And make it fast.
What was that crack about babies?
How else can you explain milk to a bartender?
Oh, I say, is that the girl?
Close that bathroom door. And keep it closed.
I'm here.
And dressed for it, too, I see. Come in.
Thank you.
Let me take your wrap.
Oh, Jack, I know the most wonderful Russian gypsy place on the waterfront where 2 people...
Sold. We'll have our drinks and be on our way.
Good. Oh, this afternoon when you 2 men climbed up that ladder to the second plane, I didn't think that tonight. And the officials who met us at the airport and took over the prisoners, they were so delighted. Goodness, the town of Bombay is yours tonight if you wish.
Who wants Bombay with you in the vicinity?
I say, talk a bit louder. I can't hear very well.
Quiet in the bathroom.
You going out?
Right away. We'll leave the drinks for you. Have a party for yourself. 2 pink ladies, seltzer, ice, and a pitcher of milk. See you in the morning.
You know, Jack, this is not a bad life we live.
I quite agree. And I might add, this is the first time I'd ever thought to look for a Russian gypsy hideout on the waterfront of Bombay.
I was here only one time before. I remembered the music, the dim light, the pink ladies with bubbles on top.
With bubbles on top, she likes them.
And on the floor above, there's dancing and a balcony with the booths all closed in, where one may watch the moon go down and the morning sun come up.
I see, Major Packard.
Oh, now.
Oh, no, please. Please don't listen.
I see, Packard. It's most important.
Who the blazes are you?
No, Jack, don't disappoint me. It's not too late. Send him away.
See here, old chap, there's a most frightful message awaiting you at the consulate. We've been combing Bombay for you.
What kind of message?
If you don't stop to pack, you can catch the night air express back to London.
What?
Sergeant York is waiting for you at the airport.
Why the rush?
Oh, I can't tell you. It's our whole secret. Cops and robbers, cloaks and daggers, and all that berry rot. Not to mention 21 old gentlemen.
The 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park?
And something about a berserk submarine and piracy rampant.
You see now our night's all shot to ribbons. A girl never gets her innings in this business.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, The Devil's Sanctuary, an epic adventure in the South Pacific. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Lal Chand Mehra, Everett Glass, Rolf Sedan, Earl Lee, and Don Morrison. The Great Airmail Robbery was written and directed by Carlton E. Morse. Music by Rex Corey. Sound effects by Fred Cole and Robert Conlon. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Now, a listening reminder. The clock ticks off 30 minutes of intrigue and excitement, so don't miss another thrilling drama on The Clock, heard tonight over this same ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like big adventure, come with me. If you like stealth and intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, our sponsor. The City of the Dead. Midnight in October. A night when almost anything is liable to happen, and much already has. Old Joshua Friday, mayor of the City of the Dead, otherwise known as the caretaker of the old cemetery no longer in use, had just been mysteriously shot. The shooting took place when Mayor Friday pulled a bell rope in the little church ruins at the lower end of the City of the Dead. Old Dr. Tuner and the mayor had been led to the abandoned ruins in their search for the phantom toll of a church bell. They found no bell, just a bell rope. And when the mayor pulled it, he was shot. And now, back in the mayor's cottage at the other end of the City of the Dead. Earlier in the evening, Dr. Tuner and the mayor had locked up young Jimmy Parker and the girl, Phyllis Carroll, who had stopped there for aid when their parked car had been stolen from them by gunmen. But that was 9 o'clock. It's midnight now, and Doc Tuner had carried the unconscious body of his friend from the old church back to the caretaker's cottage.
Is he dead?
Of course not. Do you think I'd lug a dead body to a cemetery at midnight?
How badly is he hurt?
Oh, I reckon it's just a scalp wound.
Who shot him?
I wish I knew, Miss Carroll. Reckon I'll do a bit of telephoning.
But you told us you didn't have a phone.
Did I now?
You most certainly did.
Yeah, guess that's just one of those things.
But look here.
Now, Parker, keep your shirt on. Just sit still and listen while I take care of things.
Oh, so that's where you keep the phone.
Yep. Long distance, please. Uh-huh. Long distance? Listen, Central, will you get me Skyline 2020?
Who is it you're calling?
You'll know in good time. But, hello? Hello, Captain Friday's office? Yeah, well, is Captain Friday in? Good. Hello, Captain? Say, this is Dr. Tuner. Yeah, Doc Tuner. No, nothing much. Say, I'm down with your father in the City of the Dead. Yeah. Now, listen, Captain, something's happened to the mayor. No, it's not his heart. He's been shot. No, he ain't gonna die, just a clip on the head. Yeah, I'd tell you if it was serious. But look here, boy. There's something wrong down here. Something wrong, I say. Yeah. Could you come down for a week? Yeah, keep your mouth shut and come down. Good, that's the ticket. And be sure you don't talk. Yeah. Goodbye.
Has Mayor Friday got a son?
Yeah, Captain Friday, private investigator. Owns his own agency up in the city.
And he's coming down here?
He is, and he'll want to talk to you, too.
When is he coming down?
A couple hours.
But why can't we call the city?
Not until you talk to the captain.
Dr. Tuner, what on earth is that on your back?
My back?
Yes, there's a footprint on your coat.
You don't say. Yeah, I'll take my coat off.
What kind of a thing made that?
The same thing that scratched my face. Jiminy crickets, what a footprint.
Did someone knock you down and walk on you? Looks like it.
Who ever heard of a barefooted man running around at midnight in a cemetery?
Well, did he scratch you with his hands?
No, with his claws.
A man with claws?
Well, look at this footprint. That's a human foot, all right, and if those aren't claws at the end of his toes...
Oh, well, did you see him?
I did not. I felt him plenty, though.
Yeah, did he shoot the mayor?
Well, I reckon the story will keep until the captain gets here. Hello, that's the mayor.
Oh, is he coming too?
No, I reckon not. Good sign, though.
Oh, I want to get away from this place. Doctor, how long are you going to keep us here?
Well, that depends, Miss Carroll. That depends. Would you rather spend your time here or up at the city in jail?
Jail?
What kind of talk's that? What have we done to be sent to jail?
That remains to be seen. We'll just sit right here and wait.
2 o'clock. Oh, dear.
There he is. That'll be him.
Hello, Doc.
Captain Friday, you made a quick trip.
One of the traffic boys brought me down on his motorcycle. How's Dad?
Just as I told you, not in the slightest danger. Still unconscious, though. This is Miss Phyllis Carroll and James Parker.
How do you do?
Company, eh?
Well, in a way, maybe.
Not company? What then?
Look here. Supposing you sit down and hear the whole story. There's a deuce of a lot of nonsense going on out here.
Fire away, but first you're sure the old man's okay?
Yes, the wound is hardly a scratch.
Just grazed him, huh? Okay. Go ahead with your story.
Well, in the first place, there have been indications of marauders in the city of the dead for the last 3 nights.
Yeah?
Footsteps on the gravel. Footprints the next morning. Once the mayor was certain he saw one down among the graves.
Mm-hmm.
And then tonight, well, we heard a scream that had raised the dead, and then someone ran by the house sobbing as though scared out of his wits.
Man?
Sounded so. The mayor slipped outside, and pretty soon he shouted to me to open the door, and he brought these 2 youngsters in.
Well.
And they swear they didn't make the noise.
Did either of them look as though they'd been frightened?
No, they're just nervous. They said they'd just been held up by 2 gunmen and their car taken away from them.
Better and better. What next?
Well, after they were held up and were walking toward the cottage here, they say this frightened man that the mayor and I heard ran past them.
Did you get a good look at him?
No, we got off the road when we heard him coming.
No. Too bad.
And then they claimed to have come directly to the house here. They wanted to telephone the police in the city.
And Dr. Tooner said there wasn't a phone in the house.
What was that for, Doc?
Let's pass over that for the moment.
Uh-huh. Go on.
Well, Mayor and I took it into our hands to detain these 2 young people.
Lock them up?
Well, yes, in a way.
High-handed business.
Well, how do we know but what they're grave robbers?
Ever rob a grave, Miss Carroll?
No, sir.
You, Parker?
Do I look like a grave robber?
There you are, Doc. Looks like you and Dad pulled a boner. Now then, what happened?
Oh, yes, I almost forgot about the phantom church bell.
Don't tell me you got a ghost mixed up in this.
Well, these youngsters came in with the story of hearing a bell ringing down at the other end of the city of the dead.
Down in the old church?
Yes, but the mayor said there wasn't any bell there.
This is beginning to have possibilities.
Well, after we locked up these 2, we went out to look around, and I'll be a son of a gun if we didn't hear a bell. Well, Captain, your dad's sort of impetuous at times.
Thinks after his son. I bet your money he dragged you down to the old church.
He did. First up in the balcony, and then back to the old study behind the altar.
Isn't that where that old fellow, what's his name, hanged himself?
Yes, it is. Well, as we were creeping up on the room, the most ghastly moan you ever laid ear to came out of the study.
The ghost.
I was ready to come home by then, but the mayor insisted that we'd had something cornered and we ought to capture it. So we laid down on our stomachs and wiggled up to the study door. It was darker than the inside of a pirate's heart. And we were lying directly in front of the door, and the mayor shoved it open.
And out popped the ghost.
I wish it had been a ghost. Look how it ripped my face with its claws.
Oh, that's how you got scratched up.
It ran the full length of me, wailing fit to curl your hair.
You don't say.
It ran out of the building, and the mayor and I jumped to our feet, and your dad switched on his flashlight, and the study was empty.
Naturally.
But there was a new bell rope hanging through the ceiling.
The bell?
That's just what your dad thought. He gave the rope a yank, and someone shot him.
Yeah? But did the bell ring?
Blamed if I know. I was so rattled I didn't hear anything. I didn't wait. I grabbed the mayor up on my shoulder and didn't look back till I got home.
Amazing. Offhand, how do you think Dad was shot? There are no windows in the study, as I remember.
No, there ain't. And I'll swear there wasn't anyone in that room but us.
Could anyone have shot from the door?
No, it had swung shut. And besides, the mayor had his back to the door, and he was shot from the front.
Curiouser and curiouser. Tell me more about this animal that gave you the trouncing.
Now, here, look at that footprint on my coat. Does that look like animal to you?
No. Barefoot man, what do you know?
And look at those claws.
I don't believe it, Doc.
That footprint and these scratches are all the proof I want.
Then I'm supposed to find a barefoot man with claws, a phantom church bell, a hysterical man, not to mention 2 auto thieves. More than that, I'm supposed to find out why 2 law-abiding citizens, one of them my own father, have practically kidnapped a perfectly respectable boy and girl.
I reckon you'll be just as well off not to look into that bangle very close. Oh, yeah, and there was something else. You know the mayor's got a sort of a half-wit gardener working for him.
Old Lammy Fink? Is he figuring on this, too?
Well, we found his cap down among the tombstones as we were going down to the church. Here it is. The mayor said he saw Lammy wear it home from work last evening, and it looks to me like Lammy was back in the city of the dead last night.
No, not Lammy. He's scared to death of this cemetery after dark.
That's what your dad said, Captain.
Now, that's the truth. I know Lammy. He wouldn't come near the place after sunset.
Well, then explain the hat.
Give me time, Doc. Give me time. I've been here a half hour yet.
Look here, you 2 talk and talk. Aren't you going to let us call the city?
Well, what about it, Doc? So you let our young friends depart in peace now?
No, look here, Captain Friday. We can't do that. I want to talk to you alone for a spell.
All right, Doc, if you're ready to talk. You don't mind if Dr. Tuner and I adjourn to the kitchen for a little chat, do you? Come on, Doc. Well, it's like this, kids. Dr. Tuner has thrown new light on this business. Suppose you tell me, Mr. Parker, who you are, what you do.
I'm a student at the University of California, junior year.
I see. Living with your parents?
No, I have a room in a small hotel.
What hotel?
In Britain.
Would you be missed if you didn't show up for, say, a week?
I suppose so.
I see. What about you, Miss Carroll?
I don't work anywhere.
Live at home?
With my mother.
What's your address?
The Brundell Apartments on Jackson Street.
Any phone?
Franklin 7076. But you aren't going to keep us here, are you?
Tell me this, Mr. Parker. How did you happen to come down to the City of the Dead tonight?
Just driving.
No ulterior motive. I mean, besides the moon and the girl.
No.
Well, look here, you two. You seem to have gotten yourselves into a mess.
But no.
Yes, wittingly or unwittingly. Now then, you have a choice. Either you remain here for a week and submit to being locked up nights and having a guard at all other times, or else I'll have to take you back to the city and have you locked up.
We haven't done anything.
Oh, that's to be proven. I can have the police hold you for investigation.
I don't understand it. I don't know what it's all about.
You can't do this to us.
Nevertheless, it's happening. Now then, which shall it be?
I don't know what to say.
I want to go home.
Well, that's impossible at the moment, Miss Carroll. If you chose to stay here, I'll make it right with your mother. Likewise with your hotel party.
Oh, Jimmy.
We could get out on bail.
Not on a held for investigation charge, you couldn't. Believe me, I'd advise you to stay. Jail's a rotten place to spend time.
Oh, yes. Oh, please, let's stay here, Jimmy.
Well, all right. We'll stay.
Good. I'll run up to the city in the morning. Probably get back tomorrow afternoon about 5.
You're going to the city to check up on Jimmy and me?
Is there any harm in that?
No. No, I guess not.
That's fine. You two wait here a minute. I want a word with Doc Tuner.
Oh, Jimmy, darling, what have we got ourselves into?
Bill, get hold of yourself.
I knew we shouldn't have come. I knew it all the time.
Then the youngsters, Phyllis and Jimmy Parker, aren't so innocent of the night activities as they're pretending. What will Captain Friday have to report when he returns from the city? But first, our sponsor.
Hello, Dr. Tuner. Back again.
Well, back from the city already? Quick trip, Captain Friday.
Yep, sitting pretty. Oh, hello, Miss Carroll. Didn't see you and Jimmy.
Did you see my mother?
I did the first thing this morning when I got to the city. I left her not the least bit worried.
But how did you explain
Don't give it a thought. Just settle down and have a good time while you're here. How's the mayor, Doc?
Yeah, he came to just after you left this morning. He was feeling so rotten, I gave him a mild powder. Still sleeping.
Did you tell him you brought me down here?
Yeah.
What did he say?
No, he growled a little bit, but he's really tickled.
He was. Old son of a gun. Say, Doc, what time are you going to give us some dinner?
Oh, in about an hour, if Miss Carroll here will give me a hand.
Why, of course I will.
Well, that'll give Parker and me a little time to look about. Like to come along with me, Parker?
Why, sure.
Good. We'll take a run down among the tombstones. See you later, Doc. It's been a long time since I had a good look at the City of the Dead.
Oh, that's all?
Mm-hmm. Here, let's cut across this way.
Where are we going?
I want to look over the ground where the mayor and Dr. Tuner picked up Lammy Fink's cap last night. Did Lammy show up for work this morning?
I guess not. I heard the mayor and Dr. Tuner talking about it when the mayor came too. Doc promised to go over to Lammy's cabin and see what was the matter.
Did he go?
I suppose that's where he went. Anyway, he locked Phyllis and me up about noon and was away for a couple of hours.
Yeah. Be careful where you walk and let me know if you find any footprints. Not that you're likely to find any on this grass.
Captain Friday, what's it all about? Why are you keeping us here like this?
Answer me one question, Parker, and perhaps I can answer both of yours.
Well, if I can.
What were you and Miss Carroll actually doing here at the City of the Dead last night?
I told you.
See, there you are. You won't play square with me. How can you expect me to be on the up and up with you?
But I tell you, it was just an accident that brought us here last night.
And I tell you, I think you're lying.
Look, just because you're a private detective...
Now, Parker, don't get nasty. You don't want to talk, it's all right with me. I'll find out for myself eventually. In the meantime, our relationship can be pleasant or strained. However you want it.
You won't find anything out about me. You took the trouble to look me up while you were in town.
I did take the trouble.
Well?
I found you just what you purported yourself to be. A junior at the University of California. Likewise, Miss Carroll told the truth.
Well, doesn't that satisfy you?
Under ordinary conditions, I'd be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. These are extraordinary circumstances.
In what way?
That remains to be seen. Oh, just a minute. Here we are. Dr. Tooner said they found the cap just a little to the left of old Lady Gregory's grave. If I remember, that would be right over there.
You mean you know every one of these 10,000 graves by heart?
Well, not all of them. I got a pretty good idea of the lay of the land here. You see, when I was a kid, this was my playground.
What a curious childhood.
Yeah, that's the grave, all right. Now then, supposing we do a little looking around.
Exactly what do you expect to find?
I don't know. Look here. If Lammy Fink was here among the graves after dark last night for some diabolical reason, and believe me, it would take the devil and a legion of his assistants to get him here, there must have been a reason for him leaving his cap behind.
And you expect to find out what took him away in such a hurry that he didn't have time to stop for his cap?
No, it would help.
Say, don't you suppose the fellow that ran by us sobbing was Lammy, do you?
I've been wondering if it couldn't have been, since I heard about this cap business. Sounds like something Lammy would do. Found anything?
No, sir. You?
Yep. Rather what I expected to find.
Well, what was it? I don't see anything.
You don't, huh? Come on, I've come to see. Let's get back to the cottage. Doc will be having supper for us by the time we get in and cleaned up.
But what was it you saw, Captain Friday?
You'll find out soon enough, Parker. Don't push me. I'm not much for going off before I'm primed and loaded. I promise you this much, however. This is going to be the biggest night this cemetery's had in a lot of years.
Now that you've had your supper, Mayor, don't you think you better turn in? You look sort of peaked.
Yeah, not on your life. I ain't going to spend much time in bed from now on till I catch the fella that shot me.
Well, that's what I'm down here for, Dad.
I'll catch my own gunman, young fella.
Yeah, you probably will at that. Now, but look, now that we're all gathered around in one big family, what do you say to a little intimate chat?
About what particularly, Captain?
Well, for instance, what about Lammy Fink?
Nothing.
What does that mean?
I said there was nothing about him. He wasn't home.
You mean he's moved out?
No, he just wasn't around. Clothes, food, and the likes were all there.
Oh. Well, that's something. Maybe Lammy was down in the City of the Dead last night after all.
Don't believe it. You been down to the old church yet, son?
No, not yet, Mayor. Trip to the city took most of the day. Did have a look around the place where you folks picked up Lammy's cap, though.
Find anything?
I did.
You did? What did you find, boy?
Before I tell you, I want to ask Miss Carroll a question. You mind, Miss Carroll?
Why, of course not.
Good. What would you expect to find if you opened a grave?
Why do you say that? Why do you look at me like that?
Say, what are you trying to do?
Suppose you keep out of this, Parker.
An asinine question if I ever heard one.
Yeah. Perhaps you'd like to answer the question yourself.
Sure. Offhand, I'd say a corpse.
Not a half-bad guess. Somebody evidently wasn't quite so certain.
Look here, Captain. What are you getting at?
That's what I say. Somebody evidently wasn't quite certain just what one does keep in a grave.
What do you mean?
Somebody opened one down in the City of the Dead last night.
Opened a grave?
What? Robbing a grave in my city? By thunder,
Dad, take it easy. You know anything about it, Miss Carroll?
Why, no. No, of course not.
Anything to say, Parker?
Do I look like a grave robber? Besides, how do you know a grave was opened?
So where the turf had been carefully cut about the edges and then replaced. It was old Ernie Morton's grave, Doc.
Ernie Morton's grave, eh? Think of that, Mayor. Think of anyone wanting to disturb poor old Ernie Morton's bones.
I'll have somebody's hide for this.
Thought we'd go down this evening and see whether the ghouls carried Ernie away with them.
Here she is. Here's the grave.
Yep, this is the one, Mayor. Strip off your coat, Parker. You and I are going in for a little heavy exercise.
I'm to help dig?
That's the idea. Hey, see here? The sod's all loose. We'll lift it off first, and then it can be replaced.
The ghouls who did this knew their business.
That's a neat job, huh, Dad? Oh, excuse me, Doc.
Now, keep out of your way. It is a neat job at that, eh, Mayor?
Yeah, too neat. It'd take an expert to cut up the sod as perfectly as this and replace it in this manner.
Know anyone who could do it besides yourself, Dad?
Any landscape gardener could do it.
Here, Parker, pile the sod like this so we can fit it back together when we get through. Could Lammy Fink do it?
Lammy? Why, of course he could.
Yeah. So I thought.
But look here, son. You can't make me believe Lammy'd come down here and open a grave himself.
Hey, listen to that, Captain.
Church bell, all right.
Yeah, coming from down toward the old church, too.
Looks like I'm going to have to take a run through the ruins tomorrow.
I'll go through in the daytime. No godly man would ever go in there at night. The Mayor and I know, don't you, Mayor?
Yeah.
Now, enough of the heavy work, Parker. Here's a shovel. You work at this end, and I'll work at the head for a while. When we get down a foot or two, we'll have to work in relays. There won't be room for us both.
I'm not used to this sort of thing.
You're not, huh? What about those blisters on your fingers and the palms of your hands?
Blisters?
Certainly. You don't suppose I'd overlook your hands, do you?
Well, I didn't get them digging up bodies.
Look to me as if they were made by a shovel.
Suppose they were.
Well?
Why don't they stop ringing that bell?
Getting on your nerves?
Yes, it is.
What about those blisters?
Well, I'm working my way through college, if you must know.
So?
Got a job gardening.
What's the use of lying? It'll only make it worse for you.
I'm not lying.
Here, rest a moment. Get your breath.
Yeah, you're making good headway. Down about 1.5 feet already.
Yeah, the dirt's still loose. It's easy digging.
Here, don't you want me to take a hand at shoveling?
No, Doc. You'd creak under the weight of a shovel full of dirt.
Thanks for nothing. You know, it's been 20 years since we laid Ernie away. Do you remember it, Mayor?
Yeah.
It was storming to beat the deuce. There wasn't anyone present except you and me and the 2 grave diggers and the fellow that drove the hearse.
Yeah, Doc, I remember. One of the grave diggers had to keep bailing out the grave until we could get Ernie into it.
Did you help bury all of your patients, Dr. Tour?
Every last one of them. Sort of a little courtesy, if you get what I mean. I saw them through life, saw them safely tucked away in the ground, and now I sort of watch over them while they sleep.
I'll go to it, Parker. If you got your breath, you take a shift down in the hole, and then I'll follow you.
Yeah, sure, but...
Well?
Well, suppose I dig into something. That'd be awful.
Well, suppose you do. Sing out, and we'll all come down and take a look.
I don't like it.
Good full moon tonight.
Yeah.
I never stood around on one foot in the graveyard at night before. It does give a fellow the creeps, don't it?
Getting the molly grubbles?
Mm-hmm. You begin to see things.
Bless my soul, did you hear that? That's it, son.
What do you mean?
It's the claw-footed man.
Claw-footed man, huh? I don't see anything.
There, over there. There's something white moving. It disappeared. Listen.
Captain Friday. Captain Friday.
What is it? What's the matter, Parker?
I've dug up something ghastly. His dead arm is reaching up to me.
You have just heard the second episode of The City of the Dead, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. What was it that Jimmy Parker uncovered in the grave? What was the phantom at which Captain Friday shot? What will the old church ruins reveal by daylight? Come with us next week when you will hear the third episode entitled The Body That Walked Off.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
Did you see what you got us into?
Now, Jack, you couldn't hardly say it is all my fault.
I could hardly say it was all your fault.
Sure, I reckon you could say it all right. Move over, Reggie, so's I can squat.
Quiet. Go ahead and squat.
You knew as well as I did that the police were looking for us.
Yeah, I know.
And you knew that if they found us, they intended holding us as material witnesses in the Martin murder cases.
Yeah.
And you knew that it might be months before we'd be free.
But, Jack, after what happened to Cherry and Fay, you wrote a full report on the whole business. We all signed our names to it.
Yes, but I didn't say who the murderer was.
But you said the killer was dead.
The police weren't satisfied with that, as you quite well know.
Yeah, they wanted you to say right out that it was Job that killed the chauffeur, and it is Cherry who killed Job. Well, why didn't you say it?
Because we went to the Martin house to protect Grandmother Martin's interests. Her chief interest was to keep the Martin name unsullied. Besides, Fay and Hope were going to get well. Why brand them for life as sisters of a killer?
And so the police were after us to make us tell what we hadn't told.
Well, we were doing all right. We could have stayed right here as long as we'd wanted to. Never been found. But what do you have to do, Doc?
Well, doggone it, Jack.
You have to get yourself mixed up in a drifting poker game.
But I was bored.
So you were bored.
That's right, I was bored.
So what do?
Well, I hunts me up a bunch of hombres and gets myself into a poker game.
You take the $25,000 reward money and lose the works.
Well, what you mean I lose the works?
Well, you did, didn't you?
Well, I got it back, didn't I?
Did I say you didn't?
Well, you act like I didn't. That 25,000 potatoes is in a money belt slung around your middle, and here you are making more fuss.
Yes, but, Doc, that isn't the idea.
Then what is the idea, I want to know?
You lost the money in a poker game, and then what do? You throw a gun on the game and take it back again.
Well, of course I took it back again when I found out the game was crooked.
How do you know it was crooked?
Oh, that's just plain silly.
I still want to know how you knew it was crooked.
Because when Doc Long loses 25 grand in a poker game, it's got to be crooked.
That's no reason.
Well, it's reason enough for me.
So now we're not only wanted by the police as witnesses in the Martin case, but you're wanted for robbery with a gun. By the way, where'd you get the gun?
Well, one I picked up around Martin House.
Well, where is it now?
I made a present of it to the Chinese who runs the laundry around the corner from where we is living.
Oh, but, Doc, if the police ever find it on him, he'll be in an awful hole.
Well, that's what he gets for shrinking my underdrawers.
Very funny. You've not only got the police buzzing around our ears, but you've got the gang that was backing that poker game out looking for us with Tommy guns.
And we're running away.
You bet we're running away.
Well, I don't like it.
You brought it on yourself.
Well, it ain't that I mind hopping freights out of town. That's kind of different, and I like things that's different. But what makes me mad is us up and running away from a bunch of tin-horn bandits.
Quiet, Jack. That valley well makes my gorge rise, too.
Where's your sense? We can keep out of the way of the police so we can fight the gangsters. But you know as well as I do that we can't do both. This town's too hot, and the quicker we get out of it, the better for everybody.
Well, it ain't my way.
It's mine.
Well, I mean, Jack, if we could get just one fast round in with the gang before we go, just to make them understand we're not leaving because we're afraid of them.
Now you're talking, Reggie.
No.
And I could slip uptown, and I know where we could find some of them.
No.
Yeah, I reckon when Jack says no, that's all there is to it, Reg.
Apparently.
What time is this freight that we're catching pull out?
I don't know.
And we're just sitting here in this boxcar until it does?
Yes.
Sure a nice night for dirty work. Man, is it foggy.
Bloody well have to keep our eyes peeled. Freight could slip by us in this soup and we'd never even know it.
You know what makes me so blame mad about this?
What's that?
Well, here we come down to Hollywood for no other reason than to spend $25,000. Did we spend it?
Not 1 cent.
Not one doggone cent. First we get mixed up in the Martin murders, and now we got to sneak out of town. I swear to my grandma, it's harder to spend $25,000.
Shut up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Somebody outside the car.
Yeah.
Get down behind those bales of hay.
Right on.
Oh, probably just one of the yard bulls.
I don't care who it is. We don't want to be seen.
Yeah.
Are you sure, Jack? I don't hear anything.
Yeah, there's somebody out there, so keep still.
Hey, I see a flashlight.
Well, hold it. Keep down.
Nothing in this car but 3-4 bales of straw.
Jack, shut up, you fool. But, Jack, I know that feller's voice. He's one of the gang. What? I'm a spanked hipponoceros if he ain't.
He flashed his light in here. He was looking for something, all right.
Of course he was. Looking for us.
That's great.
Huh? What do you mean, that's great?
I mean, if the gang is that anxious to find us, they're going to be watching every freight that leaves these yards.
But look here, then maybe we'll have a go at them after all, huh, Doc?
Now you're talking. How about us piling out of here right now?
Listen, you two, you're playing with dynamite. Now let it alone.
But, Jack, this isn't like you.
Yeah, what's the matter with you, feller? You act to me like you got your running shoes on.
I'm telling you, if you don't get out of this town quick, we're going to end up in jail or in the slab at the morgue.
You call that any way to talk?
And another thing, I don't want anybody to see us climb up on that freight.
You mean they'll follow us out of town?
Well, what about it, Doc?
Yeah, you got something there. For 25,000 armed men, them mugs would follow us to Kingdom Come.
Exactly.
Of course, I hope they do. I'm still mad about them euchering me into a sucker poker game.
Well, forget your man. I don't want to be trailed all over the... Hold it.
What's the matter now?
They're back.
Hot dog.
Listen.
All right. Climb in, boys.
It's him again.
Shut up.
Tony, your lookout. Keep a lookout for the yard bulls. Give me a foot up and then close the door.
Close the door?
Shut up.
All right, Tony. Shut the door. All right, you rats. Come on out. No use stalling. We know you're in here. There's 5 of us and only 3 of you, and we've come to do a job, so come on out and get it.
You mean there's only 5 of you?
Well, hello, Doc Law.
Hello, Lefty. Honest, is that all you brung along? 5?
That's plenty. Come on out.
Well, say we do come out. What then?
Use your imagination.
I ain't got much.
Well, I can promise you it'll make nice, juicy reading on the front page of your hometown newspaper.
And man, do I love getting my name on the front page of the newspaper.
Quit stalling.
What's the matter with the rest of your outfit? Are they deep and dumb?
They ain't here to talk.
Uh-huh. They're here for something more, I bet.
Kind of bets you make don't mean much.
Says which?
You made the biggest mistake of your life when you held up that poker game. We've come to get that $25,000 and teach you better manners.
Well, how about beginning? How about starting out by turning on your flashlight?
No flashlights. This night's work's going to be done in the dark.
It's too bad you can't do a little gun shooting, ain't it?
Yeah?
Yeah, on account of you going to need them. But you dasn't on account of that every bull in this yard would be down on you.
Knives are better for this kind of a job anyway.
Yeah, knives, huh?
All right, you stalled long enough. Now come on out.
Oh, we ain't quite ready yet.
You're as ready as you'll ever be.
Not quite. You see, my 2 partners is kind of maneuvering into position.
What's that?
Yeah. You see, all the time that we've been a-gassing, Jack and Reggie have been crawling around back of you so as we can attack front and back and kind of boil you up.
You're crazy. Pete, Johnny.
You ready, Jack?
Let's go.
Ooh, yeah, go.
Doc, Reggie, you all right? I've got one more to polish off. There.
Doggone, I don't know when I had so much fun. Anybody hurt?
Never mind that. Count the bodies. See if we got them all.
Oh, here, wait a minute, Jack. I got Lefty's flashlight. Here you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's all.
And it's nice a mess of busted noses I ever about seen.
What do we do now, Jack? We get that lookout bird outside the car.
Well, that means we got to get this door open. Give me a hand, Reggie.
Christ. Just a minute. When you get the door open, let me do the talking.
Okay. Come on, Reggie. Open her up now. That you, Lefty?
Yeah, I'm coming down.
Sure didn't take you long to do the job, eh?
No, it didn't, did it? Here's a little present for you.
Get him, Jack.
Yes, come on down. Help me throw him into the car.
Yeah. Come on, Reggie.
Right-o. Let me give you a hand, Jack. Grab hold.
Up with him.
Yeah. All right, now push the door shut. Let me get my shoes. Wait, listen. Never mind the door. Here comes the freight. Come on, get over to the track.
Hey, look out. We don't get separated in the fall.
There's the headlights. She's moving slow. I say this ought to do it. Yes, keep out of the headlights. We don't want the train crew to see us. Let the engine get by and then start looking for an open boxcar.
Here she comes.
Here we are, Jack. Here's an open boxcar.
Run for it. Get in. Hey, hurry. She's picking up speed.
Make it ready. Right-o. Give me a hand, Jack.
Up with you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, Doc.
Give me a lift.
Yeah. Up with you.
Wee. And here we are.
So here you are.
Hey.
I say.
Hey, who said that?
I say it. Why not?
Jack, there's a girl in this boxcar.
Why not?
Doggone female riding a freight train.
Yes, I am female. A dangerous female. So watch out.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
unfortunate you chose this boxcar.
Why?
Because this car is occupied by the maestro and myself.
That's all right. You won't bother us.
But you bother us.
Did you say the maestro?
I did.
You mean there's somebody else in this here freight car besides you?
The maestro, yes.
A man?
A very great man.
Well, what's a very great man doing riding in a boxcar?
Yeah, and what about you? You a female hobo?
That is insult.
Well, why is it? Most folks that grabs rides on freight trains is bindle stiff.
I am not bindle stiff, I will have you know.
Not, huh?
No. The maestro and I have temporary financial difficulties.
Financial difficulties, huh?
That is true.
But see here, where is this maestro person?
Right now he is asleep.
So you're out of cash, so you and the maestro are trying to get somewhere by freight, is that it?
Yes. Business is not good.
Well, just what is your business?
I am dancer. The maestro is great magician.
Magician? You mean one of them fellers that pulls rabbits out of a hat?
Oh, pull rabbit out of hat.
Well, does he or don't he?
The maestro don't pull rabbit out of hat. He is great man, I tell you.
The maestro your husband?
My husband?
Yeah, you and him married?
That is preposterous.
Oh, it is?
The maestro is not married to any woman. What kind of a man do you think the maestro is?
That's what we're trying to find out.
That is what many people try to find out, what kind of man is maestro. But nobody ever has.
You been with him long?
2, 3 years, I don't know.
You been tagging that maestro around for 2, 3 years and you ain't married to him?
I most certainly am not. That is insult to the maestro.
Oh, you think you ain't good enough for him?
No woman is good enough for the maestro. I am best woman there is, and even I am not good enough for him.
I say, he must be quite a chappie.
Well, how about us striking a couple of matches and having a look at you?
No, you do not like matches.
Uh-huh. Why not?
Because it will disturb the maestro.
What's your name?
Nasha.
Nasha, huh?
You mind?
Oh, who, me? No, it's okay by me.
Nasha. What is that, Russian?
No, I am not Russian.
Your dialect sounds Russian.
I am not Russian.
Nasha?
Aye, that is the maestro.
Nasha,
Yes, maestro.
who are you talking to?
I do not know.
You don't know?
No, I do not know.
Well, find out.
Yes, I will. Who are you?
My name's Jack Packard.
One is named Jack Packard.
I'm Doc Long.
One is named Doc Long.
And I'm Reggie York.
And one is Reggie York. That is all.
What are they doing in this boxcar?
I do not know.
Well, ask them.
What are you doing in this boxcar?
Just going for a ride.
The one named Jack Packard say they are going for a ride.
Tell them to get out.
Hey, who does he think he is?
He is the maestro. He say get out.
Well, tell him to take a jump at himself.
The one named Doc Long say, go take a jump at yourself.
What's that?
He say, go take a jump at yourself.
Oh, he did it.
Yes, that's what he said.
Apparently he doesn't know who I am.
I guess he don't. Shall I stick a knife in him?
Oh, look here.
You do, and I'll whale the daylights out of you.
Then what I do?
You just shut up and let me go back to sleep.
The maestro is great man. He needs his sleep.
Hey, maestro.
Who said that?
I did. Come on out, be sociable.
Apparently you don't know who I am.
Sure, you're the maestro. Come on up the doorway.
Very well, very well. Anything to make for peace and good feeling. Well?
How do you do? Care to sit down on the door and dangle your feet?
No, I would not care to dangle my feet. Nasha?
Maestro?
You bring that packing box.
Yes, maestro.
Nasha says there's 3 of you.
That's right. Doc here.
Hi, maestro, old kid.
Reggie.
My pleasure, maestro.
And myself.
Tramps?
Hey, fella.
Do we sound like tramps?
The packing box, maestro. Will you be comfortable?
Certainly I will not be comfortable. When was a man ever comfortable seated on a packing case?
Your star has not risen yet, maestro. But it will. It will.
These men say they're not tramps.
They want to know if I am bindlestiff. I am insulted.
Nasha Bindlestiff, eh?
Well, shucks, it is only naturally important folks don't ever ride around in a boxcar.
I beg your pardon.
Well, do they?
I am an important person. I am riding in a boxcar.
Important, huh? Nasha here said you were a 2-bit magician.
I did no such thing say that. I said he is great man.
And, gentlemen, she is right. I am a great man.
Don't mind admitting it yourself.
I do not.
I wish there was some light. I'd like to get a look at you two.
Why?
You sound like a pair of phonies to me.
He say phonies. Shall I stick a knife in him?
I'll whale the tar out of you if you do.
He say phonies.
You are Mr. Packard?
That's right.
Do you think, Mr. Packard, you could tell whether we are phonies if you could see us?
Yes?
Perhaps you'd like us to describe ourselves.
Sure. We aren't doing anything in particular.
Nasha, describe yourself.
Yes. I am very beautiful. I am very exotic. My hair and eyes are black as night, and my mouth is red. I am straight and lithe, and my body is so flexible I can stand straight and touch my forehead on my knees, or I can bend backwards and touch my head to the floor. I am built like a young boy, but my legs are nicer. I am so proud of my legs, and I dance as no other girl can dance.
Ooh-wee and hot dog.
You don't believe me?
Well, sure, I believe you. Only pretty soon I'm going to wake up and take another drag on the opium pipe.
It does sound a bit incongruous, doesn't it?
Nasha hasn't begun to tell you her accomplishments.
She says she's not Russian.
She is not. She is from one of the states close to the Russian frontier. Does she sound phony?
Well, you'll have to admit she's hard to believe. What about yourself?
My hair is silver gray. I'm extremely fat and ugly man. I'm neatly dressed, but shabby. I'm a sensualist, but I have strong, fine hands. I'm a magician, yes, but I'm more than a magician. I'm a student of philosophy, of mysticism, of higher ethics.
Are you a moral man?
I'm neither moral nor immoral. I am unmoral.
I say, Maestro, what do you mean you're a student of mysticism?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Well, do you mind explaining?
Yes. Your lack of understanding would only convince you I am a charlatan.
Why are you on this freight train?
Why are you?
Circumstances.
Exactly, my friend, exactly. Circumstances.
Hey, looky, how do you and Nasha here happen to be traveling around together?
You're very curious about other people's affairs, aren't you?
Okay, I can take a hint.
On the other hand, I don't mind in the least telling you. We all need money from time to time to keep body and soul together. When finances are bad, I suffer the indignity of going on the stage to perform simple acts of magic before the public. Nasha is part of my paraphernalia.
Oh, I get it. She's the girl that you saw in Half and the girl that escaped from locked trunks, things like that.
And I dance. That is what I like to do best. Dance.
In other words, you're a common garden variety of magician with a lot of highfalutin ideas.
You're trying to insult me, Mr. Packard?
Perhaps.
Well, you won't succeed. When you talk in that manner, I consider you stupid. An intelligent man never pays attention to stupidity.
Thanks.
Well, if you're so doggone smart, go ahead and show us something.
Show you something?
Sure, if you're such a high muck-a-muck in this here mysticism stuff, go ahead and show us something.
That's a very dangerous thing to say, young man.
Yeah? Why?
Because I might do it.
Well, go ahead. What's holding you back?
Nasha.
Yes, Maestro.
Remove that cloak.
Yes, Maestro.
Have you done so?
Yes, Maestro.
Then lie down at my feet.
Yes, Maestro.
There. You cannot see the girl, but she's lying curled up at my feet. Nasha?
Yes, Maestro.
You are thinking only what I am thinking?
Yes, Maestro.
You are going to let me put this rawhide leash about your neck?
Yes. Yes.
I stroke your hair. Stroke your hair. Now it is no longer human hair. It is the hair of an animal. The mane of a tigress. The mane of a tigress. You are going to be a tigress. When I say so, you are going to be a tigress. You are a tigress.
Hey, Jack, it's snarling. Hey, look at its eyes. Look at its eyes.
They're shining.
Shining in the dark.
That's enough. That's enough, Nasha. Nasha, you're a woman.
I am so sleepy.
Sleep, Nasha. Sleep. Sleep.
Doggone. I don't like it.
I don't like it a bit.
Now, she's asleep, gentlemen. She won't awaken. You don't need to lower your voices.
Boy, I darn near jumped clean out of this boxcar.
Well, Mr. Packard...
What do you think you were doing?
Just a very short visit into the realm of mysticism. A very short and unimportant visit.
And you want us to believe you turned that girl into an animal?
Why should you believe anything except what you heard and saw?
It was too dark in here to see anything.
But her eyes, Jack, I seen her eyes. They was blazing green and yellow in the dark.
I saw that.
And that horrible snarling.
Yes, I heard the snarling.
And you don't believe?
No, I don't believe.
You don't believe your eyes, you don't believe your ears. Would you believe your sense of touch?
I might.
We'll see. I clap my hands twice.
Hey, what was that?
A man has just been murdered.
Murdered? Here in this boxcar?
Nuts.
Mr. Packard, reach over here at my feet where Nasha was lying.
Well, sure. Why not? What's that?
A man with a knife in his heart. You're touching the knife.
Yes. A man with a knife in his heart.
You believe?
Well, this isn't magic. It's murder.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
There's a murdered man in this boxcar.
Now do you believe? Now do you believe in the power of the maestro?
I believe you've committed murder. Doc.
Yeah, Jack?
Have you got that flashlight?
Yeah, I got here somewhere. Yeah, here it is.
Wait before you turn on the light.
Wait for nothing.
Just until I clap my hands twice.
Go ahead. Clap your hands twice.
Thank you. There. Now turn on the light.
You bet I'll...
Jack, where is it?
Where's that body?
I clapped my hands twice. It is gone.
You're crazy. There was a dead man lying right on that spot less than a minute ago. What became of him?
My son, the powers of the mystic are beyond your comprehension.
Rubbish.
Jack, turn the flash on this here maestro. Let's have a look at him.
Yes, let's have a look at you.
If you wish.
Hey, holy jumping catfish. Will you look at what we got?
I told you I was fat and ugly.
Well, I swear to my grandma you wasn't kidding. You're just about the fattest man I ever did see.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Fella, you're darn near as broad as you are long.
So you're the maestro, huh?
I am.
What's your name?
Maestro is sufficient.
Reggie.
Yes, sir.
You stay right here with this man. Don't let him get up off that packing case.
Right.
Doc and I are going to search this boxcar.
For the dead man.
For the dead man. Murder amuses you?
Look at your hands.
What's that?
I suggest you look at your hands.
Well?
You touched the knife that was in the man's heart. Are there any signs of blood on your fingers?
No.
Isn't that odd? A man stabbed in the heart bleeds profusely.
That's true, Jack.
There was a dead man in his car.
Another simple excursion into the world of mysticism.
Rubbish. Come on, Doc. We're going to look for that body.
Well, there sure ain't much looking to be done in a boxcar. Empty boxcar's about the easiest thing I know to search.
Here, wait.
Huh? Well, hey, it's a little dancer Nasha. Now, hold your flash down close.
Yes, I want to look at her.
Was doggone. Just as pretty as she said she was. Sleeping like a baby.
That's what I wanted to make sure of.
Well, she is, ain't she?
Yes, there's no faking about that.
Doggone, fella. Can you imagine a little honey like that traveling around the country with a big, fat, ugly buzzard like the maestro?
Beauty and the Beast.
And darn it, she ain't plumb crazy about it.
Queer setup. Well, there's nothing down in this end of the car.
If you mean corpses, they ain't.
All right, let's try the other end.
I don't really think we'll find nothing, no, do you?
There was a dead body in here.
Well, are you convinced?
We aren't through yet.
I heard you talking down there. You find the girl?
Yeah, Nasha's getting her beauty sleep.
Well, when you've searched to your satisfaction, come back. I enjoy your company.
Thanks. Come on, Doc.
Sure is a good-natured old hipponocerous. Now, looky, Jack, you going to insist that there was a murdered man?
Yes.
Well, all right, then we got a right to say that Nasha was turned into a tiger.
Baloney.
But tiger or dead man, one makes just as much sense as the other.
That woman in the tiger gag was just a trick. Optical and oral illusion. It was dark. We didn't actually see the tiger.
But we seen green eyes in the dark, and we heard it snarling.
Illusion, I tell you.
Well, all right, but then why ain't the dead man an illusion, too?
Because I had hold of him.
But in the dark. Maybe he had that fixed up some way. These magician guys are smarter than a whip.
You see anything down here?
Well, there ain't nothing down here, and I feel kind of silly even looking.
Silly, huh?
Yeah, I do. Him sitting there playing tricks on us and laughing at us, and all the time us taking it serious.
All right, come on.
Of course, I know you still ain't convinced.
I know there was a dead man.
Then where'd it go?
Yes, Mr. Packard. Where did it go?
All right, all right. Well, how about the car door?
No, I didn't move off this box. I was sitting here right in front of you all the time.
I couldn't see you in the dark.
But I was right in front of you, talking to you. No, if you have any idea that I threw a dead man out of that car door, you're quite mistaken.
You maintain it was an illusion?
I maintain I opened the door into the world of mysticism, just a crack.
What's you been doing while we were away, Reggie?
Reggie.
Hey, Reggie. Turn on the flashlight, Jack.
Don't be alarmed. Your friend must have been very tired.
Reggie. Reggie, what's the matter with you?
Let me alone, Jack. I'm tired.
Yeah, Doc, get hold of him. Help me get him up on his feet.
Yeah. Come on, Reg. Wake up. Come on, get up. Let me alone. You chap just let me alone.
That's it. Walk him around. Come on, Reggie. Snap out of it.
That's it. Stretch and wake up.
I say, what's going on?
You all right?
Naturally, I'm all right. What made you think otherwise?
What made us think otherwise?
Hey, I just remembered.
You remembered what?
Nasha, that girl, she's been killed.
Hey.
But I saw it. I know it. I saw it.
You saw Nasha
She
killed?
must have been. She walked up to the door of the car and plunged out head first.
She done what?
I saw her.
Now, look, Reggie, it's as black as the inside of your hat. How could you possibly have seen her jump out the door?
I don't know, but I did.
Doc, take this flashlight and go back to the end of the car and show Reggie she's back there asleep.
Yeah, come on, fella.
It was beastly all over before I could move.
Well,
I don't think you and I are going to get along.
that's a pity.
What did you do to Reggie?
I'm afraid you have a suspicious mind.
He didn't go to sleep of his own accord.
He didn't.
Nasha didn't jump out that door, and you know very well she didn't.
I didn't say...
Jack, she's not here.
What's that?
Jack, did you hear? Nasha's gone. She's not here.
It's just as I said, Jack. I saw her float out of the door of the car.
This is ridiculous.
But it's the truth.
Doc, go down and look at the other end of the car.
Yes,
But, Jack, I know what I'm talking
You
about.
don't know what you're talking about. You've been asleep.
Asleep?
Yes, you have. When Doc and I came back from examining the car, you were lying on the floor asleep.
You're sure?
Certainly I'm sure. Anything you think you saw, you dreamed.
Well, I don't believe it.
Nope, she ain't down here, Jack.
You look good?
Sure I did. She just plain ain't in this boxcar.
Your friend, Mr. Long, is right, Mr. Packard.
And I suppose you're going to say you saw her dive out the door, too.
As a matter of fact, I did. To throw even more light on the subject, I caused her to do it.
You made that girl jump out of this train going like we are?
I did.
But look here, that's murder.
Oh, no.
Well, I'd like to know why it isn't. The train going the way it is, well, she couldn't possibly have come through alive.
Besides, this is mountain country. Ravines, precipices. The girl may have fallen 100 feet.
You boys still don't believe, do you?
Don't believe what?
That I have the mystical power necessary to conduct acts which to you appear supernatural.
Are you going to tell us now that we're witnessing another of your experiments in mysticism?
Exactly.
You say you caused her to leap out of the car. I suppose you can cause her to leap back in again.
I didn't say that.
Reggie, tell us exactly what you saw.
You mean when Nasha...
Yes. What did you see?
Well, I saw her come from the end of the car where you saw her asleep.
Don't you see how ridiculous that is? You can't even see your hand in front of you.
Yeah, this was different. There was a faint glow about her. I don't know how to explain it. Like a firefly.
Wearing Leon Knights, huh?
No, I mean it. Luminous. Her body, her hair. She glided along till she got to the door. And she stood there for a moment, and then suddenly she just seemed to float off into the air.
You actually saw her? I mean, after she left the car, you saw her out in the air?
Yes, for a moment. I could see the wind blowing her luminous hair, and then all of a sudden she disappeared.
But, Reggie, what'd you stand there for? Why didn't you yell?
I don't know. I began to feel heavy, sleepy. I say, that's what happened, Jack. The minute she floated out there, I went to sleep.
That's great.
But I couldn't help it. Jove, I never felt so sleepy.
Did the maestro here touch you?
No. No, I don't think so.
No, I didn't touch him.
Well, I don't know the answer, but I think the whole thing's a lot of silly hocus-pocus.
But doggone it, Jack, the girl's gone.
Yes, and so is the body of that dead man. I know they're gone. I also know there was a dead body here. And I know that if that girl jumped out the car door, she's dead.
The ways of mysticism...
I don't care anything about the ways of mysticism. You sit there like a big, fat spider creating evil. I think you're a murderer, and I'm not so sure but what you're not a double murderer.
I know. A man convinced against his will.
Jack, look.
Yeah. She's coming back.
Floating in through the doorway, just the way she left.
Nasha, do you hear me?
She's just returned from another world. She must have time.
Floating back to the end of the car.
I want to talk to that girl.
You will have the opportunity. Just give her a minute.
You see how luminous she is? How she glows?
Hey, look, it went out. She don't shine no more.
The power that surrounded her has left.
The power surrounding her?
I think she's ready to talk to you now. Nasha, come here.
We'll see what she has to say.
Nasha?
I am here, Maestro.
Nasha, where have you been?
Away. Way away. It was cold there, very cold.
Here, let me feel your hands.
Yes, I am cold.
Yeah, you're like ice.
Yes, I am cold.
How did you get so cold?
In the faraway country. But I did not mind the cold then because everything was so beautiful.
Mr. Packard doesn't believe you.
Shall I stick a knife into him?
No, Nasha.
Here, let me look at you in the flashlight.
So you can see how beautiful I am?
Let me see your hands.
They are beautiful too.
Hello. What's this blood on your hands?
Blood?
And rust. Iron rust.
No, not blood. Not blood.
Blood and rust.
No.
Catch her, Doc.
Yeah, got her.
Put her down at my feet. I will heal her.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Hey, we ain't moving. Hey, Jack, Reggie, we ain't moving. Jack, do you hear me? Wake up.
What's the matter, Doc?
We ain't moving. This boxcars is standing still.
Oh, have you looked out to see where we are?
No, I just woke up. You wake, Reg?
Yes, quite. Oh, seems queer after hearing the click of wheels for 36 hours, doesn't it?
Let's slide open the door and see what's happened.
Shall I go down to the other end of the car and wake up Nasher and the maestro?
Let them alone. They'll probably wake up when we open the door.
Makes enough noise.
All right, grab hold, Reggie.
Let's go. There she is.
Hey, will you looky out here?
Oh, I say. The desert.
Sand and greasewood, as far as the feller can see.
Dawn's just beginning to break. Probably be able to see the mountains when it gets lighter. Come on, let's get down. Come on, Reggie.
Righto. Doggone if that ain't pretty, though. Purple light over the desert. Darned if I don't almost feel like I was back home in Texas.
You gonna stand there in the car door? You're coming with us.
Oh, sure I'm coming. There. Oh, where are we going?
Oh, just look around.
It don't look to me like there's nothing but sand and greasewood.
This sighting indicates there's something more.
Right. Railroad wouldn't shunt a car off here for no reason.
Well, if either one of you can see signs of anything in any direction, I'll put in with you. There ain't even any roads leading anywhere.
There probably is. We just haven't seen it yet.
Well, don't look to me like there was.
Oh, but there's got to be, Doc. Otherwise... Oh, look there.
Huh? Where?
There's a post with a sign on it.
Oh, that don't mean nothing. Railroads have them all along their right-of-way every few miles.
Well, let's have a look at it anyway.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Jove, that boxcar certainly looks lonely standing there by itself in this great expanse of nothingness.
Sure does, all right.
Well, here's a sign. Well, I'll be...
Huh? Well, what's the matter?
Read it. You can read, can't you?
Say, bury your dead Arizona. Bury your dead Arizona? Hey, what does that mean?
Apparently this is the town of Bury Your Dead.
The name of a town?
What else? Bury Your Dead, Arizona.
A bit gruesome, what?
Well, somebody's got a sense of humor, looks like to me.
You think that's funny?
Well, it does kind of tickle me somewhere. Can't just put my finger on it.
I say, I just had a bad thought. You don't suppose the whole population of Bury Your Dead is under the sod, do you? I mean to say that would make accommodations for us who are alive a bit sketchy.
Yeah, it would at that.
No, I still maintain there's a living population around here somewhere. That boxcar was left here to be loaded.
Well, I sure hope you're right, because I'm blamed anxious to start sleeping in the bed and eating my food off the table again.
Oh, I agree with you there. My boxcar accommodations are bally meager.
Are we going back to the boxcar?
Might as well till it gets lighter. It'd be silly to get away from the railroad tracks until we know definitely where we're going.
Are we going to tote the maestro and Nasha along with us when we do?
It depends. It's queer about the maestro, isn't it?
How do you mean?
Well, after that first night in the car, he hasn't said a word about his ballet mysticism.
Yeah, all day yesterday. He acted as though he didn't even know we was in the car with him. Just sat on that packing box of his without hardly moving.
With his eyes closed most of the time.
And, man, is he fat. Well, I don't see how his legs hold him up.
Didn't you notice his legs? Short, straight up and down like a couple of posts.
Yeah, he's going to have one swell time if we have to do any walking across this sand.
I say, they're awake. Nasha's out of the car.
Yeah, and the maestro's sitting in the doorway.
Waiting for us to come and lift him down, probably.
They seem to be watching us with a great deal of interest.
Doggone, Jack. That Nasha gal's a honey.
Honey expresses it perfectly.
Huh?
And don't think the maestro doesn't know you can catch a lot of flies with honey.
Now, what you mean by that?
Never mind. Let's see what they have to say.
Honey catches a lot of flies.
Well, morning, maestro.
So you haven't deserted us after all.
Deserted you? Was that what you thought?
You make us pretty mad, I can tell you.
Mad, huh?
The maestro say that is gratitude for you.
Gratitude? We're under no obligations to you. If there had been any object in our taking out across the desert, we'd have done so.
You are obligated to me whether you realize it or not.
In what way?
I let you live.
Hey, what you talking about, fella?
I let you live.
Fairly unpleasant thought.
Is it?
Right. That our lives were in your hands.
Nevertheless, they were. Still are, if you wish.
Listen to him, will you? Why, feller, any one of us could tear you limb from limb if we was a mind to.
I'm not in a mood to discuss the matter. I simply stated a fact.
You don't want to make any further explanations?
No.
I do not like this place. Why we stop here?
We stopped here because here is where the railroad company chose to leave our boxcar.
And what is the name of this place?
Bury Your Dead, Arizona.
Will you say that again?
Bury Your Dead, Arizona.
You're not being facetious.
All I know is what I read on the sign around the other side of the boxcar.
But of course people bury their dead.
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes people are a little careless. For instance, did the maestro bury the dead body that we had in the boxcar with us night before last?
So you're still worrying about that?
No. Instead, he threw it out the door of the moving boxcar.
But there was no dead body?
I think there was.
Then you are a fool. It was the maestro's magic.
Let him alone, Nasha. If he will not believe, he will not believe. I've not seen around the other side of the boxcar. I assume there is a town.
He assumes there is a town.
There isn't?
You bet there ain't. The other side of the tracks looks just like this side of the tracks, just as far as your eyes can see.
Strange.
However, there must be some kind of a settlement not too far off.
This reminds me so much of a portion of southeastern Russia where I was once stranded.
Reminds me of Texas.
Same sandy wasteland, same purple dawns, same unhealthy silence.
But there's nothing unhealthy about this. It's inspiring. It's beautiful.
Yeah, what you mean unhealthy? Why, there ain't no place as healthy as the desert.
Same unhealthy silence. I think I found the place at last.
What are you talking about?
And you say the name of the place is Bury Your Dead.
Yes?
You say there must be a settlement nearby. Help me down out of this boxcar.
Roll over on your stomach and let yourself down.
That is not dignified.
And sit up there in the door. It's no matter to us.
It's only 2 or 3 feet.
Jump. My weight is too great. I would break a leg.
Then I reckon you'll have to roll over and slide down on your stomach like Jack done.
You insult the maestro.
Well, sure, why not?
Shall I stick a knife into them?
Let them alone. They're unbelievers, Nasha.
Pigs. Infidels and pigs.
Oh, what's going on here?
Hey.
Where did you come from?
I've been standing here watching you, and I don't mind saying I don't like what I see.
Well, we're mighty glad to see you.
You are?
Yes, we were beginning to think we were the only living beings on this desert.
Well, you ain't.
That's fine.
Quite a heap of folks over at Bury Your Dead.
Look here, then there is a town by that name?
Didn't you just hear me say so?
How many people live there?
Well, there was 20 last night. This morning, there's only 19.
Hey, well, what happened to the 20th?
Ate by the wolves.
Wolves? Did I hear right? Did you say wolves?
That's what I said. Say, you're about the fattest man that's ever been in these parts.
Wolves, closer and closer to my Russian experience.
What'd you say?
What makes you think it was wolves?
'Cause I know it was wolves.
I don't believe it.
Ain't no skin off my back.
There haven't been any wolves in Arizona for 50 years.
You can prove that?
Well, no.
Then don't talk so much.
Now, can you prove that someone has been killed by wolves?
That's right.
How'd it happen?
How would it happen? The wolves just pulled him down and went for him.
I see. How far is Bury Your Dead from here?
About a half mile that way.
It's queer. We can't see any building.
It's down in the gulch. That's where the water is.
Any place we can put up?
Dry Gulch Mary's.
Hotel?
Room and victuals.
A woman runs a boarding house in this forsaken hole?
Dry Gulch Mary is tougher than most men. Like to come along with me? I'll take you there.
Yes, I think we would. By the way, my name's Jack Packard.
Howdy. Mine's Jumping Dick.
Oh, glad to meet you, Jumping Dick.
Yeah, known by everybody in Arizona and New Mexico, Jumping Dick.
Oh, what's jumping for?
I got that handle on account I used to jump every time I heard a rattlesnake. I can't abide the critters.
Well, Dick, this is Doc Long. This is Reggie York.
Howdy. Glad to meet you.
And sitting up there in the car is the maestro.
The which?
The maestro.
Oh, that's so.
And this girl is Nasha.
Well, the boys down at Bury Your Dead get a squint at her.
They better not, I tell you those.
Hey, what kind of lingo's that?
Nasha's from the Far East.
Far East is Nebraska?
No, I mean over close to Russia.
Oh. Well, I don't reckon any of the boys ever seen a Russian before. She ought to go over big with them. Only pretty girl in Bury Your Dead's my daughter. And ain't no better than to bother her.
They bother me, I will stick a knife in them.
Oh, knife fighter, huh?
Yes. This way. Poof. They are dead.
Well, I'll pass the word around, but the boys sure do like a pretty woman. You coming with me?
Yes. Now, how about you, Maestro?
I demand you help me down.
Get down the best way you can.
Very well, I shall.
Just a little more, Maestro. There. Your feet touch the ground.
You have made me look ridiculous.
So what?
So I will cast a spell over this countryside. I will turn loose evil on Bury Your Dead, so that many who are alive today will not be alive tomorrow.
What the tarnation's he talking about?
And he will, too. The Maestro is great magician. You wait.
I have warned you. The wolves who have killed once will kill again and again.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Yeah, it ain't much, but that's where we live.
Well, what's your daughter's name, Jumping Dick?
Laurie.
Laurie, huh? You mean Lorry?
L-O-R-R-Y? Well, that's plain ignorance.
It is, huh?
Laurie. L-A-U-R-A.
That's Laurie, huh?
Well, it ain't Kate.
He's got something there, Doc.
Now, just a minute. I think we're getting too far ahead of the maestro and Nasher.
Well, what you keep worrying about them for, Jack? They ain't no skin off our nose.
Besides, we've practically arrived.
Just the same, it won't hurt to show a little friendliness. I got a feeling our maestro could be a pretty venomous enemy.
You mean he could bewitch us or something with his mysticism stuff?
Talk sense, Doc.
Well, yeah, that does sound kind of silly to me, even at 6 o'clock in the morning. But if his weapon ain't magic, well, what the heck hurt can he do us? He sure can't chase us with a knife. Well, look at him. 300 pounds of pure unrendered whale blubber.
Yeah, fattest man I ever see, or expect to see.
Can't hardly drag 1 foot ahead of the other through this sand.
Can we be of any help, maestro?
How much more of this torture is there?
Just a few yards more. Can we help?
A curse on this desert sand.
Well, we're in the city limits of Bury Your Dead now, so the going should be easier.
A curse on Bury Your Dead.
Hey, don't say that. Well, the folks in Bury Your Dead is going to feed us and put us up.
Go along with you. Stop annoying me with your silly prattle. Nasha and I will arrive in our own good time.
How you doing, Nasha, honey?
You do not say honey to me.
Why not, Sugar?
You do not say sugar to me either.
Why not?
Because maybe if you do, I speak nice.
Now will you be good?
Come on, let him alone.
Yeah, they seem to like their own company better than ours. Well, looky, Jumping Dick. Tell us more about your little old daughter.
Laurie?
Yeah, that little old Laurie female gal.
Well, ain't much to tell, except she's had a heap of book education, and she talks so dad-burned citified and purty, most folks won't have no truck with her.
You mean your daughter was educated away from Bury Your Dead?
Yeah, I reckon. But again, my will. Why, say, she's so darn stuck up, do you think she'll wear flower sack bloomers like the rest of the women in these parts?
Oh, I say.
No, sir, not Laurie. She's got to have store-bought clothes from top to bottom.
You should be proud of your daughter, Dick.
Well, of course I am. But she's about the most expensive female critter yet. Store-bought clothes underneath where you can't see them. Why, with ideas like that, she'll never get a husband. And shoes.
You don't mean she insists on wearing shoes?
Darned if she don't. Shoes and stockings both.
Well, darned if I don't think you've got a pretty desperate case on your hands, Jumping Dick.
Hey, you ain't in the mood to get married, are
you? Hey, now, wait a minute.
You ain't, huh?
Well, at least not till I've kind of looked her over.
I mean, say, if you look her over and like what you see, you'll take her off my hands.
Look out, Doc.
What you mean, take her off your hands?
Oh, it's got to be legal.
Legal, huh?
Oh, darn right. I want a marriage ceremony which says right in the contract that once I'm shed of Laurie, I'm shed of her for life.
well, Jumping Dick, I don't reckon that I'm particularly interested.
Oh, here, now, don't go and say that. That ain't fair to Laurie.
It ain't?
No, it ain't. How can you tell you don't want a girl before you've even seen her?
Well, of course I can't.
Of course you can. Well, now then, how about branching off up to my place,
Not a chance, Dick. We want to get to the boarding house and get some breakfast.
Yeah, but you'll only be a minute. Just one quick look, so Texas here can make up his mind.
You mean a young gal is up and around at 6 in the morning?
No, she ain't up, but you could sort of peek in through the window.
Look here.
Oh, that's all right, because there ain't no glass in the window.
Nope, that ain't my way, Dick.
Oh, ain't, huh?
Nope, I like my women on the hoof, especially when I'm trying to judge them for marrying.
Well, I could have her up and dressed.
Dick, what's that building down at the head of the drawer there?
That's Dry Gulch Mary's boarding house. As I was saying, I could have her up out of bed and with her hair combed in no time.
Hey, maestro!
Stop yelling at me, will you?
That unpainted building at the head of the drawer is the boarding house.
Well, when you get there, tell them to reserve the best room in the place for me.
And how do you like that?
As I was saying, I can get Laurie up and dressed.
Forget your daughter, will you?
But this is the first chance to marry her off.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
What's that?
Now, Doc is just kidding us. He doesn't want your daughter.
Well, he just said himself he didn't know until he'd seen him.
Doc, for the love of Mike, will you put Dick out of his misery?
Well, I don't know, Jack. If Laura's as pretty as Jumping Dick says she
You
is.
crazy fool.
That's the way to talk, young fella. Look, you go on over to Dry Gulch Mary's and get your breakfast, and I'll run along home and yank Laurie out and have her over there for you to look at. Huh?
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Yeah, Texas, you're the same as married right now. I'll be back quick and you can face the snow.
Jack, I'd like to break your neck.
Oh, what the heck? It's all in fun.
Man, you're getting yourself into this. Don't come around asking for help. Come on.
So that's Mary's boarding house.
It looks more like a cow barn.
5, 6, 7, 8 shacks. What looks like this is all there is to bury your dead. Just them 8 shacks stuck around the slopes of this gulch.
Well, Dick said there were only 19 citizens in the town.
20, until the wolves killed one last night.
Well, that wolf business sounds mighty funny to me.
Yeah, it does, don't it? Man, you sure know you're in the desert. Only 6 o'clock in the morning. Already, it's hot enough to fry eggs.
Well, here we are, such as it is.
A bit on the dilapidated side. Look at that porch.
Looks like your foot would go through it if you stepped on it. Do we knock or just walk in?
Well, let's try knocking. Come on up on the porch. Looks deserted to me. No curtains.
Yeah, look inside. No carpet.
Furniture, though. No answer?
Try again.
I hear somebody inside.
Oh, good morning.
Well,
You're Dry Gulch Mary?
that's right.
You have room and board to offer?
I rent rooms to serve grub.
That's fine. How about showing us 3 rooms with baths, if you have them?
I don't.
Well, then 3 connecting rooms.
All my rooms connect.
I say, but they're locked between, of course.
No. What do you want to lock your room for?
Oh, wait a minute. We can settle the details later. Can you show us 3 rooms, then get us some breakfast?
Let me see the color of your money.
That's fair. How much?
$1 a week apiece for the room.
$1 a week?
Well, if you don't like it, find someplace else to sleep.
No, that's quite all right. That's $3. And how about meals?
50 cents a day for each of you. Take it or leave it.
Doggone, did you hear that, Reggie?
50 cents a day for a week is 3.5 times 3 is 9, 10.5. You'll feed the 3 of us for a week for 10.5?
Don't try to jaw me down.
No. And here's the 10.5, and here's the extra $3 for our rooms.
Just lousy with money, ain't you?
No, not exactly.
Hey, you ain't the fellow that killed Alky Joe last night, are you?
I say. Done what?
Killed Alky Joe.
Oh, he must be the feller that Dick is telling us about.
We understood he was killed by wolves.
Ha! Human wolves. Say, who's that coming?
Oh, yes. 2 more customers for you.
They gonna stay here?
Yes, if you have accommodations.
Is he that fat? Or does he just look that way?
No, ma'am, he ain't kidding. He's just as fat as he looks.
I wonder how he does it. I wish I could get my hogs that fat.
Madam, your attention, please.
What you puffing about?
The sand is difficult for the maestro.
Now, we'll dispense with unnecessary conversation. Madam, I want the best room in your establishment.
Well, you can't have it.
Madam, I demand the best room in
Now,
your
look
house.
here, Ugly. Don't you get tough with me.
Huh?
I've got the best room in this house, and I aim to keep it.
Shall I stick a knife in her, maestro?
Stand back.
Hey.
Don't make a move, none of you.
Joe. Jack, did you see that? She throwed a gun on us quicker than a man could have.
Mary, put up that gun.
Tell me how to run my boarding house, but you flea but tender feet.
You don't need that gun. No one's going to bother you.
Now, you bet you ain't.
Madam, I misjudged you. My deepest apologies. Show us the best room you have available. It will be plenty good.
Well, now, that's more like. Say, what about this girl and the knife?
Nasha,
Yes, maestro.
apologize to this good woman.
Madame, I have been impetuous. Please, you will forgive me.
Is she your wife?
No, I will also want a room for Nasha.
Oh, that's a Lulu of a name, Nasha.
You mind?
It's all right by me, sister.
Then, quickly, a room, hot water, and then breakfast.
Let's see the color of your money.
Madam, you question our integrity?
I want $1 apiece from you and the girls. Now, that's for the rooms. Meals is 50 cents apiece a day.
That's quite reasonable. In fact, very reasonable.
Then dish out.
At the end of the week.
Money talk.
My dear madam, filthy lucre is the
Might
curse.
so allow me.
What's this?
Let me take care of your week's room and board. Here, Mary, I think this is right.
Yes, don't care how you throw money around. Are you sure you didn't murder Alky Joe?
Quite sure.
Well, you folks just wait here now. I got to go see where I'm going to put y'all.
A peculiar situation.
Hey, looky, Maestro. Ain't you going to thank Jack for paying you a nicest way?
No thanks is due. The honor of paying my way, as you so crudely put it, is sufficient reward.
You think so, huh?
You are privileged. Few can say they helped the maestro in an emergency.
Well, of all the ornery... Hey, what about you, Nasha? Ain't you grateful?
Why should I be grateful? It is you who should be grateful.
Yeah?
Grateful you have been allowed to live.
Grateful we've been allowed to live?
That is true. Have you forgot the wolves?
Hey, what you talking about?
Wait until tonight when the wolves come. Then you will see.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
That's you, Doc? Yeah. Man, there ain't a door in this boarding house that don't creak and groan. Make a darn good burglar alarm, Mo.
What are you doing? Come on into my room.
Well, I'm coming. Doggone it, this ain't like living in a barn.
Yeah, it's a bit of a clatter, all right, when you walk about.
Where have you been?
I'm across the hall talking to Nash and the maestro. Fit to be tied, the maestro. He says we had better accommodations in the boxcar.
Did you ever eat such vile food?
Probably the reason we get it for 50 cents a day. Hey, who's that?
It's Dry Gulch Mary. Who'd you think it was?
Well, good evening, Mary.
Is that so? Who said the food I serve up is vile?
I'm afraid I did.
Well, if you don't like it, you can get out.
But how did you know I said it?
I was listening. That's how I know.
Hey, you admit you was listening at the keyhole?
I was. And the next crack about the food I served, you can all get out, the whole kit and caboodle.
We're extremely sorry.
You'd better be.
Oh, just a minute, Mary. Are you always going to be listening at outdoors?
When I'm a mind to.
But isn't that considered bad taste?
I got a right to know what's going on in my boarding house, and I'm standing on my right.
Well, you just go right ahead and eavesdrop. Your heart can...
And mind what you say about my cooking.
We'll be careful.
See that you do.
Well, I know what I'm going to do.
What's that?
Well, I'm going to bed in the dark tonight. With a peeping Tom for a landlady, I ain't going to take no chances.
All right, remember after this. If you've got anything important to say it in a low voice.
Well, I got something important to say.
What's that?
Jack, that there Nasher gal and the maestro is up to something.
What makes you think so?
I know it. You remember what Nasher said this morning about the wolves descending on Bury Your Dead tonight?
Rubbish.
Well, maybe so, but I'm telling you, something mighty funny is happening across the hall in their room.
Well, what?
Well, for one thing, you know them tights like acrobats wear? Like long underwear on his skin tight?
Yeah?
Well, Nasher's got a pair of them on. Black ones. And, feller, is she a looker in them?
Nasha is wearing a pair of black tights?
I swear to my grandma, she is.
Well, what for? What's the object?
Well, I asked her, and I asked the maestro.
Yeah?
And every last word that they'd say was, "Tonight the wolf howls."
Tonight the wolf howls?
That's all. And when I come out of their room, you know what was happening? Nasha was a-laying curled up at the maestro's feet like a dog. And he is a-petting and a-smoothing her hair.
But, Doc, that's just what happened in the boxcar.
You're telling me what made my hair stand up on end, just standing there watching them. Why, they didn't pay no more attention to me than if I wasn't there.
Why'd you leave?
You think I wanted to stand there and see Nasha turned into a wolf right in front of my eyes?
Doc.
Well, dadgummit, that's what happened in the boxcar.
You don't know that it did. You didn't see it happen.
Yes, but, Jack, we saw her eyes, green and yellow. Only an animal's eyes shine like that in the dark.
And nothing but an animal could have made them snarling noises.
So you think the maestro's in there turning Nasha into an animal? Huh?
Well, doggone it, Jack. I know it don't make sense, just as well as you do. But something's a-happening in there. Something that made me want to get out of there just as fast as I could. Hey.
Oh, you're back again, Mary.
Yes, I'm back.
Well, what is it this time?
Talk louder. I can't hear a word you say.
That's just the point. We don't want you to hear.
So that's it. You're plotting.
Plotting?
That's what I said. The more I see of you three, the more sure I am that you're the ones that killed Alky Joe last night.
Mary, for the 10th time, we did not kill Alky Joe.
Maybe.
But doggone it, Mary, why pick on us? Everybody else in town swears up and down that Alky Joe was killed by wolves.
Wolves?
Well, I saw his body this afternoon. It certainly didn't look like the work of a man to me.
That'd be a good way to commit a murder, wouldn't it? Make it look like an animal done it?
Well, you're certainly the only one in town who believes that.
That's because I'm smarter.
Look, Mary, will you go away and leave us alone?
What's that? You ordering me out of my own boarding house?
We paid for these rooms. For the time being, they're ours.
Well, if you don't like
I
it,
know.
you know what.
If we don't like the way you run this boarding house, get out.
And take it or leave it.
Well, what else can we do for you?
Talk louder.
Man, what a woman.
Say, isn't there some way we could put a lock on our doors?
Well, where would you get a lock? No stores. Besides, as long as she makes a point of letting us know she's listening, what harm can it do?
Well, now what about Nash and the maestro? Don't you think you ought to go over there and have a look, Jack?
No, let them alone. As long as they stay in their rooms, they can't do any harm.
That's quite. And if they open their door or walk in the hall, we can hear them.
But if they go out, will we follow them? Is that it?
Well, we'll see. By the way, Doc, what happened about that old desert rat jumping Dick?
Oh, what do you mean, what happened?
Well, this morning he was going up to his house and get his daughter for you to look over.
Oh, yeah.
Well, did you see her? Are you going to marry her?
No, she wouldn't leave the house.
The way Dick talked, I thought he intended to drag her down here by the hair if necessary.
I don't know. He just come back and said if I wanted to look her over before I married her, I'd have to come up to his shack.
Well, didn't you go?
No, I told him I wouldn't walk across the street to look at a female.
Oh.
Said if he wanted me to see her, he'd have to lasso her and bring her down here to the boarding house. Hey, you think the old coot's serious, Jack?
Well, he seemed awfully anxious for you to see her.
Yeah. Well, he come back this afternoon and said he'd catch her when she was asleep and hog-tie her and tote her down here.
Well, I've always heard the desert breeds some weird and wonderful specimens.
We're getting our share this trip. Jumping Dick, Dry Gulch Schmidt.
I say. Company.
Hey, don't tell me Mary's getting some manners.
Come in.
Oh, I say.
Oh, hello, Nasher.
The maestro wishes to speak with you.
Fine. Tell him to come on in.
No. You must come to him.
Well, to the heck with him.
Very well, and we'll go to him.
Hey, Jack, you gonna let that big tub of goose grease order us around?
You do not say that about the maestro.
Oh, I see you still got them black tights on.
Why not?
Where did you get them?
I always have them with me. They are my dancing tights.
Why are you wearing them tonight?
That is what the maestro wished to talk with you about. Will you come?
All right. Come on, Reg, Doc.
Right in here. The maestro is waiting. Maestro, they are here.
Close the door.
Yes, maestro.
Oh, drat his forsaken hole. Doors squeak, shutters rattle, boards creak. Musty, filthy.
Hey, Maestro, you better not let Dry Gulch Mary hear you.
I told that woman I'd turn her into a mangy coyote if she didn't keep away from this room.
You told her that?
I certainly did.
She believed you?
With good reason. I wouldn't hesitate one moment.
Now, look here. You're carrying this mysticism to a point where it's ridiculous. You can't turn anyone into an animal, and you know that just as well as I do.
So, you want to defy me?
I don't know what your game is, but whatever it is, you're overplaying your hand.
You still think I didn't turn Nasha into an animal in the boxcar?
I know you did. Some clever trick, yeah. Nasha's a woman. She's never been anything else.
With your own ears, you heard a man scream in that boxcar. With your own hands, you felt a knife stuck in his heart there in the dark.
It was a dead man, all right. What's more, I think you killed him.
But when you turned on your flashlight, he was not there.
Another of your tricks.
Mysticism.
I say trick, and I mean trick.
It was a trick, too, when I sent Nasha floating out of the moving boxcar and then made her return?
It was.
So, I have not yet convinced you I am a great mystic, that I have powers beyond the normal.
You have not.
Then I will prove it tonight.
Just as you like.
I will prove it beyond any reasonable doubt.
Is that why you've called us in here?
No. No, I called you here to warn you that you must not leave this boarding house tonight.
You're telling us what to do?
I'm warning you.
Why?
Why am I warning you?
No, that isn't what I mean, but why are you warning us?
Because you gave Nasha and me financial assistance.
Yes, I paid your room and board here.
And that is my way of showing my gratitude.
By warning us not to leave the house tonight?
Yes.
I don't follow you.
Tonight, the wolf pack returns to this village.
That's what Nasha said this morning. How do you know they're coming?
Because I shall bring them.
Just how do you intend to do this?
First, I will put Nasha to sleep. Nasha.
Yes, maestro.
Curl up at my feet.
Yes, maestro.
Yes. Now, close your eyes. You are thinking only what I am thinking.
Yes. Yes.
You are sleepy.
I am sleepy.
Sleep, Nasha.
Ooh.
Sleep.
She's sure enough asleep, Feller?
Beyond awakening until I give the word.
You think she is, Jack?
Yes, that's simple hypnosis. Well, she's asleep. Now, how are you going to bring the wolves?
I will turn Nasha into a wolf.
You mean that?
I will turn Nasha into a wolf. I will send her out to the pack, and she will bring them here.
Do you mind if I yawn?
I will turn Nasha into a wolf.
Well, don't stand there saying it. Go ahead and do it.
Turn out the lamp.
No. Do it here in the light where we can see it.
Metamorphosis must take place in the dark. Now turn out the light.
So, shall I, Jack?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Jack. Here goes the light. There.
Man, is it dark in here.
Well, the light's out. Do something.
Nasha, I am smoothing your hair. It is the hair of a woman, but it is changing. It is changing to the hair of a wolf, the mane of a wolf. You are going to be a wolf. When I say the word, you are going to be a wolf. Nasha, you are a wolf.
Those eyes. They're shining in the dark.
Go, Nasha. Go join the pack.
Jack, she went right out through the window.
The wolf pack will visit bury your dead tonight.
Listen.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
She's gone, gentlemen. You heard her crash through the window.
What did you do to that girl? Answer me before I shake it out of you. What did you do to that girl?
Don't touch me, Packard.
Then answer me.
I warn you. Don't lay a hand on me if you know what's good for you.
Jack, if you want him manhandled...
Yeah, give me and Reggie a chance at him. We'll tan that thick hide of his right there on his fat carcass.
You heard that, Maestro, or whatever your name is?
Gentlemen, you mustn't be so disturbed.
Oh, we mustn't be so disturbed. huh?
No. The three of you will be perfectly safe so long as you remain here in the boarding house.
We're not interested in our own safety. We want to know what you did to that girl, Nasha, to make her dive through that window glass.
Yeah, and lope off down the gulch, yelping at the moon.
No, that's crazy, Doc.
But we heard her howling her head off.
That wasn't Nasha. That was a real wolf.
Mr. Packard, that was Nasha.
I say it wasn't.
Very well, Mr. Packard.
But, Jack, we saw the glittering eyes. We heard the snarling right in this room.
In the dark, yes.
Well, supposing it was dark. We seen and heard what we seen and heard.
Of course, but get it through your head. You didn't see Nasha turned into a wolf.
Well, I say we did.
No, Doc, you only think you did. Everything indicates you did because the Maestro set the stage to make you think so. But you didn't actually see Nasha turned into a wolf.
Well, that's true, Jack, of course.
Yeah, you can't tell me any little old girl in her right mind's going to go jumping through a window.
Right. I could just see her in the moonlight as she went through.
Well, did it look like a girl or a wolf?
Well, naturally, I could only see something shadowy, but it made a long, graceful dive.
Yeah, like a wolf leaping through a window.
Was it, Reggie?
Why, yes, I suppose that's how it did look. I could see the lithe outline of a body. Well, that's about all I'm sure of.
Naturally, you could see the lithe outline if you could see anything. Have you forgotten Nasha had on those black dancing tights?
Gentlemen, you're making a fearful to-do about nothing.
Oh, you think so, huh?
Yes. I have sent Nasha out. She's obeying my will. When I am ready, she will return again.
Listen. There. Does that sound like the voice of Nasha?
It sure don't sound like nothing human to me.
It is Nasha in the animal form I have given her, calling to others of her kind. Listen carefully. Are there not certain notes, certain tonal qualities that are familiar?
Oh, look here
You're
now.
crazier than a bedbug if you say that sounds like Nasha.
Ah, but you don't know Nasha as I know her, naturally.
Well, I know one thing.
Yes?
Yes. I know we're going out and find that girl.
No, you must not.
Mustn't, huh?
I forbid you to leave this house tonight.
Well, it just so happens you're not in any position to forbid us anything.
And the quicker we get started, the better I'm going to like it.
Quiet. Let's go, Jack.
I warn you, death is out there in that moonlight.
Then what's Nasha doing out there?
Nasha is the instrument of death.
Oh, come on. I've stood about all this nonsense I intend to.
Huh? You going this way?
Sure. Nasha went out the window, so why shouldn't we?
I warn you, someone faces death in this place tonight. If you go out there, I will not be responsible.
We'll take our own responsibility. You just sit there and worry about your troubles. You want, Doc?
Yeah. Now look out for the glass around the edge of that window frame. Come on, Reggie.
There. Made it.
Come on out, Jack.
We'll be seeing you, Maestro.
Bowles! Fools!
Give me your hand, Doc.
Yep, got you.
Thanks.
Which way do we go?
Wait. Oh, Maestro.
You still have time to return to safety.
Forget it. I just wanted to warn you, when we find Nasha, don't expect us to return her to you.
You still have time.
You listening to me? It's pretty apparent that you're not a fit companion for Nasha. Your influence over her is too great. You can't have her anymore. Now think that over.
Death is out there in the moonlight. You have had your warning.
All right, follow me.
Where are we going?
Up here in the shadow.
Doggone. Something's loose out here tonight, all right.
Yes, and I don't mind saying I'd rather meet a real wolf than to meet Nasha running about on all fours.
Hey, cut it out, Reggie.
Now, shut up. Crouch down here in the shadow.
It's quiet.
Reggie, I want you to stay here.
What's that?
You'll be our lookout. We're up on the side of the hill above the boarding house so you can see everything that goes on.
Yeah, you can even look down in the maestro's room. You see him? Sitting there in his fat, rocking back and forth.
Ugly brute.
I'll keep an eye on him. But watch the rest of the house, too. You can see anyone who leaves or enters as long as the moon stays this bright.
But you mean you and Doc are going and leave me here alone?
Can't you take it?
Well, I bloody well don't like it. I haven't forgotten yet that the ballet maestro put me to sleep while we were in the boxcar. Now, what defense have I got against a chappie who can put me to sleep whenever he likes?
But he doesn't know you're out here. How can he put you to sleep if he doesn't know you're around?
Well, how about letting Doc stay here?
Hey, now, looky, fella, I don't like the maestro no matter than you do.
Oh, nuts.
Hey, Reg.
Well?
Jack's disgusted with us.
Quite. I know it.
The way you two act, you'd think that fat man sitting in that rocking chair down in that dump of a boarding house was in charge of the universe.
Well, he's doing a pretty good job of proving that he's straw boss anyway.
He hasn't proved anything.
Yes, but Jackie says there's danger. Now, why take this sort of a chance? I mean, spreading out. Why not all stick together?
Because I don't believe there's any such danger as he says.
Well, me and Reggie do. What you want to keep watch for anyway?
Well, sometime tonight, Nash is going to return. I want to deny witness to what happens. I also wanted to know if anyone else sneaked in or out of that boarding house.
Well, naturally, Jack, if it's important...
what was you planning for you and me to be a-doing?
Yeah, there's 8 houses, 3-4 shacks, and a couple of lean-tos, which make up the village of Bury Your Dead.
Yeah, in a kind of a gulch. We're up here at the head of the draw. The houses and shacks are scattered down below on both sides of the gulch.
Yes. Well, the maestro said there was going to be someone killed by the wolves. I want to cover every house on both sides of the gulch. You take one side, Doc, I take the other.
But what for?
Find out if everyone's inside for the night. Warn them to stay inside and try to find anyone who isn't home yet and get him safely in.
Very well. I'll stay here and watch.
Good boy. If I thought there was any real danger...
Just a minute, feller.
Huh?
But why are you so anxious about having the citizens of Bury Your Dead inside if there ain't no danger?
Yes, Jack. How about that?
The maestro says the wolves are coming. Well, if he ain't got the power to bring wolves...
Listen.
Well, that there's all the answer I need, Jack.
What do you mean?
Well, that there's either a real wolf out there or else that's Nasha. In either way, the maestro's turned his trick.
Now, listen, you two. I know the maestro's up to some dirty work.
But you still won't admit he turned Nasha into a wolf.
No.
And you won't admit he has the power to bring wolves down on this place.
No.
Well, even with that thing howling out there to prove it?
Even with a dozen wolves howling out there. If the wolves come, it'll be their own accord, not because a fat man called them.
But, Jack...
I'm not going to argue anymore. Doc, you stay here with Reggie.
Hey, where are you going?
Never mind. You stay here with Reggie and keep an eye on the maestro's window.
But he hasn't moved. Sitting down there in that rocking chair, rocking back and forth in the lamplight like a huge, grotesque shadow.
Now watch him, both of you. Stay here until I come back.
Reggie.
Well?
Something's awful wrong about this.
I know it.
That wasn't right. Letting Jack go off that way by himself.
Well, there's no use trying to keep him here.
Maybe I should ought to run and catch up with him.
Well, do you want to?
No. I think he's wrong to go out there.
Right. So do I.
I ain't never seen him so stubborn about anything. He shouldn't have went. I don't know how I know it, but I do. And I think he knows it, too.
You think he's deliberately going out to danger?
I swear to my grandma I do. And I think I know why.
You do?
Yeah. Something's happening that he can't understand. And Jack ain't a fella that'll take something that he can't figure out or laying down.
You mean he doesn't believe in the maestro's magic, and he's either going to prove this is a fraud or die trying?
Hey, look down in the maestro's room. Look at him.
He picked up the lamp. He's coming to the window.
Hey, what's that for? Look at the way he's waving that arm around there.
It's some kind of a ritual.
Ritual?
Quite. He's making signs. See how he keeps repeating the same gesture over and over?
You mean some more of his mysticism stuff?
I don't know.
Hey, that doggone wolf is answering.
Oh, that's silly, Doc.
No, it ain't. Look how excited he is. Look at that expression on his face.
Oh, Jove.
I say, Doc, shut up, Reggie. Listen. Reggie, I'm a ringing wet with sweat.
But what was it? What was it?
A girl laughing. A girl out there somewhere with them wolves laughing.
That man down there's a bloody maniac. Look at him. He's gone back to that rocking chair.
Yeah, sitting there with his eyes closed, rocking.
Doc, hadn't we ought to go find Jack?
I wish to goodness I knew what.
Doc, hold it.
Huh? What's the matter?
There's something coming this way. Listen.
Maybe it's... Hey, it's a girl.
Shut up.
Reggie, what'd you hang on to me for?
Sally, idiot, haven't you got any sense?
But that girl needed help.
Did you see any girl?
Well, not in the dark, naturally.
It's moonlight.
You trying to say that wasn't any girl?
I don't know whether there was or not, but this is some more of the maestro's dirty work.
Doc, Reggie!
Hey, that's Jack.
Doc, Reggie, help! Help!
Gun shooting! Come on, Reggie.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Jack, where are you at? Jack, answer, so we can hear.
Doc, I say be careful.
Yeah? Careful of what?
Look here, dashing around this broken ground in the dark.
But Reggie, Jack was yelling for help.
Oh, I know that as well as you do, and it sounded like he was right about here when he yelled to us.
And then that rifle a ricocheting and that girl laughing.
Well, we'll never be able to find him in the dark like this. We've got to go get some help.
But don't you get it, Reggie? He may be shot and needing us right this very minute.
I know it. That's why it's foolish for us to be chasing around in the dark. Let's go back and get some lanterns and some of the residents of Bury Your Dead to help us.
Stand still. Let me try calling again. Jack! Hi, Jack, where are you?
Oh, listen. Darn wolf. Look here. Look, Doc. Look, outlined against the sky on that rise over there.
Holy jumping mackerel. What is that? A full-grown hipponoceros?
The wolf. Oh, listen to him.
Never mind the wolf. We're looking for Jack.
Well, now, don't you see how impossible it is? Please, Doc, let's go back to the boarding house and get help.
Waste all that time?
Well, not as much as we're wasting this way.
Hey, hold it.
What is it?
Something's a-coming this way. Crouch down. Either that or running on all four.
You don't suppose that sobbing girl's coming back?
I don't know. Hold it. something's a coming through the greasewood, all right.
Howdy, boy.
Hey, who said that?
Kind of startled you? What's going on out here?
Who are you?
Jumping Dick. Hey, ain't you that toe-headed Britisher that's staying at Dry Gulch Mary's?
That's right. We need your help badly, Dick.
You do, huh? Who's that with you?
It's me, Doc Long.
Well, that's you, Texas. Well, now, ain't that a coincidence? I was just on my way over to the boarding house to tell you about my daughter, Laurie.
Look here, Dick, we haven't got time to talk about your daughter.
You ain't?
For the love of Mike, feller, haven't you heard all the commotion that's been going on out here tonight?
Commotion, huh? What sort of commotion?
What sort of commotion? Girls screaming and laughing, girls are sobbing, wolves are howling, guns going off.
Oh, shucks, now, you don't say. Where have I been all this time?
You didn't hear none of it?
Not one bit of it, I didn't.
But look, you can hear that wolf. You can see him outlined against the moon over there on that next ridge.
Oh, sure. That's old Brindle.
Old Brindle?
Yeah, he's the old he-wolf of the pack. He's been sitting over on that ridge howling at night for, I don't know how many years.
Well, ain't he one of the wolves that pulled down and tore up Alky Joe?
Now, don't reckon.
Oh, but look here, there's something more important than wolves. Something's happened to Jack.
You talking about your friend Packard?
Yes, we're out looking for him.
What makes you think something's happened to him?
Well, there ain't no thinking about it. We know it. We heard him yell for help, and then we heard a rifle shot and a girl laughing. Well, we ain't been able to find hiding or hair of him since.
How long ago did all this happen?
10, 15 minutes ago.
Well, then I reckon your friend's all safe and sound.
You seen him?
Not 5 minutes ago.
Are you certain?
Sure shooting.
But where? Where is he now?
Over in the boarding house, talking to that there maestro fella and the Russian girl.
Talking to the maestro and Nasha.
Well, at least he was 5 minutes ago.
Well, darn his hide anyway. Come on, Reggie. What's he think he's pulling on us, running around in the desert yelling for help, and then when we start scouring for him, he sneaks back to the boarding house? What kind of a way is that to act?
And Nasha, apparently she's back.
Back? Where's she been?
Well, the maestro turned her into a... Oh, yeah, okay.
Huh? Now, what kind of talk's that? The maestro turned her from a girl into... Well, what's that supposed to mean? That don't make sense.
Not quite. Doc hardly ever does.
Well, looky here, Jumping Dick. You sure Jack's all right?
Well, all I know is what I seen. I looked in the window over yonder, and there was your sidekick Packard, the fat man, and the Russian girl. Are you aiming on going back to the boarding house and joining them?
Yeah, I want to find out what sort of a circus Jack's putting on.
I'm telling you, he's all right. Now then, I want you to listen to me for a minute.
Well, go ahead, but keep walking.
Yeah. Well, now, look at Texas. You're still in a marrying mood, ain't you?
Oh, look here.
You're still wanting to take Laurie off my hands, all legal and proper, ain't you?
Hey, I never said that I'd marry your female daughter.
Now, wait a minute, son. Wait a minute. Don't go throwing careless words around like that.
Looky, Jumping Dick, things has been a-happening bury your dead tonight. It's had me sweating 1 minute and give me cold chills the next. I ain't in no mood for a girl courting tonight.
Oh, so you aiming to go back on your sworn word, huh?
I didn't give no sworn words. You blame well know. Hey, and what about you? You were supposed to bring that Laura daughter of yours around to the boarding house 7 o'clock this morning for me to look over.
Yeah, but it's just like I said.
7 o'clock this morning you were supposed to bring her. And did you? No. Here it is, 10 o'clock at night. You ain't even brought her yet.
Well, now, that's what I want to explain to you.
I don't want no explanations. You ain't kept your word, so I ain't obliged to keep mine.
Now, look here, Texas. I got a good excuse, and I aim to tell it to you.
Well, hurry up on account of here we are at the boarding house, and we got to go in.
First place, the reason I didn't bring Laurie over at 7 o'clock this morning, she wouldn't come.
Wouldn't come?
Ain't that what I'm telling you?
And you let her get away with it?
Now, wait till I explain.
What kind of a man are you, Jumping Dick? Let a little old female daughter telling you what to do?
Well, Dad busted, I'm trying to tell you, she got the draw on me.
What's that?
I'm telling you the gospel truth. She beat me to the draw.
Dick, are you trying to say your own daughter pulled a gun on you?
Yeah, and what's more than that, she'd have punctured me like a sieve if I'd have made one false move.
Well, Jumping Dick, that sure does explain why you couldn't get Laurie down here at 7 this morning.
No, but things is different now. I got the upper hand now. I got her right where I want her.
Yeah? Where did you want her?
I got her locked in the cellar. Now, if you was to come along with me, we could all go up to my place and hog tie her and stop all this nonsense.
Why do you want to tie her up?
Well, that's the only way you're going to get her to stand still long enough to get a good look at her.
Father, is that you?
Holy jumping jeepers.
Hey, who's that?
That's my daughter, Lori.
Father, what are you doing here? Time you were in bed.
Yes, Lori.
Who are these men?
Well, this here's Reggie York.
Yeah?
And I reckon I'm Doc Long, the fella your papa wants you to marry.
What did you say?
Hey, you don't know about it?
Father, what have you been saying to these men?
Nothing, Lori, nothing. These fellas is crazy.
Oh, but I thought you were locked in the cellar.
Cellar? What cellar?
Well, at your cabin, naturally.
Our cabin doesn't have a cellar. Come along, Father. Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, I'll be a double-jointed toad frog. Did you see her face in the moonlight, Reggie? Did you see it?
Most beautiful. I say, she was real, wasn't she?
Say, Reggie, you suppose we've been taken for a ride?
Oh, now, don't include me. I wasn't supposed to marry that girl.
Well, danged if I don't believe every word that old coot's been a-saying to me was just plain lying.
It's hard to imagine a girl like that drawing a gun on her father. Matter of fact, I got the impression he was ballet frightened of her.
Man, what a voice. Cool, soft, low. Reggie, if I ever go to heaven, that's just exactly the way I want to hear them female angels talk.
Amazing, isn't it? For a village of 19 citizens, Barrio de Arizona certainly is loaded with mystery.
Ain't it the truth?
Well, shall we go in and tackle Jack?
Hey, I just thought of something. If Jumping Dick was lying about his daughter, maybe he was lying about Jack.
You mean Jack may not be in with the maestro?
Well, come on, let's find out. Down the hall.
Here, Doc, you're passing the door.
If Jack's been laying out on the desert...
No pounding on my door.
I say, is Jack in there?
Yes, come on in, Reggie.
Hey, he's there.
Oh, I say, Jack, you're all right.
Certainly I'm all right.
Shut that door.
Yeah. Now then, Jack, what the heck's been going on?
That's what I've been trying to find out.
But, Jack, out there on the desert, we heard you cry for help, and then we heard a gunshot.
They weren't shooting at me.
Well, why'd you yell for help and then not wait for her?
I didn't have time.
Didn't have time?
Why did you yell for help?
A wolf had me down.
A wolf? Well, sure enough, wolf.
Biggest wolf I ever saw. That's when I yelled. And somebody fired that gun, and it streaked off across the desert like crazy. You look at my coat.
I say, ripped right down the back.
Luckily, I fell on my face. My throat and face were protected.
But what did you mean you didn't have time to wait for us to get to you?
Well, I jumped to my feet, and I saw something sneaking through the greasewood, and I took out after it.
Well, what was it?
It was Nasha. I followed her here to the boarding house.
Was she girl or wolf?
Girl.
Yes, I had transformed her back into her natural shape before I brought her back.
Rubbish.
I changed her back into her natural form, just as you see her now, lying on her bed, asleep.
Why you got her asleep?
She is exhausted. She's always exhausted after participation in one of my manifestations.
She sure does look all in, all right.
But, Jack, all this still doesn't explain that girl laughing hysterically out there.
Yeah, and it don't explain that girl that passed us sobbing like her heart would break.
No, I heard the girl laughing.
Did you see her?
No. In the morning, we're going to have a talk with every person and bury your dead.
In the morning, the citizens of Bury Your Dead are going to have something much more interesting to talk about.
Is that so?
Quite so.
Such as what?
That will have to wait for the dawn. Tonight, my work is finished.
I wish we could be sure about that. As a matter of fact, I wish we could be quite sure just how much you had to do with tonight's work.
I was responsible for everything that took place out there.
You didn't move from this room.
Nevertheless, what I say is true. Tonight, I turned Nasha into a wolf. She went forth and led the pack down on Bury Your Dead. You know what I'm going to do tomorrow night?
What?
Tonight, I turned Nasha into a wolf. Tomorrow night, I'm going to turn a wolf into a man.
Say. Hey, cut it out.
I will turn a wolf into a man. And I will give you the privilege of talking to him.
Are you just plain trying to give us nightmares?
Well, gentlemen, there is the wolf who will walk like a man.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
That's it. Put the bed against the door. Here, I'll give you a hand. Right over there. Let's go. Yeah, that ought to do it. You got both windows covered with blankets, Doc?
Yeah. Nobody ain't gonna peek in this room.
Good.
Hey, Jack, what's it all about?
We've got to do some talking, and I don't want to be interrupted.
Our landlady's gonna be plenty mad if we don't talk loud enough for her to hear.
Now, she's one person I don't want to overhear us. But come on, sit down. I'm going to keep my voice guarded.
Right.
Okay. Shoot, fella.
All right. Now, 2 men have been killed and buried dead since we arrived.
By wolves?
By the maestro.
Hey.
Say, can you prove that?
No, but I believe enough that I'm going to try to prove it. And I believe that's the 3rd murder he's committed since we made his acquaintance.
You're talking about the body you touched in the dark boxcar.
Yes.
Now, Jack.
I don't want to argue, Doc. I just want to outline a theory. I think there was a body in the car, and that somehow, after he let me touch it, he threw it out of the moving car. Now, that's one murder. The second was the night our boxcar was shunted onto a siding. That same night, Alky Joe was killed here and buried dead.
But, Jack, none of us knew about that killing until Jumpin' Dick come along and told us about it. Don't you remember?
You and Reggie and I didn't know about it. We don't know what the maestro knew.
But we all woke up together. The first thing we knew, the car had been dropped off on the siding.
That's the first we 3 knew. We don't know how long the maestro had known it. May have been there for hours.
Yeah, he could have done it, I reckon. But why?
All I'm trying to do now is show that he was in a position to do all 3 murders. Then the 3rd murder last night.
Yeah, Chinese Tom.
This morning, the body was found outside his cabin, slashed and torn by fangs and claws.
Beastly.
And there's something interesting about both these men killed here.
How you mean?
Alky Joe is a very old, defenseless, decrepit man. So is Chinese Tom. Old, frail, easy prey.
They say that's true, isn't it?
But, well, what's that mean?
I don't know for sure, yet. I'm just stating facts.
Yes, but, Jack, how can you possibly link the maestro with Chinese Tom's death? He was in his room here in the boarding house all the time. He was under our eye almost constantly.
But Nasha wasn't.
Yeah, Nasha wasn't. And what's more, the maestro said his very self that he turned Nasha into a wolf and sent her out to bring the pack down for a kill.
But that doesn't make him a murderer.
Well, I'd like to know why it doesn't.
Because there isn't a jury in the world who'd believe it. How about it, Jack?
You don't have to go as far as a jury. I don't believe it.
Well, what would happen if we'd tell all the maestro said to us to a judge?
Well, if the maestro insisted we told the truth, the judge would lock him up in a padded cell and probably find another cell for the 3 of us for believing him. Now, we're getting off the subject. I'm not trying to prove how he killed. I'm just saying I think he did. Now, if he's killed 3 times, there must be a reason behind it.
Unless he's just a plain homicidal maniac.
Maybe. But I think there's more to it than just that. I think there's some kind of a plan behind all this. I think he's working towards some payoff.
But look here, Jack. What possible payoff could there be in a place like Bury a Dead more tremendous than murder itself?
I don't know. That's what we've got to find out. There's one thing we do know for certain.
Yeah?
Yes. that what he wants has nothing to do with bury or dead itself.
Well, how do we know that?
Because our coming here was accidental. He couldn't have known our boxcar was going to be left in this forsaken Arizona desert hole any more than we did. Therefore, what he wants to accomplish, he would have wanted to accomplish just as much if the boxcar had stopped in Texas or Timbuktu.
Well, then, as I see it, what he wants concerns either the girl, Nasha, or us three. I mean, we're the only elements that arrived in bury or dead at the same time he did.
Mm-hmm. That's good reasoning, Reggie. Except I don't see how it could be any of us three. After all, we just happened to get on the same freight car with him and Nasha. Our meeting was as much as accident as our stopover in this place.
Well, then it looks like all this business has got something to do with Nash.
Yeah, it looks like it. And there's another thing. That girl's completely in his power. So completely, I doubt if she has much will of her own.
Well, she seems to like it. Hey, wait a minute. You don't suppose she's a filthy rich heiress or something, do you?
I say.
Yeah, money to burn, and he's getting her in his power so as he can get it for himself.
That couldn't be it.
Well, why not?
Well, first place, she doesn't show much breeding or background. Besides that, she really is an acrobatic dancer. Just watch her throw herself around sometime. That shows training from childhood. And finally, she told us herself that she'd been with his magician act for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, that don't tie up, does it?
Jack, you still don't think the maestro is a great magician, do you?
Well, I've changed my mind. I think he's a very great magician.
Hey, you do?
Now, don't get me wrong. I still think this mysticism gag's baloney. But his art of deception, his ability to take advantage of the average person's gullibility is tremendous. That's what I mean by great.
Quite.
So we know definitely this much. He's got a hidden plan. What he's trying to accomplish has nothing to do with bury or dead. He has Nasher completely in his power. And finally, he's a very clever man.
I say, that isn't very much.
And it's a beginning. And on top of all that, we suspect him of committing 3 murders.
Hey, Jack, if you forgot something,
What's that?
tonight's the night he said he was going to turn one of them wolves out yonder into a man.
No, I haven't forgotten. It's early yet. Wolves haven't started to howl.
Well, what are we going to do about that? You suppose there's going to be another killing tonight?
I doubt it. The remaining residents in bury or dead are frightened. They're staying indoors tonight with loaded guns. Any wolves or pseudo-wolves prowling around tonight are liable to get a dose of lead.
Well, what about us? Are we just going to ignore the maestro's big moment?
Hey, let's don't do that. If he's going to turn a wolf into a man, I'd kind of like to be in on it.
Don't worry, we will. But there's something more interesting than that going on.
You mean what he's doing in his room?
Yeah, he's building something.
Oh, is that what all that sawing and pounding's about that's been going on in here all day?
Where'd he get his tools?
Dry Gulch Mary let him have them.
Well, you haven't any idea what it is, huh?
No. I'd bet money he's knocking together some contraption or another for one of his tricks of magic.
You mean he wants to impress us some more?
I don't know. But it's all a part of the whole plan, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Say, company.
Hello?
Gentlemen, I have completed my task.
You've done what?
I have completed my task.
Well, what about it?
You will do me the honor of coming into my room and viewing it.
Hey, he wants us to go in his room and see what he's made.
Looks like it.
Well, let's go.
Gentlemen, I'm waiting.
All right, just a minute.
Give me a hand with the bed, Doc.
Yeah, take it away.
Well, this way, gentlemen, if you please.
You seem awfully anxious for us to be in on this deal.
You talk in riddles, Mr. Packard.
I don't think so.
Right in this way, please.
Well, where's Nasha at?
I have sent Nasha out into the night on a mission.
That's so?
Is that what you've been working on there under that blanket?
That is it. I have invited you in here for the unveiling.
Well, pull off the blanket and let's have a look.
Now, those are my intentions. You're ready?
Yeah, go on, pull her off.
Yes. There you are.
I say.
What in the deuce?
But I don't get it. What's it supposed to be?
What does it look like?
Looks like a big pine board box.
But that's just what it is, Doc. A homemade coffin.
A coffin?
Exactly, gentlemen. A rough but sturdy casket.
Ooh-wee. Well, what you aim to do with that?
That will hold a body for burial tomorrow.
Whose body?
That's a strange question, Mr. Packard. Who's dead?
You mean you spent all day building a coffin for Chinese Tom?
And why not? I am the cause of his being dead.
You just out and out admit that?
Certainly. I told you the wolves would come. I told you they would kill.
And because you caused his death, you've gone to the trouble of making him a casket?
Could I do any less?
Well, if this ain't the craziest one yet.
That's a very decent job, don't you think?
Yeah, you're certainly all right with a hammer and saw.
I think this Chinese Tom person should rest more easily. If it hadn't been for me, poor fellow would have been thrown into a hole, covered up, just as Alky Joe was. Yes, Yes, he has a great deal to thank me for.
Yeah, such as being dead.
But we must all die, some today, some tomorrow.
I say, are you saying someone is going to die tonight?
No, not tonight. I have more important things to do.
More important than killing folks, huh?
Yes, tonight is my great experiment. Tonight I turn the big wolf into a man.
That'll be good, if you do it.
Oh, I'll do it.
When?
I have sent Nasha out to bring him here.
Bring the wolf here?
They should be here soon.
Now, looky, Maestro, if you're kidding...
When they come, the wolf will be striding beside Nasha on his 2 hind feet. He will have the form of a human being.
Yeah, that's great talk.
You still don't believe?
No.
You?
Well, all I got to say is, whether you're telling the truth or not, you're one hombre that ought to be locked up.
I'm sick of your shallow mind.
Wait. Hold on.
Huh? What's the matter?
Window's open. Something outside.
It will be Nasha and the wolf.
Jack, look at that. There in the moonlight. Hey, it's a man. He's carrying Nasha in his arms.
Look at his face. It's covered with long hair.
Stand back, please. Something's happened to Nasha.
His face is covered with long hair.
Coming right up to the window.
Please stand back. Here, I will take the girl. Poor little Nasha. Poor child.
Just standing there.
Did you ever see a face like that? Eyes dead, mouth hanging open, covered with hair.
It does kind of look like a wolf, don't it?
Gentlemen, Nasha is dead.
Dead? Nasha's dead?
Dead.
Here, let me see that girl.
She's dead, I say.
We'll see about that.
You're a medical man?
I know enough.
Dead.
She's cold. She's like ice.
Dead.
No pulse.
I fear our experiment tonight has been too much for Nasha. Wolf, go back to your kite.
Hey, aren't we going to...
Wait a minute. I want to see that man.
I have sent him back to the pack.
Well, I'm going out that window after him. I'm not through with him yet.
Jack, come back here.
Stay here. Don't leave that man for a second. Stay there.
Dead. Nasha, dead.
And you did it. You did it just as much as if you'd plunged a knife in her heart.
Coffin. So I made the coffin for you after all.
I wish Jack hadn't gone out there.
A big coffin. But it will give you room to sleep more comfortably.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Wolf. Tonight's
Reggie, are we going to just stand here and let Jack go out after that thing alone?
Well, I bally well don't like it.
The moonlight is fraught with danger tonight.
All right, fella, let's do something about
After
it.
dark, Jack said to stay with the maestro.
Look, Reg, if we was to hog time hand and foot, that'd be just the same as stayed with.
I say, of course.
Don't touch me.
Reggie, get a sheet off that bed.
Quiet.
I warn you, don't touch me.
Now, looky, maestro, you can take a choice. You going to sit down in that chair and let us tie you up, or you want I should lay you out like a carcass?
You dare touch the maestro.
You bet I dare. Now, which is it going to be? And talk fast.
Insult on insult.
Tear up that sheet, Reggie.
Righto.
Now, I ain't fooling. You want I should bop you?
Oh, very well. If you think you're accomplishing anything, tie me up.
Now you're talking. Sit down.
The ways of fools are beyond comprehension.
Give me some of them pieces. You tie up his feet.
Quiet. Now put your feet together, maestro.
Death out there in the moonlight, and you fumble with ropes.
There. Now put your other wrist over this here arm of the chair.
And that takes care of his feet.
Now go over and spread that other sheet over Nash. You poor little thing.
Dead because of this fat creature.
There. Now, I reckon that'll hold you. Fool. Maybe. But you'll still be here when we get back.
All right, Doc.
Yeah, let's go. And Maestro,
Well,
while we're gone, you might just as well sit there and look at Nash under that sheet yonder and think what's about to going to happen to you for killing her.
get out of my sight!
Come on, Reg. Climb through the window.
Righto.
Right behind you, feller. Now then.
Did you see which way Jack went?
Yeah, down the draw.
He'll give us what for if we're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, and he'll likewise be plenty glad if he gets himself into trouble.
Just enough bloody light from the moon to confuse a person.
It's better than plain darkness.
You think we ought to yell to him?
Well, not unless we can't find him any other way.
That horrible creature that brought Nasha's body to the window.
Yeah, nightmare.
Not a word, just a gaunt, hairy face with dead eyes and its mouth hanging open.
Hey, wait.
What's the matter?
Was that something moving just ahead of us?
I didn't see it.
Darn this moonlight. Does fool you, don't it? Well, come on.
Well, if you think you saw something...
Well, I ain't sure. No use just crouching here
Right.
anyway.
There's one thing, Doc.
Yeah?
If Jack was in trouble, he'd let out a yell.
Well, we might not have heard him.
Well, I don't know. Sound carries bally well over the desert.
Did you bring a flashlight along?
Right. No use using it here, though.
Well, I didn't mean that. Just have it handy is all.
Right.
Sometimes I wish we wasn't so doggone pure.
What's that?
Not carrying pistols on us. Time like this, there ain't nothing that'd make me happier than having a pistol in my pocket.
No, Jack's right, though. Much better off without them.
Maybe. At a time like this, so... Hey,
It's a girl.
come on, let's get going.
Somebody hurt me!
We're coming. Keep yelling.
This way!
Joe, this valley's sand.
Hey, I can see a light up yonder. We're coming.
This way!
Yeah, we can see your light.
Hurry! Oh, it's happened.
Here we are. What is it? What's the matter?
Right over here.
Hey, it's Jumping Dick's daughter, Laura.
Look here.
I say, a man. Is he dead?
I don't know. I just found him.
Hey, hold your flashlight still.
Oh, my hands are trembling so.
Here, give me that light.
All right.
There now.
Doc, it's Jack.
Didn't I tell you?
Doc, is he?
No, of course he ain't dead.
You're sure?
What's the matter with you? Can't you see he's breathing?
Oh, good.
Hey, look here. A cut on his head.
Oh, I say, what a blow.
Yeah, somebody is waiting for him here in the greasewood. Jumped out and whammed him.
But he's going to be all right.
Of course he is. When did a bump on the head ever hurt Jack?
But I say, let's not stand here. Let's get him back to the boarding house.
Oh, do you think he ought to be moved?
Oh, yeah, that part's all right. But looky, Reggie, something's funny.
What do you mean?
Look at his clothes. Hag tore off on him.
You're sure there's no wounds on his body?
Yeah, just look.
Well, then what does it matter? I can carry him.
Well, what'd they bop him on the head for and then tear his clothes for?
I don't know. All we're interested in now is getting him back to where we can give him first aid.
Yeah, you better let me give you a hand.
No, I can take him. Up with it. All right, there. Now let's go.
Then if you don't need me,
You better come along with us.
Oh, but I've got something I must do.
Well, it'll have to wait, because you're coming with us.
You're making me come?
If you want to put it that way.
No, I won't.
Oh, you won't, huh?
You let go.
Come on, sister, cut it out.
Go of me, do you hear?
Why, you...
Oh, ouch. Please.
Well, then, now, calm down. Do as you're told.
Twisting this girl's arm. What kind of a man are you?
Well, you asked for it. Now, come along now. Go on, Reggie.
Righto.
Oh, what possible use can I be to you?
Jack was slugged. You was out here when it happened. Got some questions I want to ask you.
Oh, you don't think I did it?
I don't know.
But I didn't. I was just out here, and I stumbled over his body,
What was you doing out here in the first place?
looking for something.
That's so?
Honestly,
Do you very often go out looking for something in the desert at night?
I was looking for my father.
Jumping Dick?
Yes,
Well, what's he doing out here this time of night?
I don't know. That's why I was so worried. That's why I was out looking for him.
Yeah? So Jumping Dick's out wandering around through the desert tonight. I reckon maybe I'd like to talk to him, too.
Well, you don't think my father did this?
You want some help, Reg?
No, I'm doing all right.
But you mustn't think he did it. Father's mild, gentle.
He's the biggest liar I ever run across.
Who's the biggest
What?
liar you ever run across?
Hey.
Father.
Hey, Jumping Dick.
Dead burned right, it's Jumping Dick. And I just heard Texas here call me a liar.
All right, Dick, come on. Join the parade.
What you mean, join the parade?
You're coming up to the boarding house along with your daughter here.
You just plain got your heart set on marrying that girl. ain't
Father, you stop that.
Oh, now look,
If you
Laurie,
mention marriage once more, I'll leave, bury you dead, and I'll never come back this time.
Yeah, sure, Laurie, sure. It's just my little joke.
Come on, Reggie's getting ahead of us. Come on, Dick.
Don't mind if I do. Well, what's going on around here, anyway?
You ain't the bird that sapped Jack, are you?
Sap Jack? Why, say, why would I want to do that? I like that fella.
Yeah?
You can let go of my wrist. I won't try to get away now that I know where Father is.
You mind my hanging on to your hand?
Yes, I do.
Well, all right then. Have it your way.
Doc, come and open the door for me.
Yeah, sure. Come on, you folks.
Shall I take him to his room?
No, I'll bring him in the maestro's room. Then we can keep an eye on the maestro and fix Jack up at the same time.
Righto. Lead the way.
Here. Come on in, everybody. Lay him on the bed, Reggie.
So, you're back.
Hey, what you got this fat fella tied up for, huh?
Keep him out of mischief.
Doc, Jack's coming too.
Hey, he is?
What's the matter with him?
Oh, it's some more of your funny business, I reckon. Atta boy, fella. Take more than a slug on the head to lay you out.
Oh, what happened?
Somebody slugged you, son. Get some water, Reggie.
Right away.
Feeling pretty lousy?
Oh, what a head.
You ain't kidding there. You got a bump as big as a goose egg. Know who done it?
Let me think.
Yeah, all right. Here's the water for you.
Here, take a slug of this.
Thanks. Where am I?
Lying on the bed in the maestro's room.
Oh, yes. What happened?
Well, you hopped out the window after the nightmare with the hair on his face. Somebody let you have it out there in the dark.
Yes, now I remember.
Know who done it?
No. They got me from behind. I remember a movement in the bushes and then shooting started.
Yeah. Funny thing. All they did was tear about half your clothes off.
Tear the... Doc, the money belt.
Money belt? Hey, you mean they got that?
So that's what this is all about.
You mean some two-tailed sippy cats grabbed our 25,000 smacks?
Shut up, you fool.
But, Jack, who knew you had the money belt?
Hey, you mean you've been robbed?
You keep out of this, Jumping Dick.
Yeah, but all I
I
asked
said
was...
it is none of your business. Now keep your nose out of it.
Sure, if that's the way you want it.
That's just how I want it.
What a crazy idiot I've been not to realize...
Realize what,
No,
Jack?
never mind. Say, you say I'm lying on the maestro's bed?
Yeah, why?
But Nasha was lying down here when I left the room.
Hey, Nasha's body. But where is it?
Didn't I tell you two to stay here and watch the maestro?
But, Jack, he couldn't have done it. He's tied up over there in his chair.
Tied up?
Hand and foot.
But he's the only one who could have moved her.
But I tell you, he didn't. He's tied up tight as a tick.
Don't worry, gentlemen. Nasha's where she belongs.
Where's that?
If you lift the lid of the coffin over there against the wall...
Coffin?
We'll just have a look and see.
Hey, what's going on here anyway?
Yep. She's here, Jack. She's here in the coffin.
Where she belongs.
But look at her. She ain't wearing her black tights no more.
What's that?
All laid out in her prettiest dress.
She's dead?
But who did it?
I did it, gentlemen.
The heck you did. You're all tied up.
The ways of the mystic are beyond mortal comprehension.
Well, I will say this. She's about the prettiest corpse I ever did see.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Sleep well, Nasha. Sleep well.
Well, that's that.
There's one thing I don't understand, Jumping Dick.
There's a lot of things I don't get myself.
No. I mean, there's a lot of violent deaths and quick burials going on around here without much regard for law.
Law don't get out this way much.
Well, in my opinion, it should.
How can it? Ain't no roads in here.
No roads at all?
I reckon the closest road's 40 miles over that way somewhere.
That's great.
Ain't no telephones, you know. Only thing we got's railroad up yonder, half mile. And trains scoot by us like scared rabbits.
I know. By the way, why was that boxcar shunted off on the siding up there?
One you fellas come in?
Yes.
One of the wheels froze on it.
You mean they backed it onto the siding because it was out of order?
Yeah, wheel froze.
But why's the siding out there? Isn't there any industry that has use for it?
There used to be a mine back on the desert. It's shut down now.
I see.
Jack, Laurie here is just telling me and Reggie something interesting.
Well?
Go on, Laurie. Tell Jack.
Well, it's about the money belt you lost last night.
I didn't lose it. Someone slugged me and stole it.
Yes, I know. But last night...
Laurie.
What?
You be careful what you say.
Oh, but Father...
It ain't good going around shooting off your mouth in these parts.
You're the one who's talking too much, Jumping Dick.
All I'm saying
Well,
is...
don't. Now, what were you going to say, Laura?
Yes, I'd like to hear it, too.
Oh, you would, huh?
You want to repeat it in front of the maestro?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Then go ahead.
Well, last night about 5 minutes before I stumbled over you, when you were unconscious, I saw someone sneaking along through the greasewood in the moonlight.
Can you describe it?
I don't think so.
Well, you know everyone and bury you dead. Could it have been one of them?
Well, I thought it was a girl.
But you're the only girl in this place.
Except Nasha.
Nasha was dead then.
Well, I say, how about our landlady, Dry Gulch Mary?
No, it wasn't Mary. I'd know Mary any place, even if it was pitch black, and it wasn't. It was moonlight.
You're sure it was a girl?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I am.
It just plain don't make sense, Jack. The only females in Bury You Dead is Dry Gulch Mary, Laurie here, and Nasha. Well, she swears it wasn't Mary, and Nasha's dead.
What makes you so sure it was a girl?
Because she was wearing a long white gown. It flowed out behind her in the breeze. And I know she was young because she was so lithe and free. She moved almost like a dancer.
Dancer? Hey, wait a minute. Nasha was wearing a long white dress when we found her in the casket.
But Nasha was dead.
Or was she?
Oh, look here.
Hey, you don't suppose we went and buried a girl what was still alive, do you?
Oh, that's horrible.
Nasha was dead. I examined her carefully. I was looking for some kind of a trick from the maestro here.
Nasha is dead.
I know she's dead. I took particular care to find out.
But it's just like Texas here says. If it wasn't the Russian girl, the way Laurie says, then who was it?
I say, I guess it would then have to be Dry Gulch Mary.
Yeah, but Laurie says it weren't Mary.
But it just plain have to be.
But it wasn't. Can you picture dried-up Landed and George Mary floating gracefully across the desert with white robes trailing behind her?
It was a manifestation.
What's that? What's that you say?
It was a manifestation.
Come again, will you, fat boy?
I turned that apparition loose upon the desert. One of the small, lovely creatures out of the mystic world beyond.
Oh, go lay down, will you?
Just a minute now, just a minute. That's a darn good idea if he can do it.
I have done it.
I mean to say, anytime you're a mind to, you can reach into the empty air and pull out a pretty girl.
Crudely put, but that's what it amounts to.
Real live girl with flesh on her bones and hair on her head.
My dear, unimaginative little man, the girls appearing in my manifestations are perfect in every way.
You don't say. And you can do all this without the help of a couple of slugs of Mountain Dew?
I beg your pardon.
A panther sweat, wet mule, apple squeezing?
I do not follow you.
Maestro, what Jumping Dick means is, can you pull pretty women out of your sleeve when you're sober, or do you have to have a skin full?
I never touch intoxicating liquors.
Well, call me Cecil. Say, Maestro, now how about you and me getting together some evening and having a party, huh?
Father.
Oh, sorry, Laurie, sorry. Slip of the tongue. Forgot you was hanging around.
Father, you don't believe what this man is saying?
No. Matter of fact, I don't, but I'm hoping.
Well, you're hoping in vain, Dick.
Now, don't go saying that.
Well, you are. Maestro's full of wind. A big, noisy wind, that's all.
The day will come, Packard, when you will rue those words.
Maybe.
But, Jack, we still haven't got an explanation about what Laurie's seen.
If it wasn't Mary, and Nasha was dead, there are two possible explanations. Either Laura was mistaken in what she saw,
You can rule that out. I was not mistaken.
or else there's another woman in Bury Your Dead we don't know about.
Living in a jackrabbit hole, I suppose.
Yeah, that sounds pretty silly.
Well, at least they're reasonable explanations, which are more than the maestro has to offer.
I have had enough of this meaningless prattle. I wish to be left in peace.
Oh, he wants to be alone.
If you please.
Well, go right ahead, feller. Out yonder is a whole desert.
Will you go?
Oh, I say, why?
I wish to sit here beside Nasha's grave and meditate.
Go right ahead. We'll go back to the boarding house. Anyone going our way?
Yeah, I reckon me and Laurie will walk a spell with you.
All right, come on.
What a strange man.
And we're just leaving him here? Not keeping a guard on him?
No, let him alone.
Jack, what was the reason you made us roll that big boulder down on the top of Nash's grave?
To make sure it isn't disturbed.
What's that?
The grave and the dry sand could be tampered with without anyone being the wiser. That boulder on top of it, now she'll rest easier.
But who would want to open a grave?
I don't know. I just wanted to make sure.
Well, if you ask me, that was the dadgumdest burying I ever did see.
I certainly agree to that.
I don't think I'm going to stay and bury your dead much longer.
Oh, Laurie, don't say that.
I don't belong in this place. I need to be closer to civilization. And you'd be just as happy, too, Father.
Oh, no, sir. Dad burn it. I was born a desert rat, and by cruddy, I'm going to die a desert rat.
I'll leave you here. I'm going back to the cabin. You coming, Father?
No. I reckon I'll walk with the boys a piece.
You won't I should walk with you, Laurie?
No, thanks. Good evening, gentlemen.
Quite.
Bye.
Yeah. You know something, Jumping Dick?
What's that?
You should ought to be shot, keeping a nice girl like Laurie out here in this hole.
That there's what I come along to talk to you about.
Yeah?
You had a pretty good chance at sizing Laurie up by this time, huh?
I reckon.
Well, you made up your mind?
Done what?
Made up your mind. You gonna marry the girl, or ain't you?
Oh, looky. Now, looky, Dick. That ain't no way to talk about that little old girl.
Ah, what you mean?
Well, Laurie's too good for a pappy to be going around trying to peddle her off.
Well, then how else is a man gonna get shed of a daughter? Tell me that.
Why are you so anxious to get rid of her?
You heard it, didn't you? You heard it with your own ears. If I don't get some man to marry her and get her out of here, she's gonna yank me out of here.
And you don't want to go.
And what's more, I ain't going. Now then, if Texas here, work on her a mite.
Now, looky, Dick, I'd be Well, I'd like mighty well to do you a favor. I'd like mighty well, too, but... Well, I reckon you'll have to look somewhere else.
Oh, I swear to goodness, I don't know what's the matter with young fellas these days. Ain't you got no blood in your veins? Why, say, when I was a young buck, I'd have rid a mule 50 miles just to get a look at anything as pretty as Laurie.
Sorry, partner.
Ain't no use pressing you?
Nope.
That's sure? Final?
Reckon so.
Well, I sure ain't got no heart to do what I'm gonna have to do then.
Hey, what you mean?
Well, if a fella can't get rid of a pretty daughter one way, then he has to get rid of her in another way.
Oh, I say.
Jumping Dick, do you mean what we think you mean?
That ain't none of you fellas' business. I'll be separating from you here.
Dick, you lay a hand on Laurie.
Laurie's something I got to take care of. Yeah, something I got to take care of.
Jack, do you think...
I don't know. Sounds ridiculous.
Yes, but we can't take a chance. Hadn't we ought to go warn Laura?
Well, we might circle around, go over to their cabin, have a look.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Well, not too fast. Might get the idea we're following him.
Of all the crazy old buzzards.
Well, we'll take care of him if he tries anything funny. Now, forget him for a minute. This is the first time I've had a chance to talk to you two alone since I finished the search.
For the money belt, you mean?
Yes.
No luck?
Not a bit. Been through every cabin, shack, and lean-to in this place.
Without folks knowing it?
Yes. When I finished with them, I took each of the 18 residents separately, questioned them, and searched them.
Hey, you searched them?
I did.
Well, how about Laurie and Dry Gulch Mary?
Well, I searched Mary. Had to take a gun away from her, but I didn't.
I should like to have seen that.
I didn't need to go over Laura. The kind of clothes she wears would have shown the money belt.
Then we ain't any closer to finding our $25,000 of reward money than we was.
No. I didn't expect to. I just went over the town as a matter of course.
Well, what you mean you didn't expect to find it?
Because I've known all along who has it.
You do? Hey, well, what are we waiting for?
Because I don't know where he's hidden it.
But who are you talking about?
Well, the maestro, naturally.
The maestro's got our 25 grand?
Certainly.
Oh, but Jack, we were in the maestro's room with him at the time you were out there being hit over the head.
I know it.
Well, then how...
I don't know how. All I know is that the maestro has our money and not another living soul in Bury or Dead knows anything about it.
Well, I'm a son of a gun. You know that?
Positively.
Well, and we ain't gonna do anything about it?
Not just at the moment. There's no way he can get out of Bury or Dead with it without us knowing about it. Let him think he's pulled the wool over our eyes. Then when we're ready, we'll go for it.
Well, you're doing it. But there ain't nothing that I'd like better than to sink my fist into that fat bay window clean up to my elbow.
Quite.
Well, we're getting close to Dick's cabin. Keep down.
Yeah. There goes Dick inside now.
If we're careful, we can get right up to the window. Listen.
And I gave all three of them something to think about before I left them.
You told them that you were going to kill me?
Well, not just out and out with so many words, but they sure got the idea.
But now that the $25,000 has been stolen, what's the good of going on?
Maybe it's stole, and maybe it ain't.
You mean Jack Packard spread the word around just to throw us off the trail?
Yeah. So how he knowed we was on the trail, I can't figure out. You ain't made no breaks, have you?
No. And I think you're wrong. I think the money has been stolen. Packard searched every house and Bury you dead.
Huh? He searched this cabin?
Yeah.
Why, blast his ornery
No,
eyes.
never mind that. If the money is gone...
Well, it's still here in Bury you dead.
Yes, of course.
It's here because there ain't no way for it to get out. And if it's here, I can find it.
Have you an idea where?
You bet I got an idea. That fat man up at the boarding house.
With a maestro?
He's got it as sure as dogs got fleas.
I wonder.
You bet he's got it. But he ain't going to have it for long. No, sir. Not with Jumping Dick around.
Jack, did you hear what I did?
Come on. Let's get out of here quick. I smell murder.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday. featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
We're watching the maestro because he's the focal point for everything that's happened since we came to bury your dead. And everything that's going to happen.
I say, huh? What's the matter? Look, creeping up through the greasewood over there.
Where, Reggie?
Creeping toward the maestro's window, just a shadow in the moonlight.
Yeah, see it, Jack?
Yes.
Down on all fours. You think it's an animal?
No, it's a man.
Right. I caught the glint of something in his hand.
Oh, a gun, huh?
I think the maestro's about to receive a visit from Jumping Dick.
I say, that's Jumping Dick?
That'd be my guess.
Well, what we're waiting for?
To see what happens.
But looky, Jack. If Jumping Dick should up and shoot the maestro...
We'll stop him before it goes that far.
But if we ain't in time...
That'll be the maestro's hard luck.
It's for ours, too, Jack. I mean, if the maestro's got our $25,000 hidden away and he's killed, we'll never see it again.
Don't forget that Jumping Dick knows that as well as we do.
How you mean?
Well, if Dick's after the money, he won't dare kill the maestro until he knows where it's hidden.
Yeah. What's the matter with us, Reggie?
He's right under the window.
Man, if the maestro's nervous now, think what he's going to be in a minute.
Watch. He's going to stand up.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Hey, did you see that? The maestro jumped a foot.
Come on. Let's creep down where we can hear what they're saying.
Yeah, let's do that.
Take it easy. Not a sound.
And as I was saying, I hope you don't mind if I just stand here in the window and point my pistol at the middle of your barrel.
In heaven's name, man, put up that gun.
Nope. Feel more comfortabler with it in my hand.
Is this a hold-up?
Yeah, in a way, you might say it was.
But I have nothing you could want.
Oh, don't think so, huh?
But I haven't. I arrived here absolutely destitute. Packard had to pay my room and board.
Destitute, huh?
Positively. Man, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Ever hear 25,000 good round United States dollars?
$25,000.
That's what I said. 25,000 of them.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it is, kinda. You think a fella as smart as Packard would have more sense than to carry that much spondulics around his waist, wouldn't you?
Packard was carrying $25,000.
Was is right.
How did you know?
Dry Gulch Mary listens at keyholes, and what Mary knows, the whole town of Bury Your Dead knows.
So?
Yeah.
Now you think I have the money.
I know you got it.
That is an insult.
Well, you having money is an insult?
You are branding me a thief.
Well, if you are a thief, what's the hurt of branding you of what?
That's ridiculous. I never stole anything in my life.
Oh, come on. Is that $25,000 more important to you than your life?
You'd kill me.
Like I'd kill a fly.
Wait.
Wait, I've got to think.
You got to think.
Yes. Nasha, come quickly.
Hey, what the tarnation's that for?
Nasha.
Oh, what's eating you? That roosting girl's dead and buried.
Nasha, come back.
Yeah, now, look here, you big fat tub of hog fat. If you think you can scare Jumping Dick off with a lot of truck about dead folks are coming back...
She's coming.
The deuce she is.
Nasha is coming. Nasha is coming back to this earth.
There's no use. You can't get any closer than this.
But, Jack, we can't hear nothing here.
But we're close enough to see everything that goes on.
Queer, huh? Maestro's standing there with his eyes closed.
If Dick's smart, he'll watch out.
But Dick's got the drop on him.
Yeah, the Maestro's cooking up something. Don't forget he's a smart magician.
Say, Dick doesn't seem to be as sure of himself.
Yeah, look at him, wiping his face with his
You
handkerchief.
suppose he's losing his nerve? Dick doesn't.
Hold it.
What?
Look what's coming through the moonlight.
Hey, it's a girl in a white dress.
The girl in the white dress. The girl Dick's daughter saw last night.
Hey, maybe it's Laurie herself.
No. She's too small. Doesn't she remind you of someone?
But she's too far away.
That lithe movement, floating rhythm. That's a dancer.
Jack, not Nasha.
Isn't that who she reminds you of?
But that's crazy. We helped bury Nasha ourselves at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
You don't have to tell me that.
And you said yourself she was dead.
I know it. And I still say that looks like Nasha.
And you're the feller that don't believe in ghosts.
Watch it. She's coming up behind Dick at the window.
Hey, hadn't we ought to warn him?
Now keep still. Just watch.
But if a doggone phantom was creeping up behind me...
Look. She's standing right behind him, with her arm raised. Jack, did you see that?
Dick went down like he'd been struck by lightning. All she done was lower her arm, and he just crumbled up.
Look at her go.
Just a-floating away in the moonlight.
But, Jack, shouldn't we go after her?
Do you think you could catch that out there in the desert at night?
Yeah, that's one thing I ain't gonna do. Chase ghosts.
Oh, come on. Let's go down.
Yeah. Look at the maestro, leaning out the window, looking down at Dick's body.
Keep quiet until we get right up to the window. Well, Maestro?
What? Well, what's that?
That was the best performance you've given us yet.
Oh, you saw. You were watching.
Yes.
Then you witnessed the return of Nasha.
Is that what we saw?
You saw the resurrection of Nasha from the grave.
You can say the doggonedest things that ever come out of a man's mouth.
Yeah, give me your flashlight, Doc. Let's have a look at Dick.
Yeah.
But where did she go, and why did she run away?
Run? The spirit of man has no need for legs.
You still haven't said where she went.
Back to the grave from whence she came.
Will you stop talking like that?
Back to the grave.
Here, Doc. Give me a hand.
Is he dead?
No, but he has a good-sized goose egg on his head.
Goose egg?
Yes, he was clubbed over the head.
But, Jack, we didn't see any club in her hand. She just raised her arm and lowered it.
We saw her arm because it was white. The club was probably a piece of dark wood that wouldn't show.
Yes, but if she needed a club...
Exactly. If she needed a club, she wasn't a phantom.
You're a stiff-necked man, Packer.
Maybe. But that wasn't any ghost that hit Dick over the head. It was a flesh-and-blood girl.
But, Jack, there ain't no flesh-and-blood girls in Bury Your Dead, except in Laurie. And you said yourself it wasn't her. Besides, Laurie wouldn't sneak up behind her own father and bop him on the cranium.
No, it wasn't Laura.
Then who the heck was it?
I don't know.
It was the spirit of Nasha. She came back to protect me.
Protect you from what?
From that man who threatened me with a gun.
Why did he threaten you?
He said it was a hold-up.
Jumping Dick was holding you up?
So he said.
But, what did he want?
I told him I was destitute, but he refused to believe me.
Mm-hmm. I see.
He said he would kill me as quickly as he'd kill a fly. I was in desperate circumstances, so I called on Nasha, and she came.
Well, somebody sure enough came all right.
Jack, I don't like what's going on. I wish we could...
Hey!
Oh, somebody, please!
That's Laura.
Here we are.
Oh, wait for me.
Badly frightened.
Here, do you see us?
Yes. What a most terrible thing. I just saw the most terrible thing.
Catch her, Reggie.
Right. No, I'm all right. I'm just so frightened.
Yeah, just let her sit down.
Oh, what's that on the ground?
Your father.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's all right. Just a bump on the head.
Are you sure?
Sure. Now, what's the matter? What scared you?
Oh, you won't believe me.
Tell us and see.
I was coming up the trail from our cabin to the boarding house. I came face to face with Nasha.
Hey, you saw her?
Yes. Yes, she was the girl in the white flowing robes. The girl I saw last night.
How close were you?
So close I could have reached out and touched her.
You saw her face?
Yes. Yes, it was Nasha.
Now, will you believe?
Huh? What'd you say?
It was someone in a white dress that hit your father over the head. The maestro's been trying to tell us it was Nasha.
Yes, I saw her.
Well, what happened after you saw her?
She just vanished off into the moonlight. I was so frightened I thought I'd lost my sense.
Joe, Jack, there's no answer to that.
The ways of the mystic are beyond comprehension.
Jack, when you reckon the next freight train will be coming through?
Don't be a fool, Dad.
Well, I'm a fool, because I don't want to go mucking around with dead folks.
You're a fool because you believe there are any dead folks.
Well, all right, then. But go on and explain things to me.
I can't.
And neither can I. Nor nobody else except the maestro here.
Now you are talking reason.
Dead people don't rise from the grave.
But we seen her and Laurie seen her.
Dead people don't rise from the grave.
You can prove that, Packard?
I can. And I'm going to.
I would give much to be present when you do it.
How and when I do, it'll be none of your affair. Come on, let's get out of here.
Are we going to just leave Jumping Dick laying there?
His daughter and the maestro are with him, aren't they?
As I say, a bit inhuman, what?
We've got other things to do. Come on.
Right-o. Well, what we got to do that's all fired important?
Prove the girl who struck down Dick wasn't Nasha.
Yeah, but how?
Reggie, you know where those shovels are?
I say, shovels?
Yes. We're going to open Nasha's grave and prove.
Prove what?
I don't know. What do grave robbers prove?
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
All right, put the shovels down. The first thing we've got to do is get that ton of stone off the top of the grave.
Well, fella, don't that hunk of rock right on top of the grave just about prove Nasha ain't been tampered with?
Yes, quite. It hasn't been moved, Jack, so the grave hasn't been opened.
And if the grave hasn't been opened, Nasha's still in there.
I thought you were the boys who believed we saw Nasha hit Jumping Dick over the head.
Well, not any flesh and blood Nasha, Jack.
Look, Doc, if Dick was clubbed by any Nasha, it was a flesh and blood Nasha.
Then you think it is some other girl floating around in a white dress and not Nasha at all?
That's the most logical answer. Well, let's find out. Come on, get hold of this rock.
But, Jack, if you think it was another girl, why are you so anxious to open Nasha's grave?
Yeah, answer that, fella.
I want to make sure.
Well, darned if I don't think opening graves is a pretty serious business just to satisfy your curiosity.
You fellas going to give me a hand with this rock?
Quite.
Well, how about it, Doc?
Well, okay. But I'd sure put up a holler if anybody went to monkeying around my grave once I got myself buried.
All right, all right. Now, grab hold. If we take it together, we can roll it right down off the dune.
All right, let's try.
Ready, Doc?
I reckon.
All right, then. Let's go. Up with it. More.
Keep her coming, Reggie.
She's moving. Look out, Jack. It's rolling your way.
Let it roll.
Little one.
There. There she goes. Hold it, Reggie. That's plenty.
Yes, quite.
Ooh-wee. Man, that's work.
I say yes.
Nobody but three guys with strong backs and weak brains would have tackled it in the first place.
Oh, you admit it, huh?
Oh, you mean the lame brain part? Well, it ain't so lame that I'm going to move that rock back on the grave again after we get through here.
We'll take care of that when we come to it. Now then, the shovels.
A nice moonlight night for grave opening.
Yes, we got several things to be thankful for.
Such as what?
Well, fairly good light. Sand will be easy to move. The coffin isn't buried very deep.
So we've got company. The wolves are out.
Yeah. Look you over yonder on that ridge. That old he-wolf brindle.
Well, let him watch if he wants to. No one else knows we're out here.
You sure about that?
I watched pretty careful. No one followed us out, and certainly no one knew we were coming. Here, give me one of those shovels, Reggie.
Quite.
I'll take the other.
Oh, no, not at all. You could be relief man, Doc. I'll start here, Jack.
Let's go.
Right. No, this is no job at all.
I think the top of the casket's only about 3 feet down.
And pretty doggone shallow burying. I noticed it at the time. Go on, fella. Holler your head off. This here reminds me of a story my grandma on my mama's side used to tell down in Texas about a woman that she knowed when she was a little girl. The meanest woman that ever sucked on a corncob pipe. Chewed snuff, too. But, man, she was the original hard-hearted Hannah. Mean. She put 5 husbands in their graves before she was 40. Well, anyway, according to my grandma, she upped and died when my grandma was still a little girl. They give her a decent burying because there wasn't nothing else to do with her. And then everybody sort of breathed a sigh of relief on account that she is safe underground. You want I should relieve you, Jack?
No, go on with your story.
Yeah. Well, years went by, and my grandma growed up into a woman. Then things changed a lot. Decided to run a state highway or something right plumb through the old graveyard. Well, that being the case, naturally all the buried folk had to be moved. And one of them was this cantankerous old woman. Well, sir, you know what they found when they opened her grave? There wasn't nothing left of her in the box but one thing. No bones, no clothes, nothing but just one thing. And you know what that was?
I say, what?
Her heart. And it had turned to stone.
No.
I swear to my grandma, it had pure stone. You talk about your hard-hearted woman.
Hold up for a minute, Reggie.
Well, how's it coming?
Making good progress.
Let me take over.
No, not at all. I haven't even raised a sweat.
Well, how about you, Jack?
If you insist.
Okay. Let's go. Well, hey, you're getting right down to it. Come on, Ray.
Right-o.
Yeah, there's one thing. I'll never think of bury her dead without picturing that old wolf over on the ridge against the moon.
Bury your dead's going to mean something a lot more important than that to me. If we don't get our 25,000 potatoes back.
We don't leave this place without it, I can promise you that.
Well, if you want my opinion, we should ought to be looking for it instead of messing around Nash's grave.
Who knows? Maybe we'll find the money buried here with Nasha.
Hey.
I say, you mean that?
Why not? Money disappeared about the time Nasha died. How easy for the maestro to have planted the money belt on the girl's body. Bury it with the idea of returning when the excitement had died down and dig it up again.
Well, now that gives me something to dig for. Get it going, Reggie.
Right-o.
Doggone. Why didn't you tell us that in the first place?
Of course, it's only a theory.
Well, that's a bally good one, too. Hey, let's cut out the talking and just dig.
Yeah, suits me. Hey, I've hit something.
Yeah, so have I.
Good work.
Doc, climb up out of the hole, huh? I can get the rest of it better alone.
Yeah, about all you got to do is just scrape what's left of sand off the top.
Yes, quite. You know, I think I can scrape better the rest off with my hands.
All right. Well, come on, Doc.
Yeah.
That's it again.
Clean it off around the edges. We don't want sand pouring down into the coffin when we lift the lid.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I wish they hadn't nailed the top down. What'd you do with that hammer, Jack?
Over there where my coat's lying.
Okay, I'll get it.
Oh, bring the flashlight, too.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's good enough, I think, Reggie.
I say, you know, Jack, don't you feel a bit ghoulish?
It isn't the pleasantest task in the world.
No, I mean a bit indecent exposing her to human eyes again. She's finished with this world, and she deserves to be left in peace.
All very nice, but we want our $25,000.
Yes, quite.
Well, here you are, Jack.
Okay, hold the light while I see if I can get the claw of this hammer over the head of some of these nails.
Yes, if I remember, there are only 4, one in each corner.
Mm-hmm. There.
Well, that's one of them.
Yeah, this one's easier. We get this one, I think we can just pull up the lid.
Well, go ahead and get her. Well, now we are getting somewhere.
Can you get your fingers under the lid now, Reggie?
I think so. Yeah, quite. I got it.
Well, Nasher, sorry to have to do this, but here goes. Hold the flash, Doc. Pull up, Reggie.
Right-o.
There.
Hey, look.
Well, I'll be...
She's gone. She isn't here. Hey, what's going on here anyway?
Here, let me have that flashlight.
But I say, it's impossible, Jack. No one could possibly have got her out without moving that big rock we put on top of the grave.
And nobody moved the rock, we know that.
And then there's only one thing that could have happened.
Well, same being what?
The coffin was buried without Nasha in it.
That isn't true, Reggie. Just before the coffin was nailed shut and lowered into the grave, the lid was lifted, and we all saw her.
You darn tootin' we did.
But it's so absolutely impossible. It couldn't have happened. The coffin nailed shut under 3 feet of sand with a huge rock weighing at least a ton on top of the grave.
Well, it did happen.
Feller, if you want to ask me, the maestro's got some powerful magic working on his side.
The maestro's just too smart for us.
And we still ain't got our $25,000 back. What you keep looking in that casket for with a flashlight? You don't expect to find Nasha down one of them cracks, do you?
I don't know what I expect to find. But there's one thing.
There is?
Now we know that Nasha's still alive. And that it was she who hit Jumping Dick over the head.
You think Laurie really did see Nasha face to face then?
I know it.
But, Jack, you examined Nasha before she was buried. You swore up and down she was dead.
I know. That's what makes me so mad. I'd let the maestro get away with that right under my nose.
What you mean, fella?
Look, it's a medical fact that a person can be hypnotized into a semblance of death. Suspended animation, no respiration, no pulse. To all appearance, lifeless. And I'd let that maestro get away with it.
Well, she sure looked dead to me.
Well, at least we've exposed his trick before it's too late.
Exposed his trick, huh?
That's what I said. Exposed his trick.
Well, maybe you have, but I ain't. Why, I couldn't explain how Nasha got out of that nailed-up coffin if I was to swing for it.
It's another one of his tricks. I don't know how he did it, but you can bet there's an answer, and it hasn't got anything to do with mysticism.
That's quite. And what do we do now?
We go back and face the maestro with what we do know. Put it up to him to return our money or take the consequences.
Now you're a talking fella.
And if he doesn't talk fast enough to suit us...
Jack, look out there in the moonlight.
It's a woman. She's coming this way.
Crouch down.
I say, it's Jumping Dick's daughter, Laura. Well, what the heck's she doing out here?
Hold it. She's coming up to the grave.
Oh, the grave. Nasha's grave's been opened.
So what?
Oh, no. Who are you?
Jack Packard.
Oh, but the grave is...
Don't worry. There's nothing in it.
There's nothing in it.
That's what I said. What are you doing out here?
I've been looking for you.
For me? Why?
Something's happened at the boarding house. The maestro's disappeared.
Disappeared?
That's ridiculous. There's no place for him to go.
I don't know. I just know he's gone. The freight train stopped up at the siding about an hour ago.
What's that? Did you say a freight train?
Yes, I think it's picking up the boxcar you came
Doc,
in.
Reggie, did you hear that? There's a freight train up on the siding. Has it gone yet?
No, but...
Doc, Reggie, come on.
Hey, fella, what's eating you?
Freight train, you fool. The maestro's disappeared. Come on. Come on, we gotta catch that freight train.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
It's still standing on the siding. I see the headlights.
If we miss that freight train, we're all washed up.
Well, it ain't got away from us yet.
And we still got a piece to go.
But, Jack, I don't understand. Why is this fleet so important?
Because our $25,000 is on that freight train.
Oh, I see. Hey, how did it get on there?
Well, didn't you hear Laura say the maestro disappeared? Where do you suppose he went?
You mean the maestro's pulling out of Bury Dead on that freight train?
You bet he's pulling out.
Well, hey, let's step on it. Oh, the train whistle. Does that mean...
Come on.
There she goes. I can hear her.
Stop talking. Maybe we can get over the tracks ahead of her.
Oh, bless the bloody dog. I keep stumbling. If that fat magician gets away with our money...
Save your breath. Run like you never ran before.
It's going pretty fast. Can we make it?
We've got to make it. Take the first empty boxcar.
Hey, here's one coming up.
Okay, grab it. Reggie, you go first.
Righto. Here I go. Get in, Jack. Get in. Hurry up, fella.
Yeah. Give me a hand, Reggie.
I got you. Come on, Doc. Give me a hand.
Faster, Doc. Run faster.
I got him. Jack, grab hold of his collar. He's losing his footing.
Hold him. Hang on to him. There. All right, now pull him up.
Up he comes.
There he is.
Oh, I say, Doc, are you all right? Am I all right? I'm bruised and battered. The desert come up and whammed me 3 times before you fellas got me pulled in.
You're lucky you didn't go into the wheels.
I was so close once, a wheel throwed grease in my face.
Oh, Jove, that's bad business.
Well, we're here, and that's all that counts. Oh, I say, we certainly pulled out of Bury Dead in a hurry. Suits me. I just about had a stomach full of that place.
Say, you know something?
What's that?
This is the same freight car we arrived in.
I say, it is? Huh?
Yes. Turn on your flash, Reggie.
Oh, right.
Yeah, look here. This is the same packing box the maestro used to sit on.
Well, I'll be doggone.
The freight train must have stopped to pick up this car.
Oh, I say, that's why they were here so long. Fixing the wheel that was frozen.
Probably. Save the flashlight, Reggie. We may need it later.
Right. Jack, I just been thinking.
What's the matter now?
Well, supposing the maestro ain't on this freight train after all.
He's got to be.
But supposing he ain't, then what we gonna do?
If he's not on this freight, I'll eat it.
Well, that ain't saying what we'll do if he ain't.
Well, the only thing is to catch the next freight back to Bury Dead. But I know he's on it.
Well, what makes you so sure, Jack?
Well, he disappeared from the boarding house. He's so fat and heavy he can't get around in the sand. There's no place for him to go. Besides, what would you do if you were stuck in a place like Bury Dead with 25 grand that didn't belong to you? You'd try to slip away the first opportunity you got.
Yeah, and he thought he could get away on this freight alone while we was out there in the desert digging up Nash's coffin.
Certainly.
Well, it sure makes sense, all right.
Mind if I join the conversation?
Hey, who said that?
Just me.
Well, who are you? What are you doing in this boxcar?
Well, goodness, ain't I got as much right in here as anybody?
Turn the flash on him, Reggie.
Quiet.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Blind the feller? Take that light out of my eyes.
Looks like a bindle stick.
Okay, Reg, just turn off the light.
I am a knight of the open road.
Yeah?
My name is Swenson.
Well, how do you do, Swenson? I'm Jack Packard.
Jack Packard, eh?
Yes. These two men with me are Doc Long and Reggie York.
Ain't got a can of beans on you, I don't guess.
Afraid not. We came away in a hurry.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that. Didn't I hear you say there was a fat man on this freight with $25,000?
Oh, you heard that, huh?
Well, that's what it sounded like.
Jack.
Yeah?
If we was to throw this sweet out of this boxcar, who would know the difference?
My goodness, why you want to do that?
Then there wouldn't be anybody on this freight that knew about that money but just us.
Good gracious, but you are an impulsive feller.
How about it, Jack?
No, wait a minute. You got me all wrong. I'm just Swenson, knight of the open road.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure. Sakes alive, what would a dirty old bum like me want with $25,000?
What about it, Jack?
Besides, what $25,000? I never heard a word about it. Goodness gracious, I'm so deaf in both ears I couldn't hear what you said if you was to shoot a cannon off in my ear.
You made a big mistake mentioning that money, Swenson.
Yeah, please, mister. I'm just a poor old sweet trying to get along. Just forget I ever said anything, and I'll forget it, too.
Well, I don't know. What were you doing in this particular car, anyway?
Just riding.
Where are you from?
I jumped this freight at Needles.
Then how did you get in this car?
Didn't I just say I come from Needles?
Yes, but this car didn't come from Needles.
It didn't?
You know as well as I do. This car's been parked out on that siding at Bury You Dead for almost a week.
Yeah, sure. I know that.
Well?
Well, it's like this. The car I was riding in up front, well, there's 3 other fellers in it, see?
And what's that got to do with it?
Well, they are putting on a party. They got a dozen containers of canned heat.
They're drinking canned heat?
Yeah, canned heat and witch hazel.
Oh, look here.
Yeah, sure, they are. Well, they was getting pretty rough and noisy, so when the freight stopped, I slipped out and climbed into this car.
I see.
Well, so what's the matter with that?
Nothing. Just the same, I think we better search you.
Search me?
Yes.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Suppose I could be a help to you, boys.
In what way?
Suppose I could tell you where to find the fat man.
The maestro?
Is that his name?
You know where he is?
You bet my life I do.
Where?
Is it a bet? If I tell you where to find the fat boy, do you lay off of me?
And you'll forget you ever heard about that money?
Oh, what do I want with money? Goodness gracious, if I had money, then I couldn't ride freight trains no more.
It's a deal. Where's the maestro?
Back there.
Back where?
In the end of the car. Him and the girl.
Hey, you mean the maestro and Nasha are in this car?
All you have got to do is go back and see for yourself.
Well, of all the doggone luck.
Come on, let's go back. Reggie.
Yes?
Stay here with Swenson. Watch him.
Right-o.
Yeah, give me the flashlight. Come on, Doc.
Well, and ain't he going to be glad to see us?
If that Swede's lying...
Turn on the flash, Jack.
Who is that?
Nasha! Nasha, you alive, honey?
You are Doc Long?
Of course I'm Doc Long. Where's the maestro?
Here he is, lying down.
The maestro is asleep.
Or pretending to be asleep. Let's see what a kick in the pants will do. What's that?
You dare kick the maestro?
Here, what is this?
Maestro, this Jack Packard kick you.
Jack Packard?
Yes. Shall I stick a knife in him?
Jack Packard, what are you doing here?
I was about to ask you the same question.
I couldn't stomach Bury You Dead another minute. When the freight stopped, I decided to leave.
Well, you were the only thing in Bury You Dead that interested us, so when you left, we came along, too.
And you kicked me.
That's right.
Insult on insult.
Shall I stick a knife into him, maestro?
I will do worse than that.
Such as turning me into a wolf, I suppose.
I have performed wonders, and you still do not believe.
That's right.
I have turned Nasha into a wolf. I've turned a wolf into a man. Nasha died and was buried, and I brought her back from the grave.
Was you sure not dead, Sugar?
I was dead. And you do not call me Sugar.
There's just one thing you haven't mentioned, Maestro.
What is that?
The most important thing of all. You made our $25,000 disappear.
You talk riddles.
Oh, no, I don't. You made it disappear, and now you're going to perform an even greater miracle and make it return.
I haven't your money.
I think you have.
Money means nothing to me. Man who can perform marvels beyond the ken of man.
You're going to return that 25,000, or you're going to be about 250 pounds lighter when we arrive at our next stop.
Threats. What do they mean to me?
Jack ain't kidding, Maestro. We're going to have them potatoes back if we have to take you apart limb by limb until we find them.
Your game's up. Now give us that money belt.
Fools!
Stand up.
You take your hands off the maestro.
Stand up.
Take your hands off me. I will get to my feet.
And hurry up about it.
I spit on you.
Doc, keep your eye on Nasha. I'll take care of the maestro.
You hear that, sweetheart?
Dog, pig, swine.
Ain't you just full of words?
Come on. Get to your feet.
It is difficult. A man of my weight must move slowly.
Well, keep moving.
I will help you, maestro.
Keep away from me, Nasha.
Yeah, come on back over here.
You do not touch me.
No?
I will stick a knife in you.
You will, sure enough?
There, I am standing.
Now then, I'm going to give you one more chance. Will you return that money?
Money, the root of all evil?
That's your answer?
That is my answer.
All right. Put your hands over your head.
What's that?
I said put your hands over your head.
No, you do not, maestro. You do not.
And why should I put my arms over my head?
Don't argue. Do it.
But I know on good authority that you're not armed.
No, I'm not armed.
But I am.
Hey, Jack.
I am armed with a gun and I shoot well.
Well, what you know about that?
Put up that gun, you fool.
Don't order me around, Packard. I am master of this situation.
So you want to add another murder to your list?
No, I don't want to, but I don't mind.
Hey, you admit you're a killer.
Why not? You'll never live to tell it.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Well, spank me for a baby. Gunplay.
Keep those hands up.
I got him up, fella.
Nasha?
Yes, maestro.
Take that flashlight out of Jack Packard's hand.
Yes. Give it here.
Don't move, either of you.
Nice piece of work, Maestro. But what do you think it's going to get you?
You do not worry. The maestro knows what he is doing.
Nasha.
Yes, maestro.
Stand behind me with that flash. Hold it so that we're all in the light.
Yes, maestro.
Good.
Now then, where's your partner?
Reggie? Oh, he's down yonder in the doorway of the car.
Doc, you fool.
But Jack.
Oh, never mind.
Very well. We will go down to the doorway. Keep your hands up. March.
I will follow, Maestro.
Follow close. Keep everyone in the light.
Yes, Maestro.
Jack, is there anything the matter?
That's a silly question, Reggie boy. What made you think that?
But the maestro has a gun on you.
No.
York, put up your hands.
I say.
Put them up.
What about it, Jack?
Better do as he says.
Righto, but what's it all about?
Jack asked the maestro for our 25,000 simoleons back, and this here's his answer.
I see.
Hey, Reggie, where'd that feller go?
Doc, what's the matter with you?
Well, nothing. All I was going to say was...
Nobody's interested in what you're going to say. Just shut up.
I'm very interested in what he was going to say. Is there another man in this car?
Yeah, sure, there's another fella. It's me, and I wish it weren't.
Who are you?
Just Svensson.
Look at him, Maestro. He is bindle stiff.
What are you doing in this car?
Well, you don't think I like it any better than you do you?
You're going to like it a whole lot less before many minutes. Keep over there in the light where I'm keeping an eye on you.
You sure? You never seen such an agreeable fellow like I am.
Packard?
Well?
Go over in the doorway and stand facing out.
What's that for?
Going to clear this freight car. There are too many people in here.
Hey, you're crazy.
Go to that door, Packard.
If you think I'm going to jump out of that door going at this speed...
You don't have to jump. I'll help you out. With a slug of lead between the shoulder blades.
Oh, look here, Maestro.
What's the matter with you?
Well, that's a bit bloody, isn't it?
Packard, do as I say. I'll give you to the count of 3.
And if I don't move?
I'll shoot you where you stand. 1, 2... Oh!
Jack!
I'm not shot. It's the maestro.
The Maestro!
Dasha, turn out that light. Go, Dasha, go!
Wait a minute. I got the flashlight.
Hurry up, turn it on.
Yeah, here it is.
Doc, find Nasha. Reggie, help me with the maestro.
Yeah, you bet.
Oh,
I say, look at the maestro's hand. Mangled.
Here, rip off his shirt. Make me some bandages.
Righto. Yeah, but who did it? Who shot the maestro?
I guess I'm the feller. Had to shoot the gun out of his hand.
Good work, Swenson. Give me a piece of that cloth.
Here you are.
Hold that flashlight down closer.
Yeah, looks like I shot off one of his fingers.
Looks like you did, all right. Oh, stop groaning. You're not dead.
Jack, Nash is not in this boxcar.
What's that?
No, she ain't. I look good.
Hey, you mean that Russian girl jumped out?
She must have.
Oh, but look here. Supposing she had that $25,000 on her.
Then I would say your 25 grand was laying back along the tracks on the body of a dead girl.
Well, darn it, why don't somebody stop the train?
How are you going to stop a freight train?
What about it, Jack?
There, that'll take care of you, Maestro.
Oh.
At least till we can get you to a hospital.
But, Jack, our $25,000.
I think our money's safe enough.
Hey, what do you mean?
Have you forgotten Nasha disappeared from this boxcar once before and came back safe?
I see.
Hey, that's right.
Besides, we don't know that Nasha had the money. Search the Maestro.
You bet we'll search you, Maestro. Here, you roll over. Man, don't he suffer good. Hold that flashlight, Reggie.
Righto.
He's got so much fat on his bones. Nope. Nothing on this side. Roll him over.
I'm tired.
Listen at him.
Over he goes. Anything at all?
Limp as a baby. Hey, Jack, there ain't nothing at all on this car.
All right, let him sit up.
Come on, you. Up with you.
Will I bleed to death?
Sorry to report there isn't a chance of you bleeding to death.
Who shot me?
I did.
You did. You're only a tramp.
No, I ain't no tramp.
You're not? Then what are you?
Just a railroad dick.
Policeman?
For the railroad.
What's the idea? What are you doing here?
Looking for this fat man?
You was? Well, what for?
Murder.
What nonsense is this?
That's right, mister.
But why is the railroad interested in the Maestro for murder?
We found a dead man on the railroad right of way near the California line.
Did the man have a knife in his heart?
You sure? How did you know?
Didn't I tell you? I knew there was a dead man in this car. I touched the knife in his heart in the dark.
What's that?
Certainly I did. He tried to make us believe it was one of his manifestations. He let me touch it, and then he shoved it out of the car.
But look, fella, how come you linked the dead body up with the maestro?
The body was identified. The man was last seen in the company of this fella.
Well, it kind of puts you on a spot, Maestro.
I'm tired. Tried and I have failed.
Then you admit the murder?
Yes.
Why did you kill him?
I wanted Packard's $25,000 for myself.
How did you know I was carrying that money?
You remember, back in the freight yards in Los Angeles, you 3 were waiting for a freight to pull out. You were hiding in a boxcar.
Yes?
Well, we were waiting, too. This man I killed and Nasha and I. We're outside your boxcar in the fog. We overheard you talking about the money.
So that was it.
We heard you say you were going to catch the next freight out. So we went down and got into an empty boxcar. Never hoped for you to get into the same boxcar with us. We only expected to be on the same train. Follow you to your next destination.
And we played right into your hands by getting in the same car.
When did you kill this other fella?
While we were waiting for the freight to pull out. I killed him in one boxcar, and then, because there was so much blood, I carried him to another car. This one we're in now.
As long as you're talking, tell us a few more things. We heard a man scream before I felt the body with a knife in it.
I did that. I screamed.
Yeah? And how about turning Nasha into an animal?
Simple magic. Nasha is completely in my power mentally. When I placed her in a trance, she will do anything I want her to do. By thought transference, I do not need to speak. Just think, and she does what I think.
That's really true?
Yes.
Those horrible glaring eyes in the dark and the snarling.
The eyes were luminous paint which I daubed on her forehead.
Well, son of a gun.
The snarling I did myself. Like this.
Oh, Jove. Exactly the same.
Yes, I did that myself.
And how about all that wolf business at Bury Your Dead?
Circumstances fitted right into my plans. The wolves were killing people out there in the desert, so I pretended that I was causing it.
Are you saying you actually didn't kill Alky Joe and Chinese Tom?
I did not. The wolves did that. I put Nasha into a trance and made her jump through that window and pretend to go out and call the wolves.
But what about the wolf you turned into a man? The chappie with long hair on his face who brought the body of Nasha to the window.
The people of Bury Your Dead are simple folk. I found a man among them whom I could bring under the influence of my mind. I hypnotized him, covered his face with crepe hair, and had him carry Nasha in.
You certainly went to a lot of trouble on our account.
Yes, I was using all the magic I knew to confuse you, so that when I got hold of the $25,000, you would not know where to start looking for it.
You didn't fool me for a minute.
I know. You're a stubborn man, Packer.
Yes, but Nasha, you fooled Jack over her. Even he said Nasha was dead when the chappie with hair on his face brought her in.
Yes, Nasha is so completely in my power, I can hypnotize her so that she is the same as dead. A suspended animation. No breathing, no pulse. Her body takes on a death-like white marble hue.
Then we sure enough buried Nasha while she is still alive?
Yes.
Yes, but how did she get out of the coffin? It was still nailed shut when we dug it up.
I made the coffin myself. If you had examined it carefully, you would have found hidden hinges in one end. When I sent a mental thought to Nasha, she came alive. She opened the end of the casket and dug her way through the sand to the surface.
Holy jumping cow, you mean that Russian girl opened the coffin and come out alive?
Yes, it has been done before. Houdini mystified the world for years with that trick.
Well, what do you know?
But why did you go to all that trouble? Why did you bury her?
With her, I buried the $25,000. I wanted the money out of the way when you searched for it.
Yes, but who hit Jack over the head out on the desert and took the money away from him?
The man with the hair on his face whom I had hypnotized. Under my influence, he attacked Packard and then brought the money to me.
Well, I reckon that just about explains everything.
No, there's two more things. Jumping Dick and Laura, for one thing.
I can explain them. That foul woman, Dry Gulch Mary, heard Doc Long mention the money you were carrying. She told Jumping Dick, and he and that woman, Laura, decided to get it.
You mean his daughter?
She wasn't his daughter. Just an adventurer stranded out there in the desert.
You know that?
I do.
Well, how's that for pulling the wool over my eyes?
Quite.
Well, that explains those two. Now the most important. Maestro, how did Nasha disappear from this boxcar and then return?
Turn your flashlight on the door of the car.
You mean you're going to bring her back now?
I might as well. Game's up.
All right, go ahead.
Nasha, come back.
Hey, look. Here she comes. Floating back through the door of the car.
Here, what's going on? That ain't natural.
Nasha, come here.
Yes, maestro.
Take off that money belt.
Yes, maestro.
There it is. There it is.
Yes. Now give it to Packard.
Yes, maestro.
Thanks.
Hey, but that still don't explain how she got in and out of the car.
Nasha is an acrobatic dancer. She simply took hold of the top of the door and swung her body up onto the roof of the car.
She's been up on the roof of the car?
Yes. It would be impossible for anyone less lithe and supple. Even she couldn't do it, except under my hypnotic influence.
Maestro, I want to hand it to you. You're a clever man.
Clever enough to escape this murder charge?
That I don't know.
No. I don't think even the maestro is that clever.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Bunch of doggone heroes, every doggone one of us.
Oh, look here, Doc.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Reggie. I wouldn't believe it myself. Only here it is, spread over the front pages of every newspaper in the country.
You believe everything you read?
Well, of course I do. A newspaper wouldn't dare print anything that wasn't true.
Doc, you haven't done a thing but read those papers since they were taken on at San Francisco.
Darn interesting reading, too. Looky at this picture of me. Doc Long, the modern Tarzan, who slew a mountain lion with his bare hands.
All right, Tarzan, fold up the newspapers.
What you mean, fold up the newspaper?
Stop reading that stuff before you begin to believe it. Remember, Reggie and I have got to go on living with you.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
You keep patting yourself on the back, and you're going to break your arm, and we're going to have to feed you again.
Hey, you know something that makes me kind of mad?
I thought you weren't mad at anybody.
Well, looky. We took on a new stewardess at San Francisco, and she ain't even give us a tumble.
Well, why should she?
Why, a pretty girl like her should ought to be interested in a bunch of he-fighters like us.
Oh, yeah. Now, look, Doc, you bored the other stewardess from Seattle to San Francisco with your story. Will you let this girl alone?
Oh, all right. Of course, if she asks me, I'm going to have to tell her.
Well, she won't ask you if she knows what's good for her.
Doggone, I can't get over it. The insurance company are giving us 25,000 potatoes just for bringing Alexander Archer back alive. 25,000 good round simoleons.
It was little enough. If Richard Cooper had killed Archer, the insurance company would have been out $1 million.
Yeah. And now here we are on our way to Hollywood to live like three doggone kings.
I still don't know why you wanted to come to Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood is good as any place else to spend 25,000 smackers, ain't it?
Yes, I suppose so.
But, Doc, we really don't have to spend it, do we?
Of course we do. What good's 25,000 if we don't spend it?
You agree with him, Jack?
Well, it's certainly true that he won't be good for anything else until the money's gone.
Quite. And it is a bother.
Oh, it ain't gonna be no bother to me. Not for long, it ain't. What's the best hotel in Los Angeles?
Oh, there's several.
Yeah, but the most expensive.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, that's where we're going.
Yes, but, Doc, we're not dressed for that sort of thing.
Then we'll get dressed for it. And we'll get the most expensive automobile we can find and eat in the most expensive eating places and go to the most expensive shows.
And the 25,000 will last us just about 1 month.
Well, that's just about right. I don't think I could stand being so darn expensive much longer than that. Do you like it, Reggie?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't.
Now, there's gratitude for you. I'll work out a swell way to spend our 25,000. Well, just think, Reggie. Folks are waiting on us. Breakfast in bed. Waiting around in pretty women up to our armpits.
I was wondering when that was coming out.
Pretty women?
Yes.
But, Jack, that's the best part of the whole idea. Why, there ain't nothing I like...
We know there isn't anything you like as much as a pretty woman.
Well, they ain't. There's one thing, though. I'm just wondering with so much whoopee if I'm going to be able to get home every morning in time to have breakfast in bed. Looky, you fellas, promise me something?
Well, let's hear it first.
I want you two to promise me, no matter what happens, no matter what, you get me? That we ain't going to take no adventure nor solving a mystery nor nothing like that. Until every last penny of the $25,000 is gone.
I see. You don't want business to interfere with pleasure.
You bet I don't. You promise?
Well, now, that's a funny thing to ask, Doc. Adventure just doesn't come up and smack you in the face. You've got to go out looking for it.
Yeah, but I know Jack. He smells something and away we go.
But if we do run into something...
No, sir. If we run right smack into something, we're going to turn our backs and start walking the other way.
What do you say to that, Jack?
I say the worst is about to happen.
Huh? Well, what you mean?
That stewardess has spotted us. She's coming this way with a newspaper in her hand.
Hey, that's all right.
Well, get ready, Reggie, to hear the story of our great adventure all over again.
Quite.
Hello, honey.
Are you Mr. Long?
Oh, that's all right. Just call me Doc.
Oh, I say.
Then this is your picture in the paper.
Yep, that's right.
And, these other two men?
Yep, Jack Packard and Reggie York.
Oh, but it's wonderful. You're the three who were almost murdered and fought those mountain lions.
Yeah, would you like to hear about it?
Doc.
Oh, please. And that poor girl, Linda Joyce. You were wonderful to save her from the mountain lion the way you did.
Oh, shucks, it wasn't nothing. Sit down a minute, and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, will you please do?
It's his pleasure.
Now, what's that?
I say you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Hey, Jack, she asked me, not you.
That dreadful Richard Cooper and Dr. Thorne. Thank goodness they're safely in jail.
Yeah, they're locked up so tight they ain't never going to get out.
But there were so many of them. I mean, besides the two leaders. How did you ever get off the island?
Well, while me and Linda was out fighting the lion, Jack and Reggie here captured Cooper and Thorne and locked the rest of the gang up in one of the rooms down in the cellar.
Oh, you two should be so proud of yourselves.
Hey, what about me out there fighting the lion?
Yeah. But after all, you did have a knife.
It wasn't a very big knife.
And anyway, I've heard that mountain lions are cowardly.
Hey, when I got through with that cougar, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
You don't look like you'd ever been sick a day in your life.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, I swear to Grandma, I ain't never seen a girl like you before. Ain't you impressed at all?
Of course I am. The way Mr. York and Mr. Packard locked up 13 men single-handed.
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, but maybe you don't understand about mountain lions.
Mr. Packard, what happened after you locked those men up?
Well, we found Alexander Archer and loaded him into the launch with Cooper and Thorne and brought them into Fort Forest and turned them over to the authorities.
Well, but what about all the men that were locked down in that underground room?
Oh, the police went out the island and got them.
Well, I suppose you know you're famous.
Newspapers have to print something, I suppose.
But I still don't see why they made so much of Mr. Long and the mountain lion.
Hey, looky, are you just plain trying to make me mad?
Why, no. Of course not.
Well, whether you believe it or not, fighting mountain lions ain't no child's play.
Oh, Pooh. My folks live on a mountain ranch up in Washington. My mother scares mountain lions out of her chicken yard by shushing her apron at them.
Hey, that ain't so.
I beg your pardon.
Well, hey, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I shouldn't have come back here.
Yeah.
But my mother did too scare mountain lions with her chicken apron. So there.
Well, what are you two sitting there grinning about?
Too bad Cooper didn't arm you with a kitchen apron instead of a knife, Doc.
All right. So it's funny.
Now I come to think of it, Reggie, I wonder if maybe Linda didn't scare that lion to death by shaking her skirts at him.
Yes, quite. But in that case, how did Doc get those scratches and bruises?
He might have fallen down a ravine.
Yes, that would account for it, all right.
Well, you two guys shut up.
Well, naturally, he couldn't say that Linda killed the cougar.
Naturally not.
Looky, you two smart guys.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah?
I'm a passenger on the plane.
Well, so what?
You look like the fella whose picture I got here in my paper. See?
Okay, so I'm the fella. What about it?
Is it true you killed the mountain lion with your bare hands?
No.
It ain't? But it's right here in the paper.
I can't help that.
Then that mountain cougar's still alive?
No, he ain't. He died of being scared to death.
My goodness, you don't tell me.
Sure, I'm telling you. My mama come along and waved her kitchen apron at him, and he laid right down and kicked the bucket.
Young man, you're a liar.
Oh, you don't believe me?
That's a fine way to talk to a gentleman.
Well, if you don't believe me, just go back and ask the stewardess. She knows all the answers.
Are you, gentleman, this feller's companion?
Yes.
What's the matter with him?
Well, he hasn't been quite right ever since we left the island.
Ah, so that's it. Too bad.
Why, dadgum, you jack. Fine a pair of sippy cats as I ever tied up with.
Don't worry, Doc. There'll be a new batch of newspapers with stories in them when we reach Hollywood.
Well, don't you say newspapers to me.
Oh, look here now, Doc.
I'm warning you. The first newsboy that sticks a newspaper under my nose is going to get smacked right back 3 generations.
Oh, I say, look down. Lights. You want to getting in?
Fasten your safety belts, please. No smoking while we're landing. Fasten your safety belts, please.
So your mama shushed a cougar with her apron.
Yes, she did. Fasten your safety belts.
First thing she knows, she's going to have herself believing that.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah, we're heading into the field.
Well, there we are. Back on solid ground again. Well, there she is, folks. Burbank, California. Come on, let's get out of here and start spending some of that money.
What'll we do? Take a taxi?
Well, you're doggone right. To the most expensive hotel in Los Angeles. Some place that's close to Hollywood, though.
Watch your step, please. Watch your step, please.
Your mama sure enough scared a cougar with her apron.
You're holding up the passengers. Please move along.
Oh, so you're backing down now.
I am not.
Doc, come on.
Well, all I gotta say is that your mama's one tough hombre.
Oh, you're impossible.
Take his arm, Reggie.
I'm a coming.
Watch your step, please.
A cute kid. Just as soon lie as look at you, though.
Quite a crowd outside the gate.
Transcontinental plane getting ready to go out.
I beg your pardon. Are you Mr. Jack Packard and party?
Yes, that's right.
This way, if you please.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm the chauffeur. If you'll just get in that big black car over there, I'll pick up your baggage.
Man, oh, man, looky at it. A block long.
What's it all about? We didn't order anyone to meet us. You must be mistaken.
You said your name was Mr. Packard?
That's right.
Well, then, if you'll please get in the car, I'll be right back with the luggage.
Jack, I don't get it.
Well, neither do I.
Well, what do we care? Looky, it's what's in that big old automobile.
What's that?
I ask you, did you ever see a prettier armful of girl than that?
No.
Let's climb in. What are we waiting for?
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Don't we get ourselves in the most expensive places? Looky, Jack. Looky, Reggie. Silk sheets, even.
All right, silk sheets. So what?
So I'm going to sleep between silk sheets for the first time in my life. Honest to my grandma, fellers, if my cousin Winnie Mae could see me now.
What makes you think we're going to be here long enough to sleep between any kind of sheets?
What you mean? We've been brought here, ain't we?
I still think there's been some mistake.
I say, Jack, what's that?
Oh, where have you been?
Oh, prowling a bit. Did you two know there's a suite of 3 bedrooms with separate baths?
Well, didn't I tell you this was expensive stuff we got ourselves into?
A bedroom for each of us.
Sure, so what you mean, Jack, by saying it's a mistake?
Well, there's no sense to anything that's happened so far. We get on a plane to come to Hollywood for the express purpose of spending $25,000.
Well, we can spend it from here just as good as any place else.
Well, that's not the point.
Ain't, huh?
No, it isn't. The point is, when we get off the plane, we're met by a liveried chauffeur in a fancy car, just as though we were expected and being met by appointment. No explanation, nothing. We're just invited to get in the car.
That's right, and so we get in the car.
And why? Well, because there's a good-looking girl waiting inside for us.
Well, that's as good a reason as any for getting into a strange auto. Are you sorry you did it? Well, look what it's got us in so far.
Yeah, but that isn't the idea, Doc. We've been driven out to this beautiful old Hollywood mansion, and we don't know why. All we know is that this is the home of Randolph Martin.
Yeah, whoever he is.
And that these are to be our quarters, and the dinner will be served at 7.
Hey, well, we know the name of the little old honeypot who met us at the airport.
Fay Martin. Does that mean anything to you?
No, of course not. Except I like knowing it.
Why?
Because I think I'm going to like Fay when we get to know each other better.
You're out of your class, Doc.
What you mean, out of my class?
If this house is any indication, the Martins are not only wallowing in money, but they're overflowing with the refinements and niceties of an old family.
Aristocrats?
If you look about, you see signs of the family tree almost everywhere.
You mean we're going to be high-hatted?
What happened in the car on the way out here?
Huh? Well, what you mean, what happened?
Why, the minute we began asking Miss Fay Martin questions, she froze solid.
Yeah, only I just thought she's kind of nervous on account of us being strangers. Besides, you don't think I ain't man enough to unfreeze her.
Well, you still don't get it, Doc. She was the little princess keeping the village yokels in their place.
Well, then what'd we come for?
Oh, see here now.
No,
Doc.
sir. I'll be doggone if I'll stay around folks who don't think I'm as good as they are.
All right, Doc, relax, will you? The whole point is that we allowed that girl to bring us from the airport to this house without getting one bit of information out of her. We allowed ourselves to be turned over to the butler in the downstairs hall and conducted to these rooms, still not knowing what it's all about. And now we've been here for an hour, and what do we know?
Well, I'll tell you what we know.
What?
We know that we're being neglected. That's what we know.
Yes, that's about all.
Well, why don't we do something about it? We don't have to stand around with our teeth in our mouth. We ain't locked in. Let's bust out and find this here Randolph Martin.
No, that's not the answer.
Well, why the heck ain't it? Don't you agree with me, Reggie? Get aggressive and show 'em that we ain't folks to be pushed around.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, what's the matter with you two anyway?
Oh, look here, Doc. Gentlefolk might not understand our strong-arm methods.
Gentlefolk?
People of breeding. Refinement.
Hey, look, you think I'm purty enough to sit down at the table with these folks tonight?
Oh, look here.
After all, we didn't come here of our own accord. They brung us.
Now, just the same, Doc, I think we can wait until dinner.
Oh, sure, we can wait until next week. But that ain't spending none of that $25,000 reward money we come to Hollywood to spend.
But we're bound to meet the whole family at dinner, and then the reason for our being here, if there is a reason, will come out.
I say, who is this Randolph Martin, anyway?
I never heard of him. You, Jack?
No, he can't be anyone.
Oh, someone showing some signs of interest.
Well, how doggone gracious of him not to forget us completely.
I get it.
Hello.
Oh, good evening. I'm Jack Packard.
Look. Somebody slashed me.
Slashed you?
Yes. Here, on my arm.
Here, let me see that. Now, maybe you better come in here.
Yes, I guess maybe I'd better.
You're bleeding all over the carpet. Come into the bathroom and hold your arm over the basin.
All right.
Reggie, close the door.
Quiet. I say, Doc, did you see that?
Yeah, what's going on here? What she mean somebody slashed her?
Well, she was very well bleeding.
Well, who the heck suppose she is?
Oh, Doc.
Yeah?
Bring me some iodine and cotton and some adhesive tape out of my bag.
Okay, coming right up.
It isn't really very much of a cut. About an inch long, not too deep. Now, how'd that happen?
They did it.
They?
Yes. I was walking down the hall, and I felt a kind of sharp sting on my arm. I looked at it quick, and it was all bloody.
This happened just now out in the hall?
Yes.
Who was out there with you?
I turned around real quick, but there wasn't anybody.
Here's the stuff you wanted.
No, thanks.
It don't amount to much with blood washed off. How did it happen?
They did it.
Well, you keep saying they. Who are they?
I don't know. They just won't let me alone, is all I know.
Yeah? Well, what they bothering you for?
I don't know. I think they're trying to kill me.
Kill you? Hey, wait a minute. What did anybody want to kill a nice girl like you for?
I don't know.
Now, then, this might sting a little. I'm pouring iodine in the cut.
I don't mind pain.
Good girl. There it is. Now, a little cotton and some adhesive tape, and you're all well again.
Look here, Jack. Didn't you hear her say someone's trying to kill her?
Yes, I heard her. Do you mind telling us your name?
I'm Cherry Martin.
Cherry, huh?
It's really Charity. But nobody calls me that.
Then you must be the sister of Fay Martin, who met us at the airport.
Yes. She likes Fay best, but her name's really Faith.
There you are. Now come out in the other room. You're still pretty much upset.
No. I'm not upset.
Well, then why that fearful whisper?
I'm afraid they'll hear me.
Please sit down.
No. No, I mustn't. I must go now.
But see here, I think you should sit down and tell us about this if you're in danger. That must be the reason why we're here.
Yes, that's part of the reason. But I must go now.
But ain't you scared to go out in that hall? If somebody got through just slashing your arm, ain't he liable to do it again?
Yes.
Then why not stay here where we can look out for you?
No. I mustn't stay.
Well, why?
I just mustn't. That's all.
Would you like someone to walk to your room with you?
No. I'm all right. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Hope is my other sister.
I say. Faith, Hope, and Charity.
Yes. She's the one who's in the worst danger. Hope and my brother Job.
Your sister Hope and your brother Job are in the worst danger.
Yes.
From what? From whom?
I don't know. But they do. I'll see you at dinner.
Well, smack me for a baby. What goes on?
Well, now things are beginning to make sense. The reason for our being here begins to emerge.
Danger, murder, fear. In this house?
There's your blue-blooded aristocracy you fellas was holding your breath over.
Oh, it's more apparent than ever, don't you think, Jack? I mean, to say the exquisite refinement of that girl's face. The roots of her old family tree are firmly entrenched in this house.
Yes, Reggie, but it's also apparent that the family tree is beginning to show signs of decay.
Signs of decay? Looks to me like it was rotten clean down to the roots.
Something's ballet wrong, all right.
Screwy family in the beginning. Who ever heard of naming girls Faith, Hope, and Charity? Sounds like a Texas camp meeting.
Well, at least we know this much now. There are 3 sisters who've gone to the names of Fay, Hope, and Cherry. And there's a brother Job.
Yeah, there's another name out of this world.
And it appears, according to Cherry's story, that someone is molesting her with the intent eventually to kill her.
Yeah, and right in this house, too. Funny kind of a cut she had on her arm. What kind of a knife would make a thin, long cut like that?
Oh, doctor's scalpel, safety razor blade.
I say, that's exactly what it looked like, a safety razor blade cut.
Yeah, but who's going around murdering folks with an old safety razor blade?
What do you do with your old safety razor blades?
But this must be pretty doggone serious, Jack. Cherry thinks they're out to kill her, yet she says her sister Hope and her brother are in even worse danger.
I'd like to get hold of that Randolph Martin and give him peace of my mind. His children are in danger, and he keeps us up here waiting. He doesn't tell us what it's all about, and why doesn't he let us get on to it?
Did you ever stop to think... Listen.
Let's say, a blooming infant in the house.
Yeah, then one of the girls must be married.
Open the door, Doc.
Well, what for? Ain't you never heard a baby holler before?
Never mind, open the door.
Okay. All I hope is it don't yell at night.
There's a fine pair of lungs.
Stuffed a nipple in its mouth or something.
Jack, I say. Come on, what are we waiting for?
Here's the stairs.
And there she is lying down at the foot. Come on.
Oh, doggone.
Here, wait a minute. Straighten her out.
Well, hey, it's Jerry. Is she dead?
No. No, she's not dead.
No, I'm not dead.
Well, hey, she's conscious. And after a tumble down all them stairs.
All right, what is it this time?
Oh, hey.
Well, why are you all standing there gaping? What is it?
Your daughter just fell downstairs.
My granddaughter, you mean. Is she hurt?
No, I'm not hurt.
Oh, falling downstairs.
I didn't fall. Somebody pushed me.
Hey, they did?
What's that bandage on your arm?
Somebody slashed me.
Can you stand?
Yes, I think so.
Then get to your feet.
Here, let me help you. There you are.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should explain how we happen to be here.
I know more about that than you do, young man.
You do?
I should. I brought you.
Then you're...
Randolph Martin. And I need help. I'm having granddaughter trouble.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Mr. Packard, we'll go into the library.
Mrs. Martin, will you tell me why you sent Doc and Reggie back up to our quarters?
I'm taking you into the library to meet my granddaughters.
And what's that got to do with Doc and Reggie?
My dear man, you don't know my granddaughters.
What's that?
No. When there are too many eligible men about, it's difficult to get them to concentrate on anything else.
Man crazy, huh?
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
You suggested it.
I can say what I please about my granddaughters. You can't.
I see.
Be sure you do. The Martin girls can do no wrong.
But you were telling me a few moments ago you were having granddaughter trouble.
I am.
Well, isn't it going to be a little difficult for us to discuss the trouble if I've got to assume the attitude they're above reproach?
I'll do the criticizing. Your job is to correct the trouble in this house without comment.
Aren't you being a little high-handed, Mrs. Martin?
You're questioning me?
I certainly am. First, you practically kidnapped me and my two partners.
You didn't have to come if you didn't choose.
How did you know we were arriving by plane at Burbank this evening?
Read it in the paper.
But did you stop to consider that we might have had plans of our own?
They weren't important.
You mean they weren't important to you? I'm afraid you're a woman who's used to having her own way.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, you go right ahead and have it. Well, I think Doc and Reggie and I'll be on our way.
Fiddlesticks.
What's that?
You're staying right here.
Against our will?
Nonsense. You're staying here because you're needed.
You're asking us to stay?
I'm ordering you to stay.
Now, then I'll say goodbye.
Don't be a fool, Jack Packard.
We don't take orders.
You walk out of the house because I order you to stay instead of ask you to stay.
That's right.
You'll be well paid for obeying my orders.
Keep your money. As a matter of fact, our one purpose in coming to Hollywood was to spend our reward money from the last job. It would melt faster down here than any place we could think of.
You don't recognize authority, and you have no use for money.
That's right.
You're difficult young men to handle.
Not at all. We enjoy doing favors.
The House of Martin does not accept favors.
Well, that's up to you.
For generations, we've been able to pay for anything we want.
In my opinion, then, the Martins have wanted few of the good things in this world. Well, here we are. We can't agree, so we'll go.
No.
Yes.
No, wait a minute.
Well?
I don't like it. I'm not used to asking people to do things. But I will. I'm asking you to stay and help me, Mr. Packard.
Please?
What's that?
You didn't say please.
How dare you?
Don't if you don't want to.
Young whippersnapper. Mr. Packard, will you please stay and help me?
Gladly. In fact, we'd already made up our minds to stay. I think you've got an interesting problem here.
What do you know about the problem here?
Nothing. But it's apparent there's something. It's in the atmosphere. Something, might I say, something creeping through this house.
Creeping? Creeping?
A creeping, unhealthy menace.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You don't suppose it would be the stench of a decaying family tree that's permeating the environment, do you?
Oh, such utter nonsense. We spent enough time. Come along in the library and meet my granddaughters.
Very well.
Decayed family tree, indeed.
Only a suggestion.
Uncalled for. Come on in.
Yes?
Now then, Fay, where is Hope?
Oh, Grandmother, whoever keeps track of our beautiful Hope?
Well, someone should.
I hate to be the one assigned to the job.
I told her to be in the library at 8.
Grandma, I know where she is.
Cherry, shut up.
Fay, please, you're a Martin, and that Martin women are always ladies.
Oh, horse feathers.
The Martin women are always ladies. Now then, Cherry, where is Hope?
She sneaked out with the chauffeur again.
You little rat.
Hey.
Well, she is.
I am not. Hope should leave the chauffeur alone, and you know it.
Well, that man will get his walking papers tonight.
Let's see. That'll make the 4th chauffeur to get his bounce in 3 months.
We'll not discuss the subject any further. Mr. Packard.
Yes?
This is my oldest granddaughter, Faith Martin.
Sure. We met before.
Yes, I think I've had the pleasure.
What's that?
Miss Martin was in the car that met us at the airport tonight.
You were? Why?
I just wanted to get first look at your private detective.
I don't particularly like that term, private detectives.
Well, isn't that what you are? 3 flatties in plain clothes to keep an eye on the Martin girl.
That will be enough of that, Faith Martin.
And, look, Packard. Grandma's the only one who can get away with Faith. Make it Fay or don't talk to me.
I remember.
All right, you've had the center of the floor long enough. You know Charity Martin already.
Not Charity, Grandma, please. Cherry.
Miss Cherry Martin. Any bad results from your fall downstairs?
Don't tell me Cherry fell downstairs again.
I didn't fall. I didn't. I was pushed from behind.
And when you looked around, there wasn't anyone there.
How can you look around when you're falling?
Hey, let your sister alone.
If she keeps falling down the stairs much more, we can make a tumbler out of her and put her in the circus.
Hey.
Okay, why not?
Miss Martin.
You'd better call me Fay. There are too many Miss Martins around this joint.
Very well, Fay, then. You don't seem to take your sister's convictions that someone is trying to kill her very seriously.
Oh, Cherry's just got a persecution complex.
I have not.
Sure you have. You're always talking about them being after you. They want to kill you. They. What's that but a persecution setup?
Perhaps. But how do you account for the marks of physical violence? That's not in the mind.
You've got me, pal, but if there's anybody in this house chasing Cherry with malice aforethought, then I'm a flagpole sitter.
Fay, I find the vulgarity of your language exceedingly distasteful.
Poor Grandma. She's tried so hard to make ladies of us all. And what did she get?
Well, what did she get?
You really like to know?
Fay, watch your tongue.
I assure you I would. I'd like to know very much.
Well, I'll start with me. I'm the oldest.
Yeah?
I'm the vulgarian of the family.
Faith Martin, you mind what you say?
Oh, go lay down, Grandma.
I begin to understand, Mr. Packard. You see why I need help so badly?
Go on, Fay. You're the Bulgarian.
Correct. Hope is the family wench. Witness her evening escapade with the chauffeur.
Fay, the family name.
What family name? And Cherry, the little whispering mouse here, she's just a plain dope, afraid of her own shadow.
I see. That's the way you analyze the situation.
That's us. Here we are. Look us over.
What about Brother Job?
We'll not discuss Job. He's a fine young man. The only one in the family who appreciates the name of Martin.
That's Grandma's version. Want to hear mine?
Please.
Brother Job is a good-natured drunk.
Hey.
Who's been taken by every gyp game Hollywood can think up and is slowly breaking his grandmother's heart.
If I may offer an opinion, I don't think you girls are doing your grandmother's heart any good either.
Oh, well, she doesn't love us. As long as we don't get the name of Martin in the headlines, she doesn't mind us, but she loves Job something awful.
We all do. We all love Job. And he's in such danger. He and Hope are in terrible danger.
Yes, you said that before tonight when I was bandaging up your arm.
Bandaging her arm? Hello. You have got a bandage on, haven't you? What happened?
Somebody slashed me as I was walking down the hall.
What?
It's true, it's true.
You mean somebody slashed you with a knife right here in this house?
Honest, Fay. Honest, they did.
Hey, Mr. Packard, do you suppose there really is somebody after her?
There's evidence to indicate it.
Look, Mouse, maybe I've been doing you an injustice.
It's true enough.
Now, wait a minute. Let's take that up later. We've got away from our subject.
Oh, yes, which was Job, the family drunk.
You say he's in danger, Cherry. What sort of danger?
I don't believe there's any truth in it. Who'd want to harm Job? Besides, the child's been forewarning doom for members of the family for years.
But he is in danger. He and Hope.
What sort of danger?
Danger out there. Outside the house. But it's getting closer. It's getting closer all the time. It's creeping. Creeping.
Cherry, stop saying that.
I think that's the expression I used before we came in here, wasn't it, Mrs. Martin?
Yes, and I forbid its use again.
Well, at least Cherry and I seem to have the same intuitive sense of impending danger.
How nice for Cherry.
What do you mean?
That you and she have something in common. I wonder if you couldn't find something in common with me, too.
Such as?
Well, I like my initials embroidered on my pajamas.
I don't wear pajamas.
Oh, how exciting. Then you'd have to have your initials tattooed on your chest, wouldn't you?
Mr. Packard.
Yes?
I forbid you to indulge in conversation of this nature with my granddaughters.
Seems to be the only language Fay understands.
I forbid it.
You know, Mrs. Martin, you seem to dominate everyone and everything except your grandchildren. Why is that?
I can tell you why. She did dominate us when we were little and couldn't help ourselves. She made such hateful little prigs out of us, it was shameful.
You were nice children.
You bet. Nasty nice. And then one day, Job found out about firewater, and now he's devoting his life to it. And one day I found out that there are some wonderfully disgusting words in the English language for self-expression. I'm devoting my life to them. And Hope discovered chauffeurs, and she's devoting her life in that direction.
And what about Cherry here?
Oh, poor little mouse. She hasn't discovered much of anything yet, so she's devoting her life to being afraid.
I'm not afraid. If they weren't always after me, I wouldn't ever be afraid.
They have been after her for a long time. But now if they've come to life and are starting to cut her up, it may be getting serious.
Yes, I'm beginning to wonder. By the way, are any of you girls married?
Married, I should say not.
Is Job?
Certainly, Job's not married.
Then who's the parents of the baby we heard crying earlier?
Baby crying? You heard a baby crying?
Certainly. Just before Cherry here fell downstairs.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
It's impossible.
What are you talking about?
There's not a baby in the house. There hasn't been for years.
But I've heard it. I've heard it.
So she says.
Yes. And every time it cries, something horrible happens.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The National Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Telling you, the more I see of this setup, the more I wish we'd gone on about our own business.
Doc, that isn't like you.
What ain't like me?
Why, here we are guests in a millionaire's home with 3 beautiful girls and only their grandmother to watch over them.
And what a grandma. Boy, I don't like her.
Doc's had it in for Grandma Martin since she sent us back up here to our quarters right after dinner.
Yeah, what'd she do that for? She think you're the only one in our outfit good enough to associate with the Martin family?
I can tell you why.
Well, I wish you would.
She said she wanted me to have a serious discussion with her granddaughters, and if there were too many eligible young men in the room, the girls wouldn't think of anything else.
Did she really say that, Jack?
She did. And when I said man crazy, she jumped all over me.
Well, these just plain ain't the kind of girls that I want to associate with. Not from what I've seen of them. She ain't got nothing to worry from me.
Well, they have money.
Well, so have we. $25,000 reward money. And what I want to know is why we don't ditch this joint and get spending it.
That'll have to wait.
Yeah, on what?
On the solution of the trouble that's breaking about this old grandmother's head.
Well, that ain't our hard luck.
I'm afraid it is. Now.
Why?
Because Mrs. Martin's begged us to stay and help her out.
I say, that haughty, stiff-necked female aristocrat begged you to stay here?
That's right. So you can see how desperate she must be.
But what's the matter? What we supposed to do?
None of it makes much sense yet. I've got some tangled information. You want to hear it?
Naturally.
No, throw me that other pillow, Reggie.
Righto.
Thanks.
Well, come on, settle down and let's have it.
All right. Now, let me give you a picture of the people in this house.
Oh, you've seen them all now?
No, I've only seen Grandmother Martin and 2 of the girls, Fay and Cherry. Fay described the others. First, Fay, or Faith, is the eldest. She describes herself as the vulgarian of the family.
Oh, I say.
The what?
Vulgarian. She shocks her Puritan grandmother every time she opens her lips. On the other hand, I have a good idea that she has more gray matter than all the rest of the family put together.
Good looking?
Yes, apparently all the Martin girls are extraordinarily beautiful. Well, that's Fay, the vulgarian. The next girl is Hope. Hope wasn't in on the conference tonight, although she'd been told to be there by her grandmother.
Yeah, where was she?
Sneaked out with the chauffeur.
Hey.
I say, one of the Martin girls?
Yes, according to Fay, this will be the 4th chauffeur to lose his job in 3 months on account of Hope. Fay's name for Hope is the family wench.
Well, no wonder Grandmother Martin is upset.
Fay, the vulgarian, Hope, the family wench. And now we come to Cherry.
Quite. And, what is Cherry?
Well, Fay calls her Cherry, the terrified mouse.
Hey, that ain't so bad. She ain't spoke above a whisper since we come into the house. Are they still after her?
Well, there's no doubt that she has an obsession that someone's after her. But it looks like with good reason.
But you mean you think somebody in this house really is trying to kill her?
No, I don't know whether they're trying to kill her, but they certainly are keeping her in a continual sweat of terror.
In what way, Jack?
First, slashing her arm. Second, pushing her down that flight of stairs.
Well, Grandma didn't take that very serious.
And neither did Fay at first. When she heard it, she said, "Oh, so the terrified mouse fell downstairs again."
Again?
Yes, looks like it was a common occurrence. But then I put in my 2 cents worth and scared the living daylights out of both Fay and Grandma.
Well, what'd you want to scare them for?
I didn't mean to. It wasn't until after I'd said it and saw their reaction that I knew it meant anything.
Well, come on. What did you say?
I said I heard a baby crying just before Cherry fell downstairs. Who does it belong to?
What's so terrifying about that? Whose infant is it, Jack? And where's the nursery?
There isn't any nursery. And there isn't any baby.
What, dag busted, Jack, there is too. We heard it.
There isn't any baby in this house.
You're being serious? I mean to say, we did hear it.
Well, Cherry's been hearing it for some time now. She says every time the baby cries, something terrifying happens.
You mean a baby's haunting this house?
I don't mean anything of the kind.
Then what do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just stating what I've heard. Cherry's been complaining of hearing a baby crying in the house, and that every time she hears it, something vicious happens. The rest of the family have laid it to delusion.
Oh, but see here, Jack, what we heard was no delusion.
That's just the point. That's what frightened Fay and Grandma. The fact that we heard the baby proves that Cherry hasn't been talking through her head.
Doggone. Who ever heard of a house being haunted by a baby?
Rubbish.
Well, there it is, ain't it? A baby's voice and no baby.
It's a plot.
A plot, huh? Well, didn't Jack just get through saying that the kid cried just before something bad happened?
That's what that girl Cherry says.
And what she says is true on account. Looky, we heard the baby cry, and then right after that, she was pushed downstairs.
Quite, I grant you that.
Well, okay. You mean to tell me whoever's doing all this is running around this house with a baby in his arms, pinching it to make it cry just before he gets ready to do some of his dirty work?
Well, that's pretty silly, Doc.
Well, of course it's silly. That's just what I'm saying. Besides, there ain't no baby in the house.
So what?
So it's got to be a baby ghost.
Oh, for the love of Pete, Doc.
Well, it has, Dad, blast it. A baby ghost in this house on account of there's so much trouble and so many things is wrong. And every time that something else starts to go wrong, it tries to warn folks by crying just before it happens.
Beautiful theory.
Well, you think of a better one.
Why?
Okay. The trouble with you and Reggie is that you wouldn't know a ghost if he come up and
laid an egg in my hat?
That's just plain vulgar.
Why?
Because ghosts don't lay eggs.
Oh.
Well, they don't.
All right. Now, do you want to hear the rest of my story?
Well, what about this baby cry?
That's all there is. You know as much about it as I do. And that also brings us up to date on Cherry.
Oh, Cherry, the terrified mouse. Hope, the family wench. And Fay, the Bulgarian.
And the last on our list is Job.
Oh, that's brother, huh?
Yes, in age, he comes between Fay and Hope. According to Fay, he's the one who's breaking Grandmother Martin's heart.
And has Fay a name for him, too?
Yes, Job the good-natured drunk.
Drunk, huh?
And what does Grandmother Martin say about that?
She tried to keep his name out of the conversation. Said he was the only one worthy of the family name. Fay, on the other hand, says he's never sober and has been taken by every crook and confidence man in Hollywood.
Just a never-ending easy mark, huh?
Looks like it. And Grandma's always paying out and covering up for him. For the good of the name of Martin.
Oh. When are we going to meet him?
I don't know. When he comes home, I suppose.
Where is he now?
I tried to find out. No one seemed to know. Fay suggested some night spot with a well-stocked bar.
I say, nice boy. Company.
Sit still. Listen.
What's the matter, Jack?
Nothing. Just wait.
I say, whimsy.
I get it.
Hello?
Why, you little wench.
Oh, you've been talking to Fay.
Reggie, toss me a blanket.
What's that?
A blanket.
Not a wet blanket, I hope.
No, just toss it. There, I'll put this around you.
You don't like me this way.
No.
They cost a lot of money at the best shops.
Okay, so they cost a lot of money. Now, come on in.
Why didn't you like them? Handmade and imported French lace?
Now, keep that blanket around your shoulder. Here, sit down.
What's it, I almost sat on the floor.
Drunk again.
Don't tell Grandma. Never had a drink in my life.
It's queer. No smell of liquor on her breath. She's as sober as we are.
I say, Jack, who is this?
Who am I? Yes. No, wait. I'll give you a clue. I'm not Faith and I'm not Charity. Now, who am I?
You're Hope.
That's right.
Why'd you knock on our door if you don't know who we are?
I saw a light. Thought I ought to investigate.
In long black stockings and a wisp of lace?
Imported French lace.
Where have you been?
No. Mustn't tell. Scandalous. Ruin the family name.
Out with the chauffeur, weren't you?
Don't let Grandma hear.
Come on, now you're not drunk. Where's your dress? I said, where's your dress?
What dress?
Look here, Hope. You want me to shake your shoes off? Where did you leave your dress?
You didn't want me to wear a dress with blood on it, did you?
Hey. What did you say?
Of course not. Nobody wants to wear a dress with blood on it. It's ugly. Doesn't match the color scheme.
Hope, listen to me. What kind of a dress were you wearing?
Slip-on, slip-off dress. I always wear slip-on, slip-off dress.
I mean, what was the material? What color?
Green. My favorite color. Green flowers.
Now, then, where'd you leave it?
Slipped out of it in the dark downstairs. Tossed it to Bob. Bob's a good egg. He'll get rid of it. Nobody ever find it.
Who's Bob?
Best chauffeur Martin family ever had.
Is he home? Did he bring you home?
Yep. Bang, bang. Man shot dead right across our table. I got blood on my dress, so Bob says, quick, let's get the 10-letter word out of here. I always say 10-letter word for swearing.
Doc, Reggie, why don't you go down and find the chauffeur?
I don't. Bring him here?
If you'd come, anyway, get Hope's dress back.
Jack.
Yeah?
Look at her right leg. There's something on her stocking. Looks like blood, all right.
There is?
Here, keep that blanket on. Unfasten your stocking. Let her slip down.
Oh, naughty.
Lazy little fool. There's been murder. Do you want the evidence splattered all over you? Yeah, that's better. Well, what are you two standing there for?
If Hope could tell us where the chauffeur's quarters are.
Chauffeur's quarters? Over garage. Chauffeur's quarters always over garage.
Righto, come on, Doc.
Yeah, okay. Hey, what's that? Listen. The baby.
The baby. The baby.
Jack, there's just gotta be a baby in this house.
Jack, I say, which way did that scream come from?
Down the stairs.
Well, come on.
The baby, and then something happens.
Down the stairs, this way.
The baby, and then something happens. The baby, and then something
that, Doc.
Something happens.
Oh, there she is. There in the chair.
I say, who is she?
This is Faye. Faye, what's the matter?
Up there by the hall entrance. He's dead. He's dead.
Dead? Who's dead?
The chauffeur. The chauffeur. And he's got Hope's dress. All over with blood.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
People are so dead when they're dead, aren't they?
Not a very suitable sentiment for the occasion. No, don't touch anything.
Hey, always the Bulgarian Martin they call. What are you doing?
I'm trying to discover if there are any clues in the vicinity of this corpse that might implicate any member of the Martin family.
You want to implicate one of us?
No, but I want to know what we're up against before the police arrive.
Why not the Marines and the Navy?
The police have to be called, you know that.
Why?
Can't ask sensible questions, don't ask any. Whoever shot this man must have used a silencer. Otherwise, we'd have heard the shot.
A good-natured drunk has a gun with a silencer.
Your brother Joe?
Mm-hmm. And I still want to know why we have to call the police.
Murder's the policeman's business.
Not this murder. This is the Martin family's own private little bloodletting party.
You think someone in this house committed the crime?
Naturally.
Who?
First, tell me where you sent your two friends.
Doc and Reggie?
Mm-hmm. 10 minutes after we find the corpse with the curly hair here, they go kiting out of the house like men on a mission. The question is, where? Why?
They're out scouring the nightclubs and drinking places for your brother.
Job isn't worth it.
Worth what?
The trouble you're taking to find him.
I want to know where he is and what he's been doing tonight. I want witnesses who'll swear that he hasn't been near this house all evening.
Why?
So that we'll be all set for the police when they start asking questions.
When are the police going to start asking questions?
As soon as they get here.
When will they be here?
As soon as I call them.
And when are you going to call them?
When I'm satisfied I know as much about this situation here as they'll be able to find out.
Aren't you obstructing justice or something? I mean, waiting about notifying them?
Maybe. Now then, why did you think this man was killed by someone in the house?
Because almost everyone in the house had a reason.
Everyone had a reason to want to kill the chauffeur? Was he that important to this household?
I hope to tell you. Bob the chauffeur, now Bob the corpse, was putting the screws on the Martins.
In what way?
Well, let's start at the top of the list and work down. First, Grandma. Blackmail to hush scandal concerning Job and Hope.
What sort of scandal?
Job and a girl. Job hates girls, so I know it was a frame, but it was good enough to make headlines in the paper.
Oh, what about Hope?
Hope can't let chauffeurs alone. Hope, the family wench, was so deeply involved with our new cadaver here that one word from him and the whole world would know what she is.
By the way, right this minute, Hope is upstairs asleep in my room.
Oh, a gentleman wouldn't.
Now, don't be a fool. We left her in our room and we heard you scream and rushed downstairs. Went up a few minutes ago. She'd crawled into my bed and was fast asleep.
Maybe you'd like to explain to her elder sister what she was doing in your room in the first place.
She knocked on the door. I opened it, and there she stood in a wisp of lace and a pair of black silk stockings.
You mean the dress this thing was holding in its hands when I found it down here was the dress Hope had been wearing this evening?
That's right.
Well, that's pretty raw.
No, not as bad as it sounds. They were out together. Wherever they were, a man was killed and blood got on Hope's dress. When she got home, she gave the dress to the chauffeur to ditch.
Oh? Well, then he must have been killed as he was going out the front door with the dress.
Exactly.
From the outside.
Yes, he was shot from outside the house.
Then that eliminates Hope.
Why?
As flagrant as Hope is, she wouldn't be running about the streets with no dress on. And you said our hero had the dress in his hands when he was killed.
That's a pretty thin alibi. She didn't mind coming up and rapping on my door. Besides, she was floating about on pink clouds.
Oh, you're crazy.
I don't think so.
I tell you, you are. Hope hates alcohol. It makes her violently ill.
I didn't say she was drunk. She wasn't. No sign of alcohol. But something had given her a fine case of the blind staggers.
Something screwy. You think Hope did this, then?
I know she didn't. She was in my room for about 20 minutes, and whatchamacallit here hadn't been dead 5 minutes when we got down to him.
Then Hope's in the clear?
Yes. Wish I could say as much about the rest of the family.
You haven't anything on me.
I haven't. But the police may have, or can they get it?
What do you mean?
Simply, if you've got anything up your sleeve, you'd better spill it, so I'll be standing by to give a hand. The police are going to find out everything you wish they wouldn't. So you tell me first, so I can be ready for them.
What have you got to gain by all this Boy Scout stuff?
I told your grandmother we'd help her out of a mess. This, apparently, is the mess she meant, so talk fast.
Well, if I was the murdering kind, Currylocks here would be my first victim.
Why?
He talks. And he talks lies. It came to my ears that he had passed the word around among the servants of the neighborhood that the Martin women were pushovers.
Is that excuse for murder?
Servants don't talk about me like that. Not even if it were true, they don't.
But you fire servants, not murder them.
Not if the servant has a death hold on the family and you can't get loose.
You're referring to his hold on Job and Hope?
Mm-hmm.
He had nothing on you personally?
No.
Uh-huh. Now then, where were you during the time of the murder?
I don't know when the murder was.
All right. Where were you 15 or 20 minutes before you found the body?
I was down in the furnace room.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Burning some personal letters.
Go on.
That's all. Just burning some personal letters.
You think you can tell the police you were down in the basement at 9 o'clock at night burning personal letters and stop there?
If that's all there is.
Oh, you're smarter than that. What did those letters have to do with the chauffeur and his sudden demise?
What? Why, nothing.
You're not making a very good representation for yourself.
I'm not trying to. I'm just telling the truth.
But not all the truth.
Enough.
Very well. You were down burning letters. Then what?
I was just coming back up to the main floor when I heard a baby laughing and cooing.
Oh, you heard the baby?
Yes, what does it mean?
Your sister Cherry says every time the baby is heard in this house, tragedy occurs.
She certainly hit it on the nose this time.
Yes, didn't she? By the way, doesn't it seem a little strange to you that with your screaming when you found the body and all the running about the house that's been done since then, your grandmother and Cherry haven't been aroused?
Grandmother and Cherry's rooms are on the 3rd floor.
They couldn't hear?
No.
Well, don't you think your grandmother ought to be told before I call the police?
I don't know.
I think she shouldn't.
Why?
Well, after all, she's head of this house. She should have some say as to what the police are told.
There's going to be an awful scene when she finds out.
Nevertheless... Now, look, I'm almost finished here. Go up and get her and bring her down. Also, while you're up there, get Hope out of my room and take her to her room.
But you haven't asked me about Cherry yet.
Well, what about Cherry?
I mean whether she might have a reason for killing the family leech.
Well, has she?
No.
Great. Now will you go?
And Job.
I know all about Job I need to know for now. Oh, wait, there is one thing about Job. You say he has a gun with a silencer?
Mm-hmm.
You know where he keeps it?
Yes, in his bureau drawer.
Well, while you're upstairs, look and see if it's there.
Yes, if you think that...
I don't think anything. Now go on. There's something I've got to do, and I don't want you here when I do it.
You mean Hope's dress?
Never mind.
What are you going to do with it?
I didn't say I was going to do anything with it.
But you are.
Well, what you don't know, you can't tell. Now go do the things I've told you to.
All right, but hurry. Grandma'll be down here 2 steps at a time the minute she hears. Oh, the furnace is a swell place for Hope's dress.
I think they call it destruction of evidence. Sorry, old boy, but I need this dress more than you do.
Didn't I tell you?
Oh, it's you.
I'm Jerry. Don't you remember me?
Why aren't you in bed?
They're in my room.
Who's in your room?
They. Look what they did to me.
What do you mean?
On my shoulder. Right through my pajamas.
You're bleeding.
I know it.
You mean someone came in your room and slashed you?
Yes.
Here, let me see. Exactly like the cut on your arm.
Sometime they'll get tired of frightening me. And then they'll kill me. Didn't I tell you?
Didn't you tell me what?
That every time the baby cries, something dreadful happens.
The baby didn't cry. It laughed.
I know. That's because one of our enemies was killed.
What do you mean?
When it's an enemy, the baby laughs. When one of us is in danger, he cries.
You're getting just a little wacky on the subject of babies, aren't you?
No, it's true. You wait and see.
Now, look, Jerry, you go up to my room and wait for me. I'm busy. As soon as I've finished, I'll come up and put a dressing on that cut.
I hope the baby doesn't cry anymore tonight. I can't sleep when he cries.
If you don't get... Wait a minute. Someone's out on the porch.
Why don't you close the door?
The body's right in the door. Can't move it until the police come. Hold it.
Oh, pardon me? My hair. I thought this is where I lived.
It's Job.
Inexcusable. Man must be pretty spifflicated when he walks in the morgue and thinks he's home.
This is your home, Job.
It is?
Yes.
Oh. What's this cadaver doing blocking up my doorway?
He was just killed there.
Oh. I thought it was a corpse trying to escape from the morgue. Shall I step over him?
If you want to come in, I'm afraid you'll have to. Here, give me a hand. I'll help you over.
Oh, nice and friendly. I think I'm going to like you.
There you are.
Easy step. Not a very wide man. By the way, who are you?
Name's Jack Packard.
Are you by any chance the murderer?
I'm afraid not.
That's good. Nice chap. Hanging's too good for you. Much too good.
You think so, huh?
Oh, I'm afraid I put it badly. But you know what I mean. Oh. Hello, Cherry.
Hello?
Friend of yours?
No.
Oh, thought maybe he was. Pajamas such awfully bad taste in the company of a strange man.
I'm scared.
Poor little terrified mouse. By the way, would it be a breach of etiquette for me to ask the name of the visiting corpse?
He's your chauffeur.
Not Bob the Bandit.
Well, you seem pleased.
Oh, frightfully. Who had the good sense to do it?
We thought maybe it was you.
That's a tribute. Great tribute. Should have. I never got around to it.
A gun with a silencer was yours.
Consider it murder. No noise. Don't disturb the neighbors.
I understand you have such a gun.
Oh, so I have.
Where is it now?
Upstairs in my bureau drawer.
I hope you're telling the truth, Job.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope I am, too.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
lights, Mrs. Martin.
Nobody calls me Mrs. I don't like it.
What then?
If Randolph Martin isn't good enough for you, call me grandmother. Everyone else does.
Very well. Grandmother Randolph, let's have some lights.
Why?
Unhealthy ideas grow in darkness.
Unhealthy ideas.
Murder's an unhealthy idea.
What are you talking about? Murder's not in this house.
You should know better than that. You saw one of its victims carried out of here last night. You and the rest of your family spent most of the night explaining your whereabouts to the police.
Such a fuss over a chauffeur. Not a very good chauffeur at that.
I won't argue that.
Furthermore, the police had their gall suspecting that anyone in this house had anything to do with it.
On the other hand, it's surprising to me they didn't take the whole family down and lock you up.
What are you saying?
Grandmother Randolph, you brought my two companions and me here to get your grandchildren out of some kind of a mess. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You haven't given us the first inkling of what that mess is.
If I knew, do you think I'd call for outside help?
Well, it should be plain even to you that the murder of the family chauffeur is part of that mess.
Nonsense. The police themselves said that he wasn't really a chauffeur, but a member of a confidence ring working here in the motion picture colony.
Nevertheless, he was killed in your house while in your employ.
By members of a rival gang.
Do you know what your chauffeur was doing last night before he came home and got himself shot?
No.
Yes, you do.
If you know that, why do you ask me?
You know that he was out with your granddaughter, Hope, and that he was killed less than 10 minutes after Hope said goodnight to him when they returned.
The police don't know that.
No. Neither do they know that your chauffeur killed a man in a drinking joint out at the beach last night.
What's that?
That he killed the man in the presence of Hope, and that the man fell across their table and bled on Hope's dress. That she gave the dress to the chauffeur to get rid of, and that he still had the dress in his hand when he was shot dead in your front door.
How do you know this, if the police don't?
I've had Doc and Reggie out investigating all night. They just got in half an hour ago. They're up getting some sleep now.
But why don't the police know?
Because the resort where your chauffeur killed his man was a hideout spot for shady characters. Now, don't worry. They'll find out in due time.
My granddaughter Hope was in a hideout for criminals?
Yes, I want to ask her about that myself.
Who was the man he killed?
Now, you can read all about that in the paper. Some gambler. They found his body in one of the canyons out on the way up to Malibu Beach.
And shortly after he killed this gambler at this place, my chauffeur himself was killed in my doorway.
That's right.
Then doesn't that prove it was somebody outside, someone revenging himself on the death of the gambler?
There's that possibility, of course.
You seem very anxious to connect this murder with my family, Mr. Packard.
No, I hope you're right. But there are too many suspicious things going on in this house. The center of all the trouble is right here. I'm sure of that.
I've noticed nothing suspicious.
That's not true. You just got through saying the reason you brought Doc and Reggie and me here was because you were uneasy.
What have you noticed?
Well, first, your eldest granddaughter, Fay. She talks loud and vulgar and pretends to be vastly amused. She's frightened.
Fay, frightened?
Last night, she took some private papers down to the basement and burned them. Why?
I don't know.
Neither do I, but I intend to find out. Then Hope. Why did she go to that beach resort last night? Why did she pretend to be drunk when she came home, when she was perfectly sober?
I don't know.
And Cherry. She's been slashed twice and pushed downstairs by someone she's never seen. Why does she talk in that frightened whisper? Who does she mean when she says they are after her? And what does she mean that Hope and her brother Job are in the worst danger?
You can leave Cherry out of this. It's a lot of romantic nonsense.
Twice slashed and thrown downstairs. You call that romantic nonsense? And the baby.
There isn't any baby.
I beg your pardon. I've heard it twice now.
There isn't any baby, I tell you.
Once it cried, and right after that, Cherry was hurled downstairs. Once it laughed and gurgled. We found the chauffeur shot dead.
It's ridiculous on the face of it. Babies don't laugh and cry on a given cue. How would a baby know that Cherry was about to fall downstairs? How would a baby know that my chauffeur was about to be murdered?
Cherry says the baby cries when someone in the house is in danger. That it laughs when some enemy of the house is in danger.
Cherry's a little fool.
Protestations don't change facts. Facts indicate that something pretty vicious, something cold and calculating and terribly cruel has been unleashed in this house.
You're trying to frighten me.
No, I'm not. I'm reporting to you as my employer what I've found. And now let's discuss your grandson, Job, for a moment.
Indeed, we will not.
Yes, we will. Because Job owns a gun with a silencer on it. And it was a gun with a silencer that killed the chauffeur.
Job wasn't even home.
So he says. But the gun has disappeared, and the chauffeur was killed with the same caliber gun as the one Job possessed.
The police don't know?
No, the police don't know this. But I do. And I also know that when Job came home and saw the body in the doorway, he was pretty casual about it.
He wasn't feeling well.
Now, he was intoxicated, I grant you. But even so, he should have been a little surprised and concerned at finding a body lying across the threshold, which he wasn't.
I forbid you to talk like that.
You can't do that.
I can't forbid you to talk?
No.
I can most certainly remove you from this house.
But you won't.
Why not?
Because then I'll be forced to turn over all my information to the police.
You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would. If we're kept on to solve the murder in our own way, we'll try to protect you and your grandchildren's names. If you make it impossible for us to work on the case, then we'll have to let the police do it.
I don't trust you.
That depends on what you mean by trust. If no one in this house has committed murder, then we'll cover up for you till the cows come home.
If it should have been someone here.
Then we'll root him out and turn him over to justice.
I know it. You can't be trusted.
Now, look here. Are you trying to tell me that you think someone in this house committed murder and you brought us here to help you cover up for them?
No, of course not.
It sounds very much like it.
No, all I'm asking you is to be sure. No circumstantial evidence such as the police would use. I'm sure none of my grandchildren has done anything wrong, no matter how much it looks it.
Oh, that's it. You want them protected from court action and publicity until we've cleared them or proved them guilty.
Yes, if they are innocent, and I know they are, to face a charge of murder would ruin us.
You have my word. No one will touch them until we know for sure.
Thank you.
Now then, I've got to talk to Hope and Job. Are they in their rooms?
Yes, it was 5 o'clock this morning before the police left. They're all sleeping.
Well, they should be awake by this time. I'm going up. Listen.
It's a baby crying.
Now maybe you'll believe.
But there isn't any baby.
Wait a minute. That's the warning. Someone's in danger. Quick, upstairs to the bedroom.
Jack, did you hear that? The baby.
I know it. Come on, Doc. Help me. Look in all the bedrooms.
You bet. Whose room's this?
That's Faye's room. Don't bother to knock.
Hey, what's the idea? Can't a girl go to bed in this house?
Nope, she's all right.
The idea of raiding a girl's bedroom.
The baby. Someone's in danger.
The baby. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Hey, wait for me.
This is Joe's room.
Doc, run up the 3rd floor and look in Cherry's room.
You bet you on the run.
Yeah.
Whoa, this is my old friend from the morgue.
Oh, so you're up and dressed. You all right?
It's never better in my life. Have a little drink?
Aren't you ever sober? Didn't you hear that baby crying?
I dreamed about a baby last night. Red hair. She was in a French bikini bathing suit.
Nuts.
Is Job all right, is he?
Drunk. Which is Hope's room?
This way. This way.
It's either got to be Hope or Cherry.
This room. What's that smell?
Chloroform. Get those windows open.
Look, the pillow's over Hope's face.
Get that window open. Do you hear me?
Yes. Is she dead? Is she dead?
No, she's alive.
But she looks so white.
Get out of the way. I'm going to lift her out of bed and take her over to that window.
What shall I do?
Just get out of the way. There.
What is it? What's the matter with Hope?
Somebody tried to kill her with chloroform.
Faith, haven't you an ounce of modesty? Go get something over that nightgown.
But, Grandma, they tried to kill Hope.
Get something on over that nightgown.
Oh, horse feathers.
Here, put this blanket around before I smack you.
Apparently my modesty is more important than Hope's life.
Now then, Mr. Packard.
Forget it. She's going to be all right.
What's this nonsense about chloroform?
Use your nose. Another 15 minutes, you'd have been minus 1 granddaughter.
Here, put this blanket around Hope.
What's the matter with you? Your granddaughter near death, and all you can think about is my seeing her in pajamas.
I'll keep my granddaughters modest if this house falls down around my ears.
Greetings and salutations, Grandma, old girl.
Joe, go back to your room.
What? Miss the fun?
Joe, you're in no condition to be here. Go back to your room.
What's this? Love in our midst. The man from the morgue holding the family wench in his arms, huh?
Joe, you're impossible. Hope is almost chloroformed. She's unconscious.
Oh, no, not Hope. She's only playing dead. She likes it.
Get that drunken fool out of here.
Please, Job, come with me.
Poor, pathetic old Grandma. Have a lot of trouble with your family of rats, don't you?
Job, be a good boy.
All right. Bye-bye, man from the morgue. Great old house we live in, isn't it, Grandma?
The Martin family at home.
Doesn't your brother like Hope?
He adores her. She's his favorite sister.
Funny way of showing it.
Nothing gets under his skin when he's in that condition.
It seems to be all the time.
Look, how is she?
Better than I hoped for. It'll take her a couple, 3 hours to sleep off the effects of the chloroform. Now we can put her back in bed now.
One of her feet is there, so look the other way.
Your grandmother's a little touched on the subject of modesty, isn't she?
I think she must bathe in long underwear.
There. I'll just cover her like that.
Jack, look what I got. Poor little feller.
Jerry, what's the matter with her?
She's unconscious. This is just like I found her.
Now lay her down. Let me see her.
Looky at her. Clothes doggone near tore off her. Oh, looky at that bruise on her leg.
Here, she's bleeding on the back. Turn her over.
Yeah, I know it. There.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Hey, Jack, look. She's been slashed again.
Yes, 3 times, right above the hip. Not deep.
Like it'd been done with a safety razor blade.
You Martin girls are certainly unpopular with somebody.
Ain't it the truth? Murder sure is on the loose in this man's house.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Reggie, I swear to my grandma, I ain't never seen a screwier setup than this one.
Kind. Deucedly interesting, though, isn't it?
You mean all these female women are running around in flimsy wisps of lace wanting to be rescued?
No, I don't mean female women running around in wisps of lace.
The thing that bothers me is there ain't no sense to nothing.
Well, I imagine things will make plenty of sense once we get on the right track.
For instance, what's Jack got us up here patrolling this hall for?
But naturally, Doc, after the attempt to kill Hope and Cherry.
Yeah, I know, but why is he making everybody stay in his own bedroom? Job over in that room pie-eyed, Hope across the hall still sleeping off of chloroform, Fay and Cherry in the next room. How come he let Cherry go in with Fay anyway?
Because her room's up on the 3rd floor, for one thing.
Well, so's Grandma Martin's. Yet Jack's once, he went and let her go up there alone.
Trying. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we're guarding everybody but Grandma. I wonder why that is.
Well, I suppose Jack thinks she's not in any danger.
Just the 3 girls and Job, huh?
Another reason for putting Cherry with Fay.
Yeah?
She's just recovering from this new attack on her. Only brutal, if you ask me, and I don't think she's going to be able to take much more of it.
You talking about Cherry?
Yes, that beastly, strained expression on her face. Desperation. She shouldn't be left alone for a moment until this business is settled, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, what do you suppose Jack's doing?
I think he's going over the house, room by room.
But we already done that, Reggie.
Not with any great care. Just made sure there was no one in the house besides those who belong here.
Well, what's he expect to find?
Well, if someone was in the house long enough to give Hope chloroform and tear Cherry's clothes and slash her, he must have left some clue of his presence.
And anybody leave anything around, Jack's the hombre to find it.
Quiet.
You know, that's the funny thing about Cherry. Of course, it was dark in her room, but even if it was, it's kind of queer that she didn't get some idea of the slasher while she was fighting him off.
Too terrified, I suppose. Mind froze on her.
Well, anyway, whether it was a man or a woman...
I have an idea it was a woman myself.
Yeah?
I think Jack does, too. Did you see those scratches on her neck and arm? A man's fingernails aren't ordinarily long enough to do that.
Hey, I didn't notice that. Hey, Fay's door's open.
Cherry, you little fool, come back here.
Now, look, you, Cherry. You can't come out here.
But I've got to.
You look ill. You should be lying down.
I'm all right.
She insists that she's got to see Job.
I do. I've got to.
Now, looky. Jack said that you all got to stay where he put you until he said you could come out. Now, he sent us up here to see that you stayed put.
But it's important.
Besides, Brother Job's so spifflicated, nothing would make sense to him anyway.
I don't care. I love him, and he's in danger.
But he can't be in any immediate danger. We've been right outside his door all the time.
Oh, I'm going.
What you think we ought to do, Reggie?
Well, look here. Suppose I go hunt up Jack and ask him.
Yeah, you do that.
But I mustn't
No,
wait.
I'll only be a minute or two.
When the terrified mouse gets an idea into her head, there isn't much use arguing with her.
But it's important.
Well, it's going to have to wait until Reggie gets back. Now, looky, Cherry. You should get out of them torn clothes. What you still wearing them for?
I offered to help her get out of them and put on one of my bathrobes, but try to talk her into anything that makes sense.
You ain't sewed in them for the winter, are you?
I'm afraid to go up to my room to get anything else.
I told you could have something of mine.
No.
Well, what you scared of your room for? It ain't nobody up there now.
Maybe there is.
Hey, no, there ain't. We give your room a going over.
They like my room. They can come any time they want to.
You mean there's a secret door or something?
No. There's no secret door.
Then how the heck can they come to your room any time they want to?
I don't know.
And I'm getting pretty fed up with these they folks. Who are they anyhow?
I don't know.
You know, Faye, she just plain don't make sense.
Don't look at me. I'm a stranger here myself.
Yeah. Hey, looky, Cherry. Are they the ones who've got the baby that bawls every time something's about to happen?
I don't know. I think so.
That baby gag gets me down. A house full of widows, spinsters, and neurotics. What's a baby doing here?
Or maybe the stork brought it.
Oh, don't be silly. There hasn't been a stork seen in this neighborhood since the year of the big freeze.
You know, that's darn funny about this house. Here you are, 3 of the prettiest girls I ever laid eyes on. And ain't even one of you got a boyfriend.
Hope had one, but he's in the corpse department just at present.
You mean that chauffeur?
Who else?
But, well, that ain't no honest-to-goodness boyfriend like you girls should ought to have. Well, you got everything, Faye. What's the matter with you?
I'm immune.
That ain't normal.
So what?
So it ain't normal.
Maybe I was born in a refrigerator and never thawed out.
What about you, Cherry?
I've got to talk to Job.
Well, you'll just have to wait till Reggie gets back. Ain't you interested in men?
Yes.
You are? Well, why ain't you got a feller then?
They won't let me.
Hey, now, look, that ain't no answer. I don't care who they are. Nobody can keep a girl from having a boyfriend if she wants one.
I tell you, they won't let me.
Well, why not?
They don't want any of us to know a man. They're afraid we'll marry and have children.
Terry, what are you talking about?
True. They want the Martin family to end right here.
Darned if I don't think you're talking through your hat. Oh, here comes Reggie.
Can I go to Job now?
Now, hold your horses. What about it, Reggie?
It's all right for her to go in, but first Jack wants her clothes.
Hey!
Please, Mr. York.
Oh, but I say, I mean, he positively wants them, wants me to bring them down to him immediately.
Well, it's hardly ever done. I mean, just asking a girl for her clothes.
Well, if Jack wants them, he's going to get them. Now, go on back in Faye's room, Cherry, and take them off.
If I do, then can I see Job?
Yep, so hurry up.
Guess you'll have to put on something of mine.
No, I won't.
Then how about me going up and getting something for her out of her room?
No, you can't do that. But Reggie can.
Oh, look here now.
Go on, Reggie. Pajamas and a bathrobe. Anything you can find.
Now I'm a ballet lady's maid, and I resent it.
Okay, get inside and shove things through a crack in the door, fast as they come off.
All right, here, I'll help you, Cherry. What's the idea, anyway?
Probably wants to examine them for clues.
Here you are.
Okay, a dress.
What's he expect to find? Slip.
I don't know. Slip.
Your shoes.
Shoes.
Stockings.
Yeah, stockings.
All right, here you are.
A top doodad. A bottom doodad. That all?
Isn't that enough? What do you want, her skin?
Oh, did you get something, Reggie?
There's a whole armful of stuff. She should find something in this.
Yes, she ought to, all right. Here you are, Faye.
What? All this?
Well, she don't have to put it all on.
That's good of you. All right, get into some of this junk, Mouse, then you can go and see the good-natured drunk.
I'd better take these clothes down to Jack.
Stick around until she goes across to Job's room. Where is Jack?
Down in the library. He's got quite a collection of stuff down there.
Such as what?
I didn't get much chance to examine it. Things he's picked up around the house.
Well, anyway, you don't look quite so bedraggled now. All right, boys, let's go.
Hurry. I've waited too long now.
Okay. Come on. You better come along, too, Faye.
So you can keep an eye on me?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, now, Cherry. We'll give you 5 minutes with him.
That's all I want.
All right, Job, here's a visitor. Hey.
Doc, what is it?
Well, where the heck is he?
He's gone. I knew he was. I knew it.
Well, why the heck didn't you say so then? How'd he get out?
Here's how he got out, opened the window, and slid down the drain pipe.
Well, that's great. Jack's going to be mighty proud of us.
But look here. Why would he want to do a thing like that for?
Silly question number 1.
What you mean?
You didn't think Brother Job would stay put without plenty of liquid refreshment, did you?
You mean he sneaked out for a few snorts?
But he shouldn't have. He must come back right away. He must.
Why must he?
They'll get him. They'll get him this time. I know they will.
Is that what you wanted to tell him?
Yes. I wanted to tell him to stay here where you could watch him. They're just waiting.
Reggie, get downstairs and tell Jack what's happened.
Right. Don't leave the girls alone for a minute, Doc.
Come on, you two. Get back into Faye's room.
Come on, Mouse.
Why did he go?
Because he likes the taste of the stuff.
He's breaking Grandma's heart.
Well, Grandma broke his spirit. Turnabout's fair play.
No, you mustn't say that, Faye.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to look in and see if Hope's all right. You two wait right here by the door so as I can see you all the time. Don't neither of you move. Yeah, she's all right. Poor little feller. Keep right on a sleeping, honey.
She's all right?
Yeah, sleeping like a baby. All right, come on back to your room.
Say, how much longer you three super sleuths think you're going to keep us undercover?
Until Jack says to let you act.
Well, I'm getting pretty sick of being a prisoner in my own house.
We're just doing it for your own good.
It isn't any good locking us up.
It ain't, huh?
No. When they want to strike, they'll strike whether you're here or not.
And what you think we'll be doing all that time?
Won't make any difference what you're doing. If you understood, you'd know that.
Well, then, why don't you come out and make us understand?
You can't. Nobody understands but me.
She's psychic.
I don't know. I just know, that's all.
Well, all I gotta say is, if you hadn't told us so much that's come true already, I'd say you were the screwiest screwball dame I ever did see. You wasn't so little and purty along with it.
Hey, here comes Reggie back. He's going to get mighty sick of those stairs if this keeps up.
How about it, Reggie? What's Jack say?
He's going out to find Job. While he's gone, he doesn't want us to leave the girls for a second.
Oh, stick right with him, huh?
Right, I'm to go and sit in my Hope's bed and stay right beside her.
And I'm to chaperone Fay and Cherry, huh?
Right, go in Fay's room with them. Don't let either one of them out of your sight.
What about Grandma upstairs?
Leave her alone. She won't be bothered. It's the girls that are in danger.
Oh,
no. Hey, what's the matter?
He did it. He did it again. Look.
Her shoulder. She's been slashed again.
Yes, they did. They did it.
Cherry, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was just standing here. I felt a sting on my shoulder.
She's been slashed, all right. Just like the others.
It isn't possible. We were all standing right here. There isn't anyone else.
Yes, there is. They were here. They were here.
Carrie, stop it.
They slashed me. They slashed me.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
Reggie, keep changing those cold compresses on Job's head. I want to bring him around as quickly as possible.
All right. Shall I let his head hang over the foot of the lounge this way?
Yes, that'll bring the blood up where he needs it most.
Doggone, fella, you must have popped Brother Job a whopper.
I had to.
Well, what happened?
Well, the minute you told me he'd escaped from his bedroom and slid down the drain pipe, I dropped everything and went after him.
But how'd you know where to look, Jack?
Where would you look for a thirsty man? The nearest bar.
And he was there?
Yes, just getting ready to go on to bigger and better things.
And you said come on back, and he wouldn't come, so you floored him.
Something like that. You sure all the girls are locked up in their bedrooms so there's no chance of them getting out?
Yeah, and I don't mind saying they resent it.
They'll just have to resent.
Boy, the things Faye said would have skinned a mule.
Living up to a reputation as the family vulgarian, huh?
No fooling. Doggone, no, I hated to take that little old Cherry girl back up to her room. She didn't want to go so bad. Why'd you insist on it?
Because I want each girl locked up separately. Hope still unconscious?
She's just sleeping now, I think. Seems like Grandma's keeping awful close to her room up on the third floor.
She's all right.
Jack, you say you want the three girls locked up separately. Why?
I want to see what'll happen.
You mean if the baby'll cry, then one of them gets the business?
Yes.
But ain't that dangerous? This time one of them might get killed.
How? If they can't get out, how can anyone get into them?
You got me, feller. But Cherry insists they can. It's just like her getting slashed on the shoulder out yonder in the hall when we was all standing right there.
Did you have your eyes on Fay all the time?
I say. Hey, you mean...
I just asked if you had your eyes on Fay all the time.
Well, no, of course not. But what would Fay want to go and slash her sister for? And more than that, Cherry said they did it.
All right, they did it. But couldn't Fay be one of them?
Jove, I'd never thought of that.
There's a woman in this someplace. Whoever tore her clothes and slashed her up in her room earlier this afternoon was a woman.
You mean those fingernail scratches on her neck and shoulder?
Yes, they were narrow and pointed.
Fay's nails are like that.
Most women's are these days.
Doggone, but I'm balled up.
About what?
About everything. You think maybe Fay shot the chauffeur last night, too?
She had the opportunity.
But she screamed and brought us down when she found him.
Why not? Make it look like she was innocent.
Yeah, she could have, all right.
Yes, but why would she want to?
Well, she may have done it to keep her sister Hope from becoming involved. Or she may have seen him leaving the front door with Hope's dress in her hands and, believing the worst, killed him on the spot.
Yeah, but that'd mean that she was prowling around the house with a gun in her hand. What'd she want to be doing that for?
Well, she knew Hope was out with him. She might have gone to Job's room, got his gun with a silencer, and waited for them to come back.
Well, we know the gun that killed him had a silencer, all right.
And that gun was Job's.
You sure about that?
Certainly. How many guns with silencers have you seen in your life?
Oh, a couple or three.
Which means that guns equipped for silence are about as scarce as hen's teeth.
Right, I get your point.
Well, if Fay is the one, you going to turn the information over to police?
Not yet. I want to know for sure. I talked to the police, and they're sure the chauffeur was a gangster and that he was wiped out by rival gunmen. Let them work on that theory. We'll go on working on this angle.
Then you think for sure what's going on is an inside job?
Well, maybe not entirely, but there's someone working on the inside.
Finger for the gang on the outside, huh?
Something like that.
And it's Fay?
Well, certainly her skirts aren't any too clean.
But why? What's it all about?
You know as much as I do, Doc. They may be trying to frighten Grandma Martin into paying blackmail. She knows something about this she's not telling, that's certain.
But that's silly. Why'd she bring us in here to clear up this mess and then hold out information on us?
Afraid to tell us? Trying to protect someone? How do I know?
Yeah.
Jack, Job's conscious.
What's that?
Quite. Had his eyes open, closed them again when he saw me looking at him.
All right, Job.
Oh, what a head.
Can you sit up?
I don't know.
Well, come on, try it.
Oh. Say, what'd you hit me for?
Because you wanted to argue about coming back, and I didn't have time to argue.
Wasn't very friendly.
I'm not here to be friendly. You sober?
Yeah, I feel terrible.
I'm not surprised.
I always feel terrible when I'm sober.
Like a fish out of water, huh?
Look, be a good guy. Now, there's a bottle of brandy in the buffet.
Go get it, Reggie.
Righto.
Job.
Well?
There isn't a doubt in the world your gun killed the chauffeur. Now, where is it?
It's gone.
I know it's gone. Where to?
I don't know. I looked in my bureau drawer for it. It wasn't there.
Why do you keep a gun with a silencer?
It was a birthday present from Fay.
Hey, a birthday present from Fay?
Yes.
But why would she give you a present like that?
I always thought it would be fun to have one, so she got it.
Here you are, Jack.
No, I'll just take the bottle.
On the other hand, you get one drink. That's all.
One drink.
Maybe after you've talked a while, you can have another. Here. That better?
A little.
Job, did you approve of Hope running around with a family chauffeur?
Hope is old enough to vote.
Isn't it the fact that your grandmother fired the last 4 chauffeurs because they were too friendly with Hope?
Sure.
As the man of the family, what did you think of this?
Grandma wears the pants in this family.
You had no desire for revenge on them for dragging your sister down to their level?
Look, we got a motto in this house. You mind your business and I'll mind mine.
So you were willing to look the other way, no matter what happened to your sisters?
Oh, let me alone, will you?
Another thing. Cherry says you and Hope are in grave danger.
Oh, she's always talking.
But why did she link you and Hope together? Did it have anything to do with her escapade with the chauffeur?
I don't know, I tell you. I don't know what Cherry's talking about 9/10 of the time.
You don't think you're in danger?
Sure, I'm in danger. Everybody's in danger. You might get hit by a car. Anything might happen.
No, I mean specific danger.
Oh, nuts.
You say that, yet you know that someone tried to chloroform Hope this afternoon.
Maybe she tried to commit suicide. How do I know?
Well, it's possible. Except that there have been attacks on Cherry, too.
Yeah. Somebody scratched her with a pin.
Cut, not a scratch. And it was done with something very sharp. You use a safety razor?
Yeah, but if you think I'm going around cutting up Cherry with a safety razor blade, you're crazy.
I didn't say that. More than that, Cherry was thrown downstairs. And at the same time Hope was chloroformed, she was unconscious and slashed up in her room.
Well, nobody's dead, is he? Except the chauffeur, and he doesn't count.
Why not? I asked why the chauffeur doesn't count.
He's not in the family.
He was attached to the family.
Okay, he was attached to the family, so what?
You know, Job, I'm getting the impression that you're getting a great deal of satisfaction out of that murder.
How about another nip?
No. You don't like Fay, do you?
As a brother likes any sister.
That's not answering my question. You don't like her, do you?
If she was dead, I'd send flowers to the funeral.
Oh, look here now.
That's an ugly thing to say.
Well, you asked me, didn't you?
This is the first time we've seen you sober since we arrived. I've got a hunch I'd like to see you and Cherry together when you're in this condition.
And what's that for?
Well, you object?
Look, don't I feel bad enough now without you bringing that terrified mouse down to whisper about the horrible death that's in store for me?
Uh-huh. Yes, I think I'd like to see you and Cherry together. Doc.
You want me to go get her?
No, I want you and Reggie to stay here with Job and keep that bottle away from him till I get back.
You hear that, Job, old kid?
I won't be gone but a minute.
Say, old chap, you know, you'd be a handsome man if you didn't have such an unhealthy pallor.
Oh, no.
How long have you been hitting it up like this?
Year, 2 years, I forget.
You like the stuff? In such large quantities, I mean?
Oh, now lay off, will you?
Fine. Sorry.
You don't understand folks like him, Reggie.
No?
Mm-mm. Folks like him is tickled to death with themselves. That's why they pour it in, because they like themselves so much they can't stand it.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
They call him the good-natured drunk. But where does his nice disposition go to when he's sober?
Look, you two, just leave me alone, will you?
Oh, sure. We don't really like to torture dumb animals.
Thanks for nothing. What's Packard want to bring Cherry down here for?
He has his own reasons.
Maybe he wants your little sister to see you when you ain't plastered. Because Cherry told us she loved you a lot.
Yeah, I'll bet she did.
Yes, she did. We both heard her.
First time I knew Cherry had a sense of humor.
She didn't say it like she thought it was funny.
All right, stop it, will you? He's going to bring her down here. Why doesn't he do it?
Go away. Go away.
It's just me, Cherry.
Oh. Hello.
Who did you think it was?
They were outside just a minute ago.
What's that?
Yes, they were. They tried the handle. I saw it moving. And then when they found out it was locked, I heard them whispering.
Could you hear what they said?
No, just whispering.
Men's voices or women's
I
voices?
don't know. Just whispering.
You might have been mistaken.
No, it was them. They came to get me.
Well, I'm here now, so don't worry. I want you to come downstairs to the library with me.
Come in my room first.
Yes, if you wish. Why did you close the door?
Look at me.
I am.
I'm pretty, aren't I?
Very pretty, Cherry. Your face would be beautiful if it wasn't so sad.
I'm young. I'm nice. I am, aren't I?
I'm sure you are.
Then why don't you take me in your arms?
Cherry, what is this?
Why don't you? Why doesn't anybody? I'm a woman. Yes, I am. If you don't think I am, just give me the chance.
Cherry, stop that.
Oh.
Here. You're just all upset.
No. Nobody wants me except them. Nobody. They want me. They want me so bad they'll tear down this house to get me. And they will do. If somebody doesn't take me first. I can't do it alone.
No, not while we're here.
Oh, Mr. Packard. Mr. Packard, I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell
Sit down here, Cherry.
Yes.
Hey, Jack, what'd you send Reggie out for?
Special job that needed to be done at once.
Oh. Well, hello, Cherry. Ain't you happy?
No.
Well, neither is your big brother Job here, so that makes two of you.
Yes, I know.
Well, ain't you going to say hello to your little sister, Job?
We don't need small talk. My sisters and I understand each other.
That's just the trouble. We don't
We don't what?
understand each other. We all want to love you so much, Job, and you won't let us.
You crazy little fool.
Job, don't talk to me like that.
Don't you know these men brought you down here just to hear you talk?
But I haven't got anything to say they shouldn't hear.
Oh, you haven't,
No. Did you think I did?
Look, I don't know anything about it. I wish somebody'd give me a drink.
Has he had anything while I was up getting Cherry?
Nope, not a drop.
I've got to know.
Can't you see she's driving me nuts? Why don't you pull her off?
I wish you'd answer.
Because they will have completed the job here before you realize who they are. The Martins will come to ugly and early deaths one by one. It'll seem so strange, so unnatural, utterly unsolvable, and all the time they will be right under your nose. These murdering little people who've been closing in on Cherry and the rest of this household. Now, will you please give me another shot of that brandy?
Jack, look at Cherry. White as a sheet.
Cherry, do you hear me?
Oh, yes. I was thinking.
About what?
I didn't know anyone realized how dangerous they were, except me.
There's not a bit of blood in your face. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. But now I know why Job is drinking so much.
Why is Job drinking? Well, why?
Because he's as frightened as I am.
Is that true, Job?
No.
Mr. Packard.
Yes?
Where are Fay and Hope and Grandma?
Fay and Hope are locked in their bedrooms. Your grandmother's in her suite on the 3rd floor.
Could they come down here?
I suppose they could if there's any good reason for it.
Yes, there is.
I'll have to know what it is first.
Job has something to tell all of us.
Job?
Hey, what are you talking about?
I promise you he will tell something. But everybody's got to be here.
You might as well save yourself the trouble. I haven't got anything to say to anybody.
If he doesn't tell you, I will. I promise.
She's crazy.
I don't know. But I think we'll try it. Doc.
Yeah?
Go up and ask Grandma Martin to come down here. And then get Fay and have her help you bring Hope down.
Wake Hope up if she's still asleep?
Yes, she may still be a little weak.
Okay.
Oh, just a minute. See that she's warmly dressed. Person coming out of a heavy dose of chloroform's in danger of pneumonia.
Yeah, I'll take care of her.
Look here, Packard, I don't like this.
You don't like what?
It just happens I don't want to see my grandmother right now.
Why not?
That's my affair.
Sorry, you'll have to stay.
I haven't got anything to say, and neither has Cherry.
But I have, Job.
I'm not going to stay, and that's all there is to it.
Job, sit down.
You heard what I said.
I said sit down. I punched you once tonight, and I can do it again if I have to. What, are you going to sit down?
You're being almighty high-handed in this house.
Your grandmother gave me full authority. Now sit down and relax.
Strong-arm method.
Yeah, that's better. Sometimes a strong arm is the only thing people understand.
At least give me another drink.
No. You've had enough for now.
I've never had enough. I never will have enough.
Enough of what? Well, speak up. Enough of what?
Job thinks he needs a drink, Mrs. Martin.
Nonsense. Everyone tries to make Job appear worse than he is. Job, dear, would you like a cup of coffee?
No, I wouldn't like a cup of coffee.
Oh, don't be naughty now, Job.
Oh, nuts.
Hello, Grandma.
What's wrong with you now?
Nothing. Nothing, Grandma.
And I'd like to know who moved the chairs in this library.
Chairs?
Certainly. They're not where they belong at all.
Well, I'm afraid I'm responsible for that.
Indeed. Well, they go right back where they belong. Get up, Jerry.
Yes, Grandma.
May I help you?
Do you know where they go?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Well, then stand out of the way.
Just as you like.
Well, hello. Did someone touch one of Grandma's precious chairs?
Hello, Fay.
Hi, Ma. Hello, Job. How's drinking these days?
Ha ha, great joke.
Come on, Grandma, relax.
Mind your manners, Faith Martin.
Oh, those chairs of hers have been sitting in exactly the same spot in the library for 40 years. She knows where they belong to the fraction of an inch.
Certainly do. There. Now, the room looks like something.
Where's Doc and Hope?
They're coming. Hope's feeling pretty good, so I came on down. What's happening now?
Cherry and Job have an interesting surprise for us.
Oh, Job's not going to confess he's responsible for the baby, is he?
Don't be vulgar, Fay. Take your own chair, Cherry.
Yes, Grandma.
Job, come here to your chair beside me.
Look, Grandma, will you lay off me tonight?
Job.
All right, Grandma, anything you want.
Say, what is this? What do you mean, Job's own chair?
Some more of Grandma's discipline. When we were kids, we each had our own chair, and Every evening we had to sit in that particular chair and listen to Grandma read to us.
Kept you from running the streets.
You mean all these years you've always sat in the same chair in its same position?
It was the law.
You must have ruled with an iron hand, Mrs. Martin.
I did, and I'm proud of it.
Yes, but you're not quite so proud of what you made out of this, are you?
I'll thank you not to blame inherent wickedness onto me. Any bad in you children came from your mother's side of the family.
You leave our mother out of this, Grandma.
You can take it our mother wasn't a Martin.
And that she probably died to get out from under the thumb of Grandma.
Job, you've never said an unkinder word in your life.
That pays you back for your jab at our mother.
You're an ungrateful boy, Job.
Okay, I'm ungrateful.
Yeah, everybody's in the library.
Oh, here they come.
They're kind of weak. You better sit down here.
Hope, take your own chair.
Hey, what you mean? Hope's in no condition to
She can walk over here to her own chair.
Well, I swear to Grandma.
That's all right. I'm wobbly, but I'm game. Come on.
Well, I don't mind telling you, Grandma. The more I see you, the more I don't like you.
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
There you are. Okay?
Yes, I'm perfectly all right.
Well, I think this is your first appearance among the living, if you call this living, since your attack of chloroform.
Yes, and it's nice being alive if you're interested.
I want to ask you a question about that later.
About being alive?
No, about who did it.
Well, I can save the interview right now by saying I was asleep when it happened.
You didn't wake up while it was being given?
If I did, I went right out again.
And you've no idea who did it?
No.
Not even whether it was a man or a woman?
No.
Come now, what's all this about? I think you asked for our presence down here, didn't you, Mr. Packard?
That's right. This is to be Cherry's show. Cherry and Job's.
What's the matter? Have they been after her again?
This has nothing to do with they.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with them.
I understood either Job here was going to make a confession or that you were going to make the confession for him.
What sort of nonsense is this?
It's true, Grandma. It's true.
Job, what are you going to confess?
Nothing. Cherry's got bats in her belfry, and they've got her going in circles.
Mr. Packard, you mean you brought us all down here simply on the word of this neurotic girl?
I'm not neurotic. You don't say that about me.
Mrs. Martin, if you'll please just let me go ahead with this in my own way.
But the child's utterly irresponsible.
Please.
Oh.
Now then, Job.
Don't look at me. I haven't anything to say.
Cherry?
Joe, why don't you tell them? Why don't you make a clean breast of the whole thing?
What are you talking about?
The murder of the chauffeur.
Cherry Martin, are you accusing your brother Job?
Be still, Mrs. Martin.
I never heard
Mrs.
anything.
Martin.
Well, I never did.
Is that what you're doing, Cherry? Accusing Job of the chauffeur's murder?
Yes.
Why, you little double-cross...
It doesn't matter, Job. It doesn't matter. You'll never be punished for it.
You're crazy. I suppose I'm the one who tried to chloroform Hope here, huh? Suppose I've been pushing you downstairs and slashing you.
Just a minute, Job. Cherry, what do you mean he'll never be punished for it?
Because they'll get him before the law does.
Cherry, what do you mean?
It's true, Hope. It's true.
Are you trying to give us all the creeps?
Why are you all looking at me like that? Stop looking at me like that. Do you hear?
So the good-natured drunk killed the chauffeur, and they are going to get him before the law does, eh?
Can I help it if that's the way it is? Can I? Can I?
Doc.
Yeah?
Keep an eye on Job.
You bet you. If you ask me, Jack. Hey, who turned out the light?
Quiet. Listen.
Baby.
Doc, get the light on.
I gotta feel my way around. Darned if it don't sound like it's right here in this room.
Hurry up. Turn on that light.
Got it.
All right. Everyone stay right where he is. You all right? All of you?
I don't want to be vulgar, but I feel like something laid a hard-boiled egg in the pit of my stomach.
The baby cried. It's a warning. It's a warning to Joe.
Nonsense. I won't have it.
What I want to know is how those lights were turned off. No one was within 6 feet of that switch.
But the baby, the warning.
Doc, you stand there right beside that switch from now on.
Okay, feller. I'd like to...
Job. Job.
He's been shot through the head.
The gun with the silencer.
Yes.
Oh, Joe, darling. Oh, Joe. Joe.
Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? They want all of us dead.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
But the police had just got to be right, Jack. The shot that killed Job come from out on the porch.
I know that.
And Fay, Hope, and Cherry, and Grandma Martin was sitting right in this room with us.
That's right.
So they couldn't have done it if they'd wanted to.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
It not only looks that way, it is that way. What you keep nosing around this library for? What you expect to find?
The answer.
Answer? Answer to what?
Someone in this room killed Job.
You're crazy.
That's so?
I'll be a bow-legged hipponoceros if you ain't. Why, ain't we just admitted Job was shot from out on the porch?
Doc, you're sure Reggie's up patrolling the second floor hallway?
Of course he is. That's what you just told him to, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, then that's where he is. Looky, it's 3 a.m. How about us calling the whole thing off and going to bed?
Can't.
Well, if the police are satisfied he is shot from outside, why shouldn't we be?
Because I know more than the police do.
Okay, you know more than... Huh? You know more about what?
What's going on in this house?
For instance?
We know that a baby cries in this house and that there's no baby.
Yeah?
We know that Cherry predicted Job's death not 10 minutes before he was killed.
You mean her saying they would get him before the law did?
Yes. How did she know?
Well, how about her being in cahoots with the killer on the outside?
Maybe. We also know that just before Job was killed, the lights went out in the library.
And the baby cried.
Yes, but what made the lights go out?
Well, somebody snapped the switch.
But who? No one in the room was nearer than 6 feet to the switch.
It's right beside the door. Somebody must have sneaked the door open, reached in, and snapped them off.
Who?
Well, the guy that shot Job from the porch.
Maybe. I don't think so.
Well, why don't you?
Yeah, bring your flashlight over here and run it along the floor.
What for?
Would you mind, Doc?
Oh, no, of course not.
Thanks. Okay.
You know, fella, don't mind me saying so, but I think you're trying to make something out of nothing.
You can go to bed if you want to.
Oh, you know doggone well I won't go to bed till you do.
Suit yourself.
Why do you think somebody in this house done the murder? At least you can tell me that much.
It was too well set up. It was all planned.
What was?
The murder. Cherry insisted on bringing the whole family down here. Cherry accused Job of killing the chauffeur and predicting his death. Cherry was frightened from the moment we brought her into this room with Job.
Cherry's always scared.
But just the same, she was breathless, expectant, waiting for something to happen.
Then you really think she done it?
On the other hand, Grandmother Martin acted very peculiar. She insisted on arranging the chairs in a certain position in the room. She insisted on each one of the family taking a certain chair. She selected the chair right in front of the window for Job.
But didn't Fay explain that she'd been doing that since they were little kids?
Yet when I interviewed the family on the first night we got here, she didn't insist. Everyone sat where he wanted to.
That's funny.
Yes, I think so, too.
The only thing about Grandma doing it, though, everybody said Job was her favorite. You don't just up and murder your favorite grandchild. You don't even help somebody else do it.
Still, she did make him sit in the chair in front of the window.
Yeah, she done that all right. But looky, Jack, just before the murder, you were so sure that Fay was the one.
I'm still not overlooking her. She's the most intelligent, the most capable of planning a foolproof murder.
And she was the one nearest. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Did you hear any gun go off?
What's that?
When Job was shot, did you hear any gun go off?
No.
Well, neither did I. Just the smashing of the window.
Which means the gun with the silencer was used.
Yeah. I guess that'd have to be it, wouldn't it? Well, what's that for?
Huh?
Well, what you doing that for?
Marking on the floor where each chair is placed. Just in case they're moved. There.
Yeah, now then, we're ready to go upstairs.
To bed?
No, not to bed.
Oh, all right. I was just asking. Will you tell me one thing, though?
What?
Why, if you think Cherry or Grandma or Fay is a killer, didn't you lock 'em up tonight?
I set Reggie to patrolling in front of their rooms, didn't I?
Yeah, but this afternoon you had 'em all locked in and had me and Reggie watching besides. Now you have their doors unlocked and you only have Reggie on the job.
I've been waiting for something to happen.
Huh? You been doing what?
Waiting for something to happen.
You mean that's what we've been doing in yonder library, waiting for something?
Yes.
I thought you said you was hunting for something.
Well, I had to put in the time some way.
But what? Waiting for what?
For the murderer to make the next move.
For the... You mean you're turning the murderer loose to prowl in the house?
That's about it.
Well, just to see what he'd do next?
Yes.
Then why'd you bother to put Reggie up on the second floor?
So we could get to all the rooms fast in case the baby cried.
No baby ain't cried.
No.
So you're giving up expecting something to happen?
Maybe. I'll take it easy on the stairs.
Yeah. Hey, that kind of makes my hair stand up, fella. Right this minute, a killer may be sneaking and crouching around in dark places. Hey, hold it.
What's the matter?
There's somebody standing there at the head of the stairs.
What? Oh, what's the matter with you, Doc? That's Reggie.
Well, what's he in the shadow for?
Is that you, Jack?
Yes, Reggie. Everything quiet up here?
Too belly quiet, if you ask me.
Haven't heard anything, huh?
There's been movement in Faye's room. I don't think that young woman's getting much sleep tonight.
A bad conscience, maybe, huh?
That's all you've heard?
Funny thing, once I thought I heard a rustling of a dress.
When was that?
15, 20 minutes ago.
What did it sound like?
Just movement. Like a drape blowing at an open window. Must have been hearing things no one in the hall. If any of the doors had been open and closed, I'd have heard them.
You couldn't have seen around the corner of the hall?
No, but it's been so quiet, I would have heard the turn of a doorknob.
Maybe. Maybe not. Let's have a look.
But I tell you, Jack,
there's no time for guesswork. We'll make sure.
This is Faye's room.
Yeah, give me a flashlight.
Uh-huh.
Wait here.
I thought you said Faye was awake.
She was. Half an hour ago.
She all right, Jack?
Yes, her bed looks like it had been stirred up with a spoon, but she's asleep now.
Hope's right around the corner of the hall.
All right.
I don't see how anyone can sleep tonight. Her brother murdered.
Exhaustion.
I suppose so. This is it.
Wait here.
Funny, they didn't lock their doors from inside.
Yeah, but I was on duty up here.
Just the same with somebody prowling. Oh, Hope okay?
Yes. Doesn't look like she'd moved since she got into that bed. Doc, you keep watch down here while Reggie and I go up on the third floor and have a look at Grandma and Cherry.
Sure, go ahead.
Come on, Reggie.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, hello, Faye.
Did somebody just come into my room?
Yeah, Jack, just checking up.
Well, he's got his nerve.
For your own good.
I'll bet I was something to look at. Didn't he ever hear the old saw, let sleeping girls lie?
I guess not.
Where is he now?
Oh, up on the third floor, checking on Grandma and Cherry.
Grandma's gonna love that.
Business is business.
Grandma keeps a poker beside her bed. For his own good, he'd better not wake her up.
Grandma's asleep?
Yes. She snores. Now then, across the hall is Cherry. Listen. The baby. Quick, look in Cherry's room.
Righto.
Turn on the light.
I'm trying to. Here it is. Say, she's not here. Cherry's not here.
Downstairs, quick. Get down, wait.
What's that?
Here by the door, look. Handkerchief, blood on it.
Oh, I say.
Come on, don't stand there.
Jack, wait a minute, look here.
We haven't got time for anything.
Right here by the head of the stairs. A shoe.
What's that? Here, let me see it.
A girl's shoe.
Cherry's. Come on, keep your eyes open.
Righto.
Here's something else.
I say, a ribbon.
Out of her hair.
Jack, the baby. Did you hear the baby?
No, we heard it.
And Cherry's not in the room.
Cherry, you mean the baby's got her?
Don't be a fool. Doc, you stay here and guard these doors. Reggie and I've got a job on our hands.
Well, where are you going?
Search the house. She seems to have been dropping things all along the way.
I say, what's this?
Stocking. Looks like a striptease here. Downstairs to the first floor. Uh-oh. Here's something at the foot of the stairs.
Another shoe.
What's that in the hallway? Get it.
I say, I don't see it.
Toward the back of the house.
The baby again. Hurry. She must have gone this way.
All right. What'd you pick up that time?
I don't know, but it's feminine, lacy, and perfume.
Well, hang on to it. Now, this goes into the kitchen. Come on. Now, look around.
I say, here it is. A bit of lace. Looks like it was off a dress.
Right in front of this door. Jove. Dark. Must be the cellar. Find a light?
Right. Here it is.
Come on. Here, this way.
Like I say, the furnace. It's going full blast.
I can see it.
But the furnace, full blast, at 3 in the morning?
Look. Look there, Reggie.
It's Cherry. Cherry lying in front of the furnace.
Here, let me see.
Bound hand and foot.
And gagged. She's unconscious.
But, Jack, the furnace. Do you think they were going to do it? Do you?
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
So at last you've seen one of them, these people you call they.
Yes, but not his face.
No. Don't try to sit up.
I'm thirsty.
Get her a glass of water, Doc.
Water coming right up.
Just lie still and keep covered up.
Where am I?
Don't you recognize your own bedroom?
Oh, yes.
You're sure you do?
Yes. It's my bedroom. I always hated it.
Why?
Because when I was little, Grandma punished me by locking me in here. I was afraid.
Why?
There were pictures on the wall. Pictures of Humpty Dumpty and Simple Simon and Peter Piper and a lot more.
You mean the wall was papered with Mother Goose characters?
Yes. And they wouldn't stop looking at me. Even when I shut my eyes, they were still there, looking at me, laughing.
That was when you were a very little girl?
Yes.
Here you are, Jack. Couldn't find a glass.
All right. No, let me raise you up.
All right.
There. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Better?
Yes.
Now then, you say you didn't see him. That is, his face.
No. They're very clever.
Was his face covered?
No. It just wasn't there.
Wasn't there?
He had a kind of hood over his head. It was all kind of blank and dark inside the hood.
Doggone.
Describe what you did see.
Oh, do I have to?
Please.
Well, the hood, and then kind of a short smock, big and full. I think it was made of satin.
What color was it?
Red. Red, like when you stick your finger and the blood comes out.
Hey, Cherry, are you telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
And what about his trousers?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember whether he had legs or not.
You don't remember whether he had legs or not?
No.
And yet he picked you up and carried you down to the furnace room, so he must have had legs.
Yeah, I guess he must.
How did he get here in your bedroom in the first place?
He just opened the door and walked in.
Well, why didn't you scream?
I was too scared. And then he put a gag in my mouth.
Didn't you fight him?
Oh, I couldn't move.
You just laid there and let him gag you and hog tie you?
Yes, I couldn't move.
And all the time, Reggie was out there patrolling the hall. Well, how come he didn't see you when old No-Face picked you up and carried you out?
I don't know. He kept my face pressed against his chest hard, so I couldn't see a thing. I thought I was going to smother.
And then he carried you down to the furnace room?
Yes.
And then he turned on the furnace full blast?
Yes.
Why? What do you think he intended to do?
I know what he was going to do.
Well, then why didn't he do it?
Because just then the baby began to cry.
Yes, the baby.
Yes, the baby cried, and that's the last I saw of him.
You didn't see which way he went?
No, he was there, and then he was gone.
And the next you knew, we were beside you.
Yes.
Well, son, it looks like we gotta set our traps for a feller in a red smock and no face.
Yes. Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Where's Grandma and the girls?
Down the library. Reggie's staying with them.
Why?
Reasons of my own.
You haven't done a very good job here, have you?
What do you mean?
Since you came, the chauffeur was killed. And now Job is dead.
That's right.
And then this happened to me.
You'd rather have someone else?
No. You couldn't help it. Nobody could.
You think this reign of terror is going to continue?
It's got to. It can't stop now. It's got to go on and on and on until there isn't any of us left. Nobody but Grandma.
You mean you think you and Hope and Faye's gonna be killed?
Yes, I know it.
You say you know. Do you actually, or is it just your belief?
It's the same thing. I haven't been wrong about anything I said was going to happen.
That's right, Jack. She kept saying over and over that Job was in a bad spot.
And Hope. She's in the worst danger right now.
Oh, what about Faye?
I don't care about Faye. She doesn't like me. And I don't like her.
But she's going to die, too.
Yes, but I don't care about that. Job was the one who bothered me most.
And next to Job, you like Hope the most.
Yes.
Cherry, do you know a girl named Pauline West?
Pauline West?
Yes. Do you?
Why do you ask that?
Just answer. Do you or don't you?
I guess I've heard the name somewhere. Sounds familiar.
She's a radio actress. Now, do you recognize her?
No, I don't think so.
What the heck's a radio actress named Pauline West got to do with this, Jack?
I don't know, but I found several casting sheets down in the furnace room made out in her name.
You found what?
Casting sheets.
What's a casting sheet?
It's a form sent out to actors and artists who've been cast on a show. Tells the time of rehearsal, the date and hour of the show, and the amount of money the performance pays.
Okay, so you found a casting sheet for Pauline West, and I still want to know what that's got to do with all the rough stuff that's going on here.
Probably nothing. Simply a new name in the picture. If there's a Pauline West connected with this house, I want to know it.
Well, wouldn't Cherry know it if there was?
Seems likely. But I'd still like to know what that casting sheet was doing in the furnace room.
Must not be a very good actress. I never heard of her before.
Oh, you listen to radio shows?
Of course I do. Well, anyway, all of them that's got girls on them. What you think I just bought a battery set to carry around with me for?
In love with all the women on the air. Huh?
And boy, is there a couple of them that I'd like to write dialogue for.
Would, huh?
You're darn right. The words I'd put in those babies' mouths would make the radio censors turn over in their graves.
What do you know about radio censors?
Nothing.
Then what are you talking about?
Okay. Hey, Jack, look.
Cherry, you little fool, come back here. What's the matter with you? Where do you think you're going?
No place.
Now come back here and get into bed. Pull the covers back, Doc.
Yeah. There.
Now get into that bed.
All right. I wasn't going anywhere.
And what do you mean, trying to sneak out on us?
No, I wasn't. I just don't like this room.
Oh, would you like us to move you downstairs?
Jack, where are you?
Hey, that's Reggie.
Up in Cherry's room, Reggie.
Something's happened. I knew it.
Jack, Hope's got away.
Hope's got away?
Why, she snapped off the light in the library downstairs and was out the door and gone before I could get it back on.
Probably on her way down to an employment agency to get herself a new chauffeur.
Now, never mind that, Doc. Where are Faye and her grandmother?
I locked them in the powder room just off the hall while I came up to tell you.
Are they all right there?
Well, they can't get out.
Good. Doc.
Yeah?
You stay here with Cherry. I'm going with Reggie.
Okay.
Don't let her out of your sight for a minute.
You hear that, Cherry, honey?
Come on, Reggie. Do you think Hope left the house?
No, I think she went towards the furnace.
Furnace room? Did he say furnace room?
That's what he said. That Hope was heading for the furnace room.
But she mustn't.
Why not?
That's where things happen to people.
Things happen to folks in the furnace room?
Yes, go tell them. Go tell them quick.
Hey, you mean that?
Yes. Don't you understand? Go tell them to keep Hope away from there.
Well, I don't know. Jack said to stay here with you.
Hurry.
You promise to stay right there in bed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll leave the door open.
No. No, hurry. Poor little Hope. Poor little sister Hope. Hurry.
Okay, Cherry, get back into bed.
No.
Now, come on. Get back into bed where you belong.
But you didn't go.
No, but just waited outside the door to see what was, why you were so anxious for me to leave.
But I was just going to help find Hope.
Well, Jack and Reggie's pretty good at that sort of thing.
Yes, but I think I know where she is.
Well, if she's in this house, they'll find her.
But she's in such danger. They've got to hurry.
Now, looky, Cherry. How could you know that?
But I do.
Hey, shut up.
What's the matter?
There's somebody out in the hall.
Oh, no.
Listen.
It's them. They've come back.
Maybe.
But it is. I know it.
I hope so. I ain't never seen a fella with no face and a red smock.
Could I get under the bed, please?
You stay right where you are. Listen.
They're right beside the door. I can feel them.
Somebody out there, okay?
You got a gun?
No.
Please, let me get under the bed.
No.
Where are you going?
I'm going to sneak over the door. Maybe I can jump.
Oh, no. That's what they're waiting for.
Lay still and keep quiet. That's funny.
What's the matter?
Wasn't nobody out there at all.
Yes, there was. I know there was.
Not when I got there. I know what's the matter. You're giving me the jumps. You got me seeing things that ain't there, too.
I tell you, there was
Hello,
some...
Sheriff.
Hope.
That's right. Hello, Texas.
Well, hey, Hope, everybody in this house is looking for you.
Now, that's silly.
What'd you dodge out of the library for?
I had to see Cherry. My little sister Cherry.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was so scared for you.
Sisterly devotion, huh?
Yes. I love you so.
She loves me so. Now, isn't that sweet?
Oh, Hope, don't say that. You and Job, you two are all in the world I've got to love.
And now you haven't got Job.
But I've still got you.
No, you haven't.
Oh, Hope, please.
No, you haven't got me. Not any of me.
Then why are you coming over here to the bed? Go away if you don't love me.
I want to show you something.
What do you mean?
Look what I found.
The gun.
That's right, the gun that killed Job.
Hey, what'd you say?
Give it to me. Cherry, stop. Let go of it.
Hey, don't do that.
Give it to me. I won't give it to you.
You shot her. You shot Hope.
Poor little sister, Hope. My poor little sister.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Jack, not only is there a policeman outside Hope's door, but there's a doctor and a nurse inside with her. Well, what's the need of Reggie, a gardener, too?
Hope's got a fighting chance to stay alive. The doctor says with an even break, she'll pull through. I'm going to see she gets that break.
I don't get you, Mr. Packard. Yes, please explain yourself. You mean you're protecting her from something?
You bet I'm protecting her from something, Mrs. Randolph Martin.
But that's absurd. Hope was accidentally shot when she and Cherry were wrestling for the gun.
Maybe.
No maybe about it. You have the word of your own companion, Mr. Long here, who saw it.
Yeah, there ain't no getting away from that, Jack. I saw it all right.
I wish I'd seen it.
Why?
Look, Doc, I want you to tell your story again, in front of Grandma Martin and Fay here. Go over it again, every detail.
Well, when Reggie come running upstairs and said Hope had escaped from the library and was loose in the house, you told me to stay right with Cherry, not leave her for a minute.
Yes?
Then you and Reggie run downstairs. Well, the minute you was out of sight, Cherry started in saying, "Don't let Hope go to the furnace room. Don't let Hope go to the furnace room." Kept saying it over and over. And then she says, "Hurry, hurry, go tell him. You must warn him."
What did you do?
Well, she sounded so scared, I thought maybe that I ought to tell you, and I started out the door. And just as I got out in the hall, I remembered you saying, "Don't leave Cherry under any circumstances." So I whirled around and tiptoed back to the door, and there was Cherry out of bed and putting on some slippers and her bathrobe. Well, I grabbed her and stuck her back in bed.
Where was the terrified mouse going?
Well, she said she was going to find Hope, that she thought that she knew where she was.
Then what happened?
Well, then the bedroom door was open, and I thought I heard somebody out in the hall. Cherry said it was them, that they had come back. Well, I sneaked over to the door and looked out, and nobody was there.
Some more of Cherry's romantic nonsense.
Yeah, well, I hardly got back in the room when Hope comes in.
Now, this is the part I'm especially interested in. Be very sure about every detail. Where were you standing?
At the foot of Cherry's bed.
What was Cherry doing?
Well, the minute she saw Hope come in the door, she sat up in bed.
And Hope, where was she?
Well, she come in the door and walked about halfway between the door and the bed at first.
All right. Now go on.
Well, Hope just walked in and said, "Hello, Cherry." Well, I was looking at Hope, but Cherry made kind of a funny little gurgling noise in her throat, and I looked at her, and she was kind of green around the gills and trembling.
Cherry afraid of Hope? What are you talking about?
Well, that's the way it was, Fay. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Horse feathers.
Well, I'm only telling you what I saw.
Go on. What then?
Well, I said, "Hey, Hope, everybody's looking for you. Why'd you dodge out of the library?" She said, "On account I got to see Cherry, my little sister Cherry."
Just how did she say it?
I can tell you how she said it. She was making fun of Cherry.
Was that it, Doc?
Well, yeah, kind of all right. Cherry was a shivering all the time, but she said, "Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was so scared for you." Then she said, "I love you so, Job and you."
Yeah, the mouse always was sloppy with her emotions.
Yeah, it kind of made the hair stand up on my neck. Her saying sweet things in a kind of pleading voice and all the time trembling so she could hardly talk.
What was Hope's reaction?
Well, she said, and now you ain't got Job." And Cherry said, "But I still got you." And Hope said, "No, you haven't. Not any of me." And then she started toward the bed. Well, Cherry kind of cringed down and said, "Go away if you don't love me." But Hope kept it coming until she got right up to the bed.
What were you doing all this time?
Well, just standing there at the foot of the bed.
That's great.
But, Jack...
Forget it. Go on.
Well, when she got right up to the bed, she pulled out Job's gun with a silencer on it. And the next thing I knew that they was fighting over like a couple of cats. And before I could get around the bed, it went off. And Hope sort of stood up on her tiptoes, and then just crumbled up, all in a heap.
You said before that Hope said it was the gun that killed Job?
Yeah, that's right, she did.
You're sure she didn't say where she got the gun?
No, just that she found it.
Mr. Long.
Yeah, Grandma?
Was it your impression that Hope intended to shoot Cherry with that gun?
Well, she was sure enough going to do something with it.
But she didn't say anything about shooting Cherry.
Well, no, not exactly. Just look what I've got.
Then maybe she actually just intended to show the gun to Cherry. Cherry got excited and thought she was going to shoot and made a grab for the gun.
Well, maybe.
Doc, you believe Hope came up here with the planned purpose of killing Cherry?
Well, doggone it, Jack. She was all steamed up for something. You could see hate all over her face. You'd have thought Cherry was a worm the way she stepped on her. And when that gun come out of her dress, there was no fooling about it.
I don't believe it.
Well, let's see now. If Hope did intend to kill Cherry, could she also be responsible for the other deaths?
Well, she was the last one to see the chauffeur alive. That we know about.
And she was sitting in the library right next to Job when he was shot.
Nonsense.
Not such nonsense as you might think, Grandma.
I say nonsense.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
It's exactly the way I feel. None of my granddaughters is a murderer, nor are they connected with murderers. The chauffeur and Job were killed by men outside this house. Hope was accidentally shot. That's all there is to it. To try to read anything more into it is unjust and unfair to the name of Martin.
Grandmother Martin, you know better than that.
I know nothing of the kind. The police will eventually find the killers of Job and the chauffeur. The doctor gives Hope a good chance for recovery. That's the end of it.
You believe that, Fay?
Why not? What Grandma says goes.
You're not interested in where Hope found the gun with the silencer? You're not interested in who bound and gagged Cherry and carried her down to the furnace room? You don't want to know what makes the baby cry when it's... Here.
Huh? What's the matter, Jack?
Doc, did the baby cry before Hope was shot?
Hey.
It didn't?
No, not a peep out of him. You don't suppose he's losing his grip, do you?
Well, there you are. That proves the shooting of Hope was an accident.
It does?
Certainly. You said yourself the baby always cried as a warning when one of the family was in danger.
Yes, and certainly Hope was in danger, whether accidentally or by plan. Why didn't the baby cry?
Because it happened too fast.
But if our psychic baby can anticipate a planned attack, why couldn't it anticipate an accident just as easily?
I guess I don't know.
I'll tell you why. It didn't dare cry.
But why not?
Never mind why not. But that's the answer. It didn't dare cry.
Well, ain't you going to say any more than that?
No, if you don't get the answer from that, I'm not going to tell you.
Mr. Packard, you mean you know more than you're telling us?
I know a great deal more. I know who the murderer is. I know where I can put my finger on the baby when I want it. I know who killed Job and how it was done. I know who they are. Those they people Cherry's so frightened of. And she has a right to be frightened. I'd rather be where Job and the chauffeur are right now than to have them after me.
Mr. Packard, you're talking like a madman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, fella. What's eating on you?
So you know who the murderer is?
That's right, Fay.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Fay, I asked Cherry this question. Now I'm asking you. Do you know a radio actress by the name of Pauline West?
What's that?
Oh, you do?
Pauline West. What has she got to do with this?
If you know Pauline West, then you certainly know that.
Yes, of course. Why didn't I think of it before?
What's this nonsense about Pauline West?
You never heard of her? An actress on the radio?
What would I know about a radio actress?
Well, Fay, apparently you're the one person in the house who knows her.
Well, what of it?
I called the broadcasting company where she had done most of her work, asked them where she lived. They gave me this address.
That's preposterous.
I don't think so. Down in the furnace room earlier tonight, I found casting sheets.
You found what?
A printed form from the broadcasting studio giving the day and hour of her broadcast and how much money she was to get.
How much?
Well, it wouldn't buy any fur coats.
Then we may assume she's not a star.
No, run-of-the-mill actress.
Well, young man, there's no actress in this house, run-of-the-mill or any other kind.
Fay.
Yes?
Remember the night the chauffeur was killed? You told me you'd been down in the furnace room burning some letters.
Yes?
It wasn't casting sheets you were burning, was it?
Oh, really? Are you asking me to break right down here and confess all my sins?
I'm just asking you if you were down there burning casting sheets and that some of them were dropped unnoticed by her.
No, I wasn't burning Pauline West's casting sheet.
But looky, Jack, this don't make sense. If there's a girl named Pauline West in this house, why ain't we seen her?
You want to answer that, Fay?
No. Do you?
Not just yet.
I didn't think so.
But I will tell you one thing. You're one person who isn't going to get out of our sight for 1 second from now until this case is cleaned up.
Dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Are you saying my granddaughter Fay is dangerous?
Fay understands what I mean.
Sure.
Doc.
Yeah?
Fay's your one and only responsibility from now on. I don't care where she goes, what she does, or what happens. You don't leave her. Not under any circumstances. Get it?
Got it.
Hello, Shadow.
Lady, me and you is the same as handcuffed together. Beginning now.
Well, see, you don't forget it.
Mr. Packard, I've changed my mind.
You've changed your mind about what?
I've decided that your services in this house are no longer needed.
You what?
I say I don't want you here any longer.
Well, that's too bad.
It's not too bad. It's the end. Get your things and get out.
Hey, looky, Grandma.
You heard me. Get out at once.
You mean now, just as the case is on the point of being solved, you want us to leave?
Yes.
You want this murderer free to roam this house? You want your granddaughters left unprotected to face sure death? Is that what you want?
I want you to get out.
Very well.
Hey, Jack.
Shut up, Doc. Very well, I'll turn over my information to the police and we'll get our things.
Wait.
Well?
There's a check for $10,000 waiting for you at my attorney's office.
Hot dog.
On the understanding that the moment you pick it up, all three of you leave Hollywood and disappear for a year.
After I've turned my information over to the police.
No. You talk to no one.
That's out.
For $10,000?
Absolutely out. You know as well as I do that I have information in this house that the police would never find out. You know that every granddaughter in your house could be killed, and except for what I know, it would remain a baffling mystery to the end of time.
Yes, I know that.
Well, that information is not to be bought. Not at any price.
Then if I was the murderer, do you know what I would do?
It might be interesting to know.
If I was the murderer, Mr. Packard, I would see that you, of all people, never left this house alive.
Hey, Grandma.
Yes, I'm quite certain that is exactly what I would do.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
There's one thing, Jack. We're sure we not the innocent members of the family. All that's left in the house is Grandma, Cherry, and Fay here.
Don't forget them. Cherry's precious they people.
Yes, and Pauline West.
Yes, we mustn't forget Pauline West.
Well, if they are in the house, and this Pauline West is here, they've certainly kept in the background.
Way in the background.
On the other hand, they're right up in the foreground.
Well, I ain't seen them.
That's because you don't know where to look.
Then perhaps you'll show Doc and me.
Not yet.
Yeah, and what about the baby?
Yes, the baby's very much with us, too.
You've seen him, too, I
Yes.
suppose.
I see you have. But, Jack, if you know...
Not yet, Reggie.
But, Jack... Reggie, don't you know Jack well enough by this time to know he ain't going to tell us nothing until he gets darn good and ready?
Right. But would you mind telling us why you suddenly decided to have Hope removed to a hospital? And why you've given Grandma Martin and Cherry free run of the house while you're keeping Fay here practically a prisoner?
Yeah, how about that, Jack?
Hope went to the hospital to get her out of the way.
Out of the way of what?
She couldn't possibly stay alive in this house. She knew too much.
How can you know that? She's unconscious.
She was conscious just long enough for me to ask her one question.
What was that?
Where she found the gun with the silencer that killed Job.
She told you?
Yes.
That's the thing that made somebody want to kill her?
Yes,
Well, then doesn't that put you in the same danger she was in?
exactly.
Jack, you're in danger of being killed.
Well, with proper precaution.
But looky, tell us where you found the gun, too. Then there'll be so many of us that know.
I don't want that.
You don't want what?
Look, I know who the murderer is. I know how Job's murder was done, but I haven't got a scrap of proof. I could tell my story from now on. Nobody'd believe me.
The baby would be proof.
Yes, I could bring the baby to light, but a crying baby doesn't prove murder.
Well, so what?
So I've got to catch the murderer in the act.
But how does you being in danger?
We know he wants to kill me. We know he's going to try to kill me. When he tries, it's up to me to be the smartest.
You haven't been the smartest so far.
That's true.
Jack, you're setting a trap for the killer and using yourself as bait?
Yes.
I don't like that. I don't like it a bloody bit.
And, Doc.
Yeah?
The outcome's going to depend a great deal on you.
Hey, you mean you're laughing?
I mean, if you let Fay here give you the slip for 1 minute, I can't predict what will happen.
Fay, huh? Fay.
Oh, my goodness, but you look ferocious, Doc.
Looky, Fay, I ain't never hit a woman in my life. But you try one move, and, lady, I'm going to lay you so flat that you could be shoved under the carpet.
No rough stuff, Doc.
Well, I ain't fooling, sister.
What a pal.
Now then, Doc and Reggie, I want you to listen closely to what I'm going to say. In case I'm not as smart as the killer when the time comes.
Hey, cut it out, will you, guy?
Will you listen? In case anything happens to me, I want you to give this information to the police. First, Find Pauline West, the radio actress. She's in this house. Second, remember that it was Grandma Martin who arranged the chairs in the library so that Job sat in front of the window the night he was killed. But be sure to tell them that she had been arranging the chairs in just that same order ever since the grandchildren were small. You got that?
That's great. I'm making notes.
Third, tell them the night Jerry was bound and gagged and taken down to the furnace room that her clothes were strewn from the third floor to the basement, making a trail that would assure us finding her quickly.
I say, I never thought of that. Did you ask Cherry? Did she drop stuff as she was being carried down?
How could she? She was tied hand and foot before she was taken out of her bedroom, according to her own story.
Then the fella who carried her down must have dropped the stuff.
Right.
But why?
That's all the police need to know. They can find out the rest from that.
Uh-huh. You know, from the look on Faye's map, I bet she could tell us.
Maybe I could.
Fourth, there's about 3 or 4 thicknesses of wallpaper on the walls of Cherry's bedroom. Did you know for sure how many, Faye?
Well, I'd say offhand the room had been papered 4 times.
Yes. Well, tell the police to peel off the 3 top layers of paper in an area about 3 feet square and examine the figures on the paper very carefully.
Well, what the heck's that for?
And you be present when they do it, and you'll see.
Joe, that's the queerest yet.
5, give them this gun. It's the one that killed Job and the one Cherry and Hope fought over when Hope was shot. Be sure to call their attention to this piece of black thread tied to the trigger.
Yeah, I noticed that. It is on the gun when I picked it up after Hope was shot.
Yes, about 1 foot long. If they'll examine the end under a microscope, they'll probably find it looks as though it had been burned off. You, getting all this down, Reggie?
Yes, quite.
6. This is going to be in the nature of a demonstration. Take hold of Faye's arm, Doc.
Say, what's the idea?
Jack says to take your arm, so I'm taking your arm.
Well, take it easy, will you? I don't want to look like I've been manhandled by a gorilla.
Be sure to hang out to it now.
You bet you. Hey!
The lights! The lights!
Jack, who turned out the lights?
I did. Sit still. I'll turn them on again.
Sit down, Faye.
No, you let go of me.
I said sit down.
Let go of me now. Go.
Why, you little cat, sit down. Get them lights turned on, Jack.
Here they are. Oh, I say. Doc, what happened?
Looky at my face.
Scratches. She did that.
I say she done it. She tried to get away.
Faye, what's the matter with you? Why'd you try to get away?
Why not? It was dark.
Lady, you don't know how near you come to getting soft.
So what?
But the lights, what made them go out?
I turned them out.
How could you? You were 6 or 8 feet from the wall.
The same way they were turned out last night before Job was killed. Look, I've got a piece of heavy black thread.
Thread?
That's all. I tied it to the switch when you weren't noticing. When I was ready for the blackout, I pulled on the thread, pulling the switch down. Lights go out. The thread slips off the switch. And...
Then somebody right in this room snapped off the lights.
That's right.
Faye, is that why you made such a fuss? Because Jack found out how you switched off the light?
Oh, don't be absurd. Jack didn't say I did it.
Well, what about it, Jack? Did she?
I can't prove anyone did it yet. But demonstrate it to the police if I'm not here.
Quite. That's 5 things to tell the police.
And that's all. Now then, Reggie.
Yes?
I want to talk to Grandmother Martin and Cherry separately. Go find them.
Have you any idea?
No, but they're around the house someplace.
Well, how do you know that? We ain't kept a watch on them for hours. How do you know they ain't slipped out?
Because the house is completely surrounded by plainclothes detectives.
What's that?
That's right, Faye.
What's that for?
Because of Hope. Whoever wants her dead might otherwise have slipped away and followed her to the hospital.
I see. Think of everything, don't you?
We do our best. There's murder loose in this house. We're doing what we can to keep it here, under quarantine. Well, go on, Reggie. Find Grandma and Cherry.
Righto, I'll have a look.
Oh, Reggie.
Yes?
One at a time. Bring Cherry first.
Cherry it is.
We're just going to sit here and wait.
I am. You can do as you choose.
I choose to go up to my room.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jack.
You go, too, naturally.
But leaving you down here alone, fella.
You stick to Faye. Don't worry about me.
Well, come on, Shadow.
Yeah, only I still don't like it.
You've certainly got a lot of faith in your partner.
What you mean?
2 girls and 1 old woman, and you're worrying about leaving him alone here in the library.
Well, so I'm afraid that...
And all the time he'll be within calling distance of you and Reggie. And the house surrounded by cops. That's what I call real bravery.
Don't make us all look ridiculous, Doc. Go along with it.
Well, I got a feeling.
Oh, come on if you're going to.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
You better lock the door if we go out, Jack.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
I don't quite know where you are. You may be right here in the room with me. You may be watching from some panel I don't know about, or at one of the windows or doors. I don't know. All I know is that you've been listening to everything that's been said in this room. I knew you were there. That's why I sent Reggie out to find Grandma and Cherry. That's why I let Faye go up to her room with Doc, so we'd be alone. You may be the murderer. I don't know. But whether you are or not, you're a very unhealthy person. You're afraid. You feed on darkness. Your thoughts are lustful and violent. You're the power of evil in this house. You're not only cowardly and violent and evil, but you're much worse because you're a woman. When a woman's bad, she can be so much more wicked than a man. Strange, isn't it, that anything which can be the greatest instrument for good in the world can also be the greatest instrument for wickedness? I feel sorry for you. It wasn't your fault in the beginning. I think of all the people in this house who have the greatest potentialities for greatness. You could have been just as great in the realm of goodness as you are superior in the realm of evil. You've worked with such perfect deliberation, coolly, masterfully, with superior knowledge of human nature. You've even used your own weakness to the best advantage. It's been fascinating working against you. And in a way, it seems a pity that you're at the end of your rope. I don't know when that end will come. That'll depend on you. An hour, day, not much more than that. And I want to tell you that
Jack, look at me.
Doc, where's Faye?
I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
I was hit over the head. Hit over the head.
Doc,
hit over the head.
The baby. Reggie, it's the baby. Find Faye. We've got to find Faye.
What is it, Jack? Where are you? What's the matter? Jack, where are you? What? Doc, what's the matter?
Hit on the head. Find Faye.
Hit on the head? Who did it? Doc, answer me. Who did it?
I don't know. Be all right in a minute. Find Faye.
Find Faye? Why? What's the matter with Faye?
Jack's scared. Find Faye.
You sure you'll be all right?
Yeah, sure.
The baby. Doc, I've got to go find Jack. Jack, where are you?
Reggie, where are you?
I'm in the living room, Jack. In the living room.
Stay right there. I'm coming.
Something is loose in this house. Something dangerous. I can feel it. Oh, Jack, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Up and down in the furnace room. Have you seen Faye?
No, but the baby.
Yes, I heard it. We've got to...
Jack!
Out the hall, quick!
Who is it? Who fell downstairs?
Grandma Martin.
Oh, my, say, is she dead?
No, unconscious.
Jack, look at her leg.
Yeah, broken.
Oh, that's too bad, an old lady like her.
Jack, Reggie, what was it? Hey, what's the matter with Grandma?
Thrown downstairs, unconscious and broken leg.
You mean Faye done that to her own Grandma?
We haven't got time to talk. Doc, how do you feel?
Oh, better than it did.
Can you carry Grandma into the library?
I guess so.
Then take care of her. Don't leave her for a minute.
But I want to go with...
You're not in any condition to go anywhere. Do what I tell you. Come on, Reggie.
Where are we going, Jack?
Search every room on the second and third floor.
We're looking for Faye?
I'll search the rooms. You stand here in the hall. See that no one slips by.
That's Faye's room.
Yes, I know it.
But what about Cherry, Jack?
We find Faye, Cherry will be all right.
Did you look in the second closet?
Yeah, no one in there. And across the hall to Job's room.
We're wasting time.
I know it. What else can we do? Watch the hall.
Well, why not call in some police from outside?
No, I'll do it myself and know it's done right. And nobody in here. Come on, Hope's room's next.
Around the corner of the hall. If Faye threw her grandmother downstairs, she's got to be up here somewhere.
If she's not in here, she's got to be on the third floor.
Don't forget to look in that window seat.
Don't watch me. Keep your eye on the hall.
You expected to try to slip by?
I expect someone to try to slip by. We're closing in.
Looking for anyone in this house is a ballet job.
Nobody in here. Come on up to the third floor.
Righto.
They've got to be... Wait, hold it a minute.
What's the matter?
Here's the linen closet. Don't let's pass up anything.
No. No, go away.
It's Cherry.
Oh,
Cherry, what are you doing in this linen closet?
Crouched on the floor like a ballet animal.
Cherry, answer me. What are you doing here?
she's after me. She's after me.
What are you talking about? Who's after you?
Faye, she mustn't.
Faye's after you? What for?
She wants to kill me.
Where is she now?
I don't know.
Here, get up on your feet.
Look here. Go easy.
Now then, answer me. Where's Faye?
I don't know.
Answer me, do you hear? Tell me where Faye is or I'll shake it out of you.
Oh, I don't want to see her. I don't, do you hear? I don't.
Jack, this is beastly.
Don't you think I know it?
Well, she's so terrified now she doesn't know what she's saying. You can't get anything out of her like that.
No, I guess you're right.
Oh, Jack, look at her hands. Fingers straight out, stiff like claws.
I can't bend them. Something's happened to them.
Here, let me see.
Oh, like ugly claws.
Cold as ice.
I can't bend them. Look. I can't bend my own fingers. I can't.
Jack, I can't bear this.
Hysteria. It'll wear off when the tension's over. Cherry, do you feel safe here in this closet?
Yes. Yes, it's dark. They can't find me in the dark.
All right. Go back in. I'll lock you in.
Jack.
We can't take her with us. We've got to find Faye.
But she shouldn't be left alone.
I tell you, we've got to find Faye.
I'll be all right.
We'll come back for you in a little while.
I don't like it, Jack.
I don't like any of it. I hate women who get themselves into messes like this. Now, come on.
They certainly aren't the best.
Come on up the third floor.
Cherry with her fingers spread out, stiff like clawing talons. Grandma sprawled grotesquely at the foot of the stairs. I wonder how we'll find Faye.
Yeah, that's pleasant.
I say we're not rushing about as we were. Isn't it as important to find Faye as it was?
Just as important, but not as urgent now that we know where Grandma and Cherry are.
I see. And she's got to be up here ahead of us somewhere, huh?
Yes. All right, now for Cherry's room.
I'm to wait out here?
Yeah.
You don't suppose... Jack, come here.
What's the matter?
Look, round the corner of the hall there, shadow, creeping this way.
That's a man. Light behind him is throwing a shadow ahead.
There haven't been any men in the house?
Well, there is now. You want to take him or shall I?
Let me.
He's almost to the corner, so get set.
Righto.
Move fast. He may have a gun.
Quite.
Hold it. Get him, Reggie. Look out for his gun.
There.
Good work, Reggie. Here, let's have a look at him.
Here's his gun. Do you suppose this is the chap who carried Cherry down to the furnace room?
Hello. Reggie, we made a mistake.
What's that?
Here, look at this badge on his vest.
Badge?
Yes, police department.
Oh, but I say.
Plainclothes man from the detective bureau. You've had the doubtful honor of knocking out a policeman.
Yes, what's he doing here? Naturally, I wouldn't have tackled him.
Well, that's what I want to know. What's he doing here? I wonder if they've planted any more in this house.
But I thought you said they weren't going to.
They weren't. They said they'd keep all their men out. What's that?
You don't hear anything?
I do, from Grandmother Martin's suite of rooms. Come on. Here, this is it. Here, this way.
Jack, what's that smell?
Chloroform. Here, she's locked in this closet. Faye, do you hear me?
Get me out of here. Hurry. Get me out of here.
Listen, get hold of yourself. Save your breath. We'll get you out.
But how? The door's locked and there's no key.
We'll break it in.
Righto, but can we do it?
Wait. Faye, can you hear me?
Yes. Hurry.
Lie down on the floor. We're going to break in the door. Do you hear? All right. Well, come on, Reggie. Together now. Solid. Once more now.
He's coming. Do it again.
Now.
That did it.
Dear, help me with it.
Get me out.
Easy.
All right, you're all right.
There you are. Now throw open the window.
Quiet.
Now get all those saturated towels and throw them out.
Out the window?
Yes. Don't try to talk for a minute. Just breathe deep.
Why would she do it?
Don't talk. Just breathe.
Half a dozen towels soaked with chloroform, enough to kill an elephant. Out they go.
I could talk. Let me sit up, please.
Take it easy.
The fresh air is all I needed.
Who locked you in that closet?
Grandma.
Grandmother Martin tried to kill you?
Well, how did she get you in the closet in the first place?
Yeah. You remember Doc was bringing me upstairs?
Yes?
Somebody hit him on the head. I didn't see who it was. I just ran. I was so scared.
You didn't do it?
No.
I ran up here to Grandma's room. She wasn't here, but she came in just a minute.
Well, where'd she been?
I didn't get a chance to ask her. She was out of breath. She said, quick, Faye, get my slippers out of the closet. I didn't think. I just went in the closet, and she slammed the door on me and locked me in.
And the chloroform towels were already in there?
No. She said, you'll be safe in there, my girl. Then I heard the door to her room open and close, and I pounded on the door to be let out, and in a couple of minutes she came back in.
What did she say then?
Nothing. I think she didn't say a thing, but pretty soon she began pushing towels soaked in chloroform under the door.
Joe, Grandma Martin.
I was all wrong. I thought I knew who the murderer was. I thought I knew from the way you talked, Jack, but I was wrong. It was Grandma all the time.
Grandma Martin, I thought it was you.
You thought it was me?
Yes, we found Cherry hiding from you. I say, are you sure it wasn't you?
It was Grandma, I tell you.
But Cherry said you were trying to kill her.
Jerry said I was trying to kill her.
That's what she said.
And see here, you might have locked yourself in there with those towels, you know.
But I didn't. Jack, I thought you said you knew for sure who the murderer is.
I do, Faye. I know just as sure as I'm sitting here looking at you.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Just as true as I'm standing here. Grandma tried to kill me.
Would you go on the witness stand and swear to that, Faye?
Certainly not. This is a family affair. Nevertheless, it's true.
You're mistaken, Faye.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Because at the time you say Grandma was shoving towels saturated with chloroform under the door of the closet you were locked in, she was lying unconscious at the foot of the stairs on the first floor.
No, I tell you.
That's right, Faye. I was there when she fell.
I'll grant you, your grandmother may have locked you in the closet, but she wasn't the one who tried to chloroform you.
Then who did? She was the only one who knew I was in there.
No, the murderer knew.
But how? How could he possibly have known?
Have you forgotten you pounded on the door and yelled to get out? It drew the killer's attention to you. What a perfect setup. Your grandmother locks you in, so naturally, if you die there, everyone would suspect your grandmother.
Then that's why he wouldn't answer. He wanted me to think it was Grandma.
Certainly. The killer was roaming around the house. Grandma Martin locked you in the closet to protect you and started downstairs to find me. She was thrown or pushed down the stairs by the killer, who then came on up to the third floor. Here you were, yelling and pounding. So the perfect opportunity to finish you, and nearly succeeded.
Jack, what about Cherry down on the second floor? When we found her crouching in the linen closet, she was in a fit of terror. She said Faye was after her, trying to kill her.
She was mistaken.
You mean she mistook the killer for Faye? But in that case, who is the killer?
You don't know now.
No, I don't. Oh, look here. There's only one person. It could be Pauline West, the radio actress.
Yes, Pauline West.
Yes, it would have to be. She's the only other person connected with this house, the only other name mentioned.
Yes, Reggie. Pauline West is the murderer.
But where is she now? Why haven't we seen her? Is she in the house now?
Yes. And you're going to see her very shortly now. In fact, in the next few minutes, I'm going to turn Pauline West over to the police.
No, you can't do that. No matter what happens, you can't do that.
She's guilty of murder. She killed your brother Joe. She was responsible for Cherry accidentally shooting Hope, although it wasn't an accident. She tried to kill your grandmother by pushing her downstairs. She tried to chloroform you, and she was responsible for Cherry being pushed downstairs and being slashed over and over again.
I know it. Oh, don't you understand? We'd all rather be dead. We'd all want to be dead if she was taken into court and made a public exhibit. Something for the newspapers to gloat over, for the appetites of the scandalmongers to feed on. I'd rather see all of us dead than to see that happen.
I'm afraid I haven't got much choice in the matter. I warned your grandmother when she brought us in that if the murder was in this house and I could prove it, nothing could prevent me from turning it over to the police.
Then if I get the opportunity, I will kill her with my own hands.
Oh, but you mustn't. That'd be terribly foolish. Because then you would have to be the public sensation instead of her.
No, because you'd never take me alive.
Reggie, under these circumstances, Faye's a very dangerous young woman. It's going to be necessary for you to stay by her and prevent her from doing what she said she'll do.
How much longer is this going to keep up?
Only a few minutes. Only until I have Pauline West in safe custody.
No, you can't do it.
Reggie, stop her.
Jack, she's locked us in.
Now we are in a fine mess. We've got to break down that door.
Right, let's go.
Wait, listen. The baby.
Oh, look here.
Come on, we got to get out of here. Together now.
Once more should do it.
Hurry.
More solid than I thought.
We've got to keep trying. We've got to get out of here. It's murder. We've got to get out of here quick.
Cherry, is that you?
Faye, don't come near me.
Cherry, listen. We haven't got much time. Give me your hand. Now, come on.
No, Faye.
I tell you, we haven't got much time. Now, hurry, faster.
Where are we going? I don't want to go.
Now, then, up these stairs to the attic.
The attic?
Faster. Wait.
But why, Faye? Why?
Come on. Now then, up this ladder to the roof.
I'm afraid.
Come on, hurry. I'm right behind you.
Oh, please, Faye, please.
Now push that trap door up.
No.
Push that trap door up. All right. Up on the roof.
It's so high up here. It's so high.
It's all right, Cherry. It's all right. I'm going with you.
Going with me?
Here, come over to the edge of the roof. I want to show you something.
Faye, someone's turned the searchlight on. They can see us up here.
It doesn't matter, darling. It doesn't matter in the least.
Faye, I'm so scared.
Don't worry. I'll be with you. I'll be with you all the time. Now, look over the edge. You see the glass roof of the sunroom right down below us?
But it's so far.
The glass roof of the sunroom. You loved the sunroom when you were a little girl. It was your favorite room.
Faye, why did you bring me up here?
Darling, you couldn't help it. It wasn't ever your fault, so you mustn't suffer any more for it. Just close your eyes. Do you remember how you used to close your eyes when I told you fairy stories? Fairy stories about the good little fairies who always came to the rescue of little girls and
I think we're getting it.
Once more, we'll do it.
That did it.
Downstairs, Reggie, downstairs.
I know, I'm coming. Which way, Jack? Which way?
Come on. Downstairs, the first floor.
But how do you know which way she went?
I don't know which way she went. We've got to find her. Wait, I'm going into the library. You take the dining room, conservatory, and the sunroom.
Righto.
Yell if you see anything.
All right. You do the same.
Fine mess.
Hey, Jack, what's the matter?
Doc, has Faye been in here?
Faye? No, nobody's been in here. Jack, we ought to get a doctor.
Jack, come here. Come here.
That's Reggie.
Come on, Doc. He's found her.
Jack.
Coming, Reggie.
In the sunroom. Hurry.
Did you find her? Reggie, where is she? What's the matter?
Look, Jack, up through the glass. Look up on the roof. What's that?
Hey, it's Faye and Cherry. It's Faye and Cherry.
They're fighting.
Well, don't stand there. What's the matter with you? Get up on the roof.
Look out! No, it shouldn't have happened that way. Oh, boy, 4 o'clock in the morning. Reggie, when this mess is cleaned up, I'm going to bed and sleep straight through a week.
About a little sleep I'd get if I did go to bed tonight.
Wonder why they don't put some sleeping chairs in a hospital waiting room. Where'd Jack say he is going?
The doctor called him out. Something about Faye.
Yeah. The chauffeur dead, Job dead, Cherry dead. Poor little old Cherry.
It isn't all.
Huh?
Hope in the hospital with a bullet wound, Grandma here with a broken leg, and Faye here with a fractured skull.
Man, when Cherry and Faye high-dived off that roof and down through that skylight...
Would you mind not talking about it?
Yeah. Sure would like to know who was pushing who up there, though.
Cherry was pushing Fay.
Yeah, it sure looked like it, all right. Oh, you back, Jack?
Yes.
Anything?
No, everything's just the same.
Looky, Jack, I still don't know who was doing what to who over yonder at the Martin.
Well, it's time I told you.
Yes, I think it is. You said Pauline West was the killer.
She was. But what I didn't say was that Pauline West was...
Well, who?
Cherry Martin.
Hey, you mean Cherry done all that dirty work?
Yes.
But the slashing thrown downstairs.
She did that herself.
She did?
And them, the they people she was always talking about.
Figments of her own imagination. She really believed in them some of the time.
Hey, things don't fit together.
Yes, they do. Let's start at the beginning. Way back when Cherry was a little girl. She was a nervous, excitable child. Her grandmother had little patience with her. She used to lock her in her bedroom. On the walls of the bedroom were all the old Mother Goose figures. The Man in the Moon, the Old Witch. And one of the characters was a figure with a black hood, the face shadowed from view. And he wore a blood-red smock.
The man who tied her up and carried her to the furnace room.
Hey!
Yes. The characters from her childhood wallpaper transferred from the walls to her mind. Those were the they people who were after her. Locked in the room with these figures she feared and hated, her child mind absorbed them to the point where she could never get rid of them.
Oh, how horrible.
But no Mother Goose character carried her downstairs.
No, of course not. She did that herself. But somehow in her mind she blamed him for it.
But she was bound and gagged.
She did that herself.
Was this why Grandmother Martin called us in on the case on account of Cherry?
No. Hope and Job were involved with the chauffeur. He was trying to make Job ask his grandmother for money to pay blackmail. When Job refused, he found Hope an easy target, so he threatened to bring the family name to shame through Hope unless Job got the money.
Grandma knew this?
No. Only that Job and Hope were in trouble.
Which we were supposed to get him out of.
Yes, but the night we arrived, Job took things into his own hands and killed the chauffeur.
Job really did do that then?
Yes, Cherry actually saw him. And that's what set Cherry off. She was shocked and afraid, but she saw how easily people could be killed. She was right on the verge mentally anyway. That finished.
She killed Job?
Yes. She was impelled to kill Job because she knew he was going to be found out.
But how?
Well, she watched where Job hid the gun and got it. She took it out on the porch to that big urn that sits right in front of the library window. She fastened it in place, pointing right to the chair Job would sit in.
I say, she knew he'd sit in it because Grandma Martin always made each one sit in his own chair?
Yes. Then she fastened a heavy black thread to the trigger, ran it over the muzzle of the gun, in through a crack in the window to her chair.
So that's how it is done?
Yes. When the gun went off, the bullet cut the thread that was holding it in place, and it fell into the urn out of sight.
I say.
Only a mind in that condition would have conceived such a thing. But it worked. And it made Cherry look innocent.
And then Hope found the gun.
Yes, before Cherry could get it and hide it. Hope suspected Cherry because she had said they would get Joe before the police did. So she came up to Cherry's room while you were with her, Doc.
Yeah, that's right.
The minute Cherry saw the gun, she knew that she had to do something desperate. But Hope knew too much. So she pretended to struggle with her, but deliberately turned the gun on Hope and shot her.
Boy, murder. And me standing right there.
Then I discovered Pauline West. And when I mentioned the name to Fay, then Fay knew that Cherry was guilty.
Well, I don't get that. Why?
Because Fay knew that 2 or 3 years ago, Cherry had tried to be a radio actress. To keep the rest of the family from knowing, Cherry had taken the name of Pauline West. She wasn't a good actress, but they discovered she could cry like a baby.
What's that?
Exactly. Cherry was the baby. She'd done baby imitations on the radio.
Doggone.
Fay had forgotten all about that. It happened so long ago, but the minute I mentioned Pauline West, she knew at once.
So now she had to kill Fay to keep a secret.
Yes, that's why I insisted Fay be guarded so closely.
Well, who bopped me on the head when I was taking Fay upstairs?
Cherry. She wanted you out of the way so she could get at Fay. But Fay didn't wait. She ran up to her grandmother's room. By this time, Grandma knew. She knew Fay was in danger, so she locked her in the closet so Cherry couldn't get at her.
But Cherry did get at her, chloroform.
Yes. It was also Cherry who tried to chloroform Hope.
Boy, and such a pretty little thing.
But why push her grandmother downstairs?
Well, this time Cherry was so unsettled in her mind she didn't know what she was doing.
But that roof business, how'd Cherry ever get Fay up on the roof?
What happened up there is best left alone.
You ain't a-talking?
Case is finished. The House of Martin has fallen. They, those little people, have succeeded just as Job said they would. Now let's forget it. I'm dead tired.
Right.
Yeah. Poor little feller.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
So that's all you're doing. Just asking.
Yeah, that's all I'm a-doing. Just asking. When you found out we couldn't get delivery on that plane for 2 weeks, why'd you go ahead and order it?
Because we want an airplane.
But there's other airplane factories. Why didn't you tell them to go jump in the lake?
Because this is the kind of plane we want.
Well, just the same, it looks to me
forget
like...
it, will you, Doc? We've been over this once. We've been over it a dozen times.
Well, I'd like to know what we're going to do in San Diego for 2 whole weeks.
Sit here and like it. Besides, supposing we had the plane. We haven't got any plans. What would we do with it?
Well, I could think of something, I bet you.
Such as what?
Well, how about flying to the Hawaiian Islands?
And what would we do after we got to Hawaii?
Well, I hear they got some mighty good-looking hula girls in Hawaii.
Oh, nuts.
Well, okay, then. How about a non-stop flight from here to Singapore?
Yeah, or Timbuktu.
You don't like that either, huh?
No, I don't like that either, huh?
Well, we ain't been to Central America for quite a spell.
Well, now that's some better.
you kind of like that, huh?
I don't know. What would we do when we got there?
Well, how do we know? There's always something interesting to do in them countries down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I'll say it ain't. There's a lot of hot stuff down yonder besides food. And I don't mean the weather.
I wonder what Reggie'd say to Central America.
Oh, what the heck? Reggie don't care. If me and you say Central America, then Reggie says Central America.
We'll have to steer clear of Guatemala.
Oh, they probably forgot us by this time.
Don't you think they have? And there's one thing I don't want to do, spend the rest of my life in a Central American jail.
Boy, do they have filthy hooscows down there. Then it's Central America, sure enough?
Yeah, let's sleep on it. No, it sounds good.
And here we gotta wait 2 weeks before we can get started.
Now, Doc, don't start that again. Hey, where'd Reggie go anyway?
He said he's going over and sit in the lobby of one of them big hotels and look at the pretty women.
Reggie said that?
Well, I said it and he didn't deny it.
Not Reggie.
No, I reckon he's over at the airplane plant, keeping an eye on our ship.
Now, that's more like it.
Yeah, he was saying this morning he's going to see that every bolt and wire that went into our plane is going to be right.
Well, he's the boy who can tell.
I'll bet he's about as popular as a mad dog over there.
He won't let that worry him. What's the idea? Who are you calling now?
Same place. Hello? Give me room service.
Hey, you're not going to eat again.
Well, what else is there to do?
But this is the 4th time.
Hello? Room service? Well, looky, Send up half a dozen fried ham and egg sandwiches. Yeah, half a dozen. And a quart of milk. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's all. Wait a minute. You want any, Jack?
No, I don't want any.
Okay, that's all. And don't take all day.
Don't you realize at 6 o'clock we'll get down to dinner as soon as Reggie gets here?
Well, what the heck? 6 sandwiches ain't gonna hurt anybody's appetite.
Well, not yours, anyway.
Hey, Jack.
No?
You done any thinking about the Maestro or Nasher lately?
No. Why?
Oh, I don't know. I keep feeling kind of bad. The Maestro went and got himself sent up for life.
He was lucky not to get the gas chamber.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I keep seeing his big fat carcass is sitting on a stone bench in one of them little old cells. He wasn't made for that sort of thing.
Pretty tough, all right.
It's sure swell of you to get Nasher that job.
Oh, why not? She'd have starved to death without the Maestro if somebody hadn't done something for her.
Yeah, she sure did depend on him a lot.
Dancing in a nightclub up in Hollywood isn't much of a job.
Well, just the same, the crowd sure go for her.
Well, it's a meal ticket anyway. She's as good as they seem to think she is. Maybe she'll get something better.
That poor old Maestro. I wonder if he'll try any of his magic tricks up in the big house. Well, open the door. Come on in.
I can't. The door's locked.
Oh, hey, Jack, open the door for the waiter, will you?
Certainly not. They're your sandwiches.
Well, of all the two-tailed sippy cats.
Hey, you're gonna open this door, ain't you?
Well, ain't you got a key?
No, I ain't got no key.
Okay, I'll get up. Just plain accommodating, ain't you?
Well, they're not my sandwiches.
Well, don't ask for one either.
Don't worry.
Hey, you guys and all.
I'm a-coming. Keep your britches on.
Oh, thanks, pal.
Well, hey, where's the sandwiches? I said, where's the sandwiches?
What sandwiches?
Well, ain't you the waiter?
No, I ain't the waiter.
Oh, you ain't, huh?
That's right, buddy. I ain't the waiter.
You don't say.
Sure I say. And don't neither of you boys bat an eye on account of I'm a torpedo and I'm hot.
You hear that, Jack?
Yeah.
I don't see no shooting pistol.
What you think this bulge in the coat pocket is? A birthday present?
Oh, so you're a torpedo and you got the drop on us. Well, what about it?
You got cash?
Well, what about it, Jack? We got any cash?
A little.
Yeah, we got a little cash, son.
And how about shelling out?
Oh, I get you now.
What do you mean you get me?
Well, you're one of these people who advocates the redivision of wealth.
I don't get you. No, don't move your hands.
I mean, you want half of everything we've got.
Wrong.
I am?
You bet. I want all of everything you got.
Just a doggone hog.
All right, come on. Cut the gab. I'm passing the collection plate. Shell out.
Well, now, fella, when you put it like that...
Hey, who's that?
Probably the waiter with Doc's sandwiches.
Waiter, huh? You let me handle this. And the first mug that speaks out of turn gets hot lead in his sandwiches.
You ordered sandwiches?
That's right. Bring 'em in and set 'em down.
Sure.
What kind of sandwiches are they?
Fried ham and egg.
Yeah? The egg's fried soft.
How can you eat a soft egg in a sandwich?
Well, what you standing there for?
I usually get a tip.
Oh, so you want a tip, huh?
Yeah.
Well, take a tip from me, buddy. Do something about that sore throat.
That ain't no sore throat.
It ain't?
No, I had my tonsils cut out and some of my vocal cords come out with them.
Get out. Get out of here.
No tip?
No tip.
No, I am glad I spilled them sandwiches on the floor.
Spilled them on the floor, huh? Well, they don't look spilled to me.
Hey, let them sandwiches alone. They're mine.
Quiet, buddy. Ham and egg sandwiches are my favorite fruit.
Why, blast your ornery hide.
Hey, that's good, too. What's that stuff in the bottle?
It's some milk, and you leave it be.
You'll drink it?
Of course I drink it.
Huh. I ain't had no milk since I cut my milk tooth. Almost forgot how it tastes.
Jack, are we just going to sit here and let him eat my sandwiches and drink my milk?
I am.
Well, I ain't, Dad, blame me.
Sit down.
Sit down, nothing.
Sit down. Or would you rather have a hole in your middle?
Doc, don't be a fool.
Well, that makes me just plain mad.
That's better. Hey, say, that milk ain't such bad stuff. No wonder babies cry for it. Goes swell with sandwiches.
You gonna eat them all?
Thanks, pal. I don't mind if I do. And say, How about ringing downstairs and having them send up some chocolate cake?
Well, I'll be doggone if I will.
You don't like chocolate cake?
No, I don't.
Well, I ain't adverse to a slug of coconut cake. You like coconut cake?
No. And I don't like banana cake.
What? You don't like banana cake?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's too bad. Here, hold it. I'm going to have me another slug of milk.
Get him, Doc. You bet you. Hey, look out, man. Get his gun, Jack.
I got it.
Now then, get up on your feet.
Hey, cut off the rough stuff, huh?
Eat my sandwiches, will you?
Hey, you shouldn't have knocked him out, Doc.
Why not?
Now we got a body on our hands.
Yeah? Well, just open the door.
What for?
Well, just open it. I'll show you. Yeah, kind of hefty at that.
What do you think you're going to do with him?
You see that linen closet across the hall?
Huh? Oh, I see. You want some help?
Nope. Just open the closet door. There. Let him sleep off my sandwiches in there.
I wonder what gave him the idea he could come into our room and hold us up in the first place.
Oh, probably just one of them smart operators.
Yeah. Well, by the time we get back into our room and clean up a bit, Reggie ought to be here.
Yeah, come on. I'm hungry.
Hey, Doc. Listen.
Doggone. Will you listen to that little old she-girl cry?
It's coming from the room right next to ours.
You think we ought to do something?
I don't know.
Yeah, come on. It ain't right to let a little old she-girl cry like that.
Well, guess it won't hurt to rap on the door.
Yeah. Try the knob. Unlocked?
Yeah.
Open it a crack. Let's see what's going on.
We may get our heads knocked off for this.
Hey, look. All alone, just laying here on the bed, sobbing her heart out.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know.
I do. Come on in.
Who's there?
Hello.
Who are you?
We're from next door. We heard you crying. Is there anything we can do?
No, go away.
Hey, we can't leave you here crying like
Go
that.
away if you know what's good for you. Go away.
All we want to do
If
is...
you know what's good for you, stay away from me.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's true. Something horrible happens to every man who knows me.
Hey, what sort of something?
Death. Horrible thing. Oh, I want to die. I want to die.
Oh, that's silly.
I'm an enemy of society. Killing the things I love. Bringing death to those who try to help me.
You do all that?
Yes. It's the Richard curse. I'm evil. Evil. Don't touch me.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Morse adventure thriller,
What are you doing in my room?
I'm Jack Packard. This is Doc Long.
I still don't know who you are or what you're doing here.
Well, there are three of us. Reggie's out just at the moment. 3 men looking for adventure.
You mean soldiers of fortune?
Well, not in the ordinary sense, but the term does help to explain us. We like excitement. When we find something that interests us, we go after it.
And hearing me crying in my room interested you?
Yes. Now, if we can help
But you can't. Nothing will help. But to put an end to my miserable life.
Hey, you stop talking like that.
You mean you came to this hotel with the intention of taking your own life?
Yes.
But you're young and beautiful.
And evil.
Hey, what kind of talk is that?
There's no use talking about it. Everywhere I go, I spread death and destruction.
You haven't told us your name yet.
Sonny Richards. Sonia, but they call me Sonny.
Say, that's swell. Sonny. You wipe them tears away, and Sonny fits you like a paper on the wall.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're beautifully dressed. That bracelet on your wrist must have cost a lot of money. Everything about you says money. You must have come from a very wealthy family.
There is no family. It's just me.
I see. Then you're wealthy in your own right.
Money, what good is it? What good when...
When what?
When everything I touch turns to dust and ashes under my fingers.
You mind explaining?
Why should I?
Tell us what's wrong and let us decide whether we can help you.
It's hopeless.
Now tell us. If we think it's hopeless, we'll walk out of here and let you go ahead and do what you intended to do.
You mean that?
I promise. Now then, what is
it? It's the Richard curse.
What do you mean?
Every other generation, it falls on some member of the family. 4 generations ago, it was my great aunt, 4 times removed. 2 generations ago, it was my grandmother. It always falls on one of the women. In this generation, it's me.
Well, what is this Richard curse?
The great aunt caused the death of her husband, and then she caused the death of her 4 children.
You mean she murdered
them?
them?
No. She loved them dearly. It was accidental. She was cleaning her husband's gun, and it went off and killed him. And the children were burned to death in their home. She'd locked them in while she was away from the house because they were so little. And when she came back, the house was burned down.
Accident.
It's the curse. It's been in the family for generations.
Well, what about your grandmother?
Grandmother was kind and gentle. She wore a little knitted shawl around her shoulders, and she spent all her spare time reading her Bible. But she was cursed. When she was a little girl, the first man she loved was thrown from a horse and killed.
But that wasn't her fault.
Wait. The next man who loved her fell off a cliff to his death.
Was she there at the time?
No.
Well, then, don't you see how silly...
And then she married my grandfather. And after my mother and my uncle were born, he was drowned. And then when my uncle was 15, she shut him up in a closet to punish him. And he was suffocated.
Hey.
And it's always been that way. What are the women in every other generation?
And now what about you?
Well, I'm worse than any of them.
Maybe. Let's hear it.
First it was my mother and father.
You was the cause of their deaths?
Yes. I wanted to be a flyer. I learned to pilot a plane. And one day I got them to go up with me.
The plane fell?
They were both killed.
Now, please. Please try not to cry.
Oh, it's all right. I haven't much cry left in me.
Here, use my handkerchief.
Thank you.
You were an only child?
Yes. But then about a year ago, I became engaged. Phil. We'd only been engaged 3 months when his car went over a cliff and it...
Dead, huh?
No. But he was so badly hurt he'll always be a bedridden cripple.
Oh, fella, that's too bad.
He would have been better off if he had been killed.
But it wasn't your fault.
Wait. About 6 months ago, I began letting Roger come and see me. I was still in love with Phil, but I should go out a little. And one night, just as he was leaving my house, he was held up and shot.
Did they catch the gunman?
No.
Any more?
Yes. There was an old friend of my father's. He used to visit me sometimes, and about 4 months ago, he fell down the front steps at my house. And he was hurt so badly that he never recovered.
Hey, I'm beginning to think you got something with that curse.
I knew you'd believe me.
I don't.
But there's no other explanation. Things like that don't happen to other people.
You weren't connected in any way with any of these things. They're unfortunate, but you've nothing to do with them. You've let them prey on your mind until you've become morbid.
Morbid?
Yes, you've developed a guilt complex, if that's all.
It isn't. Yesterday it happened again.
You mean somebody else died because of you?
Yes. I was to have had lunch yesterday with Freddie. I'd only met him a week ago. Well, he didn't keep the engagement. So I rang up his home. And you know what they told me? You know what had happened?
What?
Suicide. He killed himself with a gun in his bathroom.
Sonny, stop it.
That's funny, isn't it? You struck me.
Now get hold of yourself. Yeah, that's it. Cry. It'll do you lots more good.
I wish I were dead. I wish I were dead.
Jack, this is awful.
Oh, go away and let me do what I've got to do.
We're not going anywhere.
But you promised.
I said we'd go if there wasn't anything we could do.
Oh, you can't.
I'd like to try.
Oh, you fools, you fools. Get out of here. Don't you understand? It'll happen to you, too.
What do you mean by that?
Everybody who comes near me is cursed, and you're the same as dead being in this room with me. Now go away. Go away. I can't bear any more.
If we're willing to take that risk, what's it to you?
I don't want any more blood on my hands. I can't stand it. Don't you understand? I can't stand it.
You can stand it for 2 weeks, can't you?
2 weeks?
Yes. Give us 2 weeks to find out what's the matter.
Oh, I know what's the matter.
Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't.
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
You say the Richard curse is on you. All right. Give us 2 weeks to lay that curse.
Oh, you can't cure a curse.
I'll bet money we can.
But it's something evil in me. Something evil that will live and die with me.
And I say we can kill the curse without killing you.
You believe that?
Certainly I believe it. I believe it so much, I'll make you a proposition.
What?
You give us 2 weeks to lay your curse, and if we fail by then, we leave you alone to destroy yourself without lifting a finger.
Oh, but your own lives are in danger.
We'll take that chance.
No, you mustn't. I'm nothing to you.
Hey, wait a minute, sugar. Of course you're something to us.
I am.
You're darn right you are. Why, this here world needs all the pretty little old female girls it can get.
I don't understand.
But Doc means you're beautiful. That it's always an unforgivable crime to destroy beauty.
Is that what you meant?
Well, yeah, I didn't say it is pretty, but that's the idea.
Put it this way. From the beginning of time, men have fought and died for beauty. It's one of the few things in the world worth fighting for. And you're a beauty. You're worth saving. We think you're worth enough to fight for you. And it's our right, and you can't stop us.
No one ever said anything like that to me before.
Then you agree?
Yes.
Now, under no circumstances, no matter what happens, you won't try to kill yourself for 2 weeks.
Yes. I promise.
Good. Now get up and go in the bathroom and wash the tears off your face.
Oh, I know I shouldn't hope. But I do.
Go on. Make yourself more beautiful than you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Well, you asked for it, fella.
What do you mean?
Well, you know as well as I do you can't cure curses. What you think you are, a witch doctor?
Curse, huh?
Yeah, curse.
In the vernacular of Archimedes, nuts.
Now, looky, Jack. 6 people connected to Sonny had been killed.
5 killed, 1 hurt.
But hurt so bad he might as well be dead. What was his name?
Phil.
Well, you can't tell me that all those folks just happened to die, and all within a year.
That does sound fishy. There must be a reason for it.
The Richard curse.
Something besides the Richard curse.
But there ain't no sense to that. They was all accidents. Well, anyway, ways that she couldn't have had nothing to do with. Her papa and mama in the plane crash, her lover Phil in the auto crash, one guy shot by a robber, and one fell downstairs, and the last one killing himself in his own bathroom.
Well, they don't seem to tie together very well, do they?
Except for the curse.
Now, look, Doc. I want you to stop mentioning that curse business.
But, Jack...
Especially in front of her. Never mention it.
Well, what's the idea?
I want her to forget it. Get it out of her mind. It's an unhealthy thought, and she can't have a healthy mind until she gets rid of it.
Well, son, all I got to say... Well, visitors.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You were looking for something?
Yes, Sonny Richard.
Sonny?
Just a minute, Doc. Who are you?
My name is Marks, Leslie Marks. I'm Miss Richard's attorney.
Attorney, huh?
And the executor of the Richards estate.
I see.
Now then, what right have you to question me? Who are you? What are you doing in Sonny's room?
We're friends of Miss Richards.
Friends?
That's what I said.
Friends. How long has this been going on?
Long enough.
Sonny hasn't been having many friends lately.
Why not?
Apparently you haven't been her friends long enough to hear of the Richard curse.
Are you one of the people who's been filling her mind with that sort of nonsense?
Pretty serious nonsense. 5 people killed, 1 injured for life.
I know all about that. Doc.
Yeah?
Tell Sonny to come out of the bathroom.
Sure, I'll get it.
How long have you known that Sonny was in this hotel?
I found out 15 minutes ago. I've had private operatives out looking for her ever since she disappeared from home this morning.
You know why she came here? So you do know.
I suspected. That's why I was so frantic to find her.
Marks. There, that's him, Jack.
Well, Sonny,
Hello, Leslie.
I've come to take you home.
All right.
We're going with you, you know.
What's that?
Why not? Got the household to myself.
Yes, but these men, who are they? What right?
We're taking the right. We're Sonny's bodyguard.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Sonny is your attorney.
As Sonny's attorney, you can go take a jump at yourself.
So, you won't be warned.
About what?
The Richard curse.
Please, Leslie, please.
Listen, hey, take your hand off me.
If I ever hear you mention that curse again in the presence of Sonny, I'll tear you limb from limb. Now get out.
Look here, get out.
You get your things together, Sonny. We're going home with you.
I shouldn't have done that. He won't take that.
Shucks, honey. This is only the beginning. Only the beginning.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. New Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Now then, Sonny, if you're ready, we're going to start taking you apart.
Taking me apart?
Yeah, see what makes you click.
This sounds very desperate.
Pull down that other blind over there, Reggie.
Quite.
And what I mean is I want to know everything you can tell us about yourself. Don't skip the intimate details. They may be important.
Important for what?
In finding the source of the influence that seems to have surrounded you.
You mean the Richard curse?
And I refuse to recognize any such thing as a curse.
Then what do you call it?
I'd say an evil influence.
That means the same thing?
Well, now then, let's get started on you.
Hey, just a minute before you get too serious.
Well,
I just want to mention, I think Sonny's just about the prettiest 1949 model female yet.
Why, Doc.
Well, what is it that you got, honey, that other girls ain't got?
Oh, Doc, you're swell.
No, honest. When you come downstairs in them lounging pajamas, my heart done a flip-flap.
Flip-flop.
Huh?
Flip-flop, not flip-flap.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, Sonny, if you ever feel in the mood for some sparking, I'm the red-headed Texan that can fix you up and no holds barred.
Thank you, Doc. I'll remember.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that Doc's got romance off his chest, let's get down to business. Reggie?
Yes?
I want you to take down names and dates as we come to them.
Right on.
All right. Now, first, Sonny, I want the names of all the people in any way associated with you. Is that a big order?
No, not very. I'm pretty much let alone now.
All right, let's begin right here in your own house. Who takes care of you here?
Jackson.
He's the Negro butler?
Yes. His wife is in the kitchen, and I have a Negro chambermaid for the upstairs work.
They've been with you a long time?
Jackson and his wife have been here ever since I was a little girl, and they're very devoted. The upstairs girl has been here for 2 years.
Now then, what about that attorney fellow who came up to your hotel room?
Leslie Marks?
Yes, Marks.
Well, he and my father were close friends. He's been the family attorney as long as I can remember. That's why Father named him executor of his estate until I reached the age of 25.
And how old are you now?
24.
You're fond of Marks?
Well, he's been very kind, but he is domineering. He has a violent temper, and lately I'm afraid we've quarreled quite a lot.
About the estate?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was about?
Well, I needed extra money over my regular allowance. Quite a lot of extra money.
Why?
On account of Phil.
Oh, yes. Phil was the man you were engaged to and was injured in that automobile accident.
Yes. See, Phil hasn't any money of his own. He was the pro at the golf club. That's how I met him. He taught me to play golf.
I see. And so when he was injured, you took it on yourself to pay his hospital expenses?
Yes. Everything.
And your attorney objected?
Yes. He said that I wasn't obligated to take care of Phil, and that as my trustee, he wasn't in a position to give me the extra money. And so we quarreled.
He didn't give you any extra money then?
Oh, yes, some. But mostly I've had to skimp on my allowance to take care of Phil.
Hey, but looky, Sonny, what does this Phil fella have to say about you paying his way?
Well, at first he was too ill to realize that. And then when he did find out, he made a fuss, but now he just seems to be resigned.
Well, doesn't Phil have any folks?
Only a younger brother, Arthur. He just passed 18, and I'm awfully worried about him.
Why?
Well, since Phil has been hurt, Arthur has had no steadying influence. I've tried to do what I could, but he won't have anything to do with me. He blames Phil's accident on me. And, of course, he's right.
You mean the boy actually blames the Richard curse for his brother's auto accident?
Yes.
Oh. I'd like very much to talk to Arthur. Where can I find him?
We lives in a boarding house, 69 Jameson Street.
You got that, Reggie?
Yes.
Who pays his room and board?
I do.
Hey, he don't like you, but he'll take money from you.
Yes.
Great kid, little Arthur.
All right, now then, what other business or social contacts have you?
No one that's close. Acquaintances at the golf club. That's about all.
That is natural. What about men?
No. Not now.
What a beautiful young woman like you with a fortune in your lap. There should be honorable young men and fortune hunters all over the place.
Not anymore. I am attractive and my money is attractive, but the curse has scared them away.
The story of this curse actually is as widespread as that?
Everyone knows.
I say, and everyone believes.
What would you believe under the circumstances? Within 1 year, my mother and father killed, my fiancé crippled for life, one suitor shot outside my door by robbers, an old family friend falls down my front steps and dies, and still another suitor shoots himself to death. Wouldn't that drive you off?
Sure.
All within a year.
The police have investigated each of these deaths, of course.
Naturally.
No results?
No.
I think I'll go down and have a look at some of their records tomorrow.
You won't find anything.
Maybe not. Now then, Sonny, I'm going to make a peculiar request of you.
Yes.
Are you any sort of an actress?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean, could you pretend to be more than a little fond of me?
I don't understand.
Well, you don't have to. But for the next 2 weeks, I want you to show a lot of interest in me when we're around people. I want us to be seen together. I want you happy and smiling. I want you to be very much in love.
Oh, I don't know.
You'll try?
It's important.
Very important. Will you?
Yes. Except in the presence of Phil.
Except Phil?
Yes, it would hurt him, and I couldn't bear that.
All right. I'll take care of that. Naturally, you'd be reserved around him, but there's no reason why I can't show my affection.
Well, but that would hurt him, too.
Well, it's only for 2 weeks. After that, you can explain to him that there was nothing behind it.
Well, all right, I'll try.
Good. Now then.
Phone?
I'll get it. Probably Leslie.
The attorney?
Yes, wondering if I got home all right. Hello? Phil, why aren't you asleep? What? You want me to come to the hospital at this time of night? What? Oh, yes, of course, if it's important. Oh, I see. Oh, hold the wire for just a minute. It's Phil at the hospital. He wants me to come right over.
How far is the hospital?
Just 2 blocks across the park.
All right, tell him you have company, and you'll have to bring us along.
Oh, but I...
Go ahead, tell him. See what he says anyway.
Hello, Phil. Listen, dear, I have company. And if I come, I'll have to bring them along. Oh, no, it's no one you know, but I'd like to have you know them. All right, we'll come right away. Bye.
What'd he say?
He said it was all right.
All right, go get something on.
Just slip on a fur coat. It isn't far.
Jack.
Well?
Well, what the heck are you taking us all over to the hospital for?
For one reason, I don't want to leave Sonny alone. The other, I want to meet all of Sonny's acquaintances as fast as possible. This is a good chance to meet Phil.
Jack, what's this business about making love to Sonny?
Yeah, that there's my department.
Not this time, it isn't.
Oh, I get it. When a really pretty girl comes along, me and Reggie's supposed to take a back seat.
Well, it's all right with me. No women, no trouble.
Well, it ain't all right of me.
I'm ready.
Well, come on, let's go.
I had Phil put in this hospital because it was so near here. Oh, I must remember to give you all keys to the front door when we get back.
Yes, we may need them. Now, which way?
Well, here we can cross the street and right through the park. That's the hospital over there with the lights in the windows.
Top's lost in the fog.
Yes. Another hour or two and the fog will settle down on us like a blanket.
Park's not too well lighted.
Oh, I know the way. Here, this path is a shortcut.
Well, Sonny and I'll lead. Reggie, you and Doc fall in behind.
Right on.
Oh, I just thought of something.
Huh?
I should know something about you three. Phil will be sure to ask me.
All right. Well, we're aviators. We're in San Diego now waiting for a plane to be put in condition for us.
What, is that true?
Yes. Yes, I'll give him the name of the plant if he seems curious. If he wants to know any more, let me do the talking.
This is all so curious. I met you less than 3 hours ago. And here you are closer to me than...
Hey, that was a gunshot.
I know it. The bullet knocked my head
off.
Oh,
No.
Doc, Reggie, go after him that way.
But, Jack...
Don't argue. I'm taking Sonny to the hospital.
Righto. That gum two-tail sticky cat.
Oh, you see? It's begun already.
Stop talking. Come on, run.
But you mustn't... I can't let you...
You can't stop me. Here, across the street.
If you're killed...
Save your breath. Now up the steps. Now, get inside. Yeah, now we're all right. Which way's the elevator?
It's that way.
Come on.
Oh,
Oh, here, stop there.
I can't stand anymore.
What floor is Phil on?
4th floor.
All right. Get in the elevator. 4th floor, please. You all right now?
Yes.
Good.
What about Doc and Reggie?
They can take care of themselves. Out with you. Now, which way?
The room right down at the end of the hall. Don't say anything about the shooting to Phil.
Well, why not?
I haven't told him about it. About any of the tragedies. It might upset him to know all that's been going on.
All right. This it?
Yes. Just walk right in.
Is that you, nurse?
No, Phil, darling, it's me. Sonny.
Sonny? What the deuce are you doing here at this time of night?
But Phil...
Who's this fellow?
This is Jack Packard, Phil. Phil Terry, Jack.
How do you do, Terry?
He's the one I said was with me when you called.
When I called? What are you talking about?
But, Phil, you did call. I talked to you.
You're crazy. I haven't called anybody tonight.
But your voice...
I said I haven't called anybody tonight. Then you must have been mistaken, dear. Dear? Who are you calling dear? Why, Sonny. I'm very fond of her. Oh, you are? Well, I'll have you know Sonny belongs to me. To me, do you hear?
Phil, don't get so angry.
Trying to steal my girl, are you? Just because I'm a cripple? I'm sorry, Terry. Well, did you ever hear of the Richard curse?
Phil!
Well, it got me. It got me, see? And it'll get you just the same way.
Phil, please.
And if the curse doesn't, I will.
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Well, all I got to say, Sonny, that was one bang-up meal.
Oh, righto.
Thank you, Doc and Reggie.
You bet you. If you keep putting up meals like this, why, you're liable to have us on your hands for a long time to come. How about that, Mr. Marks?
Yes, the old Negro lady out in the kitchen knows how to cook. I've eaten many of her meals through the years.
You have, haven't you, Leslie? Ever since I was a little girl.
For almost 20 years.
You were in the confidence of Sonny's father all that time, Marks?
Both as his attorney and his friend.
I see. Oh, by the way, what's become of Arthur?
Here I am, over here.
Oh, well, why pick a dark corner? Come on over and join the conversation.
What's there to talk about?
Oh, come on, Arthur. Be a good sport.
Oh, all right. Things like this bore the pants off me.
You're an ungracious scamp, Arthur.
So what?
I asked Sonny to invite you especially tonight, Arthur.
Why?
Because I wanted to make your acquaintance.
Well, I didn't want to make your acquaintance.
And why did you come?
Because Phil told me to.
Arthur, I don't think you're being the least bit nice.
So I ain't being nice.
No, you're not. What's getting the matter with you? You didn't used to be this way.
Well, I am now, see?
Yes, I do see. I don't think Phil, lying over there in the hospital, knows how you're changing.
Stop riding me, will you?
Arthur, you remember I offered you a job in my office right after your brother was hurt.
What about it?
The job's still open if you want it.
Nothing doing.
Don't you work at all?
Sometimes.
Doing what?
Whatever's handy.
I saw you the other evening with a girl.
Yeah?
I wonder if you realize the character, the reputation of that girl in this town.
Yeah. Sure I know.
Then I'm surprised you were seen on the street with her.
Oh, for crying out loud. Am I any better than she is?
I can assure you you won't be for long if you continue in that kind of company.
Say, will you folks lay off of me? Who do you think you are, anyway?
But, Arthur, we all feel responsible for you. Now that you haven't Phil to help you.
I don't want any help. Just let me alone.
Hey, fella, you know what you sound to me like?
Yeah?
You sound to me like a young punk that needs a tar whaled out of him.
And I suppose you're the guy that can do it, huh?
That's right, son. You ain't tough. You're just a kid that's trying to put on a front.
Is that so?
I say.
Doc, look out. He's got a gun.
Arthur, what are you doing?
So I ain't tough, huh?
Well, well. A real he-gun toter, huh?
And I just as soon drill you as look at you.
Arthur!
Don't anybody move.
I'm a-moving, son. I'm a-moving right up on top of you.
Careful, Doc.
Careful nothing. Why, this little pasty-faced, four-flushing cat meat's afraid to shoot. Looky at him. Can't even look me in the eye.
Keep back. Keep back away from me.
Looky at him. Him a-pointing a gun right at me and giving ground.
Keep away. I warn you, keep away.
Just a minute, I'm going to have him backed into a corner where he can't back up no further. Then what you think's going to happen to him?
Look out, Doc.
No. No.
No, huh? What you mean, no? Now you know what I'm going to do?
I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
Well, go ahead and shoot.
Stand back. Keep out of the way.
Get away from me.
Pull a gun on me, will you? Here's a gun. Catch it, Reggie.
Got it.
Now, get to your feet. Up with you.
Hadn't you better let him lie down? You gave him quite a jolt.
What's a little jolt to a tough guy? Come on. What you wobbling for? Stand up.
I'll get you for this. If it's the last thing I do, I'll get you for this.
Okay. Save the threats. Now sit down in that chair. Let that be a lesson to you.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, then I'll tell you. Don't you never pull a gun on a man unless you aim to shoot him dead.
I'll remember.
Well, you better, son. 'Cause folks just don't mess around at shooting irons.
Oh, Arthur, what made you do it? What made you?
I don't know. You got me mad.
But pulling a gun.
Where'd you get that gun?
I found it.
Let me see it, Reggie.
Fine. It's an old thing. Wonder it didn't blow up in his hands.
That was a very brave thing you did, Mr. Long. Walking right up to the muzzle of a gun in the hands of an angry boy.
Shucks, I knowed he wouldn't shoot. Tell by the way his eyes kept going from side to side. All he wanted to do was escape.
Will everyone sit down, please? I've got something to say.
I want to get out of here.
You stay right where you are till I've finished. Sonny, darling?
Oh, yes?
My dear, will you come here and sit by me?
What's this?
What do you mean?
What impertinence leads you to call Sonny darling and your dear?
It isn't impertinence if Sonny doesn't mind, is it?
Sonny?
And you don't mind, do you, sweetheart?
No. No, of course not.
Sonny, are you mad?
But, Leslie, I'm in love.
In love?
Yes, that was one of the reasons for this party tonight, to announce our engagement.
Hey, Sonny, you gonna marry this guy?
Yes, Arthur.
But what about Phil? What about my brother Phil lying up there in the hospital?
Sonny, you must be out of your head. Why, you haven't known this man more than 24 hours.
That's not true. We've been seeing each other quietly for the past 6 months.
But you can't do it. You can't do this to Phil.
Your brother already knows, Arthur.
He does?
Yes. We were over at the hospital last night.
What did he say?
He said the Richard curse would do to me what it had done to him.
Yeah. Yeah, and it will, too.
What do you have to say to that, Marks?
Yes, I think Arthur's right. You're challenging death when you announce your engagement to Sonny.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, please, darling. We decided the Richard curse was a lot of nonsense, so don't let their talk upset you.
You decided it was nonsense after all the men who have died?
That's what I said. Nonsense. There's no curse. But there is something.
Oh, there is something?
Yes, we know that. We had a demonstration last night.
What was that?
Last night when I was taking Sonny over to the hospital. We were walking through the park when suddenly a bullet knocked my hat off.
Someone shot at you?
Are you surprised?
No. No, I can't say that I am.
I thought not.
What happened?
Well, Doc and Reggie searched the park. Tell them what you found, Reggie.
Crime. We found the gun that fired the shot.
Where was it?
We found it in the pocket of a man sitting on one of the benches in the park.
You mean you caught the murderer?
We don't know yet. He hasn't sobered up enough to talk sensibly. We've got him locked up in the basement downstairs until he comes to.
Yes, but how do you know it's the gun? You couldn't tell the caliber by the size of the hole in your hat.
That's true. But when we got the gun, the barrel was still warm. It smelled of burnt powder, and there was an empty shell in the chamber.
You're going to turn this man over to the police.
We'll talk to him first. He doesn't seem to me like a very good candidate.
Yes, but the gun in his pocket just after it'd been fired.
A man so drunk it takes him 12 to 14 hours to wake up would hardly be able to take a gun out of his pocket, let alone see where to fire it.
Naturally. That's my point. It wasn't attempted murder. It was the Richard curse at work.
That needs some explaining.
Well, don't you see? The curse doesn't breed murder. It breeds accidental death. The drunken man accidentally fired the gun, and you were accidentally in the path of the bullet. That's how the curse always works.
You don't believe that, and you're stupid to try to make me think you do.
Yeah, but it's happened so often before. Sonny's father and mother killed in a plane accident. Phil injured in an auto accident. The young man killed by robbers.
I know all about them, and I still maintain that shot was fired with deliberate attempt to kill last night.
May I see the man you have locked in the basement?
No.
You can at least be civil.
No one sees or talks with him until we've had a chance at him.
Sonny, surely you're not in love with this man.
Oh, but I am.
If you really are, then you should send him to the other end of the world.
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. If you love him, then you can't want any harm to come to him.
Oh, no.
But you know harm will come to him if he stays close to you.
Marks, I think you've said enough.
She knows it's true. She knows it just as well as Arthur and I. Arthur... Where's Arthur?
He slipped out of the room. Doc's trailing him.
Why? Why did he go like that?
Let him alone. Doc will see he gets home all right.
Gets home all right?
Yes.
I don't understand what you mean. Why shouldn't he get home all right?
Sonny, I'm afraid this gathering tonight's been loaded with more dynamite than you realize.
You mean Arthur is in danger?
Everyone, with the exception of yourself, is in danger. Everyone who sat down at your dinner table tonight.
You mean me too? Mean I'm in danger?
You know, that's a funny thing about you, Marks. You've probably been more closely associated with Sonny here than anyone else.
Is that true?
Then why have you escaped the curse when so many others have been its victim?
Leslie.
Perhaps you're immune to curses?
Leslie, I never thought of that. Why have you escaped?
I don't know. I've been expecting it to happen for a long time.
You've been expecting to be struck down, and you've continued the association.
I'm a friend of the family. I'm Sonny's executor. I've got a job to do.
You could have turned it over to the courts.
I'm not exactly a coward.
I see.
But, Leslie, you mustn't. You mustn't take any more chances.
That's a very strange thing for you to say, Sonny.
What?
Ask me to give up a job put in my hands by your dead father when you're willing to let Jack Packard here, the man you love, stay by your side.
The phone. I'll take that.
But, Jackie...
I've got it there. Hello? Oh, Doc. What's that? I see. All right. All right, we'll be ready. Okay.
Jack, what is it?
Arthur's just been hit by an automobile.
What's that?
You see, there's no end to it. There's no end to it until I'm dead.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
I just got a report on the boy, Jack. Well? A fractured left arm and an assortment of bumps and bruises.
Not serious, then, huh?
No, not a bit of it. The doctor is putting the arm in a cast, and nature will take care of the rest.
Boy, that's going to relieve Sonny's mind. Is she up in the bedroom with him?
Yes, both Sonny and that attorney chap, Marks.
Doc, close the door, will you?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Bit of a conference?
Yes, well, we have the library to ourselves.
And about time. We ain't had a minute to ourselves since we got on this business.
Well, first, Doc, tell us what happened to the boy.
Well, it ain't much to tell. You remember we was all sitting in here gabbing after Arthur pulled a gun on me and I bopped him. Well, when he thought nobody was looking, he sneaked out. And you give me the nod to follow him.
Yeah.
Well, I did. He seemed awful skittish all the way down the street. Then suddenly an automobile come around the corner and threw its headlights right smack on me, and he saw me. Well, he jumped like he was shot in the pants with a box of tacks and started running across the street, and the car smacked him.
Did the car stop?
Yeah, a cop was standing on the corner, and he come over and said that it wasn't the driver's fault. But, well, the fella was scared silly. He insisted on bringing Arthur back to the house.
No chance of it being anything but an accident?
Not a chance.
Mm-hmm.
What are you getting at?
Well, in all these tragedies which have happened to people associated with Sonny, I'm trying to separate those which couldn't have been anything but accidents and those which might have been murder or attempted murder.
Hey, you think murder's mixed up in this?
I'll bet money there is.
Well, what you know? Well, go on, talk some more.
Well, as nearly as we can find out, the Richard curse began to work about a year ago with the death of Sonny's mother and father.
Yes, but they were killed when Sonny crashed her airplane.
Yes, that looks like they were killed accidentally.
What you mean, looks like?
Well, if someone had wanted them dead, what would be simpler than to tamper with the plane?
Oh, but look here, then that would indicate whoever did it wanted Sonny dead, too. I mean, she was flying the plane, and it's a miracle she wasn't killed, too.
Well, why not?
Then you think that plane crash was deliberate murder?
I'm putting a question mark after that. Now, the next tragedy was Phil Terry's auto accident.
Well, that looks like just plain accident to me.
Yes, it does to me, too. His car might have been tampered with, and I see how it could have been fixed to get out of control at a certain point in the road so it'd go over a cliff.
Pretty far-fetched.
Yes, so we'll have to put Phil's crash down as accident. And next comes Sonny's boyfriend, Roger.
Yeah, shot to death by robbers.
Right in front of his house.
Does that mean anything?
I don't know. But we do know that it was murder, pure and simple.
But in a way, it was an accident. I mean, maybe if he hadn't tried to fight him off, he wouldn't have got shot.
On the other hand, why couldn't he have been deliberately murdered and then his money taken to make it look like a holdup?
Yes, but who would do it? And what for?
The same one who might have tampered with Sonny's plane. Motive? We don't know yet.
Well, Jack, you're beginning to make it look like there's a mighty smelly polecat hanging around in the background somewhere.
Only theory, of course. But we put murder down after the name of Roger.
Well, who's next on the list?
The next was the old gentleman Franklin Skinner, friend of Sonny's father, who visited her from time to time. He fell down the front steps of this house and died of the injury.
Accident.
Or could he possibly have been pushed down those steps?
I say. Well, you ask it. Can you answer it?
No. No, a question mark goes down after his name.
Fine. Bear looking into, all right.
And now Freddie, the fellow who shot himself to death in his own bathroom.
Suicide.
I wonder.
You wonder what?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that murder's been made to look like suicide.
But if the police are satisfied, Jack...
We don't know that they are. That's where you and Doc come in.
Well, how you mean?
Tomorrow morning, Doc, I want you to go down to the police station and talk to every man on the force who had anything to do with the investigation of these cases.
Right from the plane accident on down?
Right straight through the whole series.
Well, ain't the boys in blue gonna think I'm kind of nosy?
Oh, not if you work it right. I've still got my credentials given us when we did that job for the insurance company.
Oh, I'm an insurance investigator.
Why not?
Well, it suits me.
You, Reggie?
Yes?
Go out and talk to the employees at the airport where Sonny crashed.
Right on.
And find out from Sonny where Phil lived before he was hurt and get all the personal information you can from people he used to know.
Well, that'll take time.
Okay, if you get stuck, don't waste time. And go and see Franklin Skinner's family. Find out what his relationship was to the Richards family.
Quite.
Now, while everyone's occupied upstairs with Arthur, let's go down to the basement and see how our drunk's coming along.
I say, the chappie who took a shot at you in the park last night.
Well, at least the man who was left holding the gun that fired the shot.
Yeah, let's go.
To the back of the house is quicker.
Out by way of the kitchen?
No, there's a door off this hall down to the basement. Now, here, I think this is it.
Oh, no, this is only a closet.
Oh, wait a minute. Put on the light.
Huh? Well, what for?
There. Have a look at that.
Jack, a sawed-off shotgun.
A sawed-off shotgun?
Keep your voice down, Jack. Come on, close the door and get out of here.
But ain't we gonna have a look at it?
Not now. We might get caught. I don't want anyone to know we've seen it. Doc, can you lock this door?
Yeah, easy.
Then work on it. Make it snappy.
Yeah, just a second.
But a sawed-off shotgun, Jack. No one uses those bloody things but gangsters.
Interesting, isn't it?
What's going on in this house, do you suppose?
Hi, come in, Doc.
It's coming. There she is. What'd you want it locked up for?
I don't want that gun moved until I've had a chance to examine it. I'll come down later tonight when the house is quiet.
Uh-huh.
Well, this next door must be the basement.
Yeah, this is her.
Now, wait till I turn on the light. All right, pull the door to and come on. Not so much noise, Doc.
Yeah.
Here, this way.
It's that door on the right.
Mm-hmm. I left the key in the door. I get the light.
Right out.
Yeah, well, this is what I call a lousy can.
Oh, so you've come too, huh?
Oh, what did I do to get thrilled in the jug?
This isn't a jail.
No?
No.
Oh, what is it then?
The basement of a house.
Well, what's the idea?
Are you sober?
Yeah, I guess I must be. I feel rotten.
You got our sympathy, fella.
Yeah? You got a smoke?
Yeah, here you are.
Got a match?
Yep. Hey, you got as fine a case of the shakes as I about ever saw.
Yeah. I need a drink.
That's too bad.
What's your name?
Fish Evans.
Fish Evans, huh? How much do you remember of what happened last night?
Before or after?
Before or after?
Before I got stinko or...
Well, both. Where'd you take on the load?
Down at Ed's place.
Saloon?
Yeah.
You're known down there?
Sure. Everybody knows Fish Evans down at Ed's.
Mm-hmm. And after you left Ed's?
Well, I remember thinking some fresh air would do me good, so I went up to the park.
What else do you remember?
Was there anything else?
I'm asking you.
If there was, I don't remember it.
How long you been carrying a gun?
What you talking about?
I asked you how long you've been carrying a gun.
I never had a gun in my life.
That's funny.
It don't make me laugh.
I mean, we found a gun on you.
That's a lie.
No, we found it on you less than 5 minutes after someone took a shot at me in the park.
Oh, say, I must still be drunk.
And what's more, the barrel of the gun was still warm. It smelled of powder smoke, and there was an empty shell in the chamber.
Oh, so that's it.
What do you mean?
Trying to pin a rap on me, huh?
No, we're telling you the truth.
Are you Dix?
No.
Well, then who are you?
I'm the guy that was shot at.
Say, wait a minute.
Well?
I'm kind of beginning to remember something.
Well, it's about time.
Seems like I was sitting on a bench in the park.
Yes?
Yeah. I was sitting on a bench and somebody come running up to me and stopped where I was sitting.
What did he do?
He kind of stopped and pawed me over for a minute, and then he beat it off into the dark. I thought I dreamed it.
Well, could he have put a gun in your pocket?
There wasn't nothing to stop him.
Can you describe him?
Well, there was 3 of him.
What's that?
3 of them. Maybe I didn't even have my eyes open. How do I know?
Yeah, you're a great help.
Looky, Jack, how about him making up all this just to give himself an alibi?
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
But you're sure someone came up and planted the gun on you?
Mister, I ain't sure of nothing except my tongue's hanging out a foot.
If we turn you loose, where do you intend to go?
Hightail it for Ed's place.
We can find you there if we want you?
That's right.
All right, come on.
I say, Jack, you're not going to turn him loose.
That's right. Come on.
There's an outside door to the basement.
Yes, I know.
Don't ever get on the liquor, boys. It'll get you.
Thanks for the tip.
Here we are.
Hey, listen. Sounds like a fire somewhere.
Must be a big one. Well, there you are, Evans. You're free.
How about 4 bits for a taxi, so I can get to Ed's quicker?
Oh, look here.
Here you are.
Thanks. Look me up sometime, huh?
You sure enough think that was smart, letting him go, Jack?
I hope so. Give him a few seconds more, and then you go after him.
Oh, I get it. Tail him and see what contacts he makes.
That's it. If he was telling the truth, we'll soon know it. If he goes directly to Ed's place...
Jack, fella, that was gun shooting.
Come on, quick.
It had to be a gun.
This way.
There on the sidewalk. Somebody's sure laying down.
Right under the streetlight. There. Turn him over.
Yeah.
It's our man. It's Evans.
Man, oh man. What could have killed him like that?
I'll tell you. A sawed-off shotgun. Up close.
Sawed off? Hey, Jack.
You don't have to tell me. There's a sawed-off shotgun in Sonny Richards' house.
The further adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
We're ahead of the others, Phil.
So I see.
Yes, I can understand why you might want to see me and your brother Arthur. But why Jack, Doc, and Reggie?
Never mind why, Sonny. I just do.
But you're not strong.
Will you cut that kind of talk? I know I'm an invalid. You don't need to rub it in.
I'm sorry. And another thing, Phil, I don't think Arthur will be here.
He'd better be here.
But there's something I haven't told you.
I sent word for the kid to be here. Did you tell him?
Oh, yes, of course, but he...
Then he'll be here. You got them 3 fellas living at your house, I hear.
You mean Jack, Doc, and Reggie?
Who else?
Well, yes, I told you they were staying at the house.
It's kind of funny, them moving in on you like that.
Well, I'm glad you can talk about it sensibly, Phil. I'd have told you all about it the other night, only... Well, you got so angry with Jack.
You're in love with him. Sure enough.
Yes, Phil, I am.
You gonna marry him?
I'm sorry, Phil.
You are, huh?
Yes.
You don't care how you spill blood, do you?
Oh, Phil, how could
It's a fact, ain't it? You're laying this Packard Romeo wide open for the curse. You're giving him the works.
Phil, that's not fair. I've got a right to be happy.
Yeah. And I got a right to be walking around on 2 sound, healthy legs. But I'm not. I'm laying here in bed. I'm going to be laying here from now on.
And all because of the Richard curse.
And all I hope for your Jack Packard is that he goes out quick. Wouldn't wish what I got on nobody.
Phil.
Forget it. They're coming.
I don't hear them.
I got ears. They're coming.
Come in.
Go ahead. I've got the wheelchair.
Wheelchair?
Hello, Sonny. Oh, how are you, Phil? What's this about a wheelchair? Arthur insisted on coming over, so we put him in a wheelchair. Arthur?
There we are. Didn't bump you very much.
Hello, Phil.
Hey, punk. What's the matter with you?
Nothing but a busted arm.
But you shouldn't have come. The doctor said...
Nuts.
Now, wait a minute. What's going on here? How'd you get a broken arm?
I was going to tell you, Phil.
I don't want you to tell me. I want to hear the kid's story.
I tried to cross the street. Car come around the corner and smacked me.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Arthur, son, why don't you tell him everything?
That is everything.
No, fella, that ain't everything by a whale of a lot.
Well, then suppose you spill it.
Sure. Last night, Sonny here had that attorney feller Marks and Arthur to dinner with us 3. After dinner, your little brother got nasty and pulled a gun on me.
What's that?
Sure. I had to smack him down and take it away from him.
You blasted little fool.
So what?
What were you doing with a gun? Wheel him over here beside the bed.
Right.
Phil.
Answer me, kid. What were you doing with a gun?
I found it. Oh, Phil.
What were you doing with a gun?
I found it.
Oh, no, Phil.
I wouldn't take that from nobody else, Phil.
He ain't feeling so good, feller. I wouldn't hit him no more.
You and I'll settle this between ourselves, punk.
Yeah, well, to go on with what I was saying, after our little fracas, Arthur here slipped out of the house and I tailed him. He caught sight of me down the block and tried to dodge across the street. And that's when he got smacked.
Why'd you follow him?
Well, see, he got home safe.
Didn't do a very good job of it. If you're through with Arthur, I'd like to ask a question. All right, Packard. You asked for us all to gather in your room here. Why? I hear a man was shot up in front of Sonny's house last night.
You heard?
Sure. Right across the park from the hospital. How could I help hearing? Everybody was talking about it over here. It interests you? Sure. Why? It sounds like the Richard curse got another victim.
No, that's not true.
And being a victim of the curse myself, I got a fellow feeling for the other victims. I see.
Who was he?
They said his name was Fish Evans. Ever hear of him?
No.
He was a bum. But more important, he was found out in the park with the gun that almost shot my head off the night before last.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes, we thought so. He was drunk, so we held him until he sobered up, got his story, and turned him loose. He only got as far as the sidewalk when somebody got him with a sawed-off shotgun.
Hold up, huh?
Hold-up men don't use sawed-off shotguns. And speaking of shotguns, less than half an hour before Evans was killed, we found a sawed-off shotgun in the hall closet over at Sonny's house.
Jack, you what?
That's right. And after the shooting, we went looking for the gun, and it was gone.
What are you getting at?
Well, Arthur here brought one gun into the house that we know of. We're wondering if maybe he didn't bring the shotgun in, too.
Hey, what you trying to do, tie a murder on me?
Is that what you're trying to do, Packard? Tie a murder on a kid?
No. I'm just asking.
Arthur.
Well?
Did you have that shotgun?
Would you believe me if I said I didn't?
You say you didn't, and that's good enough for me.
You know I didn't.
If you say so.
I say so.
Well, even if he did, he couldn't have killed that Evans man, because he was upstairs in bed with a broken arm.
But he was up there alone. The doctor had gone, and you and Marks had come downstairs.
Leslie Marks was there?
Yes.
What about his alibi?
He says he was in the library.
Alone?
Mm-hmm.
Where were you, Sonny?
In the kitchen, fixing some medicine the doctor had given me for Arthur.
That Leslie Marks is too smart for his own good.
We've thought about that.
You're mad to think Leslie would do a thing like that.
What about these 3 mugs, Phil?
Arthur, is that nice?
Yeah, what about you 3? You were the last to see Evans alive. You admit you had access to a shotgun.
You'll just have to take our word for it that we didn't kill Evans.
How about the police? Are they willing to take your word for it?
Well, they heard our story.
If I was the police, I'd think this whole setup looked mighty funny.
They didn't indicate they thought it was funny.
They give you a clean slate?
No. No, we're under suspicion like everyone else. But they haven't any evidence to give them reason to lock us up.
They might get it yet.
They might. If there was any to get.
Please, Phil, you're looking awfully tired. You better go to sleep and let us go back across the park to my house.
What's the hurry?
Well, you're tired, and Arthur shouldn't be up with that broken arm.
I'm doing all right.
I'm not through yet.
As I say, old chappie, you do look a bit ill.
Keep your sympathy to yourself.
Look here, I didn't mean...
I know what you mean. Drop it.
Quite.
Packard.
Yeah?
Sonny tells me you're announcing your engagement.
That's right.
You're a pretty brave man.
I don't think so.
I was engaged to Sonny. Look at me.
I think it's pretty rotten of you to keep throwing that up in Sonny's face no matter what condition you're in.
Please, Jack.
And I've got just this to say before we drop the subject. In the first place, I don't believe in curses. Second, Sonny's worth any trouble she might bring along with her. All I want is Sonny. I'll take my chances on the rest.
I get it.
Then let's drop it.
First, I want to apologize.
Hmm? What about?
What I said the other night.
I don't recall.
I said, if the Richard curse doesn't get you, that I would.
That? Yeah, you were excited, upset.
Yeah, I was upset. It was a fool thing to say. Why should I lie here worrying about how to get even with you when the curse will take care of all that?
Yeah, and it will, too.
You keep out of this, punk.
Just like it got you, Phil.
I told you to shut up.
Sure.
Just as soon as that arm's well, you're coming over here and take what's coming to you for packing a gun, you understand?
I'm not a kid anymore.
I say you are. If I ever hear of you with a rod again, I'll call in a couple of cops and let them sweat you from now on. Now then, take him out of here. I've had all I can...
This is the room. Come on, boys.
Hey, what is this, an invasion?
What do you 3 policemen want?
Well, take it easy, Mr. Terry. We won't be bothering you for long.
This is a private room.
Sure. Me and my 2 boys here got a job to do.
What sort of a job?
Orders from headquarters to pick up these 3 men.
Oh, look here.
Which one of you is Jack Packard?
Oh, I am.
Doc Long?
That's me, fella.
And, Reggie York.
Quite.
They want you down at headquarters.
Now, what do you suppose they want us down there for?
The Fish Evans murder.
That's nonsense. We've been with the police most of the day telling our story.
It seems like they don't like your story down at headquarters.
Well, it sure took them a long time to make up their minds.
Ban 'em, Sweeney.
We're not carrying any weapons.
Don't tell us. Let us find out for ourselves.
I say, a Bobby with a sense of humor.
What'd you call me?
Oh, take it easy. Bobby's Johnny Bull for cop.
But you're going to lock them up?
None of them's healed, Sarge.
Is that what you're going to do? Lock them up?
Not for long, Sonny. Don't worry.
That's what you think. All right, come along with you.
Well, Jack, I don't think we got no reason to go down to no police station.
We can give you a reason if you want it that way.
Forget it, Doc.
You mean we're just going to march along?
Yes.
I ain't hit a policeman, and I don't know how long.
Look, you feel something hard and cold in your back?
Yeah?
It's a cannon, and it shoots.
Well, don't jab so hard. I'm ticklish.
Take 'em out, boys.
Just a minute, Sergeant.
Yes, Mr. Terry?
I want to say something to Packard.
Oh? Say it.
Packard, you recall what I said about relaxing and letting the Richard curse take care of you?
I do.
Well, I'm beginning to relax.
If you've got anything to say to me, say it.
I am saying it. Be rather funny if the Richard curse should take you three boys to the gas chamber up in San Quentin, wouldn't it?
Phil, you don't mean that?
Destroying three of you at one blow. That'd be some kind of record. Even for the Richard curse.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Across the lobby with you. One bad move, you're all washed up.
Taking us down to the jailhouse, huh?
That's right.
I don't mind saying I jolly well don't like that gun pressed against my side.
You'll like it a lot less if it goes off.
Well, that's a sweet thought.
Hold it. Open the door, Packard.
Right.
Lead the way, Sweeney.
Come along, you. Down the steps with you.
Now then, across the street.
I don't see any police car.
Car's across the park.
You mean in front of Sonny's house?
Yeah. We stopped there for you. Found out you'd gone over to the hospital. Now then, through the park.
First time I've had a chance of taking an errand with an escort for a long time now. How much you get for acting as a fella's bodyguard, Sweeney?
You talk too much for your own good.
No. But honest, feller, do you like being a policeman?
I do that. When I get a chance to pick up such as you.
Oh, now, I ain't such a bad fella. You might even get to like me if you knowed me.
I have my own opinion on that. Keep marching.
Sure. What's the matter with your copper, Reggie? Ain't heard a word out of him.
He hasn't said anything. I think he's got laryngitis.
Yeah? Well, what makes you think that?
Well, he's got a woolen cloth about his neck, and he smells violently of turpentine and cough medicine.
Laryngitis, huh?
Right. I've been telling him he should be home in bed, but the blighter doesn't appreciate my sympathy. Ouch, I say.
What's the matter?
Apparently doesn't appreciate my humor either. Keeps jabbing that valley gun in my ribs.
All right.
This is it. You mean this car under the streetlights?
That's right. Open the back door, Sweeney.
But this isn't a police car.
You don't say.
Look here, there's something phony about this.
You mean these birds ain't policemen?
Get into that back seat.
What about it, Jack?
Yes, get in.
But if this is a frame-up...
Get in.
Follow him in, Sweeney.
Sure. Here, you sit in the middle. I'll take the outside.
Suits me.
Now you, Limey.
Jack, if this is...
Get in, Reggie.
Quiet.
Follow him in, Burke.
Well, anyway, Reggie, you and me get to ride next to each other.
Is that important?
Well, anyway, I like back seat riding best myself. All snug as 4 doggone bugs in a rug.
All right, Packard, in the front seat.
Suits me.
Keep your other gun on him while I get under the wheel, Sweeney.
He's covered right up to his eyes.
I take it we're going for a nice long ride.
Take it or leave it alone.
You know, Jack, if these 3 hombres sure enough ain't cops, it looks to me like we got a mighty interesting ride ahead of us.
Looks like it, all right.
Keep the gun on him, Sweeney, until I get the car underway.
It's as good as done.
Hey, ask him up there if he's a good driver, Jack.
Well, here we go.
Smooth running, Bus.
All right, Sweeney, I'll take care of Packard up front here.
He's your boy.
Whew! Your feller does smell of turpentine, don't he, Reg? He's smelling up the whole car.
If I'm not mistaken, this road takes us out toward the desert.
You ain't mistaken, mister.
I thought so. 3 bodies buried in the sand out there probably would never be discovered.
Jack, don't talk like that.
What's that?
Well, that's something I don't ever want to be. The undiscovered car.
That Texas boy's just full of bad jokes, ain't he?
Doc? No, don't mind him. He's worse than a leaky faucet.
Yeah.
You boys look to me like part of a pretty well-organized gang.
We're doing all right.
You wouldn't by any chance know a man by the name of Leslie Marks, would you?
Oh?
Leslie Marks, attorney.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
I'm not surprised. Looks like a pretty smart operator. Should think he'd make a great mouthpiece for a gang.
I'll tell the boss.
He wouldn't be boss by any chance, would he?
What do you mean?
Marks. He wouldn't be the big gang boss in these parts, would he? Got a great front for it.
You're nuts.
Well, there's no harm in asking.
Can't think of any.
But what's your racket? This doesn't seem to me any sort of a town for an organized gang.
You got me, buddy.
You mean you don't know?
I don't know nothing.
I see. Of course, you're close to the Mexican border. I suppose there's money in smuggling, and then this is a seaport.
Keep talking. It's only your breath you're wasting.
Uh-huh.
How we coming, Jack?
We're getting out into the great open spaces.
Are, huh?
I say, how about opening some of the windows? I'm getting bloody sick of breathing turpentine fuel.
Leave the windows like they are.
Oh, spoiling my whole ride.
Reggie, I bet you if we was to touch a match to your bodyguard, he'd burn like an oil well.
Or you could attach a pipeline to him and furnish Southern California with natural gas. Ouch, I say, old man, I'm getting very well fed up with you jabbing me with that brute of a gun.
Burke ain't a man to take a joke kindly. At leastwise, not when it's on himself.
Yes, I'm beginning to notice that.
We're really out in the desert now. Haven't seen a building along the highway for the past 5 minutes.
Passing any automobiles?
Not now.
There's a car on our tail, though.
What's that?
I know. Been there ever since we left town.
I'll take care of that.
Ooh-wee. Looky at us go.
Leaving it behind like it was standing still.
This car's got an engine in it, all right.
I say, the other car's out of sight already.
Doc, Reggie, can you hear me?
Yeah?
I do.
Get ready for the worst.
What'd you say?
I told him to get ready for the worst.
What do you mean by that?
Keep on going like this and almost anything's liable to happen.
Such as what?
Such as this.
Hey, let go that wheel, you! Look out, Doc, Reggie! Hey!
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Doc, you all right?
Jack,
Oh.
Did you honest and truly go for to wreck this car?
Yes, I yanked on the wheel.
Son, you had never ought to do that. Well, this here's the way folks get hurt. You see Reggie?
Huh? What do you mean? Isn't he back there with you?
Feller, when this bus done its first flip-flap, Reggie zoomed out of here like he's shot from a cannon.
Well, let's get out of here and find him.
I reckon I'm gonna need some help. What about these other guys?
Well, they'll have to look out for themselves now. Car's over inside. Can't you climb out through the back door?
Nope. Door's jammed.
Uh-huh. Well, climb over in the front seat and I'll give you a hand.
Okay, there. I stepped right in the middle of the driver.
He didn't notice it.
Yeah, sleeping like a baby.
Be careful of that broken glass. Now, up with you.
Yep. There we are. Hey, Jack.
Huh?
There's the headlights of that car that was following us over yonder in the highway.
Well, never mind that. Find Reggie.
Yeah, he should ought to be over this way.
Hello? Is that you over there, Jack?
Hey, Jack, it's Sonny.
Sonny, what are you doing out here?
Jack, what happened?
Actually, what you were doing out here?
I followed you. The minute those 3 policemen took you boys out of Phil's room, I followed. I thought they were going to take you to the police station.
Well, they weren't policemen.
They weren't? Jack, what are you looking for?
Reggie.
Oh, why, is he hurt?
I'll tell you better when we find him.
Hey, Jack. Hey, here he is.
Well, come on.
Oh, you see? You see the horrible things that are happening to you already from associating with me?
Well, that's stupid.
Here, this way, Jack.
How is he, Doc? Can you tell?
Well, he's knocked out all right, but he lit in these here bushes. I don't think there's nothing broken.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, let me see.
What the heck you doing out here, Sonny?
I trailed you. Who were those men if they weren't policemen?
Gun-toting gangsters. How's he doing, Jack?
Just stunned. He'll be around in a minute.
Are you sure?
Certainly, I'm sure. All I have to say, Sonny, is that the Richard curse is a pretty impotent curse to let us get away like this.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, look at the material it had to work with. 3 gunmen with murder in their hearts, one of the best auto wrecks of the year. A really potent curse would have had us dead and buried by this time.
Yeah, and look at us. Just one of us with a little old bump on his head.
Oh, you mustn't say that. You mustn't challenge fate like that.
Baloney. Come on. Let's have a look at the boys in the car.
All right to leave Reggie there?
Yes, give them a few minutes to come around.
But who are these gunmen?
Your guess is as good as ours. Doc, I'm going to crawl back in the car and hand the bodies out to you.
Okay.
Good thing we didn't catch fire.
I still don't understand why gunmen wanted you 3.
Well, won't you let us worry about that, honey? Are you inside all right, fella?
Yeah. Here comes the driver.
Okay.
Careful with him. He's got some broken bones.
Got him. A meaty guy for his size. Yeah, lay there for a minute.
He's not dead.
No, ma'am. Just chewed up a little.
Next.
Now, let him come. Which one's he?
Sweeney. You got him?
Yep. Come on, Sweeney, old kid. The trip ended up kind of different. You expected, didn't it? That's it. Lay down there beside your pal.
Can I do anything?
I don't reckon. These fellas is going to need the attention of an expert.
They're hurt seriously?
Well, they ain't been done no good.
Ready, Doc?
Well, this would be old laryngitis himself, huh? I got him. Pity you, fella. Now that you're unconscious, you're exuding turpentine worse than when you was kicking.
Yeah, I'm glad that's over.
But what do we do now?
Load our cargo into your car and get them to a hospital.
And that's a job of toting. I wish Reggie'd come too, so's he could give us a hand.
Hadn't we ought to hurry if they're in
All right. Stick up your hands, all of you.
What's that?
Hey, Jack, we got visitors.
You heard me. Not a move out of any one of you.
Guns and everything. Now, what you suppose this is for?
But there must be some mistake.
Keep out of this, sister.
What's the idea?
We came out here tonight to bury you, Muggs. And burying's what you're going to get.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Take them up. Would you like a chunk of lead in your middle?
Not me, fella.
Then don't move a finger. Hoppy. That's me. I got them covered. Fan them. Sure, with pleasure. Don't waste no time. This ain't no picnic. What about the skirt?
No, don't you touch me.
Leave the skirt alone. It's a nice skirt. Leave the skirt alone.
Well, ain't that what I'm doing? These guys ain't got no rods.
I could have told you that.
He could have told us that. Ain't he the comedian?
Hey, looky, my arms is getting taut.
Keep them up. Hoppy.
Shall I bump 'em off?
No, tie them up.
But what we want to tie 'em up for? We come out here to bump 'em off.
We can't bump nobody off in the presence of the skirt.
We could if we bumped the skirt off, too.
We ain't got no orders to bump no skirt off.
Yeah, besides, she's a nice skirt. Ain't you, babe?
You keep your hands off me.
Oh, a skirt with a temper.
Hoppy, tie them birds up.
May I make a suggestion?
No, you can't make no suggestion.
Well, then may I ask a question?
No, you can't ask no question.
Well, your three pals here are liable to die on your hands if you don't get them to a doctor.
You mean they're hurt bad?
Yes.
That's their hard luck.
Yeah, but if they're hurt bad...
That's their hard luck. We got our orders to bump these 3 guys off and bury them.
3?
That's orders.
Yeah, but it's only 2 of them.
Aye, that's right. Hey, where's the other mug?
Well, I can tell you that, fella.
Yes, we can tell you where he is. He's in that wrecked car, dead.
Yeah?
Yes, dead. And you can blame yourselves for it.
Well, ain't that too bad now?
We think so.
Well, don't feel too bad, mister. His troubles is all over. And you still got yours coming. Well, what are you standing there for, Hoppy? I told you to tie them up.
That's right. I thought there was something you told me to do. I was trying to remember.
We'll do it.
Shall I tie up the skirt first?
Leave the skirt alone.
Oh, ain't we gonna tie up the skirt at all?
No.
That's too bad. I sure would like to tie up that skirt. Put your hands behind you, bud.
How about it, Jack?
He's got a gun on us.
Well, I sure don't like it. Why, you double-jointed city cat.
Put your hands behind you.
Feller, someday I'm gonna take you apart.
That's better.
Put your hands up, both of you.
Hey, the skirt's got a gun.
Sonny, you crazy little idiot, drop that gun.
I won't. I can shoot as good as he can.
Drop that gun, sister, or I will make a sieve out of you.
I won't. I'll shoot if you do.
Hoppy.
A gun-toting skirt.
Take that gun away from her.
You mean I can go for her?
Get that gun.
With pleasure.
No, don't come any closer.
I ain't mixed with a skirt never so long.
Sonny, throw the gun away. You hear? Throw it away.
I'll kill him.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, let go of me.
Give me that rock.
I won't.
Yeah, you got the gun?
Yeah, and I also got the skirt.
Now, hurry up and put the ropes on these 2 guys so we can get going.
I told you not to try to use that gun.
Somebody's got to do something.
Sonny, it's just like I told Arthur the other night. When you pull out a gun, you gotta shoot right off. On the kind of folks, they just don't monkey around with shooting arms.
Now put your arms back of you, and this time do it.
And don't waste no more time. We got to get out of here.
Doc.
Yeah?
I think the British are coming.
Huh? Oh, yeah. No fooling.
No fooling.
What are they talking about, Hoppy?
One of them just said the British are coming.
Oh, what does that mean?
Search me. I got one of them tied.
Well, hurry up with the other one.
Yes, won't be long now.
And me all tied up like a sack of potatoes.
It's all right. I'm still free.
But not for long. Put your hands behind you.
Get him, Reggie.
I got him, Jack.
Hey, Hoppy.
I'll take care of Hoppy.
Hey, look out.
Atta boy, Jack. You got him first crack.
Yeah. How you coming, Reggie?
Oh, I went down like a pole, Doc. Nothing to it at all.
But Reggie, you were unconscious.
Oh, I said I didn't have to stay that way, did I?
Well, good work, fella. You come to, you took in the situation, and you did just what was right and proper.
Right. Oh, still a bit dizzy, though.
Well, after that bump you got in the wreck, it's not surprising.
Sure, I did take a flying, didn't I? What about those other chappies?
Well, we've got to get them to a hospital.
Only now we got 5 bodies instead of just 3. And by the way, would somebody get these ropes off of me?
All right, I'll turn around.
Yeah. Where do you suppose those these last two guys come from anyway, Jack?
Well, you heard what they said.
Yeah, that they was out here to bury us.
There you are.
Yeah, thanks.
Apparently, there were two more of the same gang that had been waiting out here in the desert for the others to bring us along.
Right. Then there was to be a firing squad, and we were to be thrown into a hole in the sand and covered up.
No.
Hey, honey, what you shivering about?
Oh, what is it? What's going on?
Well, Sonny, it looks to me as though we were beginning to get under the surface of the Richard curse.
But what's this to do with the curse?
Maybe a lot.
I don't understand.
Well, supposing I'd been shot in the park the other night, or the three of us had disappeared, or our bodies had been found out here in the desert. What would you have thought?
Oh. Oh, yes.
Yes. If you hadn't known all that's happened, you'd have said the Richard curse had caused our deaths. You'd have believed we died because we were associated with you.
Yes, but this is different. Someone's deliberately trying to kill you. All the others have been accidental.
Been made to look accidental, you mean?
You mean...
I mean that I think this same gang that tried to lay us away tonight are responsible for at least some of the deaths that took place before we came into the picture.
But that's not a curse.
Hardly. Hey, where'd Doc and Reggie go?
They're taking the bodies over to my car on the highway.
Oh.
But, Jack, why?
What do you mean, why?
If a gang of men are killing people close to me, there must be some reason for it.
Yes, and we're going to start looking for that reason.
But the curse...
There isn't any curse, and there never has been.
Oh, but you're wrong. It's been in my family for generations.
Who told you that?
My father.
You might have found something better to do. When did he tell you?
Well, he didn't exactly tell me. He left it for me in a letter attached to his will.
Your father's attorney, Leslie Marks, gave you that letter when the will was read?
Yes, Leslie gave it to me.
Was it in your father's handwriting?
No, it was typewritten, but it was signed. I know my father's signature.
And you didn't know anything about the curse until you read that letter?
No.
You still have the letter?
Yes. Yes, I have it at home.
I'd like to have a look at it when we get back.
Well, if you wish.
Do you know the condition of your estate?
But that's absurd. Leslie...
It's not absurd. Nothing's absurd when people are being killed like flies around you. And I don't trust that Marks fellow any further than I could throw an elephant by the tail.
But if he wanted my estate, it would be me he wanted dead, wouldn't it?
Well, you're the last person in the world he'd want dead, especially if he's been looting the estate.
No, I don't understand.
Because if you were dead, he'd have to make an accounting to the court. And if he's been using your money, he'd go to jail for it.
Oh. Oh, yes.
But that still doesn't explain why he'd want the men close to you out of the way.
No. No, I think you're all wrong about Leslie. I'm sure of it.
Unless he... Look, Sonny, did your father's will say anything about all property reverting to you immediately in case you got married?
No. Merely that Leslie was to be my executor until I'd reached the age of 25. Why did you say that?
Well, if he had to turn the estate over to you when you married, then naturally he'd do everything in his power to drive off all eligible men.
But my marrying doesn't change a thing.
Oh, so we can forget that. Well, this is going to take some thinking over.
Well, Jack, if you can really prove it isn't the curse...
I've already done that to my satisfaction.
But proof. I want to be convinced. I've got to.
Well, you better stop worrying about the curse and start worrying about something really serious.
Serious?
Yes, and it's my guess that it's Leslie Marks.
Jack, I know you're mistaken. I know you are.
Well, somebody's surrounding you with gangsters and gunmen. Somebody's bound and determined you're going to live alone and like it. You proved that tonight.
I don't understand it.
Oh, but you're beginning to believe it, aren't you?
Well, I don't know.
You were going to marry Phil Terry. Where's he? Crippled in the hospital. You were beginning to show an interest in Roger and in Freddie. Where are they? Buried. You and I announced our engagement. With good luck, I'm still here, but that wasn't because someone didn't try to slow me up.
Yes. Yes, there's something.
Well, it isn't something. It's somebody. And from now on, we don't let up until we run him down.
Well, who we gonna run down now?
Oh, it's you, Doc.
Yeah. And while you two been a-standing there gabbing, me and Reggie done ourselves a job.
Get all the bodies loaded in the car?
Yeah, no thanks to you.
Okay, let's get started back to town.
I don't know where anyone's going to sit. The entire back is occupied by the unconscious.
That's okay. Sonny can drive. You ride in the front seat with her, Reggie. Doc and I'll hang on the running board.
Hey, what's Reggie done to get a break like that?
He got thrown out of the wreck on his head.
And a little thing like that gets him the front seat back to town?
Oh, I say, Doc, you take it.
I should say not. You're riding with me, Reggie. Get in.
Thank you. Right on.
And that settles that.
We ready to start?
Yeah, start the motor. Oh, here, wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter now?
Just a minute. I've got to get back to the wreck.
Say, what's that for? Darned if I know. Got some kind of a bee in his bonnet.
Think we should go too?
I don't reckon. Sonny.
Yes?
I heard some of the things Jack said to you. You convinced now that this here little old Richard curse of yours is a lot of hogwash?
Oh, I want to.
Well, then just go ahead and believe it, 'cause it's true.
It's so mixed up. But I will tell you this.
Yeah?
There's been a knot of fear twisted up in my stomach for almost a year now. And for the first time, it isn't there anymore.
Now you're talking, fella.
Oh, here he comes back.
It didn't take him long. But what'd you go back for, fella?
Sonny, this may be important.
What's the matter?
Do you know a man named Donald Robert Lincoln?
Donald Robert Lincoln?
Yes, think hard.
I don't have to. Of course I know.
Who is he? What is he?
He's one of the richest men in San Diego.
Yes, but what connection has he got with you?
Oh, I don't know. He was a friend of my father's in the old days.
He was? How close a friend?
Why, next to Leslie Marks, the closest friend he had, I think.
Great, now we're getting somewhere.
But what does Donald Robert Lincoln have to do with this?
That's his automobile that's wrecked over there.
Hey.
Oh, no, Jack.
You mean he's head of the gang that tried to take us for a ride tonight?
That's what we're going to ask him.
Oh, but it couldn't be Mr. Lincoln.
I'll know more about that when we've had a little talk with the old boy.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Really, you should have seen that wrecked car. It's a wonder anyone came out alive.
That's mighty funny. I'm especially interested in how it happened that Jack, Doc, and Reggie came through that wreck with hardly a scratch, and the three gunmen ended up with busted heads and broken bones.
Just a lucky chance, I guess.
Oh, okay, hardly that.
What do you mean, York?
It was all very simple. You see, we were expecting the accident and were ready for it, and the other three men weren't.
Are you kidding?
No, not at all, Phil. That's the way it was.
Will you tell me how you can get ready for an auto wreck?
I don't mind. It's the principle, you know, of centrifugal force. I mean to say, when a speeding car spins and turns over, it's a bit like a whirling phonograph record. Anything near the outer edges flies off, but the nearer the center of the spin you are, the less violent the action.
Reggie, how do you get to the center of a whirling, crashing automobile?
Well, the chap in the front seat lies down on the floor and wedges himself up under the dashboard, his knees braced against the front seat. And the man in the back seat should drop to the floor and cling to the footrest.
That really works?
Well, you're still taking a bally lot of chances, of course, but Jack, Doc, and I have come through at least 3 such wrecks that way.
I wish someone had told me that a year ago before I went over the cliff.
Quite. I wish they had.
I've told you before not to use that tone of voice to me. I hate sympathy.
I'm sorry.
You haven't told me yet where Doc Long and Jack Packard are.
Well, we'll have to tell you everything that's happened in the last 2 hours for you to understand.
Never mind. You tell me that later. Where are they now?
Doc is down at the police emergency hospital. Jack's gone to see Mr. Donald Robert Lincoln.
Donald Robert Lincoln?
Yes.
You mean old Moneybags Lincoln?
Yes.
Why? What's Packard got to do with him? Does he expect... Who's that?
Shall I go to the door and see?
Who is it?
It's Leslie Marks, Phil.
Leslie.
I didn't expect to find anyone else here. If I'm intruding...
Of course he's not intruding, is he, Phil?
No. As long as you're here, you might as well stay.
Thanks, Phil.
And cut the Phil stuff, Marks. My last name's Terry.
Very well, Terry.
Why the sudden visit?
You're surprised?
Well, why shouldn't I be? First time you've been to see me since I came to this hospital.
Well, Terry, as a matter of fact, I came to see you about Sonny here.
Sonny?
What do you mean, Leslie? Why did you come to see Phil about me?
And if you must know, Sonny, I wanted to discuss your engagement to Jack Packard with Phil.
Why should you do that?
Yeah, why should I discuss Sonny's engagement to another man with you, Marks?
I certainly don't intend to say anything in front of the present group, especially York here.
Fine. Would you like me to leave?
You stay right where you are, Reggie.
What about it, Phil?
Yeah, stick around. By the way, Marks, Reggie and Sonny were just telling me a little story when you came in. Maybe you'd like to hear it, too.
Maybe I would. Go ahead.
Leslie, did you know that 3 men in police uniforms came in here a couple of hours ago, and they pretended to arrest Jack, Doc, and Reggie?
What's that?
Quite. For the murder of Fish Evans.
No, I didn't know that.
But then, of course, you didn't know that when those officers got the boys outside, they turned out to be 3 gunmen, intent on taking them for a ride.
Are you being serious?
Bloody serious, Marks.
Go ahead, tell them what happened, Reggie.
They loaded us into a car and took us out on the desert. They had our final resting place all picked out for us, and just before we arrived, Jack reached over and spun the steering wheel and wrecked the car.
Deliberately wrecked a speeding car?
Right.
Well, what happened?
Well, our 3 captors were knocked about a bit. Jack, Doc, and I escaped with minor bruises.
That's remarkable.
Not at all. We knew how to protect ourselves.
But if you wrecked the car, how did you get back to town so quickly? How far out were you?
No, 10 or 15 miles, I should judge. Fortunately, Sonny here had the good sense to trail our car.
Sonny, you did that?
Yes.
I see. And what became of the gunmen?
Well, we were on the point of landing them into Sonny's car and returning to town when 2 more of the ballet brutes showed up.
What's that? You didn't tell me that.
We hadn't got that part of the story yet. They threw guns on us and seemed intent on completing the execution.
They were part of the same gang?
Apparently.
You were there at that time, Sonny?
Yes, one of them was in favor of killing me, too.
Killing you?
Sonny, in heaven's name, child, supposing that they had killed you.
Well, supposing they had.
No, Sonny, you've got to have a guard after this.
I've got all the guard I need.
You haven't any guard at all.
Jack, Doc, and Reggie are doing pretty well.
Never mind that. What happened?
The boys went to work on them. That's what happened.
But they were dangerous killers.
No, they weren't so dangerous when Jack and Reggie finished with them.
I see.
York.
Yes, Mr. Marks?
You men seem to know your business.
If you're talking about fighting, I agree with you.
Yes. But I suppose there was a certain element of luck in your favor.
It takes more than luck. Just look at you.
So you had 5 bodies to bring in instead of 3.
The whole back of my car was full of bodies. You should have seen the police sergeant's eyes bug out when we brought him out to the car.
What do you have to say?
We told him we'd picked up the 5 in an auto accident out on the desert, and we thought he might be interested.
I say, yes. He took one look at them, and we were his friends for life.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it seems that 3 of our bodies were very badly wanted for smuggling across the Mexican border.
He said that?
He said more than that. One of them is wanted on an old murder charge, and the other one is wanted by the federal men on a narcotic indictment.
Quite a haul.
After that, you boys should have a pretty fine standing with the police in this part of the state.
Oh, you think they won't?
Well, we'll know more about that when Doc gets back. He's still down there giving them our story.
They let you 2 go?
Yes, we wanted to get back up here and relieve Phil's mind. See, it all started right here in the room, and I knew Phil would be worried.
It's thoughtful of you. You said Doc Long was at the station. Where's Jack Packard?
Oh, we dropped Jack off at Donald Robert Lincoln's.
Donald Robert? You dropped Packard off where?
That's right, at Mr. Lincoln's home.
Why?
Well, Jack made a very interesting discovery. I don't see any reason for keeping it to ourselves, do you, Sonny?
No, he didn't say to keep it secret.
Great. We discovered the car used by the gangsters in carting us out to the desert was one belonging to Mr. Lincoln.
What are you saying?
Bit of a blow, huh?
The gangster's car belonged to Donald Robert Lincoln? And Packard's gone to beard the man in his den?
Oh, Jack can take care of himself.
Wasn't he a friend of your father's, Sonny?
Yes.
He'd better be able to take care of himself. That fellow Lincoln is no one to play around.
I realize you're only the butler and you have your orders, but I'll give you one more chance. Do I get in to see Donald Robert Lincoln?
No.
Well, you asked for it. I'm sorry, but there's no time to argue. And I better roll you behind the curtain so as not to upset the household. There you are. Sleep sweet. Yeah, let's see now. He said the library. This should be it.
Jenkins, I said I didn't want to be disturbed.
Stop it.
was fiddling with that door.
If you look up from your work, you might be surprised.
What's that?
Yes.
Who are you? What are you doing in my library?
Now, don't get up.
How did you get in here? Jenkins!
No use calling for Jenkins. He's sound asleep on the floor behind the drapes in the hall.
Is this a robbery?
No.
Then get out.
Not yet. We've got some talking to do.
People don't enter my house at will. You'll be behind bars before you're 24 hours older.
Maybe. Now will you let me talk for a minute?
Well, say it and get out.
Mr. Lincoln, you're one of the most prominent men in this section of the state.
What of it?
You have a good name, wife, 2 or 3 nearly grown children.
What are you getting at?
It'd be a pretty terrific thing to have that good name come tumbling down in ruins, wouldn't it?
I'm beginning to see.
You are?
Blackmail.
Wrong again.
So you say.
Lincoln, do you own a big black Roadmaster car?
I do.
Where is it?
In my garage, naturally.
No, it isn't.
I say it is.
And I say it isn't. I was round looking in your garage before I came in to see you.
Just a minute. We'll see about this. Hello, Higgins. Is the Roadmaster in the garage? It's not? Well, where? Oh. All right, that's all. I was mistaken. The car's in the service garage down at the corner having new tires put on it.
No, it isn't.
I say it is.
I'll lay you a bet of 100 to 1 it's not.
Say, who are you? What do you care where my car is?
100 to 1.
Take it. I should be dialing the police station instead of a garage.
But I notice you're dialing the garage.
Hello, service garage. This is Donald Robert Lincoln talking. You've got my Roadmaster down there putting new tires on it? It's there now? You're sure about that? That's all I want to know. The car's down there just as I said it was. Now get out of here.
They told you that at the garage?
They did.
Then either they lied like thieves or else you're putting up a mighty good front.
If you've got anything to say it and get out.
Very well, I will.
I'm a busy man.
Tonight, 3 gunmen took 3 men for a ride out on the desert. The car was completely demolished. That car was your Roadmaster.
Are you from police headquarters?
No.
Are you from the insurance company?
No.
Are you one of the gunmen?
No, I'm one of the men who was taken on that ride.
What are you doing here?
Well, first I want to know why gangsters are using your car.
If what you say is true, then the car must have been stolen from the service garage.
But they said the car was still there.
Then they must be in collusion with the gangsters.
Maybe. Next, I want to know what your relationship with Sonny Richards is.
Sonny Richards?
Now, don't tell me you don't know her, because I know you do. You were a close friend of her father, James Richards.
You're talking about his daughter?
I am.
I haven't seen the girl since her father's death.
You have no interest in the financial side of her estate?
I believe that is handled in its entirety by Leslie Marks, her attorney.
You know Marks?
Yes.
What kind of a man is he?
He has a reputation beyond reproach.
Lincoln, there's something that stinks to high heaven in this neighborhood. I wonder if it isn't you.
You. Get out of my house.
Your reputation and wealth would go a long way toward covering up any dirty work you might be engaged in.
Go on, keep talking.
You might very easily be...
Get him, Higgins!
What? Oh!
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Open that door.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Sure. Where do you suppose this goes to? Blacker than the inside of your hat.
Never mind. Spider,
Yeah?
keep that flashlight on him.
Sure. Why don't we finish the job right here and get out of our way?
Make too much noise. Wait till we get down to the basement.
Yeah.
So that's where we're going. Down in the basement.
Looks like it.
Come on, down them steps with you.
But it's dark down there, fellas.
Spider's got the flash on you. What more do you want?
Well, I can't see where I'm walking. For all I know, I'm stepping off into space.
You heard me. Get going.
Come on, Doc.
Well, if you say so, Jack.
Listen, Doc.
Yeah?
Dive down the stairs.
Dive?
Come on, move along. We ain't got all day.
Get out of the beam of that flashlight. We'll have to take a chance.
Ain't we liable to bust something?
We'll have to chance it.
Keep that spot on him, Spider.
Let's go!
Spider, come on, get after him.
Doc, you hurt? Where are you?
I'm okay.
Come on. There must be an outside basement door.
Yeah, let's go.
Tiptoes. Keep it quiet.
Hey, Spider, where are you?
There I am.
Well, keep with me with that flashlight.
As long as we can keep out of the flash, we're okay.
Here's the door.
Attaboy.
Door. Locked.
No key?
No. Look out. Throwing that light around crouched down.
I see some junk over yonder. You think we can get behind it?
Let's try. Come on.
Well, they've got to be down here. There ain't no way for him to get out.
I told you we should have bumped him upstairs.
Did you lock the door at the top of the stairs like I told you?
Yeah.
Then there ain't no way they can get out. They gotta be hiding around here back of some of this junk.
I thought this house was empty.
Sure.
And what's all this stuff doing down here?
Well, somebody's using it for a storeroom, looks like. Let them have it the minute you spot them.
Yeah, like hunting jackrabbits in the brush.
Hey, swing your flash over that way.
Door. Must be another room.
Yeah, furnace room, maybe. Let's have a can.
Ooh, practically standing right on top of us.
Now we got a minute breather while they're in there. Can you do anything but opening that door?
Well, I can try.
Hurry up. Make it quiet.
Yeah. You stay here.
Wait.
Huh?
Too late. Here comes the flashlight.
Hey, fella, what we gonna do? Just lie here under this stuff and let them dig us out?
Got any suggestions?
Well, I don't aim to be shot down without a fight.
Hold it. Here they come.
Let's jump them when they get close enough.
All right. Wait until the last minute, though.
Well, there's nothing to do but kick around in this junk until we find him.
Yeah, wait till the boss hears about this.
He ain't gonna hear unless you shoot off your mouth. Them guys are here and we're gonna find them.
Giving us a splendid...
Jack, what was that? Who done that?
Someone shot through that basement window.
Shot our two gunmen?
Looks like it. See if you can find Spider's flashlight.
Yeah. What do you suppose happened? Gang war?
Oh, never mind that. Help me find that flashlight.
Yeah. Dag nabbit.
Now what's the matter?
Oh, I fell over one of them gun toters. Hey, here it is.
Well, you got the flash?
Yeah. Okay to turn it on?
Well, let's chance it. Here, give it here.
Yeah.
There.
Holy jumping toad frog. Looky at him.
Hold that flash a minute.
Uh-huh. Hey, fella. Those two look like they've been shot with a box of tacks.
Sawed-off shotgun from a distance.
Sawed-off shotgun, huh?
Yes, from that distance they were sprayed with shot. Neither one of them's badly hurt.
They sure are unconscious, though.
They won't be for long. Get some of that rope over there and help me tie them up.
You gonna take them with us?
No, we can't be bothered.
Yeah. Here's some rope.
All right, go to work.
Yeah.
How far is Sonny's house from here, do you know?
Oh, middle of the next block over, way I figure it.
Good. Hey, coming with your man.
Yeah, I got his feet tied up. Working on his hands.
Step on it.
Yeah. Hey, what do you want to know about Sonny's house for?
That's where we're going.
We are? Well, there he is.
All right, come on. We've wasted too much time now.
Hey, didn't you hear Spider say that he had locked the door at the head of the stairs?
I got the key. Hurry up. Wait a minute. Come on.
What we in such a hurry about?
I'll tell you later. Outside with you.
We taking the car?
Might as well. I'll drive. Get in.
Go to it, fella. Turn here, Jack.
I don't see Sonny's house.
There she is, in the next block.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, pile out.
Let's go. I got the key, fella. Where to now?
Upstairs to Arthur's room.
To Arthur? Well, what's the kid got to do with this? He's in bed with broken arm.
Maybe he is, maybe he's not. Come on.
That's his room.
Yep.
Who's that?
Hello, Arthur. Shut the door, Doctor.
Yeah.
What are you fellas doing here?
Well, Arthur, son, we live here.
Yeah?
Yes, we just dropped in to see how you were feeling.
So what?
So we'd like to have you tell us.
Yeah?
Yes. Oh, what's this telephone doing in this room?
Sonny brought it up for me. It just plugs into the wall.
Mm-hmm. Mind if I use it?
There's other telephones in the house.
But I want to use this one.
Well, go on and use it then.
Thanks.
Who you calling, Jack?
Police department.
What's that for?
You interested, Arthur?
Say, you mugs, if you think you've got anything on me...
Shut up. Hello? Give me Captain Norton. Yeah, Norton.
If you think you've got anything on me...
You said that before, son.
Hold it. Captain Norton, this is Jack Packard. What's that? What do you mean, where did we vanish to? That's so? Never mind that. Listen. There's a big brownstone house at 1637 Sunshine Boulevard. Yes, 1637. Well, if you'll send an ambulance around to that address, you might find something that'll interest you very much in the basement. Yeah, in the basement. Me? Oh, I'm at Sonny Richards' house at the moment. No, not for long. I'll be going over to Phil Terry's room at the hospital in a few minutes. Okay. Get that ambulance out in a hurry. Bye. And that's that.
What are you trying to do? Take me for a ride?
Scared the pants off of you, didn't we, kid?
Nuts.
I thought you'd be interested in that conversation, Arthur.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Because 2 men were shot over there with a sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, what about it?
I thought maybe you could tell us what about it.
Are you crazy?
Well, I don't think so.
Well, what should I know about 2 mugs getting shot? I'm laying here in bed with a broken arm.
Mm-hmm. Doc.
Yeah?
Pull the covers off him.
Hey, what's the idea?
Jack said to pull the covers off you, fella.
You let me alone.
There. Hey, Jack. He's got his clothes on.
So I see.
You 2 cheap gangsters.
Now, never mind that. Why are you in bed with your clothes on?
Because I feel like it.
Just plain like to sleep that way, huh, fella?
Got his shoes on, too, Doc?
Nope, no shoes.
And I haven't had any on. I was cold, so I put on some clothes and I got back into bed.
Mm-hmm. This your closet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here's your shoes, all right.
That's what I've been telling you.
Your shoes, all right, Arthur, only you haven't been telling us the truth.
Oh, yes, I have.
No, because the inside of the shoes are still warm from having been worn.
Well, what?
So it was your face I saw at the basement window of that other house.
Hey, Jack.
It was. Wasn't it, Arthur?
I ain't talking.
Jack, you mean it was Arthur here who sprayed them 2 guys with a shotgun?
That's right.
Arthur, you sure enough done that?
I ain't talking, I said.
But, fella, you maybe saved our lives.
Who cares about that?
Well, son, I do, for one.
Well, that isn't the question. What I want to know is, why did you do it?
Do what?
Now, look, Arthur, that's just being silly. We know you did it, so stop acting.
Yeah?
What do you know about those men? How did you know they were taking us there?
That's funny. Sounds just as though I hear somebody talking.
Well, doing what you done made things a lot easier for us, fella. Won't you come clean, and maybe we could make it easier for you?
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I guess there's nothing else to do.
What do you mean?
We thought maybe you'd like to keep this a secret.
Yeah?
Yes. But if you're not going to talk, we'll have to discuss it with Sonny and your brother Phil.
No, you ain't telling nothing to Sonny and Phil.
You don't want them to know?
That's all I asked. Don't tell Sonny and Phil.
Why not?
You heard what Phil said to me. You heard him say if he ever heard of me with a gun again, he'd turn me over to the cops.
But, fella, you said you didn't know nothing about it.
I don't, but if you tell Phil, he'll think I did.
Son, it looks to me like you're almighty afraid of your brother Phil.
Yeah, I'm his brother. I know.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
Phil, I hope you don't mind us using your room for a conference hall. The pleasure's all mine, Packer. Anything to break the monotony.
As long as we don't tire you.
When I get tired, Sonny, you'll hear about it.
That's a promise.
Arthur?
Yes, Phil?
Where's the wheelchair?
I'm through with that baby carriage stuff.
Yeah? How's the arm?
It's in a cast. How do I know?
Well, are we all here?
No, we're waiting for Leslie Marks.
Sonny's attorney? What's he got to do with this?
Well, he's in on this with the rest of us. Oh, Reggie.
Yes, Jack?
Open that window. We need a little air in here.
Quite. Draft on you, Sonny?
No, it smells good.
Fog thick enough out there to spit on your bread.
Hey, Long.
Talking to me?
That's right. What are you sitting over there by the door for?
I like it over here.
Yeah, I see you do. Why?
Just a hunch, I reckon.
Doc means he doesn't get caught in the same predicament twice.
I still don't get it.
The last time we were all together in this room, we had visitors.
With guns.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it, fella. Should visitors come again, we're kind of spread out in fighting formation.
I see. You by the door, Packard here by the bed, and York over by the window.
And now you know as much as we do.
But that's fantastic. They wouldn't dare try the same thing again.
You can't tell what a bunch of torpedoes will do. It's just like I always say it. Oh, I'll get it. Oh, well, come on in, fella. It's Leslie Marks.
Yes. You were expecting me, I believe?
Yes, come in. Have a chair.
Hello, Leslie.
Good evening, Sonny. How are you, Terry?
Don't bother to ask.
Very well. How's the arm, Arthur?
It's broke. How'd you think it was?
Well, all very pleasant.
Arthur, that's awful.
So what?
Phil, you should say something to Arthur about his manners.
What's the matter with him?
Well, you heard how rude he was to Leslie.
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Never mind, Sonny.
But I do mind. You've been a good friend to me, and I don't care what anybody says or thinks.
What's that?
What?
Has someone been saying I haven't been a good friend to you?
Oh, I didn't mean...
Sure, Marks. I say it.
I see, Terry. That explains a lot of things.
It does?
Yes, I've noticed an antagonism in you against me, and I never understood it until now.
He never understood it till now.
But if you think I've taken advantage of Sonny in some manner, then naturally I can understand your resentment.
That's what I call real deduction.
Phil, I'm interested.
You keep out of this, Packard.
Do you mind telling me why you think Marks is taking advantage of Sonny? And in what way?
I said for you to keep out of this.
All right, let it go.
But, Phil, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Leslie, do you know what Phil's talking about?
I think so.
Well, for heaven's sake, let's hear it.
Phil's disliked me ever since I refused to give you extra money from the estate to maintain him here in this hospital.
Oh, no, Leslie.
Marks, you said the one thing that you shouldn't ever have said.
Nevertheless, Terry, I believe I'm stating facts. Sonny has paid every expense you've incurred since you were injured a year ago, and I might state that there were plenty of expenses.
Leslie, I forbid you to say another
and
word.
Furthermore, Terry, Sonny's been keeping this lazy, good-for-nothing brother of yours.
What did you call me?
Arthur, you shut up.
What did you call me, Marks?
I called you a lazy, good-for-nothing...
Arthur!
Arthur! Water glass came within an inch of my hip.
I intended for it to brain you.
Arthur!
I'll kill that tin horn lawyer.
Arthur, I'm talking to you.
What do you want?
Come over here to the bed.
Phil.
Come over here to the bed. Now then.
Phil, don't hit me.
Don't hit you. Why, you little baby-faced punk, I got a notion to smear your nose all over your face. You hear me?
Phil, let go my collar. You're choking me.
What do you mean saying you'll kill anybody? Answer me. What do you mean by it?
Phil, you're choking me.
Oh, Phil,
Answer
please.
me, punk.
You heard what he said about us.
And I told you to stay out of it, didn't I?
But you can't do anything. You're a cripple, Phil. Oh, Phil.
Don't ever say that to me again. You hear?
Yes, Phil.
Now go and sit down. Yeah, so that's what everybody thinks. I'm a cripple. Well, supposing I am.
Oh, no, Phil.
I said supposing I am.
Here, Arthur, drink this. Make your throat feel better. All right.
Well, isn't anybody going to answer me?
Phil, we're getting entirely away from the matter we gathered here to discuss.
What do I know about what you came here to discuss? You called the meeting?
Yes, but I haven't had a chance to get a word in edgewise so far.
Well, you got the floor now, haven't you?
All right. I suppose you all know by this time that I went out to interview Donald Robert Lincoln and got thrown into jail for my trouble.
Yeah, that was great work.
Uh-huh. But I did accomplish one purpose. I've finally given the police a clue to this gang that's been working against us.
What is that?
The service garage where Lincoln has work done on his cars is definitely connected with the mob.
Hey, Jack, I thought you wasn't supposed to tell that.
Well, it's not supposed to be known generally. It's all right among ourselves.
The police are watching that garage?
Yes, but that's a side issue. What I really wanted to tell you was a little incident that happened to Doc and me last night after we were released from jail. Or rather, I want Doc to tell it.
Well, why me, Jack?
Never mind. Let's go out.
Okay. Well, me and Jack come out of the jail and got into Sonny's car that I had parked outside and started for home. When all of a sudden, a couple of torpedoes come up out of the back seat and poked shooting pistols in the backs of her neck.
Doc, more gunmen?
That's right, Sonny.
You boys seem to be plenty unpopular in this town.
Ain't it the truth? Well, they made me drive to a big brown stone house over on Sunshine Street, not so far from here. Then they took us inside.
It was their headquarters?
No, it wasn't, fella. It was a vacant house. Anyway, from their conversation, they was all set to take us down in the basement and finish up the little jobs their playmates messed up on out on the desert.
They were going to kill you?
Well, that was the object of meeting. Only going down the stairs to the basement in the dark, me and Jack done a high dive and got out of their spotlight.
You did what?
They had a flash on us. We dived down the stairs.
But you might have been killed.
Well, shucks, a broken neck or hot lead in your gizzard, you're just as dead either way. Anyway, after that we played hide-and-go-seek for quite a while with them, when all of a sudden, bam, and somebody let them have it with both barrels of a sawed-off shotgun.
There was somebody else in the basement, too?
No. They shot from outside through the basement window.
He killed them both?
He was too far off. He just sprayed them with buckshot. But it's good enough. It laid them out long enough for me and Jack to put ropes on them and call the police to come and get them.
So now the police have 7 members of the gang.
Yeah, the 5 we picked up on the desert and these 2 mugs.
That's an interesting point, don't you think so, Marks?
What's that? I don't follow you.
I mean, if the big boss isn't careful, he's going to just about find himself out of gunmen.
Why do you address that to me?
I just thought you might have an opinion.
There seems to be an insinuation behind your remarks.
You haven't an opinion?
No.
I have.
Well, good, Terry.
Let's hear it.
I'd say offhand the Richard curse that's been giving Sonny here so much trouble has turned into a gang fight.
Doesn't it?
In which case, the more gunmen the police round up, the less trouble Sonny's going to have with the curse.
I differ with you there, Mark.
Why?
Because no matter how many mugs we round up, Sonny's not going to have any peace until we put our finger on the leader.
Oh, yes, the leader.
How do you figure that, Pagan?
Well, this riffraff we've picked up aren't important. They're just doing what they're told. The man we want is the boss, who knows why. The man who knows why it's important that every man who comes closely associated with Sonny must be killed off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the guy we've got to get.
You really believe that's at the bottom of all this trouble? Someone is trying to keep men away from Sonny?
I know that's it.
But why? That's the thing I can't understand. Why, what difference does it make to anyone who I see or know?
Well, if we knew that fella, then we'd probably know who the buzzard was.
Wait a minute.
Well, Marks?
I'm beginning to understand your insinuation a moment ago, Packard.
Yes?
Anyone interested enough in Sonny to want to keep men away from her would have to be someone close to her.
I think so. Don't you?
Yes. As her attorney and executor, I'm closer to Sonny than anyone else.
Right.
I'm the only man who has been close to her over the past year who hasn't been a victim of the curse.
Let's say the victim of the gang. That's more accurate.
Yes. Therefore, I'm the logical man to suspect.
Now, that's what I call a beautiful analysis.
However, you're wrong.
Maybe.
And I'll point out the flaw in your reasoning.
Go ahead.
What have I to lose or gain by Sonny's association with other men?
That doesn't prove anything. Somebody's guilty and somebody's got a reason. You may have a secret reason just as much as anyone else.
But I haven't.
That's what you say.
I say, Jack.
That's right.
You say it has to be someone close to Sonny.
It seems logical.
Well, who is there closely associated with her? I mean, besides Marks here.
Well, there's Phil Terry here.
Yeah, I'm a great candidate. I got the worst deal of anybody so far. At least the others are dead and out of their misery.
Phil, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Don't call you dear.
No.
But why?
Well, you're going to marry Packard, aren't you?
Yes.
That's why.
To get back to the subject. After Phil comes Arthur here.
Yeah. He'd make a great leader for a mob, wouldn't he?
I'm just naming over possibilities.
Little Arthur here sure has all the makings.
He won't have when I get through working on him.
I'm doing all right.
Listen, kid, I'm going to make a man out of you if I have to kill you doing it.
Yeah.
We're drifting again. I've got one more candidate.
Well, who's that, Jack?
Donald Robert Lincoln.
Oh, but that's absurd, Jack. Mr. Lincoln isn't close to me.
He was very close to your father. Supposing this thing reaches back.
Lincoln, Packard, I think you've got something there.
What do you mean?
I just remember something about Donald Robert Lincoln. About 6 months before Sonny's father was killed, Lincoln and Mr. Richard had a deal.
Oh! Leslie!
Jack, the shot came through the window. There he goes down the fire escape.
Go get him. Doc, go with Reggie.
You bet you.
Here, let me see.
Leslie!
What does anybody care?
Arthur, you mustn't say that.
Yeah, that mug's had it coming for a long time.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller,
least there's one thing we know. That Marks feller ain't gonna die.
He's a long way from being dead. Close that door, will you, Reggie?
It's quiet.
But now that we got the library to ourselves, let's give this business a quick going over.
I'd say it was about time.
Yeah, I don't know which end I'm standing on half the time.
Now, before we get into that, what about that torpedo?
The feller that shot Marks?
Yeah.
Well, he got clean away in the fog.
I know that. Either of you got a good look at him?
In this weather? Well, feller, the fog's so thick outside.
How about you, Reggie?
No, not a bit of it. Right on top of the shooting, I looked out the window and saw the ballet blighter going down the fire escape. Now, if I'd had a gun, I could have potted him easily.
Didn't see his face at all?
No.
Mm-hmm. Well, that shooting brought to light a couple of interesting possibilities.
Yeah?
Yeah, do you recall what Marks was saying just before he was shot?
Yes, quite. You had just mentioned Donald Robert Lincoln as a possible leader of the mob that's doing this dirty work.
Oh, yeah. And Marks had just remembered something. Something about a deal between old Moneybags Lincoln and Sonny's papa, just before he is shot.
Exactly. Could it be that the gunman shot at that particular moment to prevent Marks from finishing what he was about to tell us?
Hey.
But if that's true, then that would just about prove that Lincoln is the chap they were looking for.
Yeah, gunplay to cover up something in Lincoln's past.
That's one of the possibilities. Another one is the fact that Leslie Marks was only shot in the shoulder.
Huh? What does that prove?
Well, doesn't it seem a bit odd that Marks wasn't shot dead? Marks was sitting less than 15 feet from the window. I could have done a better job than that with a slingshot.
No, fella, I don't think that proves anything. If all the bad shots in this world was laid end to end, besides that, he was standing on a fire escape and anxious to make his getaway. No, I don't think bad shooting proves a thing.
Well, maybe you're right, but listen to my theory anyway.
Well, spill it.
Well, this is built on the assumption that Leslie Marks is the mob leader.
I say, and one of his own men shot him?
Yeah.
You mean they're turning on him?
No, it was a plant. We've talked so much about Marks being close to Sonny and not being bothered, he had to do something about it. So what does he do? He plants one of his men on the fire escape with instructions to shoot him in our presence.
Joe, what a chance he was taking.
Not if he knew his gunman. Some of these torpedoes can shoot the eyes off a fly.
Oh, boy, it'd sure be an alibi hard to beat.
Exactly. We saw him shot down, so naturally he'd be the last man in the world we'd suspect as the gang leader.
So now we've got our choice between Lincoln and Marks.
Yeah, and I put my money on Lincoln.
You don't like my theory about Marks, huh?
Well, fella, if you want the truth, I don't.
Well, why not?
Well, I don't know. I just don't. Sounds just a little bit like something they'd think up in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right. I'd still like to know why the gunman didn't kill Marks at 15 feet, though.
Yes, quite. Or why didn't he step into the room and finish up the job proper? None of us was armed. I mean to say, he took a bally chance making his escape down 4 stories on the fire escape.
Well, don't get me wrong. I still think Marks is a good possibility.
And now there's something else that's stuck out in our conversation over there like a sore thumb. Either of you get it?
I guess I slipped up.
Reggie?
Yes, well, as a matter of fact, there was one thing.
Yes, I thought you'd get it, because you weren't with Doc and me when we were taken to the brownstone house.
Well, I still don't get what you're talking about.
Well, you told the story of how the 2 gunmen held us up and took us down in the basement of the house. Then you said all of a sudden, bam, somebody shot him with a sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, Phil asked, was there someone else in the basement? And you said no, the shot came from the basement window.
Yeah?
Well?
I guess I'm just plain dumb.
Don't you see, Doc, the subject was dropped right there. Not a single person in the room asked who fired the shotgun. And all the time, that was the thing I wanted to know most. I wasn't there, so naturally I wanted to know if you and Jack knew who fired the shots.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, don't you see? It was just as though everyone in the room knew who shot those 2 gunmen.
Yeah. Well, even Sonny didn't ask.
Not only Sonny, but Phil Terry and Leslie Marks.
And Phil's brother, Arthur.
Well, there was a good reason why Arthur wasn't curious.
There was?
Yes, we haven't had a chance to tell you before, Reggie, but Arthur wasn't curious because it was Arthur who did the shooting.
Oh, look here, you're sure?
Oh, we practically caught him red-handed. But will you tell me why Phil and Marks and Sonny didn't ask?
You think they knew?
Well, they knew something.
But looky, you trust Sonny, don't you?
Well, naturally.
Well, couldn't we just get a hold of Sonny and get it out of her?
Well, we might try. I don't like it.
You don't like what?
Why should Sonny be keeping anything from us? Why should she be keeping a secret with Marks and Phil Terry?
Well, of course, she has known Marks and Terry much longer than she's known us.
Yeah, but we're the ones who are trying to get her out of this mess.
Yeah, it does kind of make you wonder, don't it? When we going to be able to see Marks?
Well, the doctor said not before tomorrow. Shock and the loss of
it. Hey, we ain't expecting no telephone calls, are we, Jack?
Hello? Yes? No, this is Reggie York. Yes, he's here. I say, Donald
Hey, Reg.
Just quiet. Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. Righto.
What's the matter, Reggie?
That was Donald Robert Lincoln. He wants us to come right out to his home.
Well, ain't he got a nice disposition?
He said to hurry. It was important.
First he has Jack hit over the head and throwed in the calaboose, and now he invites him out to his home.
Well, come on, we're wasting time.
You mean we're going?
Well, certainly we're going. Grab your hats.
Well, shouldn't we leave a note for Sonny?
Well, she's over at the hospital with Phil, isn't she?
Yes, quite.
Well, we needn't bother. We'll have to use her car, though.
Yes, down in front.
All right, we're all set.
Well, what do you suppose this Lincoln feller's got on his mind?
It'll be interesting to see.
No, I still think we ought to leave word where we're going.
Why?
Oh, I smell a trap.
Well, what of it?
Yeah, we don't want the Marines galloping up to get us out of a hole.
Righto.
Well, here she is. You want me to drive, Jack?
All right. Oh, here, just a minute.
What's the matter?
Well, let's make sure there aren't any torpedoes planted in the back seat on this ride.
Hey, they wouldn't have the gall to try the same trick twice.
I guess you're right. Up in the back, Reggie.
That's right.
Go ahead, slide down the middle, Doc.
Yeah.
We're not going to a fire now, so take it easy.
Just a backseat driver at heart.
Get out! Get out of the car!
Man, oh man. Oh, it blowed right up in my hands.
You all right, Doc? Anybody hurt?
Don't tell me the automobile ain't dangerous.
Never mind that. Where's Reggie?
Let's say, here I am.
Are you all right?
No, I think so. I got out of the car, but the explosion knocked me flat.
Will you tell me what done that?
Certainly I'll tell you. One of our playful friends put a load of dynamite under the hood and wired it to the ignition. When you put your foot on the starter, it exploded.
Well, fella, we're having more fun than anybody.
You think so?
I say, Jack, is this the reason Donald Robert Lincoln was so anxious for us to come and see him?
Hey, you mean he's the one who had that exterminating powder put under the hood?
Well, that's what we want to find out. Come on.
Where are we heading for now?
Across the park to the hospital.
But hadn't we ought to get out to Lincoln?
Well, this way's shortest.
I said hadn't we ought to get...
No.
Okay, fella, you're the doctor. You coming, Reggie?
It's quiet. Crowd's beginning to gather back at the wreck.
Yeah. If we're going to do much more of this 100-yard dash stuff, I'm going to get me a pair of running breeches.
Across the street. Okay. Now come on to the elevator.
We're going up to Phil Terry's room?
No.
You mean we're going to Leslie Mark's room?
Yeah. Get in. 4th floor, please.
But if the doctor said Marks wasn't to be disturbed...
I'd still say Marks was too slightly hurt for all the fuss that was made.
You sure are set on making Marks the villain, fella.
All right, come on.
You know which room Marks was taken to?
Yeah, 432. Yeah, this is it here.
Well, now we're here, what?
Not a word. I'm going to see how quietly I can open this door.
Uh-huh. Got it?
Uh-huh. Can open it, crack. Keep your ears cocked.
The situation is more desperate than it's ever been.
He's talking on the phone.
Shut up.
That's what I've been telling you all along. We've got to fight fire with fire. We've got our backs right up against the wall, and there's only...
Doc, you fool. Hello, Marks. How's the shoulder?
What's this? What are you doing here?
We just came up to see how the latest victim of the Richard curse is doing.
You were standing outside my door listening.
Were we?
And that's pretty dirty politics. Got a fever, there's no telling what a man might say when he's light in the head.
Oh, you're light in the head.
A bullet in your shoulder is nothing to take lightly. I've caught myself talking to myself several times.
You were talking to yourself, huh?
What do you mean?
It sounded to us as though you were talking over the telephone.
That's ridiculous. I haven't the strength to lift a telephone receiver.
You, know what happened to us just now?
Will you go away and leave me alone? I'm in no condition to have visitors.
Someone put dynamite under the hood of Sonny's car. We started to take a ride in it, and it blew up.
How did you escape?
Well, we saw it coming, rolled out of the car. Marks, why are you pretending to be so much worse off than you really are?
I'm not pretending.
Yes, you are.
Well, Packard, I'm...
Oh, you didn't call? Uh-huh. Oh, you didn't call? Uh-huh. Can you prove that? I see. Thank you. Marks, Lincoln didn't call us. He's got an ironclad alibi.